The vehicles are moving on the busy road. Cars, trucks, lorries, buses, and motorcycles pass through the intersection. Riz has been standing on the crosswalk for quite some time now. The city is bustling with various activities. On the side of the road, a number of hawkers are selling various types of foods. The smell of food assaulted his nose, making his stomach growl. He didn't eat anything since this morning. This traffic light took forever to turn red, Riz complained as he pushed the crossing button again multiple times. He has been waiting there for nearly 5 minutes on this hot day. Riz has been sweating profusely for a while now. He narrows his eyes and looks up to the sky. The clouds are nowhere to be seen to block the sunlight. He kicks the traffic light pole as his patient has reached the limit. There is no one else there, so he is not afraid of getting reprimanded for vandalism. Riz sighs. Clearly an empty stomach has turned him into an idiot that couldn't do any rational judgment. He says to himself, time won't become faster no matter how hard I kick it. He decided not to waste the little energy he has. While waiting at the crossroad, his eyes are wandering around, looking around trying to find anything random to read. He couldn't use his phone, battery is dead. His eyes fell on the billboard across the road. Apparently, it is an advertisement from the government. Tuesday, September 20th, 2022, more than 200,000 job opportunities have been created by the government last year. Riz sneered when reading the statement written on it. It is a word spoken by a certain politician for his campaign. He laughs, ha ha ha, how hilarious. He actually pasted his words on the billboard. Sometimes he wonders how these people can lie with a straight face. It looks like the election is getting closer. Every politician seems to highlight their own achievement. It is the same pattern that happens every single time during election season, and people were always fooled by them. They come and do some donations to the poor, showing to the media that they care for the people's life. They seem to lack creativity when promoting themselves to the public. Riz sneered, well, it's not like they are smart in the first place. The traffic lights turn red and he is finally able to cross the road. As he is crossing the road, he recalled the interview result he received this morning. Riz begins to complain, if you're going to reject me, just sending me an email would do. There's no need to call me to the office just so you could reject me in the face. He sighs, what a joke, I failed to get the job again. How many times is this? 9th, 10th, he couldn't remember. He has stopped counting after being rejected repeatedly. Like many other fresh graduates, he is currently in the job hunting phase. Unfortunately, things don't go so well for him. I wonder what am I lacking, he grumbled. He looked at his resume, trying to find any fault that he could possibly miss, yet he couldn't find anything. He is not an excellent or poor student, just an average student when he graduated. His result is still pleasing for the eyes to see. His lecturers often remind them that pointer is not everything but your technical skills are. Riz believes he has an advantage over his peers when it comes to skills. After all, he has been studying civil engineering since high school. He is without a doubt a person with a strong engineering background. Despite all of that, reality proves him wrong when he thinks that he could easily get a job. Most of his peers studied various fields that are not engineering related during their high school or pre-university stage, yet they managed to get a job a month after finishing their studies. What kind of bullshit is this? He was so irritated. He has been searching for a job for a year now and he got none. Where did I do wrong? Why can't I get the job despite studying for years? Maybe I am destined to not be working in this field. Riz questions himself again and he is slowly giving up searching for a job in the civil engineering related field. In his entire life, he has tried a lot of things. His teachers encourage their students to do so. It's the best way to find which field you have talent in. He tried various types of sports, art, music, literature, science, and mathematics. He works hard on every single one of them, but all the results are mediocre at best. Among all the things that he tried, he seems to excel in science and mathematics the most. For someone that gets mediocre results every single time, discovering his talent is like seeing a light at the end of a dark tunnel. He doesn't need to try so many things and failed so many times anymore. The experience of failing after giving all his effort is too much for his heart to take. That's how he ends up choosing the engineering field. He believes engineering is a combination of both science and math. Therefore, he should utilize them together since he is good at both of them. However, learning and finding a job are two different matters. Maybe it is really hard to get a job in this field. After all, this country has a high number of civil engineering graduates and the demand is low. Riz is trying to find a logical reason for his failure. It is a natural thing for humans to do. Finding a reason so they can protect their self-esteem from being shattered to pieces. While he is contemplating, his feet finally reach home. I'm home, said Riz. Did you get the job? Rosanna, who was in the kitchen, asked her son. No, Mom, I didn't get a job, Riz replied. When his mother heard that, Riz could see a glimpse of disappointment on his mother's face. It's okay. You will get the job soon. Don't worry about it. Rosanna smiled as she tried to assure her son. You should at least cover up the disappointment on your face. He was already used to that gaze. No parent likes to see their children fail. After all, that failure will tarnish their name as well. Riz slowly headed towards his room on the second floor. As soon as he entered, he went straight to the phone charger. A few hours without checking his phone make him feel as if he is in a jungle, disconnected from the world. His family lives in an average 2-story house with 3 rooms, nothing fancy about it. The only one who works in the family is his father. His father works as a lab assistant at a prestigious university. "Where's Dad?" Riz asked. "It is already 6 p.m. Usually his father should be at home by now. Your father coming home late today. He's going to another province for work." Rosanna told her son. "I see." Riz feels relieved that he will probably not get any scolding from his father. After taking a shower, Riz sat at the dining table to have dinner alone. Since his teenage years, he has preferred to eat alone. Perhaps being alone gives him some sense of comfort while peacefully enjoying his meal. When he is eating with his family, he easily gets annoyed, especially when his younger sisters are chattering instead of eating. For him, one should keep quiet when eating and focus on enjoying the flavor of the food. Soon, after finishing his dishes, Riz checked his phone as any normal person would do. He hasn't checked his social media since this morning. Looking at his friends sharing their stories regarding their jobs, jealousy grows in his heart again. He soon closes his social media and starts reading the web novel. That's one of his favorite things to do, as it takes him to escape away from reality. He is into another world. As he was so absorbed in his reading, he didn't notice how much time had passed. The sound of his father's motorcycle outside takes him back to reality. He checked the clock and it already showed 11:03 p.m. "Did you get the job?" Ryan immediately asked his son as soon as he entered the house. "No," Riz replied with a flat tone while looking at his 50-years-old father. Although his father has entered his 50s, he looks most like he is in his late 30s. "I see." Ryan gives a short reply as if he is already giving up on his son. It has been a year, and yet Riz didn't manage to land a job. Of course, Riz notices this. He is an introvert after all. Introverts' strong point is not their communication skill, but it lies in their observation. He may not be a social type of person, but that doesn't mean he is blind. He is good when it comes to observing people's habits, movements, gestures, intonation, and facial expressions. The longer they spend time with someone, the better their understanding of that person. Riz has been doing it since he was a child. A lot of teacher and parent tries their best to change their children to become an extrovert, forcing them to socialize as if it is what a normal person does. Riz is proud of his introverted nature. For him, the loosest part of the human body is the mouth. The more you talk mean, the more you are telling people about yourself. He doesn't believe that people will simply ignore what they hear. During his high school days, he was inclined to sit at the corner of the classroom and watch people. He rarely opens his mouth unless he has to. Furthermore, words are the most dangerous weapon that can hurt others unknowingly, even though the words you stated are true. He wasn't like this before, but he was hated by all his classmates when he was an elementary student. Nobody likes a bitter truth. Just feed them with sweet lies. Let their ears hear what they want to hear. A conclusion that he made based on experience. Not minding his son, Ryan then proceeded to take a shower. After all, he is really tired today, and there are not many topics to talk about with his son anyway. Both he and his son have different interests anyway. Ryan likes football, sports cars, and superbikes just like other normal adult men would. Riz, on the other hand, likes buildings, animes, novels, etc. Seeing his father doesn't give a damn, Riz returns to his room and plugs his ear with an earphone. Listening to music might distract him for a while. To be honest, he has never been close to his parents since he was a child. Maybe it is because his parents are always busy with work that makes him grow up without having a need for parental love. He starts to rely on himself more than others. He believes that whatever problem he faced, he needs to solve it himself. No matter how many friends you have, you will always end up alone during your hardest time. Friendship is a joke. Everybody moves for their own benefit. In this era, nobody is willing to help others out of pure concern. He simply can't fathom people that are willing to sacrifice themselves for others without getting anything in return. It is a stupid thing to do. That's why he has few friends. They are merely there so he could find group members for any group project in school. Ryan, who is already at the dining table, sits down and starts to eat while chatting with his wife. "I met Fabian today," Ryan told his wife. Fabian is Ryan's childhood friend. Both of them grew up together. He is a successful engineer and businessman. Although both of them have different careers and wealth, it doesn't affect their friendship at all. "How is he doing?" Rosanna asked her husband. "He's doing good as always. He got his second grandson last week." Ryan told his wife. "Congratulations, that's good news indeed." Rosanna can't help but feel happy about the news. She is reminiscing about the past, about how time has moved so fast, just like any old people would do. While thinking about it, Rosanna thought of her jobless son. Both of them are only a year difference in age, but her son is jobless, while Felix has started his own company and already has his own family. She sighs in her heart, thinking about why her son is different from Fabian's son, Felix. "I can't describe with words how I envy Fabian to have such an excellent son. He married such a beautiful wife, while Felix himself is a successful young businessman. Now he even got his first child. His life is perfect as everything is going well for him. She stops for a moment before asking her husband, "Did he tell you about his job interview?" "He did. What a disappointment," Ryan replied to his wife. He was really ashamed when Fabian asked him about his son. It has already been a year since he graduated, but his son is still jobless. Ryan really has very high expectations of his only son. This is maybe due to the fact that Ryan himself is putting his own ambitions on his son. Ryan only studied until high school, but that doesn't mean he is unqualified to further his studies. He got an offer to further his study with a full scholarship, but his situation at that time prevented him from doing so. Perhaps due to this that he put so much hope in his son. Deep down in his heart, Ryan felt that his life would be better if he furthered his studies. Riz is listening to music in his room, but unfortunately overheard his parents' conversation. He feels a little sad when he hears his father's words, but that is it. He already grew numb about it. As for crying, he even forgets when the last time he cried was. He just doesn't feel anything at all. He knows very well that his father was surrounded by high-achieving people at the university. They're talking about their children's occupations and achievements. As a result, his father couldn't help but to set high expectations for him too. How ironic, he has been a good son for years. He achieved many academic awards every year from elementary until he graduated from high school. He had just been jobless for a year and now he was called a disappointment, as if he never achieved anything in his entire life. Indeed, the terms children and investment were only separated by a thin line. It can easily be confusing. Riz wakes up early the next morning. He is preparing himself for the last interview he has at 11 in the morning. He walked toward the bathroom with sleepiness still shrouded him. By relying on his memory, he is able to reach the bathroom with barely open eyes. He opened the valve and cold water started flowing out from shower head fell onto his head. His sleepiness instantly disappears. 15 minutes is all he needs. After taking a shower, he reached his wardrobe. A dark blue shirt with black slack pants and black tie were his choice today. He preferred dark color over the bright one. It didn't attract too much attention. Riz looks at the mirror and begins to fix his hair. He makes sure his hair is neat in every possible way. If I don't get the job this time, I will give up working in this field. He is mentally tired from constant failure. It is better to give up and move on. There is no point trying to get something that he has a small chance of getting. It is a waste of time and energy. The most popular phrases his teachers, counselors, and motivators often said to him is, "As long as you don't give up, you will achieve your dream." From time to time, he keeps wondering if people in the educational sector have talent in giving false hope. Unfortunately, a never-ending failure teaches him that hard work doesn't lead you to success, but talent and luck are. 9:45 a.m. I have an hour left to get to the interview site. It takes 45 minutes to get to the interview place from Riz's house. Seeing that he doesn't have much time left, Riz grabs 2 slices of bread and starts to put peanut butter on it. After finishing his breakfast in 15 minutes, he grabs his motorcycle's key and heads towards the garage. "I'm going to the interview, Mom," Riz tells his mother. "Okay, good luck," Rosanna replied to her son. It took only 5 minutes for Riz to get to the main road. The interview place that Riz is heading into is located at the city 40 km north from the city he lives in. In order to get to the highway, Riz needs to ride on the main road for 3 km and encounter 2 traffic lights. After 1 km riding on the main road, Riz stopped at the first traffic light. There are a lot of motorcycles there waiting for the green light. The road today is busy as always since today is also a working day. I hope I won't get late. The traffic lights he is at right now take so long to turn green. He looked at his wrist. The watch showed 10:1 a.m. He only has 50 minutes left. Riz always arrives at the interview place 15 minutes early. There, he will go through the materials about the company. He is doing some research background beforehand. Looking at the time now, he knew that he could barely make it at best. After a long 3 minutes, the traffic lights finally turn green. Riz, like other motorcyclists, starts moving towards the second traffic light than is 2 km in front. Since he is running out of time, Riz speeds up a little bit. He knows very well that there is no police traffic patrolling in this area, probably eating some donuts right now. 100 km per hour on the straight road is okay, right? When Riz is almost reaching the second traffic light, the light turns yellow. Oh, come on. Riz starts to get annoyed with the traffic lights. What's wrong with the traffic lights today? He's very short on time now, not to mention that he needs to face the traffic jam on the highway next. Riz speeds up a little bit more in order to cross traffic lights before it turns red. He's not the only one who has this thought. Almost every driver on the road has this thought. After all, who want to waste another 2 or 3 minutes waiting at the traffic light? Unfortunately, without he realized, there is another motorcycle coming from his left side at the faster speed. The motorcycle passed him and moved to his front. The motorcycle then suddenly slows down as he is not confident he crossed the traffic light on time before it turned red. This caught Riz off guard. He tries to stop, but he felt it is already too late, and his motorcycle will definitely crash with the motorcycle in front of him. Therefore, Riz tries to shift his motorcycle direction slightly to the left. However, he put too much energy on that attempt and completely fall to the ground. Riz fell on the left with his left foot crushed by the weight of the motorcycle. Riz slid on the road together with his motorcycle for 50 meters. Riz felt unbearable pain on the left side of his body. Riz tried to get up, but he couldn't. As he struggles to move, a car who is also moving fast could not stop in time. The car directly crashes into Riz, who is trying to get up. Everything happens so fast that Riz's mind couldn't digest all things that happen, but he knows one thing, which is that he's gonna die. Surprisingly, he didn't feel anything, as if he just simply accepted it. Perhaps the only thing that he feels might be the fact that he is dying without achieving anything in 24 years of his life. As for his family, he doesn't feel any tangible emotions towards them at all. Slowly, his consciousness fades away. Riz groaned. His sight is hazy right now. His mind is in a state of confusion. It is not surprising at all after going through such a dreadful accident. After a moment, his mind starts to calm down and his sight becomes clearer. He narrowed his eyes as the sunlight passed through the trees. Where am I? Riz starts to look around, trying to figure out his surroundings and the situation he is currently in. I'm supposed to be dead, right? Riz asks a question again, even though he knows that no one would answer him. Thinking about the accident that he just experienced, he unconsciously shook his head. There's no way someone would survive that kind of accident. This place doesn't seem to be a hospital, Riz said when he realized he is currently sitting on the ground in the middle of the forest. He looks down and sees his shirt was bloody and torn as if it was done by a sharp object. He then sees that his hand is smaller than the hand he knows. Riz was shocked after finding out his body was smaller and shorter, just around 150 centimeters tall. It is far from his previous 178 centimeters. Not to mention his body was so thin as if he hadn't eaten for days. It didn't take a long time for Riz's mind to calm down and start to analyze the situation. Suddenly waking up in the middle of nowhere, my body slightly different from what I know, wakes up after I thought I was going to die. Riz mutters by himself. Is this the famous transmigration like in the web novel? No, should I call it rebirth, reincarnation, restart? Well, whatever. Who cares about the small details? Riz gave up on deciding which phenomena he had experienced. He is too tired to think about it. GRR rule. I should find something to eat first, said Riz while placing his hand on his stomach. Riz is looking around trying to find something that could be eaten. His eyes then fall on the familiar-looking fruit. He chuckled, well, that's definitely an apple. Without wasting his time, Riz tried to reach the fruits with all his remaining energy. He could barely stand, albeit shakingly. He slowly walks to the tree and grabs the fruits. He starts eating them, one followed by another one. 1 hour later. Phew, I'm finally full. Now it's time to find some water to drink. Riz stands up and starts deciding which direction he should go. He tries to search for memories of the original owner for any useful information, but there is nothing at all. By now he is pretty sure he possesses someone's body, or should he say replace. But for how he ends up in the situation, he probably has several ideas about it. However, he didn't want to think about it now. I will know when the time comes anyway. Now this biggest question is, which direction should I choose? Riz is looking left and right before deciding. Let's go this way, said Riz while heading towards the west confidently. Damn it, where the hell am I right now? Maybe I should choose another direction. He curses himself for being so unlucky. Riz is sweating profusely after walking for 2 hours. Seriously, this body's stamina is way too low. Riz grumbled but didn't stop his feet. He keeps moving towards the west. Whoosh and whoosh. Riz focused his hearing to find the source of the sound. Sounds like water flowing from the west. I guess I chose the right direction. Riz starts to run towards the west. He is really in need of water to quench his thirst right now. Finally, some water, so this is what I look like, Riz muttered as he saw the reflection of his face in the water. The immature face looks like a 13 or 14-year-old European descent, but his hair is black and so do his eyes. His eyes are sharp as they could pierce through those who are looking at them. However, that sharpness is concealed by the calmness on his face. There is also some hint of timidness in it. He turns his face left and right to have a good look at his face. I'm probably going to grow up into a handsome man, Riz said with some proudness in his tone. However, that thought doesn't last long as he has something more important to do. Riz starts drinking directly from the river. To his surprise, the water is clean without any pollution. I guess there is still no pollution here. It is not easy to find a clean river back on Earth. After drinking the water, Riz sits on the riverbank while thinking about how he should proceed. Now I need to find where to spend the night, said Riz while looking at the orange color sky that proves the end of the day. He didn't have any thoughts about waiting for somebody to rescue him. From his perspective, he is alone in this world. As he is preparing for a safe place to spend the night, he hears something. Riz, where are you? A voice seemed to be calling him. Riz turns to the direction the voice is coming. The voice calling him sounds like a woman's voice. Riz, where are you? A woman's voice calling him again from the other side of the river. Although there seems to be no one else named Riz in the forest and Riz is pretty sure that women are calling him, he still decides to hide first to get a better understanding of the situation. Riz quickly hides behind the big tree near the riverbank. There he sees the brown-haired woman that is probably 18 or 19 years old. She's accompanied by several maids and men in armor, presumably they are her bodyguard. They look like a knight from the medieval era. The woman's eyes are wandering until her eyes fell on Riz and excitedly shouts, "Riz, there you are, damn it, she's sharp, I'm pretty sure I hide well," Riz muttered while slowly getting out of his hiding spot. The woman is waving at Riz from the other side of the river. "Hurry up. Come over here, it's already late. Do you know how worried I am?" Riz slowly crosses the river toward the woman on the other side. The river is not so deep, but the water still reaches his knees. When he arrives in front of the woman, he is unsure but still asks the woman, "Riz, me?" Riz asks while pointing his finger at himself. The woman gives a strange look at Riz and then says, "Is your head all right? Who else but you named Riz here?" "Yes, your name is Riz, Rizuri Rintum." Rizuri Rintum, 14 years old. "I guess that is my name and age in this world," he mumbles. "That's what was told to me by the brown-haired woman who identifies herself as my older sister. Her name is Riane Rintum." Right now her eyebrows were creasing and both of her blue eyes are staring at Riz with a worried expressions. "Are you okay, Riz?" asked Riane with concern. "Yes, I'm okay," Riz gave a short reply. "But your clothes and the blood." "Relax, it's not my blood." "It's the beast's blood," says Riz, trying to assure his worried sister. "You killed the beast on your own." Riane widened her eyes, shocked hearing Riz's statement. As far as she knows, her little brother is not capable enough to kill the beast. Moreover, what's the beast doing far from its habitat area? Seeing his sister ask him with a questioning and suspicious tone, Riz's face remains calm, however. His mind is currently functioning at its maximum capability. He's trying to find the most logical answer he could think of to avoid his sister's suspicion. "It's not like I am fighting the beast head-on." Riz starts to lay down his reasoning. "When the beast is chasing me, I'm just running around trying to get rid of it. Then I hide while waiting for the right moment to kill it. The clothes were torn up because I miscalculated the timing. Luckily, I barely managed to dodge his claws. The blood you saw is from the beast when I'm piercing its neck using my sword." "Did she buy it?" Riz glanced at Riane, wanting to see her expression. Riz feels like his story is weird and full of loopholes, but that is the best he can come up with right now. "All right then," says Riane, reluctantly accepting the answer she hears. "But be sure to let me know if you get hurt anywhere." Riane reminds Riz. Okay, Sai, I keep using the term beast, and she didn't even ask what type of beast is it. I guess I'm safe for now. I really need to study more about this world after I get back. Let's hope that the animals here are the same as on Earth." To be honest, Riz feels a little bit weird about having older siblings. In his past life, he is the eldest of siblings. To suddenly become the youngest in this life can be really awkward. He doesn't know how to actually act in front of Riane, so he just decided to be himself. Currently, both of them are inside the carriage heading toward Bideford town, where Rintum Mansion is located. Yes, a mansion. Apparently, Riz is reincarnated as a noble family of Rintum. After talking to Riane for a while, Riz is able to acquire some basic information. The House of Rintum rules Bideford County for nearly 200 years. His father, Count Richard Rintum, is the current lord of Bideford County. His father has 3 wives. That's right, 3 wives. It seems like nobles can marry as many women as they can. Some nobles have up to 7 wives. Not to mention, aside from formal wives, some of them even have mistresses. On average, the head of the house usually has 4 to 5 wives. Having only 3 wives and no mistress like his father is considered a rare case. Back to the topic of Riz's family members. His father has 3 wives and 5 children. Richard Rintum, head of the family. Maria Gilecake's first wife. Josephine C. Sorvar, second wife. Eve's third wife. Robert Rintum, 21st Maria's child. Riane Rintum, 19 second Josephine's child. Rachel Rintum, 17 third Maria's child. Russell Rintum, 15 fourth Josephine's child. Rizuri Rintum, 14 fifth Eve's child. Apparently, Riz's mother is the only commoner among Richard's 3 wives. Back then, when his father wanted to marry a commoner, he received strong opposition from both of his wives at that time. In their opinion, noble blood shouldn't be mixed with the commoner because it could lower their reputation in a noble society. However, Richard was very resolute to marry Eve. Riz didn't find it surprising at all. What surprised him is that his father was very determined to marry a commoner. His mother didn't live very long. According to Riane, she passed away 2 years ago due to the disease. Hearing this, Riz didn't show any emotion at all. In his past life, he didn't have too many interactions with his mother. To him, his mother in this life is a stranger at best. The carriage continues to move north toward the town. It has been around 30 minutes since their departure from the forest. Riz just hoped that he will arrive soon. He felt uncomfortable moving in this shaking carriage. He really misses the comfort of modern vehicles. Soon after another 10 minutes have passed, he finally sees the wall that protects the town. The wall is made of stones piled on top of each other with mortar used as a binding. The height of the wall is probably around 5 meters. There are several round-shaped defense towers separate from each other by a certain distance. Fields could be seen surrounding the wall. The scene in front of Riz gives the vibe of a typical medieval town. So this is where I'm going to live now. After arriving at the entrance of the town, Riz can see 2 guards on the left and 2 guards on the right guarding the town's gate. Maybe because it is already too late, Riz's carriage is the only one there so they don't have to wait in line. Even if there is a line, he probably doesn't have to wait and directly enter the town since he is noble. Upon seeing the emblem on the carriage, the guard didn't stop it and immediately saluted it. Rene didn't even bother to respond to that salute and just entered the town. Once Riz is inside the town, he is amazed by the scene he sees. There he sees the houses built of wood being cramped closer to each other, reaching several stories high. Such a view is common since the land available inside the city wall is limited. A narrow street that leads to the center of the town. Normally, you can only see pure medieval towns in illustration. Although European city back on Earth has a trace of medieval in them, all of the city has gone through the process of modernization. The Rintum mansion is located on a small hill northwest of the town. In order to reach the mansion, the carriage moved on the main road around 7 meters wide, passing through the square in the center of the city. Riz stops looking at the view outside since not much could be seen in the dark. It didn't take a long time to reach the mansion. By the time they arrive, Riz can see an old man in his 50s pacing back and forth in front of the mansion. When the old man sees the carriage approaching the mansion, the old man is brimming with joy and relief. There is even a drop of tears in the corner of his eyes. The carriage then stops and the old man immediately straightens his back. Rene steps out from the carriage followed by Riz. He can immediately guess who the old man in the suit is. This must be the butler, Riz thought. Welcome back, young Miss Rene and young Master Riz. I am glad that you're safe, young Master Riz. Master Richard is worried about you. Greet the butler with a slight bow. So his name is Edward. Edward looks slightly surprised hearing Riz's answer, but he quickly maintains his calmness. Since everyone has eaten dinner, I will ask the kitchen to make new dishes for both of you. Would a young miss and a young master prefer to have your dinner at a dining table in your own room? Asked Edward. We will just have it in our own room, Rene replies hurriedly. She is really tired of finding Riz in the forest and can't wait to take a rest. After some twists and turns, Riz finally found his room. Riz directly heads to his bed and starts lying on it. There are so many things that happened today that make him very tired. Knock, knock, knocks. Riz slowly stands up from his bed and walks towards the door. After opening the door, he sees the servant with the dishes in front of his room. Just put it on the table, Riz ordered the servant. Without wasting any time, the servant quickly put the dishes on the table and left the room. After enjoying his dinner, Riz lies on his bed, trying to sleep. He decided to take a look at the mansion tomorrow. The light shines into Riz's room through the curtain. Riz, who is sleeping, frowns when the light hits his face. He slowly opens his eyes and sees it's already morning. He reluctantly gets up from his bed. Now that his room has become bright, he can see the room clearly. His room's shape is rectangular with a size of around 10 meters long and 6 meters wide. When entering through the door, there is a king-size bed on the right. The bed frame is a luxurious European style made from wood. To the right side of the bed, there's a window. In front of the bed, there is a small table and sofa where Riz enjoyed his dinner last night. From the bed, Riz can see there are 2 doors, one on the left and one on the right. Riz stands up and walks toward the right door to see where it leads him. So this is the bathroom. How convenient. But without a piping system, I still need the servant to put the water in the tub for me. Riz then walks to the left door and discovers this is a closet. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Riz said. Good morning, young master, said the maid who is around his age. She is Charlotte, Riz's personal maid. Good morning, Charlotte. Can you ask the servant to fill the tub with water? I want to take a bath. Yes, young master, please wait for a moment, said Charlotte. Although they are the same age, she's giving a vibe of a professional career woman. Charlotte then leads Riz to the dining area where all his family members are waiting to have breakfast. There he sees his father at one end of the long rectangular table. There are 2 women on his left and right, followed by his siblings. Oh, Riz, you're finally here. Come and sit, we have been waiting for you, says the man that looks around 40 years old. He has black hair and eyes just like Riz. Out of all his siblings, none of them is black-haired. To put it in simple terms, Riz is the only one resembling his father the most. Naturally, his father dotes on him the most. He looks like a retired warrior. He looks dignified and emits an aura that battle-hardened warriors would have. The blonde-haired woman with blue eyes that looked like in her early 30s on his father's right side gave him a contemptuous look. Sitting beside her is her children, Robert and Rachel. She looks like she wants to speak but decided not to. This one must be Maria, says Riz while then looking at the indifferent brown-haired woman with red eyes on his father's left side. This one must be Josephine. Beside Josephine sits her children, Renee and Russell. At the table, only his father and Renee look at him kindly. Others either look at him with disgust, hatred, or indifference. Riz slowly approaches the table and sits beside Russell. Since everybody is here, let us start eating. Riz's initial thought is naturally due to his commoner's blood. However, only Maria probably has that thought. For example, the eldest, Robert, who resembles his mother with blonde hair and blue eyes, is simply jealous of the attention Richard gives to Riz. The marriage between Richard and Maria is a political one. There is no love whatsoever, naturally. Richard didn't give much thought to Maria's children. He just simply fulfills his duty as a husband and lord. In addition, Robert also being influenced by his mother's disgust of the commoner. Rachel is at least a little bit better than Robert. She is indeed being influenced by her mother, but that's it. It is not to the point of emitting killing intent. Josephine and her children are even better. Josephine herself doesn't give FK about Riz. Unlike Maria, who is ambitious and wants to exert control everywhere she can, Josephine prefers to spend money on gems and dresses. It can be said that out of all members of the Rintum family, Josephine holds most of the wealth in form of luxurious goods. Renee, as mentioned before, is the only sibling that is good to Riz and really regards him as her brother. She looks just like her mother with brown hair and red eyes. Russell inherits his mother's brown hair but Richard's black eyes. He has an indifferent personality like Josephine, so he didn't cause too much trouble for Riz. After finishing his breakfast, Riz decided to explore the mansion first and then headed to the library. There's a lot of information that he needs to learn. Rintum Mansion has 4 floors with a length of 200 meters, 60 meters wide and 25 meters tall. On the first floor, starting from the right to the left, is a servant dormitory, food and resource storage kitchen, dining room, banquet hall, tea party room with access to the back garden and art collection room. The second floor is where the administration-related stuff is located, such as the Lord's office, territory archive, treasury, library, meeting rooms, and throne room are located. Except for the library, all place needs the Lord's permission to enter. The third floor mainly consists of guests' rooms. The fourth floor is where the room of Rintum's members is located. Riz heads toward the library on the second floor. The mansion's library is pretty spacious and a large collection of books can be seen. Without wasting any time, Riz starts to search for the history of the Rintum family. It will be weird if he didn't know the basics of the family. A few minutes later, he finally found the book about it. On the first page of the book, there is a Baroque shield-shaped emblem with dark red in the background and a sword in the middle pointing upward. Rintum family was founded by Rayleigh Rintum 183 years ago, after Rayleigh make a major contribution by turning the tide of war in favor of the kingdom during the Barleyan War in the year 116 of the Pain era. As a result, the kingdom is able to obtain a large amount of territory. To recognize Rayleigh's achievement, the king at the time bestowed the title of Viscount and Bideford territory to Rayleigh. Rayleigh then chose the surname of Rintum as a family name and founded the House of Rintum. Since then, the Rintum has made a lot of contributions, especially in the military. For this matter, their status has been promoted to Count during Riz's grandfather's reign, Renault Rintum. Riz then tries to find information on the Bideford territory to get a better understanding. Searching for the territory's information is really hard. Riz spent a lot of time, but was only able to find some basic information. Sure enough, who in their right mind would put the territory's confidential information in public? Now let's see. Riz starts reading the file. Bideford County is located between Gilecakes County in the west, the royal territory of Napuna in the east, and Barrocks Duchy in the south. On the north of Bideford is the sea where the Jivri River, the only river in the entire Bideford territory, flow. In terms of size area, Bideford County is the smallest territory in the entire kingdom of Badgerosia. Compared to the neighboring county, Gilecakes County is at least 2 times bigger than Bideford. Gilecakes has 7 cities. 4 of the cities are under the direct rule of the count. The other 3 towns are under the management of 3 barons under Count Gilecakes, Sorvar, Corriton, and Nubigal. The total population of Gilecakes County is over 60,000 people. That's 3 times the population of Bideford. During Renault's reign, in order to strengthen the newly promoted Rintum's status as a count, Renault arranged a political marriage for his son, Richard, with the eldest daughter of Count Gilecakes, Maria. No wonder Maria acts all high and mighty. She probably thinks that Bideford is not worthy enough for her, but she can't go against her father's decision. Like on Earth, women have less power and voice in making decisions. Bideford town is located near the Jivri River. It has a population of around 20,000 people. It is the only town in the entire county. However, Bideford town is located on the main trade route between the west and east. Therefore, Bideford town could be said pretty well off. People of Bideford mainly engage in farming and raising animals. This is because half of the southern part of Bideford County is grassland. The The main exports of Biddeford County are agricultural products such as wheat, barley, rye, and oats. Biddeford also exports a lot of livestock products such as meats, milk, wool, and animal skin. So the animals and crops here are the same as on Earth. As Riz continued reading, he found out there is something different. Looks like this world has a dragon, leviathan, unicorn, and phoenix, but it has been a long time since their last sighting. The last place where the dragon was seen is on the island of Vakia. Riz then closed the book and says, "That's enough for today. Let's explore the town. Where are you going, young master?" Edward asks as he sees Riz prepare to go out. "I just want to explore the town." "At least bring Charlotte with you as a guard." "Charlotte, guard?" Riz asked. "Yes, Charlotte has been trained since her childhood to be your maid and guard." "All right, hurry up and call her for me," ordered Riz. "I will prepare the carriage for you, young master." "No need, I'll just walk to the town," says Riz, as he might as well treat this as some light exercise. His body is like of that a person who never exercises in his entire life. No muscle at all. Riz wait for Charlotte at the front door. "She's late," Riz complained while waiting for Charlotte, only to see Charlotte coming in his direction. She's making a small jump and humming at the same time. It looks like she's happy to go for an outing, Riz thought. When Charlotte sees Riz is looking at her, she immediately stops whatever she's been doing and returns to her serious professional career woman mood. Riz chuckled when he saw that but didn't say anything. "Let's go," Riz said. "The town is not that big and complicated." Riz first heads to the square in the center of the town. There he sees many people engage in trading. Riz go around to take a look. There are food, clothing, jewelry, weapons, various tools, live animals, herbs, and books. Anybody can take their goods to sell at the market, but they need to pay taxes. Only rich merchants can afford to set up stalls. Most people trade using copper coins. 100 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. The unit currency for the kingdom of Bajirosia is called rose. 1 copper coin has a value of 1 rose. So 1 copper coin equal 1 rose, 1 silver coin equal 100 rose, 1 gold coin equal 1,000 rose. Riz is a little bit surprised when he sees books being sold in the market. Books are expensive due to it is made using parchment. Riz looks at the book that cost 5,000 rose, 5 gold coins. Is there anyone who would buy a book? It is so expensive. He turns to his left side and asks Charlotte. "Sometime a rich merchant would buy it, but that rarely happens," Charlotte replied. "There are many important buildings in the town center area such as a church, town hall, merchant guild, and craft guild. Commercial buildings are also located here in the center near the main road." Riz then leave the market tour around the town. He can see that although it is a bit messy, the town is quite well planned. The residential and industrial areas are properly separated. The town has 5 entry points, 2 at the west, 1 at the south, 1 at the north, and 1 at the east. The craft workshop and industrial-related building are located near the south and east gate. The agriculture and food processing building are located in the west since fields are located in the west of the town. Although the town is small, it is really above Riz's expectations, as Riz and Charlotte are touring the town. Smash! Robert throws a cup at the mysterious figure cloaks in black. However, the mysterious figure dodges it with ease. "I thought I told you to kill that brat," Robert says in anger. "I am very sure that I kill him in the forest," the mysterious figure replied. "Then why he is not dead yet? Are you sure you're capable? You can't even kill one brat." Robert glared at the mysterious figure. "You better be careful about what you're saying or you will be the one who ends up dead," the mysterious figure snapped. Riz returned to the mansion in the evening. It is not dinner time yet, so he is making his way to his room. As he is walking, he starts to recall what he saw during his tour. His view and understanding of the town increased a lot. Although the town is not as bad as he thought, it's not good either. Looking at the people in town doing various activities makes him start pondering. What am I going to do in this life? In his past life, all Riz wanted was to become rich. He studied engineering with this purpose in mind. Back there, most of the rich people in his country were involved in real estate and construction. Even some of the richest men in the world are related to engineering. Yup, that's it. Let's start a business and become rich. I have no chance to become a count anyway. If the world is like a human body, then money is like blood. Everything needs money. On top of that, Biddeford's strategic location on the main trade route will make it easier to sell my product. This town never lacks visitors since it's pretty much one of the major food producers of the kingdom. But what business should I start? Riz starts to think. The product must be innovative yet not very complex to make. As he was heading to his room, he stumbled across Robert. Riz's face contorts as he didn't like the fact that he met Robert. Out of all his siblings, Riz dislikes Robert the most. No, dislike is an understatement. He despises Robert with his entire being. Riz doesn't know why since he himself never has many contacts with Robert. Perhaps this is the feeling left by the former owner of the body. Why is he still here? Shouldn't he go back to the army instead? Robert serves in the army just like any successor of the noble house should. He is in the army that guards against the Principality of Barlia in the north. Although Barlian War ended more than 100 years ago, the Principality of Barlia never gave up their ambition to invade the south. You still alive, huh? I thought you died in the forest. Robert start the conversation. Ha 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 ha, as you can see, I am still alive and doing pretty well. Riz laughing. Robert then said, you. He was shocked to hear such an easygoing answer from Riz. Now I can pretty much be sure that it is this guy who is the reason why I end up in the forest. But why does he want to kill me? It's not like I'm threatening his position as a successor. The Riz that he knows is always timid and doesn't dare to reply back. Riz laughs, seeing Robert's face turn red due to anger. Let's see who is going to laugh in the end, Robert whispered. When Robert faces away, Riz's face turns serious. It looks like there is someone who wants me dead. Riz doesn't know if it is due to the matter of succession or other reasons that he didn't know. He decided that he really need to have his own wealth that he can use as he liked. Riz doesn't care if he is hated. All he wants is to live a peaceful life and get rich, of course. However, if someone disturbs his life, then he doesn't mind fighting. At dinner, Riz, next year I'm going to hire you a tutor to resume your studies. Richard informed. Riz was shocked. He forgot that he's only 14 years old now. Damn it, I thought I don't need to learn anything. Except for history and politics, there's nothing worth learning. Riz thought is actually not wrong. After all, he has learned up to degree level in the past. Noble children usually receive education at home from a personal tutor hired by the head of the family. There is no public school in this era, and only with wealth can someone gain access to education, and it usually was only provided to the boys. However, girls in the Rintum family are lucky, since Richard provided all of his children with an education regardless of their gender. People need to know that the cost of hiring a tutor to teach one noble child is exorbitant. The cost of hiring a tutor depends on the number of students a tutor needs to teach. Giving one noble child an education can cost around 75,000 rows. For example, although Russell and Rachel are studying the same subject under the same tutor together, Richard needs to pay 150,000 rows annually. That's a lot of money given that the average income of the count is between 350,000 to 400,000 rows. The tutor hired usually is also a noble that was not a successor, so hiring one tutor is enough to teach all the subjects. There is no need to hire multiple tutors for multiple subjects. If multiple tutors are needed, then only the duke and the royal family can afford full education. Yes, all nobles' children are required to finish their studies. I don't want to learn any excuse, warned Richard. Yes, father, Riz replied. Among Richard's children, only Robert and Renee have finished their studies. Both Rachel and Russell currently are studying. The reason why Richard didn't let Riz study right away is that he wanted to give Riz time to prepare mentally. The death of Eve really gives a mental blow to Riz. Richard knows that aside from him, only Renee treats him well. The reason why there's nobody bullying Riz despite having a commoner's blood is that everybody in the mansion knows how much Richard dotes on his youngest son. Nobody wants to invoke the Lord's wrath. Even Maria herself only said spiteful words. Until now, nobody knows why Richard married a commoner. Nobody. Richard didn't say anything. If he let Riz study right away, he is afraid that it will be hard for him to concentrate. There are a lot of subjects that need to be learned by the nobles' children, such as horsemanship, swordsmanship, politics, history, geography, literature, mathematics, and etiquette. There is no need to educate someone like him. It is just a waste of money, Maria spited. Robert laughed. Looks like someone getting jealous about not receiving a full education, Riz provoked Maria. You little brat. Maria's face contorted with rage. She, like many other noble ladies, only learned necessary things on how to be a good lady of the house. PFTT Josephine, who always looks indifferent, tries to hold back her laugh. Enough, Richard interfere. Knock, knock, knocks. Come in, Richard says. After dinner, Richard returns to his office. The life of the Lord is never an easy one. The only time he can relax is when spending time alone with his wives. Did I disturb you, father? Riz said after seeing a pile of parchment on Richard's work desk. No, not at all. What do you want, Riz? Richard says with a smile on his face. I was thinking about setting up my own business, so I want to ask you how the taxation in the fief works, says Riz. At present, the date is 7th April 299 Pain era. He has 8 months left until January next year when he will start his study back. He decides to start his business right now since he has time. He knows it will be disastrous for him when Robert becomes a count. The name of the month and number of days in a year is as the same as on Earth. That's convenient. Richard is only 40 years old and healthy. It will be a long time before Robert comes to power, but it doesn't hurt to prepare early on. He needs something that belongs to him that can't be taken away. Wealth is the best option as it is convenient and its usefulness. You want to do business. Richard was shocked when he heard it, but a bit happy. Since Eva's death, Riz seems to not care about anything anymore. Seeing his son finally want to do something makes him very happy. Of course, I can tell you. Richard says, and then he begins to explain. There are several taxes that the Lord charges to the people, which are 10% income tax and 10% business tax. What is the function of the guild? Riz asked. Anyone who wants to do business in Bideford needs to register with the merchant guild. Setting stalls, right to sell, providing jobs, and collecting business taxes are all handled by the merchant guild. Basically all business-related matters. Richard explained. Isn't that will make merchant guild too powerful? Riz asked. Don't worry, I'm the guild master of the merchant guild. There's no way I will let other people control the fief's taxes. Richard assures Riz. What about income tax? That was handled by the town hall. Both taxes were collected annually. Then what's the point of a craft guild then? That's just a place to find employment, training, information, and make sure the quality of the product is up to standard or not. You can choose to join it or not. If you join, you can gain access to the information regarding craft. Riz starts his day by running around the mansion. As lazy as he wants to be, he still realizes that this is not the modern era. Strength means a lot here. If you are weak, then you be trampled by others. It's survival of the fittest. He didn't have the slightest intention of taking a common path of entering the army, as most of the second and third sons of nobles do. He still needs to strengthen himself just in case he encounters danger. The things he hates the most are being thrown into a helpless situation. Riz runs several rounds more than usual today because he is happy. First, Robert started his journey to go back to the army at the border city, Dunstan. It looks like the Principality of Barlia is getting restless. Riz didn't feel worried at all since all those things happen in the northeastern part of the kingdom. Since this is his first business, he should at least show his father how capable he is and increase his father's confidence in him, or else he might be forced to enter the army. As an ordinary person from modern times, he absolutely doesn't want that to happen. After finishing his running routine, he returned to his room. While cooling down his body, Riz grabs the bell beside his bed and rings it. Ting, ting, ting. Tut, 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 tut. Riz hears the footsteps hastily approaching his room. Then he hears a knocking sound. Knock, 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 come in. Did you call me, young master? Charlotte asks. Yes, Charlotte. You go to Edward and ask him how much money I have, Riz ordered. Yes, young master. After a while, Charlotte returns and Riz immediately asks her. So how much did I have? According to Sir Edward, young master started to receive an allowance of 500 rows every month since young master turns 11 years old. The total money that young master has up until last month is 19,500 rows. That's a lot. Did I never use my allowance? Riz asked. Know that the annual income of the commoner is around 150 rows. You never use your money at all, young master. Previously, the one who keeps your allowance is your mother. However, since your mother has passed away, under the Lord's order, Sir Edward is entrusted to keep your money safe. That's how things work in this family. The father gives the allowance to the children through their mother. Everybody knows just how strictly a mother controls their children's money. In Riz's case, he actually lucky to get his own money easily. Okay, got it. You can go now. After Charlotte left, Riz was at his desk and starts writing down the steps of making paper. Yes, he decided to make a paper. It's an innovative product that will definitely sell well. The process of making it is not so complex. You can even make it at home. Furthermore, he doesn't need to worry about the raw material since there is a forest south of the city, the forest where he first arrives in this world. To make paper, he needs to find a suitable wood as raw material. After finding a suitable wood, it will be chopped into smaller pieces. Peel off its outer bark and take the inner one. Then pour it into a basin filled with water and beat it until they become pulp. This may take several hours since there is no machinery. After several hours of beating, check the consistency of the pulp. If it is okay, then it can proceed to the next step. If not, then continue the beating. Then the wooden mold will be plunged into the pulp. Lift it and shake the wooden mold to even out the pulp to get the water out, leaving only fibers on the mold's surface. Transfer the fiber from the mold and put it on top of the fabric. Repeat the process with each sheet of paper separated by the fabric to prevent it from sticking together. Then slowly apply pressure on the top of the stack of paper to draw the excess water out. Finally, hang the paper to dry. After roughly summarizing the process of papermaking and making a detailed drawing of the tools he needed, Riz decided to go to the town to find a suitable place to set up his paper factory, preferably near the river in the southern part of the city. He wants to find a place which is not too small and not too big to set up his factory. In the future, he wants to build an assembly line to mass produce his paper. Before that, he decided to do it in a small scale just to make sure there is nothing wrong in the process. He also needs to find a wood workshop to make the necessary tools. Riz then called Charlotte. Get ready, we're going to the town. Yes, young master. May I ask what our purpose is for heading to the town? Charlotte asks soon after they start moving to the town. I want to find a property to buy. Where should I go? Riz asked. Buy a property. What are you going to do, young master? Charlotte was shocked. I'm going to start a business, said Riz nonchalantly. Business? Did Master know about this? Yes, he knows, and I have already got his permission. Now stop asking so many questions. Riz start to feel irritated. Charlotte stops asking and said, if that is the case, we should go to the town hall. They are the ones that handle matters regarding property in Bideford. All right, let's go. After walking for a while, they finally arrive at the town hall. It is the largest public building in the town. The town hall has many rooms for various purposes. Aside from property management, it is also the place where the trial was done to solve disputes. It also has a public library, but of course, it can't compare to the library in the Rintham mansion. Riz take a peek inside the library. It only has several books. It can hardly be called a library. The library itself looks deserted. There are not many people who are literate, and the majority who are literate is nobles and rich merchant. The literacy rate in Bideford is below 20%. Charlotte leads Riz to the clerk responsible for property matters. Yes, how can I help you? Asked the clerk. I would like to buy a property, preferably in the southern part of the town. The place should not be too small. She looks a little shocked since most people prefer to rent. The price between renting and buying is completely different. After looking through various documents, there are 3 potential places that matched Riz's requirements. After visiting all the places shown by her, Riz decided to go with the second choice. It is located in the area between the river right and the main road left. The place is also located near the south gate, making it easier to go to the forest to get the raw material. The place is a little big than what Riz initially wanted, but that's okay. Riz and Charlotte return to the town hall to finish the transaction. Riz need to fill up some details in a form. The clerk has a surprised look on her face when seeing Riz's full name. Riz saw this, but he just ignored it. It's really an eye-opener to find out the process is quite systematic, Riz says to Charlotte after handing over the form to the clerk. Riz thought it would be a complicated and tiring process since he is in the medieval era. This process was implemented during Lord Renault's era. He wants to make this place a safe and easy place to conduct business. Since Bideford's population is only around 20,000 people, not much the Lord can get from income tax alone. So Lord Renault aim at the business tax, Charlotte explained. I see. My lord, the clerk called. The price of the property is 11,000 rows. Riz struggled to hand the money over. The price is almost 60% of his entire saving. The clerk then handed Riz the document, something like a certificate of ownership. Riz then leave the town hall and ask Charlotte to lead him to a good wood workshop. He wants to order the equipment. There, Riz meets an old man named Arnold, the owner of the workshop. Riz handed over the details drawing to Arnold and explained to him the specifics he wants. He then pays Arnold 100 rows as a deposit and another 150 rows after Arnold finishes the job. Riz and Charlotte then proceed to the Merchant Guild where he needs to register his business. If not, he would be considered doing business illegally. There are many benefits that merchant guilds give to Bideford town. For common people, this is a place where they can find jobs especially related to administration, but they need to be literate first. They will be directly rejected if they are illiterate. However, the main point is you can sell and buy things at the Merchant Guild. This is the biggest benefit the Merchant Guild has. For small businesses and startups, this is very helpful to them as they don't have their own sales channel. They can also buy or order things through the Merchant Guild. Of course, the price will be higher, but it's convenient. Since the Lord is the guild master of the Merchant Guild, credibility is guaranteed. As for corruption, no one dares to do it. If you get caught doing it, then you're dead and even your family member may die as well. Remember. This is not a modern era where people could get away after being guilty of corruption. The Lord has absolute power in his fief. He can basically exterminate an entire family or anyone he wants so long as they are not noble. After walking for 5 minutes, Riz finally arrives at the Merchant Guild. The guild is full of people going in and out. Once entered the guild, there are several counters in the middle and rows of chairs to sit in while waiting to be called. There is some kind of ticketing system here where a guy will hand over a small piece of board with a number on it. The number there is not your turn, but the number of the counter. Another guy will decide where you will sit according to the arrival order. That guy points to where Riz should sit and follow his instruction. Riz looks down at the small piece of board and sees the number, 3, written on it. Charlotte just stands behind him and remains calm despite her beauty attracting a lot of attention. It's rare to see women in the Merchant Guild. Is there no woman merchant here in Bideford? Asked Riz. Not that I am aware of, young master. Even if there is, the number must be really small. Women rarely enter the business and trade industry. Charlotte replied. Riz looks to the left and sees there is a bulletin board. Not one but a lot of them. Many job advertisements were pasted there. The right side is where workshops buy, sell, or order goods. The variety of services makes Riz astonished. Are all merchant guilds offering a lot of services like this? As far as I know, only the Merchant Guild is located near the main trade route as a lot of services. The guild farther from the main trade route only offers basic services like job recruitment and buying and selling goods. The House of Rintum is the first noble family to take over the Merchant Guild during Lord Renault's era. Lord Renault then obligates the registration of business with merchant guilds and collects business taxes via the guilds. Charlotte explained, "This grandfather of mine sounds so awesome." Riz then was called to the counter. "How can I help you? I would like to register for a company." "Sure, you just need to fill out this form and pay a registration fee of 50 rows. The clerk handed the registration form to Riz. Riz started filling out the form, but when it came to the name of the company, Riz was stuck. His naming sense is not particularly good. What name should I put? After a few moments, Riz decided to put Gatharix Paper Company. Gatharix. It sounds cool, right? Riz with a smug face. Charlotte stared at Riz's smug face with her beautiful light blue eyes. She wants to say something, but at the same time didn't want to hurt her lord's feelings. Riz ignored Charlotte's stare and handed the form back to the clerk and pays the money. He then asks the clerk, "How do I post a job advertisement?" "My lord, you need to pay 5 rows for one job advertisement and 1 rose for 1 day," the clerk says with a more respectful tone after knowing who Riz is. "All right, I want to post a 1 job advertisement for 3 days. Riz then handed 8 rows to the clerk. Riz started writing on the roughly A4 size thin board. Employer, Rizzery Gatharix Paper Company, 3 woodcutters, 12 rows per month. Man, aged between 14 and 25 years old. Those who have experience will be an advantage. 5 laborers, 10 rows per month. 3 men and 2 women, aged between 14 and 30 years old. No experience is required. Those who are interested, please gather at Arnold Wood Workshop in 3 days, 11th April in the morning. I guess that's it for now. As for other roles, I'll decide later." Riz gives the board back to the clerk. He then decides to take a look at the bulletin board there. "There are a lot of people hiring workers," Riz says. "Many companies post their recruitment here, usually a low-skill labor-related job. Finding someone that can read is already a difficult task. Finding someone who can do an administration job is even harder. Most companies cultivate their own personal staff. After all, which merchant wants to waste time and resources cultivating strangers? Time is money," Charlotte explained. Wait, if they're illiterate, then how do they read job advertisements? Look at the guy over there." Riz follows the direction Charlotte pointed to. "That guy will help job seekers." "I see you really know a lot of things, aren't you?" 3 days later, Riz and Charlotte arrive at Arnold's wood workshop in the morning. There, Riz can see 5 men and 2 women in front of Arnold's workshop. "Hey kid, who the hell are all of these people?" Arnold asks Riz. Arnold didn't know Riz's identity, and Riz didn't tell him either. "Calm down, old man. I'm the one who asks them to gather here." All right. Next time, make sure you inform me first. Here are your tools." Riz checked to make sure everything is there. "Good workmanship." He praises and gives the remaining 150 rows to Arnold. "Of course, I'm the best wood craftsman in this area. Don't forget to come back when you have a new order," said Arnold. "Don't worry, I will." Riz is pleased with Arnold's works. He exactly follows Riz's instructions and drawings. After arriving at his own workshop, Riz starts to interview them. "First of all, my name is Rizzery, the boss of this workshop. As mentioned in the job advertisement, there are positions for woodcutter and laborer. You will be working 6 days a week and 1 day off. If anyone wants to change their mind and leave, please do it now." Seeing none of them wanted to give up this job, Riz proceeded with the interview by asking them to introduce themselves. Maybe the 1 day off attract their interest, Riz thought. In this world, it is normal to work every day. 3 men, Lewis, James, and Mark, are here for the woodcutter position. Fortunately, all of them have experience. 2 men, Paul and Jason, and 2 women, Mary and Emily, are here for the laborer position. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Riz asked them, "Do you have any questions?" Emily raised her hand. "Boss, what is paper? It's a new product I develop. You will know soon. Anything else?" Seeing no one ask anything, Riz starts giving orders to his workers. "First of all, the laborers will clean up this place. Please follow the drawing that I have drawn on the parchment." Riz already divided his workshop into several areas: the unloading area, steaming and peeling area, beating area, sheet forming area, drying area, and sizing area. Some of these will be replaced by machine power by the water wheel. For now, Riz needs to produce a small product first to show to his father. He wants to borrow some money to construct his production line. He only has a little over 8,000 rows, which is not enough. Riz doesn't know much about plants, but he knows that softwood trees are suitable for paper making because they have long fibers in the wood. He turns around and asks James. He is the oldest one and has the most knowledge about Jivry Forest. "Is there any tree in the forest called pine, spruce, fir, or hemlock?" "Jivry Forest has all the trees you mentioned, boss, but pine and spruce are the most abundant available," James told. "Then let's get some from each of them. There's no need to cut down the entire tree. We just need a small amount to make a trial product first." A week has passed since the first day Gatharix Paper Company started operating. Riz and his workers have been making the paper using different kinds of trees. Today, they finally develop a paper that meets Riz's standards. When producing the paper, he wants the paper to be thick enough so that it can be written using a quill and white enough to see the writing clearly. Of course, he himself knows that in terms of quality, it is impossible to get the quality the same as modern paper. By now, all of his workers, including Charlotte, know what paper is. All of them are amazed by this paper. They don't need to be smart and educated to know just how convenient this paper is. Charlotte initially has no idea about the product that Riz wants to sell. Even so, she still followed him without asking anything. Holding a successfully developed A3 size paper, Charlotte knows that if this paper hit the market, it could shake the entire parchment industry. No, it might completely destroy the parchment industry. Looking at her master excitedly discussing something with his workers, she feels happy for him. Young master has changed a lot. He has become brighter than the past 2 years. Charlotte, what are you dazing at? Let's go home and meet father. Riz's voice stops her from being lost in thought. Riz handed a stack of paper that had around 25 sheets of A4 size paper to her. Are you going to show this to master? Yes, I need to borrow some money from my father to increase the production of paper. The purpose of making paper is to make it cheaper than parchment. I also want to grab a market share as much as I can. He shared his thoughts with Charlotte. He knows that those parchment makers will definitely retaliate and try to ban his paper. Whenever new products or technology were introduced to the world, the ones that make a lot of noise are definitely the old bones. Instead of adapting, they choose to fight. They have money and power but seek stability, while young people are full of ideas and energy but lack money. These kinds of people are the ones who slow down the advancement of humans back on Earth. In the Lord's office, Richard is looking at the slightly yellowish paper given to him with a surprised look on his face. Not only him, but Edward was surprised too. In just a week, his son handed him a product that he has never seen before. Note that Richard always keeps his eyes on his son, and he receives a report on his son's activities every day. When he reads a report, he has no idea what his son is doing. He thought his son was playing around and just wanted to get rid of his boredom. Now he knows that his son is not playing around. Son, what is this? Paper. It's a medium to write just like parchment, but this one is more convenient and cheaper to use, he explained. The paper has many other uses like decoration and wrapping material, but he didn't bother to explain it to his father. Human creativity will find ways on its own. Riz is there in front of him waiting for his comment. He saw Richard reaching for the quill and started writing on it. He can feel the smoothness when writing on it. Then he turns the paper around and sees no words can be seen through from the back. He tore it, folded it, and even burned it. Overall, he was satisfied with the paper. This is an amazing product. Richard opened his mouth. Don't you think so, Edward? Yes, master. With this paper, we can get rid of the thick board and parchment and reduce some storage space. Edward gives his opinion. How much can you produce a day? 25 sheets per day. Too little. You will have to sell at a high price if you want to cover the cost. You need to know that a piece of parchment can cost 15. I know I plan to sell 1 rose apiece, so I need to increase my production rate. That's why I'm here. I want to borrow some money. Riz then starts talking about his production line and shows his father a rough plan he has made previously. I will lend you 100,000 rows. No interest. You need to pay me back before 1st January next year. After Riz left the office, Edward voices his opinion, my lord. Don't you think that 100,000 rows is too much? It will definitely put a burden on our finances. I know, but I am confident in the prospect of this product. Charlotte, I want you to go to the town hall and buy the vacant land beside our workshop. Riz handed 30,000 rows to Charlotte. The current workshop area is not enough to put a production line. After Charlotte left, Riz immediately starts making a detailed drawing of his water-powered production line. He starts with the unloading area. He only needs to build wood storage and a workstation for workers to chop the wood into smaller pieces. For the steaming and peeling area, he decides to make several large pots so a lot of chopped wood can be boiled at the same time. The beating area is the most complex part of the design. This is the part where the pulp is being produced. Riz starts designing the stamper power by the water wheel. He decided to put iron spikes at the base of the stamper. For the sheet forming area, he just needs to add several more molds to increase productivity. He decided to make a mold that produced A3 size paper. If the mold is too big, it will be difficult for one person to handle it. The drying area and sizing area are not that difficult. He just needs to build a drying loft and other related tools. The next day, Riz and Charlotte rushed to Arnold with a stack of parchment. Arnold, I have a big job for you. Riz handed the blueprint of the production line to Arnold. This, my God, I have never liked something before. Arnold was amazed by the drawings in his hand. He listens to Riz's explanation, afraid of missing anything important. Sometimes he gives his own insight based on his experience. In terms of the selection of material, Arnold has a more profound knowledge than Riz. The discussion lasts for 2 hours. Do you think you can finish the job in a month? Riz asked after finishing the discussion with Arnold. I can, but the price will be higher. Don't worry, just start working on it. A month and 10 days have passed since Arnold started working on the project. Due to the complexity of the machine, the delivery date was late by 10 days. Right now, Riz is inspecting Arnold's works. Arnold, I have to say that I was very pleased with your work. The next day, the workers arrive at the workshop. They were amazed by the scene in the workshop. Riz gives some briefings and explanations to them on working in the workshop. By now, he has hired a large number of workers to operate the workshop. During a month of construction, he took a chance to train his 7 workers to do administration jobs. He chose James to be the workshop manager on his behalf. Thus, the workshop begins its operation. It's been 2 months since paper entered the market. The production rate of paper is around 250,000 to 300,000 sheets per month. At first, Riz supplied the paper to his father. His father first ordered 10 bales. 1 bale is 5,000 sheets of paper. When receiving the paper, Richard immediately ordered Edward to arrange for personnel to transfer the documents to the paper form. He also ordered the town hall and merchant guild to do the same. He decided that from now, the usage of parchment will be reduced and increase the usage of paper. The emergence of paper has caused a storm in the market. Its cheapness and convenience have gained popularity among people, especially among merchants. They are the group that used a lot of parchment to record business transactions. For the parchment industry in Bideford, they have been crippled before they even have time to think of making any retaliation. Of course, there are some people who voice their dissatisfaction, but they have been shut up by the Lord. However, that's not the case in other places. Parchment makers in other places have united to ban the paper, but it doesn't stop people from using paper. First, the inventor of paper is the Lord's youngest son. Second, parchment makers have been monopolizing the writing industry for a long time. These people have been controlling the price of parchment and making it as expensive as possible. One of them is Count of Gilcakes. Since Bideford is located on the trade route, the influence of paper has spread to the neighboring Gilcakes County and Royal Territory. By now, many people in the noble society know Riz's identity. He has attracted more attention than he initially thought. In the garden located at the back of the mansion, Josephine and her daughter, Renee, is enjoying their tea. Did you know about the paper that Kid made, Renee? Josephine asked. No, are you sure he didn't tell you? Aren't you guys close to each other? I thought he would tell you everything if you asked. I already asked him where he's disappearing every day, but he didn't tell me. Now I know why he's rarely been at home for the last few months. I never thought that he would start a business and even cause such a huge wave, says Renee. Renee feels a little bit sad that Riz is hiding things from her. So that kid now has started learning to hide things, Josephine muttered. There is a reason for Josephine to ask this. Yesterday, the letter from her father, Baron Cisorvar, arrived. He wants Josephine to acquire information on paper making process from Riz. Josephine is considering whether to help her father or not. Clearly, the paper has disturbed the parchment industry in Cisorvar. Unlike Bideford, Cisorvar is located further south in Gilcakes County, away from trade east and west trade routes. They depend heavily on parchment to obtain income. I wonder how that woman is doing. She'd have been trying so hard to put her son as a count. Now the youngest has shown a potential. The woman Josephine refers to is, of course, Maria. The room is exquisite. The furniture there is made of high-quality material and well-crafted by experienced craftsmen. The decoration proves the owner's elegant and dignified personality. This is the room of Maria Gilcakes, the lady of the house. In her hand is the letter from her father urging her to do something about the half-commoner brat that had caused waves in the kingdom. Maria is really worried about the threat that Riz poses to her son. Now that brat is making a name for himself. Not only nobles, but also commoners are praising him. In contrast, her son is stuck at the kingdom's border. The cheap paper reduces the resource burden for poor noble and rich merchants to provide education to their children. She also knows just how deeply Richard loves this son of his. He will not hesitate to make Riz his successor once Robert makes a mistake. In fact, Maria also suspected that Richard played a role behind the scene to send Robert to the border. There are no nobles with sane minds who will send their successor to the border. That commoner brat should just live quietly. Why did he suddenly make that stupid paper? Looking at the letter in her hand, she knows that she needs to do something about that brat Napuna, capital city of Bajiroja Kingdom. The man sitting on the throne listening to his minister's report. He emits a majestic and imposing aura. The discussion has going on for more than 3 hours. He is King Nicholas Napuna Bajiroja, also known as Nicholas I, the current ruler of the Bajiroja Kingdom. Your Majesty, the Principality of Barlia in the north have shown some movement. They have been gathering troops near our border. Not only that, they seem to reach a cooperation with the United Republic of Blanche. If we don't do anything, the second North-South War might occur, said Prime Minister Wendell. Did the envoy from the Republic of Cerdoia has arrived? Asked Nicholas I. The envoy has arrived yesterday. He is waiting to seek an audience with your Majesty. Let him in. Soon the envoy arrived in the throne hall. Nicholas I closed his eyes and starts thinking. The war that happened more than 100 years ago was told to him by his late father. The war made the kingdom lose half of its territory and put the capital in danger. If not because of Rintum, we might lose the territory forever, and Barlia might be able to establish a firm foothold in the south. A few moments later, he opens his eyes and looks at the envoy. I agree to form an alliance with your nation. As for the specific, you can discuss it with the Prime Minister. Is there anything else? Nicholas I is looking at the Prime Minister. There is no more important agenda, Your Majesty. However, please take a look at this. The Prime Minister handed the paper to Nicholas I. What's this? Apparently it is called paper. It is a new medium of writing. It was invented by Rintum's youngest son. The parchment industry has been turbulent in the past few months because of this, Wendell explained. Who? I never know House of Rintum has this kind of talent. He was amazed by this paper. Now he knows why parchment makers were shaken. Are we also started using paper? He continues to ask. Yes, Your Majesty. We have started the transition from parchment to paper. Paper only cost 1 rose, far cheaper than parchment. We can save a lot of expenses. While others are discussing about the emergence of paper, Riz is in his workshop making sure the production encounters no problem and solving the supply of wood. The demand for wood will continue to increase over time. Solely relying on Jivri Forest alone is not enough. Riz is writing steps to increase the harvest. The current 3 field systems are not efficient and fully utilize the available land. 3 field systems divided the field into 3 parts, wheat or rye, oat or beans fallow. The 4 field system, however, didn't have fields that were left fallow. 4 different crops are grown: wheat, turnips, barley, and clover. He also designed some equipment that can help improve efficiency. Some of them are the horse-powered reaper machine and cotton gin. Riz aimed to liberate as much manpower as possible, especially the children. With the existence of paper, the cost of education decreased by a large margin. Riz want to educate the young generation as soon as possible. He will definitely need them in the future. Riz has been stuck in the room for 3 days now. He has been busy with his proposal on agriculture in Bideford. He had the servant send the food to his room and left the matter of the company to James. James has grown capable enough to handle the company for him without Charlotte's assistance. Finally, on the 4th day, he finished writing his plan. He immediately goes to his father's office. Knock, 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 come in. Father, I want you to see this. Riz handed over his proposal to Richard. Richard looked at Riz's plan. The only thing that impressed him is probably the machinery that increases efficiency. He has no doubt about it. He already sees Riz's workshop full of this kind of thing. It is a magnificent sight to behold. For the 4 field system, since there's no data to prove it, he is not convinced enough. To be honest, the proposal itself is not that great. If Riz handed over such a proposal to his professor back on Earth, that proposal will go straight to the trash can. It's a complete garbage proposal. There is no preliminary data whatsoever. Only some introduction, hypothesis, thoughts, and expected outcome. What Riz is doing for the past 3 days is trying to write his proposal with correct words and sentences in a way that it can sound convincing enough to the reader. Riz, if someone else gives this to me, I will directly burn it, Richard said. Damn, he's worse than my supervisor. However, Richard continues, since you have proven your capability with that paper company, I'm willing to believe in your plan. I will give you the portion of the field northeast of the town. You can experiment with it. If the results are as you wrote in this proposal, then I will implement it in the fief. As for this machinery, you can just find a blacksmith to make it for you, but have you ever thought about the manpower that has been liberated? We can order the adult to open more land, and we can send the children to the school. School, do you plan to educate them? Do you know what the lords fear the most? It's when their subject has a book and sword, told Richard. I don't think they will rebel if we rule them justly. In addition, we need a lot of talent in the future. We will talk about this public school stuff later. For now, just prove that your assumption is correct. Tegrat City. It is a city with a population of 36,000 people. It is located in the west of the Bajaroja Kingdom, bordering the bishopric of Tur-Divikija. Is what you said true? Asks an old man in his late 50s. He looks slightly fat with a bald head. Despite his age, he is still strong enough to carry out the tasks as a lord. Yes, my lord, the timing was right, said the knight. After the knight left, the old man sat on the chair in his office, pondering for a while. He is calculating his next move. The obstacle he needs to eliminate is bigger than he thought. Previously, he thought that he'd already succeeded, but that has been proven wrong. He reached out for the paper on his desk. When he saw the paper, he scoffed at himself. He might be old, but he is not stubborn. By now, the parchment industry has basically collapsed. His investment all these years is wasted now. He didn't make any preparation and lost a lot of money in this unanticipated storm. One move and it shakes an entire industry. He starts writing a letter to his daughter, Maria Gilcakes. She needs to prove that she is useful or else she will be eliminated. He thought that he didn't have to do anything and just wait for Robert to take the mantle, but unexpectedly Riz was born with a splitting image of Richard. Therefore, he decided to eliminate the threat early on. Chance was presented to them when Riz went out to the forest. Since then, it is hard to find a chance to strike him. Send this letter to Maria, ordered the Count. After the servant leaves, he is thinking for a while before deciding to write another letter. No way this can be true. Maria is looking at the letter sent by her father. The news in the letter is not confirmed yet. It is just a suspicion for now, but the reasoning her father wrote sounds convincing enough. I need to kill him, resolved Maria. She can't let him grow and overshadow her son. Luckily, she has already started. Maria called her servant. Did you do as I asked you to do? Yes, milady. In a room that is usually locked away, Richard stares at a portrait of a woman. The woman in the portrait is smiling gracefully. Tears can be seen in the corner of his eyes. He really misses that cheerful lady. Despite the chaos that she experienced, she keeps smiling as if the problem didn't bother her. She was strong and kind to her allies and ruthless to her enemy. Richard personally saw how she ruthlessly killed the enemy that chasing her, the image that doesn't fit someone who bears the title of princess. For the past 2 years, Richard has been blaming himself for her death. He believes that he is responsible for her death. The woman in the portrait is Richard's deceased wife and Riz's mother, Princess Evelyn Surdo. There are 2 portraits of her in Rintum's mansion. One in this room and another was kept away. Richard decided to hide her portrait due to her identity. Even during her life, she never appears too much in front of the public. My lord, there is something I need to report, Edward. What is it? Maria is making a move toward young Master Riz, Edward said. He called Maria by her name in front of Richard without fearing anything. He knows that Richard never regards Maria as the lady of the house. Richard only treasures Josephine and Eve. Since Eve's death, he always reminds Josephine when they are alone not to encroach on Maria's interest. Josephine is smart enough to understand Richard's meaning. Therefore, she starts to treat Riz indifferently and asks her children to do the same. Russell followed his mother's order as he himself is not interested in power. He rather spends his time doing art. Only Renee, as stubborn as she could be, ignore her mother's order. It looks like she is getting restless. Perhaps because Riz has shown his potential now, asks Richard. Everybody knows about Riz and his paper. Everybody knows about the strange machine that he designs. The complexity of that alone makes the nobles awe. Richard knows just how much Riz obtained by selling his blueprint and technical knowledge. I think so too, my lord. She tries to use the same trick again. You took precaution, right? Yes, my lord, I have. I have also identified all the rats in the mansion. Good, you can leave now. Just keep an eye on them. We will deal with them when the time comes. Yes, my lord. After Edward leaves, Richard stares at Eve's portrait with calculating eyes. He then muttered, Did she really thinks I wouldn't notice? They look down on me too much. My lord, the letter from Lady Maria has arrived, the butler said. Bring it to me. Count Gilecakes opens the letter and starts reading it. In there, it is written that Maria is planning to slowly poison Riz to death under the disguise of sickness, just like how she did to his mother. Yes, assassination is the most common and popular way to eliminate your enemies in medieval times. Hemlock, arsenic, and aconite are among the popular poisons that can be used stealthily. However, the Count thought it was too slow. Now the northern countries are starting to move, and if the preparations are not made, he will miss the chance when the war broke out. Therefore, the Count decided to make another plan without Maria's knowledge. He decided to do it in the quickest way. The consequence can be discussed later on. Gilecakes has an advantage in every way, whether it's population, territorial size, wealth, or the number of cities. Be it in peacetime or wartime, there is no need to fear Bideford at all. No matter how dotes you are on your child, as a lord you need to think about your fief first. Once that kid died, you have no choice but to choose Robert. That's what Count Gilecakes thought. In the end, Robert will succeed and become a perfect puppet for him. He is confident in that. Riz is at the northeast of the town, handling the matter of 4 field systems since morning. He attached great importance to this project. History has proven that the agricultural revolution can change the fate of a nation. On top of that, he also personally surveys the location of where the water channel for irrigation will be built. The farmer is doubtful of Riz but didn't say anything. After all, he is a noble. They still value their life. However, if this plan fails, they probably have nothing to harvest. Riz assures them that if his plan is not working, he will compensate them with food. He won't lie, right? Whispered one of the farmers to his friend. I don't think so. I heard from people in the workshop that he is a pretty good boss. Their wages increased last month, his friend replied. After finishing his explanation to the farmer, he and Charlotte proceed to meet with Gobin, the blacksmith that helps Arnold with his paper machine project. Gobin's work is top-notch and he has proven his ability. While walking in a busy street near the square, someone is there waiting for Riz's arrival. The assassin learns Riz's behavior pattern. The assassin learns that whenever Riz is in town, he will definitely visit his workshop. The assassin makes a plan to assassinate Riz at the square. All the escape routes have been determined. The assassin has no doubt that the plan will succeed. Once the assassin locates Riz's position, the assassin blends in the crowd and slowly approaches Riz from the front. Charlotte is walking beside Riz like she always does. Her eyes are always wandering around, making sure there's no problem. Initially, she didn't notice anything weird. However, in a split second, she saw a man swinging something shining at Riz's chest. She immediately pushes Riz to the side. She didn't have time to reach her weapon and directly blocked the dagger with her arm. The assassin clicked his tongue, indicating he was frustrated that his mission failed. He quickly retracted his dagger and fled the scene. The people there are shocked by the event that happened before them. They quickly run away from the square as far as they can. Although the wound is not deep, Charlotte still bleeds. The knights in charge of peacekeeping at the square are surprised to witness this incident. They never expected that someone would attempt an assassination on the Lord's son. This is in the middle of Bideford town. If the assassination turns to be successful right under their nose, only death would be their biggest mercy. What are you doing? Get the young master to the safe place, Charlotte shouts harshly. Both knights and Riz recover their senses. All of this happens so fast. The knights quickly followed Charlotte's order. They didn't complain about anything despite being ordered by a 14-year-old girl. Her status is much higher than a mere knight. The assassin who couldn't kill Riz fled to the south. He saw Charlotte and the knights chasing him not far behind. While Charlotte is chasing the assassin, the knight brings Riz back to the mansion and immediately tells Richard what has happened. Richard was so enraged to the point his face turns red. He immediately called William Jeffrey, the House of Rintom's head knight. The assassin needs to be captured alive, and Charlotte alone is not enough to do that. She needs help. William, you go and assemble the troop to assist her. As you wish, my lord. Riz wants to go since he is worried about Charlotte. He was held by his father. You stay. You're not helpful even if you go. Don't worry about Charlotte, but don't be deceived by her sunny smiles. She's far stronger than you think. Jivry Forest. Charlotte right now is like a tigress who is chasing her prey. She really pissed off right now. 1. It is because someone tries to assassinate her lord. 2nd, her negligence led her lord into a near-death situation. It hurt her pride so much. The assassin, on the other hand, is in the predicament. He really underestimated this teenage girl. Damn it, I know that the boy is being guarded by one girl. I never thought she was this skillful. Charlotte's eyes never left the assassin. All of you spread out. We are going to encircle him. Don't lose sight of your colleague beside you, she ordered. The knights spread out according to her order. 2 on her left and 2 on her right. Not too far, not too close. From the sky, the position of Charlotte and the knights are shaped like a C. Shit, the assassin who sees these instinctively curses. He knows what she's trying to do. Charlotte is trying to lead the assassin out of the forest. She knows the forest better than the assassin. At this time, she was glad that she followed the young master to the forest months ago. After an hour of twists and turns, they successfully led him to the edge of the forest. At this time, both sides are slowly getting exhausted. It is noon now. They are sweating profusely. Charlotte is the most tired one. Her injuries are not been properly treated yet. Leaving with no choice, the assassin rushed out of the forest. He finally left the forest, she sighed. Running and turning left and right on the uneven ground has consumed a lot of her energy. On the outside of the forest, William has the knight encircle and guard all the possible exit points of the forest. He knows that Charlotte is probably chasing the assassin. Sooner or later, they will get out of the forest. When someone gets out of the forest, make sure to restrain them. Failure will not be tolerated, ordered William. Everybody knows the consequence of failing this mission. 10 minutes passed and they see a silhouette of people emerge from the east side of the forest. They clearly see 5 persons chasing one man and quickly make an encirclement around him. Damn it, said the assassin. He has clearly been encircled with no way out, since that's the case. Before he could do anything, Charlotte rushed from the back and kicked the back of his knee. She then grabs his neck and pushes him to the ground. She pins the assassin to the ground. She forcefully opens his mouth and stuffed a cloth inside it. She will not leave any chance for the assassin to commit suicide. The assassin was quickly apprehended by the knight. People in Bideford and the surrounding fiefs are talking about the assassination attempt on the count's youngest son. Many people are wondering why someone would assassinate the youngest son. Usually, people will go for the successor first. This incident has caused a lot of discussion among people in Bideford. Everybody starts to make their speculation. The most important thing that was discussed is who's behind it. Some people said it was the big boss in the parchment industry who did it. Everybody knows Riz is responsible for the decline in parchment usage. Others suggest it is an old grudge some noble toward the Rintom. Since the attempt happened in the square, a lot of merchants saw the incident firsthand and told it in their hometowns. The news only takes less than a week to reach the capital. It shocked a lot of influential people in the capital. The incident even reached the king. Wendell, did you hear the news? Asked Nicholas I to his prime minister. Yes, your majesty. I have heard it. It is hard to say that this incident just coincidentally happens, just as we're in the middle of preparation against the northern nation. I will investigate this matter. Report to me immediately if you find out something. As for the Rintum family, Josephine and Rene were shocked to hear the news. They never thought that someone would do it in an open place like that. Did that woman plan this? Josephine is thinking for a while. No, there is no way. That woman isn't brave enough to do something like this. Perhaps it's her father. That old man is an old fox. She knows the Count's personality well. Her father is a noble under Count Gilcakes. The Count never moves unless he is confident. On Maria's side, smash smash, Maria is throwing a lot of stuff in her room. She's enraged and slightly panicked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He never told me about this. Maria has been pacing around back and forth in her room. She never thought her father would take such a drastic measure. If they find out about it, all of Maria's bad deeds will also come to light. Every noble who has visited the Rintum mansion knows that it has 4 floors. However, nobody knew that there was another floor underground. On the outside, Rintum's mansion looks like a lovely mansion on top of the hill, overseeing the entire town. However, things are not as simple as that. The hill was chosen with the intention to build a lot of underground rooms and passages. Things like this aren't rare. It is a common practice for the nobles to have 1 or 2 secret places like this. After all, everyone has 1 or 2 things they want to hide from others. Richard right now is on his way to the underground floor. After making sure Charlotte's injuries are properly treated, he brought Riz to this floor to see the interrogation process. This is the first time he brought one of his children to this floor. This floor has various rooms for many purposes that can't be disclosed to the public. The captured assassin was brought to one of the rooms located on this floor, the torture room. As they descend, they gradually hear a scream. From the hallway, they can see the light escape from one of the rooms, indicating that it's occupied. The smell in this room is not particularly pleasing. What kind of place is this? Riz asks the moment he enters the windowless room. The room was only lit by a few candles. It is worse than what you see in horror movies. It is horror, dreadful, bloody, and fear all in one place. Torture room, Richard gives a short reply. He knocks on the wall to confirm his suspicion. Sure enough, it's made with a thick wall. I guess this is why I never heard any screams or sounds from the above ground. There, a lot of tools can be seen, such as the breaking wheel, the iron chair, the iron maiden, and the rack. These various ingenious tools make Riz amazed at human creativity and innovation. Riz sees the assassin in the middle of the room. His body is full of blood and injuries, proving he's been tortured for days. Riz looks at the assassin indifferently. He doesn't have the slightest pity or mercy towards him. He almost laughed when seeing the assassin in such a sorry state, but decided to hold back his laugh. I will look like a complete psycho if I laugh now. However, his action couldn't escape Richard's eyes. Richard, who worries that Riz cannot handle this brutal scene, sees that his son is actually holding his laugh. He sighed and muttered. He resembles his mother in this regard. Richard shifted his attention and asked the torturer, "Has he talked? It has already been 5 days, my apologies, my lord. We have tried many methods, but he still didn't open his mouth. We are very careful not to accidentally kill him. It looks like he has a strong mind and resolve," commented Richard. "If that is the case, let's attack his mind," Riz suggested. "Attack his mind? How?" "We cut off 1 or more of his senses. We isolate him and block his sight and hearing. Don't let him see and hear anything and leave him alone for a few days," Riz excitedly explains. Riz suggests a psychological torture technique that is aimed at sensory deprivation and isolation. He heard a lot of this technique in the past. He just felt a little bit upset that he can't completely recreate the method with the current technologies. The people in the torture room are dumbfounded by this idea. They have been in this job for years, yet it never occurs to their mind that they could torture people in a bloodless way. Since we have tried all the methods we know, let's try Riz's method for now. If it is not successful, we will think of another way. Richard agreed with Riz's suggestion. He needs results right now, or all the nobles in the kingdom will think Rintum is a joke. The torturer there quickly follows Riz's suggestion, even though they are doubtful. After a few days, the assassin confesses everything. He didn't want to experience something like that anymore. In the time when he was isolated, he could feel that his sane mind slowly faded away. He feels anxious and hallucinates a lot. His mind has so many bizarre thoughts. The torturers who heard this felt absurd. Simply block his sense and he gives up retaliating. Riz is too lazy to explain it to them, so he asked them to try it by themselves. The first to try is the head knight, William. There is no arrogance coming from his mouth after experiencing it. The same goes for other knights. They just realize just how weak their psychology is. He said that he was sent by the president of the Republic of Cerdoia to help Count Gilcakes eliminate the last royal blood of the Cerdo dynasty. The president is afraid that Riz would come to Cerdoia and claim the throne. Hearing this, Richard knows what Count Gilcakes wants to try to achieve. He wants to put Robert as a count and control him. This greedy old man, he's been running around everywhere for the sake of power. It will be troublesome if news about Riz's lineage reaches the royal family. "What are we going to do now, my lord?" asks Edward. "You go and detain Maria first and ask Robert to return. It's time to strike them." At the same time as Richard is interrogating the assassin, Count Gilcakes is in his office waiting for the good news. Knock, knock, knocks. Come in. Milord, the mission failed. The assassin was captured. Instruct our agent in Rentham Mansion to kill the assassin. About that, milord, the butler hesitated to continue. What? We lost contact with all of our agents. Lost? Count Gilcakes shocked. He quickly regains his calm and starts to think. If our agent lost, that means Rentham probably suspects us a long time ago. They just need a valid reason to retaliate. Even if Gilcakes is confident, he still needs a solid reason to wage a war. At the moment, he could only make some preparation. Planting a spy in other nobles' houses is normal. As a noble, getting first-hand information is very important that can influence decisions made. They also need to keep up to date with the situation, then slowly prepare for war, don't alert them. Rentham will definitely wage a war against us. What about Lady Maria, my lord? Asked the butler. She's already useless to me. She can die all she wants. Count Gilcakes replied without any concern in his tone. That's how he treats his daughter. For him, they are just a tool to build connections with other nobles, and he didn't care about what happened to them afterwards. She should at least be careful that I married her to a young man rather than some fat old nobles, thought Count Gilcakes. Among all his 4 daughters, Maria can be said the luckiest one since she married a promising young Richard years ago. As Count Gilcakes is making his next move, the news also reaches Surdo, the capital of the Republic of Surdoya. President Matthew Milan is reading the report about the assassination. He gritted his teeth trying to hold back his anger. How could a professional assassin be unable to kill a single brat? To make things worse, he even got captured. If the Badgerosia king knows that he sends an assassin to assassinate a noble in his kingdom, Nicholas, I might break the alliance agreement. He needs to put pressure on the king and demand him hand over Riz to Surdoya. Riz's existence is a threat to his governance. If the royalist knows that the royal bloodline still exists, the large-scale uprising can engulf the entire nation. Summon Andrew for me, the secretary promptly executes the order. Later, Andrew comes to the presidential office. Mr. President, what do you want from me? I want you to go to Badgerosia as an envoy and ask the king to hand over the brat to us. Put some pressure on them. I will depart for Badgerosia right away. Clank. The door to the prison was opened by the guard. Richard and Riz were there watching. Maria and Robert were thrown into the prison located on the underground floor. You bastard, how dare you do this to your own son, swear Robert. He came back all the way from the border just to find himself in this state. His eyes fall on Riz before saying, no matter how you dote on him, you should treat your son fairly. He had suffered a lot because of Richard's favoritism since he was a kid. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I treat my children fairly. If not, then Rachel would be here with you. Richard said before his eyes looking at Maria. What do you mean? Robert couldn't understand. Maria on the side shudders when Richard is looking at her. She has a bad feeling about where is this going. Anthony, the young promising knight that serves the Gilcakes around 20 years ago. At some point, he acts as young Lady Maria Gilcakes' personal knight during her engagement with young Master Richard. After young Lady Maria married into the Rentham, he suddenly disappears as if he never exists. Richard starts narrating someone's life story while occasionally looking at Maria. Maria was sweating profusely when she heard the familiar name. Riz doesn't need to hear the rest to know where this story leads them to. Richard takes a sack that was held by the knight and throws it at Maria and Robert. In there contained a freshly decapitated head. Robert, meet your father, says Richard. Robert stares at Anthony's head blankly as if his brain stops working. The face on that head shows an expression of fear and despair. He looked at Maria for confirmation, but only to see Maria's bloodless face. It's over. Maria helplessly acknowledges the fact. Not only did she deceive her husband for 20 years, she even tried to put her son on a count seat. No one could tolerate this. Ignoring Robert's questionable gaze, Richard continues his story. It takes a very long time to find him. Maria does her best to conceal his existence. However, I'm not someone who gives up easily. My hard work finally pays off after years of searching. When I found him, he was at his house with his wife and his 2 small children enjoying a meal. Did you know what did he do when I introduced myself? He instantly grovels in front of me begging for mercy. I ask the knight to hold him and then proceed by killing his entire family member. Ha 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 ha, his expression was so priceless. Richard finished his story. He looked at Maria. Do you think I'm stupid, Maria? I know everything about your deed of poisoning Eve to death, about how you try to do the same at Riz, and about the forest incident. Right now, Maria just wants to get out of here. She never saw Richard this mad before. PL, please father, I don't know anything. It's all mother's fault. Robert starts to hug Richard's leg and beg. If what Richard said is true, then his life will be in danger. Richard kicks Robert in his face. Don't call me father. It is very disgusting to hear it from your mouth. Robert did not give up and starts to cling to Riz. Riz doesn't do much except step on Robert's throat while asking Richard what we are going to do with them, father. If I'm not mistaken, some of the punishment for adulterous women in medieval times back on Earth is whipping, head shaving, and parading through the streets. Seeing his father trying to hold back his anger, Riz didn't think their punishment would be simple as that. Nobody likes being cheated by others, especially someone close to them. Don't worry, Riz. I'm going to publicly execute them in the square. The knight is preparing a stage as we speak right now. Don't you think it's kinda simple? What? Do you have another plan? Let me hear it. Let's make it as flashy as possible. Let's use their death as a declaration of war against Gile Cakes. Oh, hurry up, explain it to me, Richard urged. For Robert, we just need to kill him. He doesn't have any value at all. However, Maria, since she can't keep that loose hole of hers closed, let's fill it with a hot iron rod and impale her to death. Then we spread the tale of Maria the cheater to an entire kingdom, indirectly destroying Gile Cake's reputation. Riz explained. Actually, he doesn't care so much about how they died. When he heard that his mother in this life was poisoned to death, he felt deep down in his heart. Perhaps this is inherent emotion left by the original owner. So he decided to make Maria's death as cruel as possible. Excellent. Ruthless to your enemies, just like your mother. Maria, who hears the conversation between father and son, trembles in fear. They treat her life as if it were worth nothing at all. After concluding the matters about that woman and her son, Richard called Josephine to inform her that she will be the family's main wife from now on. At first, she was quite confused, but after explaining everything to her, she agreed to accept the role. Even so, her heart was filled with fear. That man did not waver at all when he decided to eliminate the woman who lives with him for 20 years. No matter what, I will do my best to not displease him, resolved Josephine. A tense atmosphere engulfs the entire town for the past week. Currently, there are only a few people in the town square. All the establishments near the square were closed, unwilling to open their store temporarily. In the middle of the square, a wooden structure towering 4 meters high can be seen. It is an execution stage that was built by the carpenter not long ago under the order of the Lord. 2 corpses belonging to Maria and Robert can be seen on the stage by many people that pass the square. The rotting smell penetrates the entire square as they were left there for a week. In front of the stage, there is a notice board telling an adultery story titled, Maria the Cheater. The commerce activities have been temporarily relocated near the foothill, where the Rintum mansion is located. The rotting smell of the corpse truly disturbs the commercial activities in the town. While trading in the temporary market, people are talking about the execution that took place last week. Bideford seems to be the center of attention in the kingdom for quite some time now, starting with the invention of paper to the assassination of the Count's youngest son. However, none of it can compare to the scandal this time. News about the event shook the entire kingdom. The detail of the story was released to the public by the Rintum family. Josephine even helped spread the news at the tea party. Whichever tea party or banquet she goes to, many noblewomen will congratulate her and inquire about the stories. Many nobles speculate that the war will break out, but they are not confident that Rintum can win against Gile Cakes. The one who is most affected is the Gile Cakes family. This incident has tarnished their reputation to the point where the woman from Gile Cakes was synonymous with adultery. All of Maria's sisters were divorced by their husbands, and the child they had with Gile Cakes' woman was not acknowledged. Some nobles advised their son to not marry the Gile Cakes. Richard told his family during dinner about this. Riz laughs so hard that the tears are coming out of his eyes. The most awkward one at dinner is Rachel. She's basically alone now, and everybody treats her as non-existent now. Some of the servants were gossiping with each other saying that she is not a lord's child. Rachel could only ignore it. For that old man, the connection that he tries so hard to build for years was destroyed by the act of his own daughter, says Richard. He will probably take advantage of this incident to fight against us. Are we just going to wait and defend? Riz asked, since there are just over 20,000 people in Bideford. We will fight and conquer. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you warfare tactics, said Richard. In his mind, he already decided to make Riz his successor. That night, Riz starts designing the siege weapon, the trebuchet. This is a weapon that dominates the battlefield from the 12th century until the emergence of gunpowder. It can throw stones up to 450 meters. In addition, he has the plan to make a crossbow, but he abandoned that idea. It's better to directly make guns in the future. If he considers conscripting all the adult and teenage boys in Bideford, the most he could get is probably 10,000 people. Of course, he didn't think that his father would use all of the men that he had. Considering that his father wants to conquer the cities in Gile Cakes, people alone are not enough. In his opinion, the most resource-consuming part of war is the siege. If he wants to reduce the resource, he needs to end the battle fast. The trebuchet will play a vital role in this upcoming war. There are many types of trebuchets. The one that Riz is planning to make is a counterweight trebuchet. A trebuchet operates under a simple principle. The trebuchet is cocked and the counterweight is increased. The counterweight falls when the trebuchet is fired, converting the system's potential energy into a mix of kinetic and potential energy. The next day, he goes to meet Arnold and Gobin to discuss the trebuchet. He needs them to produce the trebuchet as soon as possible. He also needs to train a team to operate the machine. I have to say, kid, your idea is crazy as always, comments Arnold. Now I feel confident that Bideford will win this war, Gobin added. Can you help me contact a stonemason you know? I need a lot of stone as ammunition for this machine. Don't worry, kid, I know some people. Riz returned to the mansion to learn about warfare from his father. They estimate the war will happen in 1 or 2 months. They are short of time. The only good thing is they have the right to start the war. Richard not only taught his son, but they also discussed the strategy for the upcoming war. The situation between Gilcakes and Bideford is getting worse as days pass by. Andrew, who was sent by the president of Serdoia, has arrived at Napuna. He requested the audience with the king. After several days of waiting, the king finally agreed to meet him. Envoy Andrew, I heard that you are in a hurry to meet with me. What can I do for you? The king asks. He somehow had a feeling that he knew what the envoy wanted. The prime minister has already investigated Riz's identity. Basically, most of the upper-ranked nobles already know about it. Almost all of them have the intention to match Riz with their daughter. It's a royal bloodline. No noble doesn't want it. Please forgive me for this sudden meeting, Your Majesty. I am here bringing the order from the president to ask Your Majesty to hand over Rizari Rintum to us. Andrew asks with a domineering tone. If I don't want to, Nicholas, I asked. He is slightly angry with the envoy's shameless requests. We will break the alliance with your kingdom and block your access to the sea in the east, Andrew threatened the king. Nicholas, I think for a while, that Matthew must be probably on edge right now. The envoy speaks the truth. If Serdoia blocks their port, the only way to go to the east is through the port city of Koshilbo in the northeast. However, the merchant ship needs to pass Makerton Island under Barlia's rule or make a detour to the south, which makes the distance tens of times longer. This is an obvious weakness that Badgerosia has. Despite having a long coastline in the north, they were actually blocked by other nations. Okay, I agree with the condition that the merchant from import tax and port tax. Nicholas, I lay a condition to the envoy. Let's take advantage of their desperation. I need to discuss this matter with the president first, Andrew answers. The condition is too much for him to decide alone. He quickly left the audience hall. Your Majesty, I am sure that Count Rintum will never agree with that. Wendell speak after seeing Andrew leave. I know, but I need to think about the kingdom first. Sigh. Our weaknesses are too obvious. Nicholas, I helplessly said. Wendell, go and spread the rumors at Serdoia that their royal bloodline still exists. Wendell understands Nicholas' I's intention. He wants to cause unrest there. It's October 299, Pain era. After a month and a half of making preparation, Bideford is ready to wage a war with Gilcakes. Offensive war in foreign territory required greater logistical and financial resources than defensive war. It's a high-risk, high-return situation. Luckily, Bideford is rich and has no problem gathering resources. Usually, mustering the troop required a lot of time, as the Lord needs his messengers to travel the entire fief to recruit soldiers. Many factors also need to be taken care of, such as provisions need to be gathered, and weapons need to be purchased or refurbished. In this case, Bideford has a significant advantage in terms of time, because they can muster the troops faster than any other nobles, since they only have one town, and all the population was concentrated there. Many are wondering why the Gilcakes do not attack Bideford immediately after Maria's execution. Now, Bideford is ready to give them a good reason for war. On 1st October, Richard makes an official announcement that he will wage the war with the Gilcakes on the basis that they had conducted espionage, deception, and planning on a hostile takeover toward the Rintum family. The news then was spread to other fiefs by the traveling merchant. At the same time, Riz decided to send Count Gilcakes a gift as a token of gratitude for what he has done to him. Even if they're going to war, he still has some manners. I hope he likes my gift. I wasted so much money to prepare this gift. Riz is imagining a face that the Count will make when he receives this. Richard leads his army to attack his target, Mabadcint City, located southwest of Bideford. He is taking a detour that is slight to the south. However, he has time as he departs right away after making a declaration of war. The route is slightly longer, but at least they didn't have to go through the dense forest located between Bideford and Gilcakes. He didn't want to face the possibility of ambush in the forest. Richard brings with him a total of 4,000 people, 500 cavalry, 2,000 infantry, 1,000 archers, 100 newly trained artillerists, and 400 people of the supply team. Richard spent 5 days marching through flat grassland before stopping 800 meters away from the Mabadcint city wall. It is noon, 5th October 299. The wall is full with archers, all in the state of high alerts. Richard didn't conceal his movement or his strength at all. He basically walked in plain sight. Just as they are confident to defend against him, he is also confident in conquering them. Richard quickly told the artillerists to assemble the trebuchet. Riz already showed him the trebuchet work using a small-scale model. I can't wait to see the performance of this beast, Richard muttered, on manhwaedit's side. What is that? Asked one of the soldiers on the wall when they see the Bideford army is building some kind of tall structure. Siege tower perhaps, replies his friend. Yesterday, manhwaedit's scout already informed the mayor about the information on Bideford's strength. Hearing there were only 4,000 people, the mayor, Lucas Jackson, informed the count as he was ordered to. However, he didn't bother to ask for reinforcement since he is very confident in defending the city. He simply can't believe that the town will fall. Did Count of Bideford is stupid. How can he think of capturing the town with such a small number? He speaks with a disdainful tone. But Sir Mayor, it looks like they're building something, said his commander, Levi Owen. It is probably a siege tower. What can they do with just one of it? You go prepare oil and fire. Once the tower is closer enough, order the archer to shoot a fire arrow. The commander heeded the order. Since the Bideford only gathers at the east side, he will put all the 1,000 archers on the east. Another 1,000 infantry will stand by. If that's not enough, he will just recruit more. manhwaedit has over 7,200 population. In the defensive war, as long as he can prolong the war, they will win. He begins to arrange for the army. The commander is slightly tense but has confidence that they can win. Just like the mayor, he too thinks that it is impossible to conquer a city with just 4,000 people. The citizens in manhwaedit are doing their daily activities. They have no fear or tension at all as most of them believe this war will end soon. By now, the news of Richard leading just 4,000 people to war has reached the ears of many people. They are not optimistic that the result will lean toward Bideford. The nobles are plotting to act toward the Bideford once they lose the war. Boom boom. Suddenly, a loud sound disturbs the people's activities in the town. The town suddenly becomes eerily quiet as they try to find the source of the sound. Most of them turn in the direction of the east wall and see the soldiers on the wall running around. Boom boom. Again they heard the loud sound. This time they can see the wall is literally shaking. Panic started to befall them. Everybody stops what they are doing and starts to run away when they hear one soldier shouting there is a crack on the wall. Most of them tried to get out of the city through the north and northwest gates that led to Raffledrad City. What the hell is that? How they can shoot from 500 meters away. Levi is dismayed by the unexpected situation. Boom boom. Boom boom. This time a portion of the wall collapsed together with the soldier on it. Spontaneous combustion occurs due to the oil and fire that were prepared beforehand mixed together as the wall collapses. Richard and his army were outside of the city, watching the performance of 2 trebuchets bombarding the city wall. They were awestruck by its destructive power. What an amazing power! This thing will change the landscape of warfare for years to come, Richard said. Never in his life did he think the city could be captured so easily. Usually, an army needs 3 or 4 times more soldiers than the opponent to lay a siege on a city before slowly capturing it by force or attrition. As the wall collapsed, he ordered the army to rush into the city and take over the east gate. The manhwaedit force is unable to fight due to the panic that has not yet dissipated. Richard took some of the soldiers and rushed toward the town hall to find the mayor and quickly gained control over the city. When he arrives, Lucas is nowhere to be found. That bastard runs too quick. Richard wants to take the opportunity of the chaos to kill Lucas. He is one of Count Gilecake's loyal retinue. He wants to cut down as much of his retinue as possible to destroy his influence and turn him into a beggar in the noble society. By mid-afternoon, the Bideford soldiers had gained control over the city. Most of the enemies surrendered and were gathered in the square. One of his commanders gives him a report on the casualties, which is nearly negligible. If I know that some of you plundered them, I will personally kill you and your family, warned Richard to his soldiers. Under Riz's urge, Richard trains his mismatched soldiers to have a sense of comrade and cohesiveness as one army. He then turns his attention to the surrendered citizens and assures them of their safety. He comes here to rule over them, not to plunder them. As for Seasorvar town in the south that was ruled by his father-in-law, Baron Seasorvar, they have surrendered to Bideford a long time before he marches to manhwaedit. He has sent the letter to Baron Seasorvar asking him to surrender. Now he has successfully obtained Seasorvar and manhwaedit. He decided to take a rest and resume his campaign tomorrow. I wonder how the progress is on the northern side right now. Richard is thinking about Riz. Riz and his army departed 2 days after Richard. Charlotte, who has fully healed from her injuries, follows Riz as his second in command. He departs quietly from Bideford, not wanting to attract attention. Many people think that he is in the castle ruling as an interim lord, while the 3,000 soldiers that depart later are just reinforcements. No one would think that Bideford will fight 2 fronts at the same time. Riz's army is smaller than Richard's, only 3,000, which consists of 250 cavalry, 1,500 infantry, 1,000 archers, 50 artillerists, and 200 people in the supply team. He only brought 1 trebuchet with him since both of his targets didn't have a city wall. Riz's targets are Wesley City and Corriton Town, which is located northwest of Bideford. The The total population of Wesley City is 7,000 people. Wesley City is without a doubt the first hurdle he needs to overcome. In 3 days of marching on the existing trade road, he is thinking about ways to defeat his opponent. His way to Wesley was smooth since he didn't have to take a detour like his father. Once arrived, Riz ordered his army to set up the camp southeast of Wesley, near the small river. It was already evening when he arrived, so he decided to let his army take a rest tonight. His unexpected arrival alerted the force in the city. "An army, you say?" Thomas Gilcake stupefied. He is the youngest son of the Count. He was sent here as a part of his training as a noble. "Yes, young master, they are probably the Bideford force. Guess his servant." "Impossible. Shouldn't the Bideford for is at Mabadcent by now?" Thomas tries to deny. It is illogical for the Bideford army to appear here. The spy in Bideford clearly tells that Richard is heading southwest. They are probably fighting 2 fronts, young master. "Ha ha ha, confident aren't they? Try to bite more than they could chew. So who is their commander?" sneered Thomas. He really can't comprehend what Bideford is trying to achieve. The risk is too high. "The youngest son, Rizuri Rintum. They have around 3,000 people," informed his servant. "So it's him, huh? The bastard who caused my sister to die," his eyes glinting maliciously. "Gather the able man as much as possible. We are going to crush them," he ordered his servant. He plans to get his revenge by killing Riz, who causes the Gilcake's reputation to fall apart. His fiancée breaks their engagement because he is Gilcake's. That night was a sleepless night for Wesley as they are busy recruiting soldiers for war. Early next morning, both armies are staring at each other. Riz divided his 1,500 infantry into 3 divisions with 500 each. He put the 1,000 archers behind the left and middle divisions, while 250 cavalry were behind the right division. The Wesley force under Thomas Gilcakes was composed solely of infantry of 4,000 people and 1,000 archers. He divided his army into 4 divisions with 1,000 soldiers each to counter Riz's army. "Ha ha ha," Thomas laughed. "His troops outnumber Riz's army by 1,000 people. I hope he didn't surrender so easily." Feeling confident, Thomas ordered the army to advance to use his numerical advantages to force Riz to stretch his infantry line thin. He plans to punch through any gap he could see. "What should we do, young master?" Charlotte panicked. "Their troop outnumbered us." Nevertheless, Riz remained calm as the enemy approached them. He turns his face and speaks to Charlotte. "Relax. Although their troops are more than us, most of them are just people that were required this morning. Numbers are not everything. We came here not to kill them but to destroy Gilcakes." "As long as we destroy Gilcakes," Riz muttered. As the enemy approached, Riz ordered the archer to shoot the arrow, killing a large number of people. Unlike Riz's army, most of the enemy infantry don't have a shield to protect themselves. The enemy still marches forward despite losing a lot of their fellow soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords clashing filled the entire plain. Riz waited until the enemy infantry was completely deployed and engaged with his army. Once there is some distance between enemy infantry and their command center, he then orders the cavalry on the right to do envelopment attack at a high speed. Envelopment is an offensive maneuver that was targeted to destroy a specific force in the enemy's rear. Their aim was to massacre everyone in the command center. Isn't it a bit dangerous? If the enemy makes a counterattack, the cavalry might be cut off and isolated. Charlotte gives her opinion. "You are not wrong. It is a very risky move, but this is the fastest way to end this war. My target has never been these people. It's Thomas and his retinue," explains Riz. "But our cavalry, Charlotte, they are there to be used. I will use anything at my disposal to get whatever I want." "Young master, there are forces approaching us," alert the servant. "Hurry up and ask the soldiers to protect this place," Thomas urged. He never thought that Riz would risk his precious cavalry to attack this place. The cavalry that came plunged through the unprepared defense line. The massacre began. The cavalry starts to kill left and right without any hesitation or sympathy. Most of the cavalry are knights that serve Rintum. They are not a bunch of ragtag commoners like those in the infantry. Scream and chaos fill the command center. Most of the people there are Gilcake's loyalists. Riz wants to kill them as they will probably hinder Rintum governance in the future. If all the Gilcakes were killed, then there is no problem, but in case some of them escape, these people can stab Rintum in the back. It is better to clean them up now. Leave no trouble behind. "Wait, young mass," the sword slashes the servant to death. Thomas has been using his servants as a shield. Hit. "I need to get out of here." He runs toward the horse to escape, but the knight comes from the back and stabs him with the sword. He coughs a mouthful of blood. The knight pins him down as he struggles like a wriggling worm. "Make sure to cut off his head." The young master wants his head. The knight's word entered his ears. The Wesley force starts to lose their momentum. The Rintum knight is holding up Thomas's head. "Your leader has died. Surrender and there shall be no more death," shouted Riz. Hearing that, the Wesley army dropped their weapon. Riz asks the knight to clean up the battlefield and bury the dead. At the same time, he also sent a letter to Baron Corriton ordering him to surrender. "Who are you writing a letter to?" asks Charlotte. She entered Riz's tent to report the number of casualties. Baron Coriton. I'm giving him two choices, surrender or die. If the Baron was a bright person, he would choose to surrender. Riz has no problem marching the army to Coriton right away. Oh, it still takes a lot of time to move all the soldiers to Coriton right away. Count Gilcakes might send reinforcement to them. Charlotte gives her opinion. Not all 1,000 soldiers are enough to capture Coriton. Just like Wesley, they don't have a wall and their population is only 1,800 people. If I were him, it is a lot better to reinforce Tegrat instead, Riz explained. So how many casualties do we suffer? 500 to 600 died, around 1,000 were injured. When are we going to move? She asks again. You will stay here for 3 to 4 days to recuperate. I also have to wait for Baron Coriton's reply, he said. Young master, I already put Thomas's head in the chest you give me, reports Charlotte. Do you want me to send it to Tegrat? Not yet. Wait until my father successfully captures Raffledrad first. All right, young master, Charlotte slightly bowed and left the tent. 7th October 299. Bam, the door to the Count's office was forcefully open. The butler hurriedly comes in as if something big had just happened. Something bad just happened, my lord, the butler said while gasping air to breathe. The old butler has run as fast as he can from the main entrance to the lord's office just to inform the Count. What is it? Mabadson and Wesley have fallen. In addition, Sorvar has turned against us. What? How is that even possible? Didn't Richard just have 4,000 people and he is in the southwest, not northwest? They are fighting on two fronts, my lord. Richard led an army to the southwest and his son, Rizari, led an army to the northwest. That's how two cities can fall on the same day. Damn it, Rintum's father and son. Not to mention, Sorvar too. The previous investigation states that Baron Sorvar never had contact with her daughter for years. How come he suddenly leans on Rintum's side? I think Baron Sorvar changed his attitude after his daughter became Rintum's lady of the house, speculated the butler. Hey, the Count tries to retain his calm before throwing another question. How is Richard able to capture a fortified city like Mabadson in a short time? From the mouth of the witness, they used a new device that can throw stones to the city wall from hundreds of meters away. The butler was also dumbfounded by the discovery. Until now, he himself couldn't believe what he heard. How can they get their hands on such things? To the best of his knowledge, there is no weapon with such capability that has ever existed. According to the spies in Bideford, Rintum's youngest son is the one who designed that thing. That damn brat again. Why are there so many ideas in his head? First paper and now this. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, the maid meekly called. What is it? Count Gilcakes rebuked. There is a package for you from someone called Riz Rintum, the maid replied. Hearing that, Count Gilcakes commanded the maid, hurry up and bring it here. After hearing the butler's report, he is clearly not in a good mood. Soon, the servant carried 14 luxurious decorated chests to the Count's office. Hurry up and open it. Count Gilcakes wants to know what that kid has brought to him. The moment the maid opened the chest, the maid screamed. Aarg! The rotten smell penetrates the entire office. There was a human thigh inside the chest. He was shocked to the core, but still wanted to find out what was stored inside another chest, albeit he could guess its content. After opening all the chests, Count Gilcakes' face contorted and turned pale. His eyes widened because he could not believe some humans are mad enough to do this. Inside the chest is Maria's body, which was cut into 14 parts, and each part was put into the chest individually. There is also the letter of greeting from Riz to the Count. What kind of monster that I have provoked. For the first time in his life, he felt a chill in his bone. He has killed a lot of enemies himself, but never been so ruthless. Richard is looking at Raffledrad, another fortified city northeast of Mabadson. The population here is just around 2,000 people. The news of the Mabadson capture in one day has already reached Raffledrad. The people of Raffledrad are tense. The Raffledrad garrison are holding their weapon tight. They can see the enemies are constructing the so-called trebuchet. While waiting for the artillerists to assemble the trebuchets, he asks his commander, how is the situation on the north front? Young Master Riz has captured Wesley City and killed Thomas Gilcakes. Now he is waiting for Baron Coriton to surrender. I see. Did the scout find out whether the Count sent reinforcement here? My lord, according to the scout, aside from 800 local forces, the Count has sent 1,000 people as reinforcement. Just 1,000. Nothing will change with just 1,000 hiding behind the wall. Richard mocked Count Gilcakes' decision. Hurry up and assemble the trebuchets. Let's finish this fast. After saying that, Richard went to his tent and started to write a letter to his son in the north. As he wrote the letter, the bombardment started. Boom, boom. What should we do, sir? We have no way to counter that attack. Henry's retainer looks at him. Henry himself already heard about this devastating weapon. Let's destroy those things, Henry decided after giving it some thought. If he is sitting here waiting, the wall will collapse. He could literally see the wall shaking. Soon, he gathered 500 cavalry to destroy the trebuchets. All of you have only one job to do, which is to destroy the trebuchets. As long as those things were destroyed, then we will have a chance to win. Henry tried to arouse their courage and fighting spirit. The gate of the town opened. Richard can see the dust scattered, showing that there is a large movement in the area. So they have decided to come out. Richard called his commander. Get ready, they're coming to destroy the trebuchets. The commander deployed the 500 cavalry to face 500 raffle-drawn cavalry. A fearsome mounted engagement happened as soon as both sides clashed. Shortly after the clash, the raffle-draw's commander who was leading the cavalry was slain. Seeing this, the raffle-draw's cavalry went on rage. They pushed back the Bideford's cavalry with all their might, totally forgetting what their original mission is. Seeing this, Richard's commander ordered the archers to get ready. He then ordered the Bideford's cavalry to slowly retreat, luring the raffle-drawed cavalry into the archers' shooting range. Shoot, the commander shouted to the archers. Thousands of arrows fall like heavy rain, penetrating raffle-draw's cavalry. The raffle-draw's cavalry was annihilated without touching the trebuchets. Henry, who is on top of the wall, is witnessing the cavalry obliterated by Bideford lose all of his hope. He decided it was better to negotiate with Richard. Roan, he shouted his retainer's name. I want you to go to the Bideford's camp and tell Richard that I want to negotiate. Pretty soon, the gate was opened again. Roan is walking toward the direction of Bideford's camp while holding the white flag. Richard ordered the artillerists to stop the bombardment and meet the messenger. What do I owe you the pleasure? Greet Richard. I come here on behalf of my lord to tell you that he is willing to negotiate. Ha ha ha, negotiate. Are you sure that you're not mistaken with surrender? Richard laughed and ridiculed the messenger at the same time. It is truly laughable that a town which is already about to fall is thinking that they are on equal height. Roan and his opposite can only endure with Richard's mockery. Ignoring Richard's mockery, my lord, Henry said that as long as you can guarantee the life of people within the town, he is willing to surrender. Tell your lord that I will guarantee the well-being of the people in Raffledrad. He needs to wave the white flag on every defense tower and open all the town gates. If by next morning you don't as I said, we will continue to bombard your wall, Richard added. He will take this chance to save some ammunition and time. Roan stood up and left the camp. He needs to convey Richard's word to Henry. Sigh, I guess we have no choice. Henry decided to surrender after hearing Richard's word. On the next morning of 10th October, white flag can be seen on every defense tower. Henry followed Richard's instructions. Richard entered Raffledrad with his army. The streets were empty as they were afraid that the Bideford army would loot them, some peeking through the window. He goes directly to the town hall where Henry is waiting. From now on, this town is under my rule. I will retain your position as the mayor of this town. Richard informed Henry about his decision. Of course, he will remove Henry if he turns out to be problematic to him. For now, he needs someone capable of administration. Richard then planted his flag on the ground to signify Rintum's rule over this land. Rest for today. Tomorrow we will depart for Tegrat. We will end the Gile Cakes. Richard shouted to his army. Long live Rintum. Long live Bideford. His army shouted for their another victory. 9th October 299, Wesley City. Young master, there is a letter from Baron Corriton. Charlotte entered the tent. Riz took the letter and started reading it. His eyes were moving left and right, trying to find the main point in that long letter. The Baron is willing to surrender to Bideford unconditionally, he said to Charlotte on his side. That saves us a lot of time and energy. He could just write it straight to the point. Why would he waste his time writing a stupidly long pleasantries? Riz complained. Sigh, he then opened the second letter. A letter from his father informing them that they have successfully captured Mabadson. They're currently heading to Raffledrad. A smile appeared on his face. Charlotte informed the troop that we're going to move to Tegrat tomorrow. Riz and his father plan to attack Tegrat from two sides. One from the northeast and one from the southeast. Oh yes, don't forget to send the gift to the Count. As a noble, I should do some greeting before partaking in war, right? He added. Yes, young master. She rolled her eyes and quickly left the tent to execute Riz's order. She has grown accustomed with Riz's behavior. While watching Charlotte's back leaving his tent, he murmured, let's end this war as soon as possible. He had enough with the inconvenience of traveling in this era. As someone from the modern era, traveling for days just to reach the next city is incomprehensible. He took out a paper and started to write a letter to Baron Nubigal asking him to surrender. To put some pressure on the Baron, he stated that Wesley, Corriton, Sorvar, Mabadson, and Raffledrad have fallen into the hands of Rintum's family. Nubigal is located in the far north on a little peninsula. The population there is not big, and it is too far from other Gile Cake cities. They basically can't provide any help to the Count Gile Cakes even if they decided to join the war. After living as a noble for some time, I know how the nobles will act. Once there are predicaments, they have a tendency to save their own skin first. Next morning, Riz's army starts heading to Tegrat. It will take 4 days to reach there. Hurry up and move. This is the last battle. Once Tegrat falls, we will win, the commander trying to raise soldiers' motivation. This is the disadvantage of the ragtag army. They easily lost motivation after fighting a war for a long time. Sigh, I really need to train a standing army. Riz muttered as they are marching. Standing army. What is that? Charlotte, who rode a horse beside Riz, happened to catch his word. A standing army is a permanent and professional army composed of full-time soldiers. If we recruit a full-time soldier, wouldn't our expenditure be massive? I don't plan to build a massive standing army from the start. Several hundreds or so will do. Standing armies can always be prepared for emergencies, defense, and war. 12th October 299, Tegrat City. My lord, we have prepared 10,000 people to fight against Bideford. All of them are fully equipped with armor and weapons, reported the butler. Good. What about the enemy's movement? Count Gilecake's plans to crush Bideford here in Tegrat forces once and for all. Since the start of war, he has aged so much. He received bad news after bad news. While he is preparing for his army, he was completely dumbfounded when he hears that 5 of his cities had been captured in a matter of days. Our scout has informed that Richard has started moving here, so does his son. That brat is coming here, not Corriton. He feels weird that Riz would skip undefended Corriton. This, the butler hesitated to tell. My lord, Corriton has also surrendered to Bideford. I see, so everyone has started to betray me the moment they get a chance. Ha ha ha, those ungrateful bastards, why am I not surprised? And we also received another gift from Riz, my lord. Even without opening it, the butler could actually tell its content. The count's face turns pale when hearing it. He didn't hear any news on Thomas's whereabouts after the Wesley army was defeated by Bideford. What is it? The count asks with a weak voice. Although he probably knows, he still asks for confirmation. It's young Master Thomas's head. His face was badly damaged, but not to the point where it was unrecognizable. The butler tried to hold tears in his eyes, first Maria and now Thomas. He has seen both of them grow up with his own eyes. To suddenly see their lifeless corpse, how could the butler not feel any sadness? Indeed, that's what Riz is aiming for. He is an introvert in the past, but he observed a lot of things. He can conclude that human psychology is humans' most vulnerable part. Once you attack it, its damage is irrecoverable. His attack starts when he sends Maria's corpse to the count. The count may treat his daughters like a tool, but he's still a father no matter how cruel he is. All Riz has to do is bring out the parental love that was buried deep inside the count's heart. People only regret something when it has already escaped from their grasp. Nay. Clump, clump, clump. The sound of horses can be heard. However, it was overwhelmed by the sounds of footsteps. Its loudness tells anyone that it took thousands of people to produce it. The footsteps suddenly stop and the area becomes awfully quiet. After 3 days of marching, they are finally here. Richard moves forward to take a better look at a majestic city wall of Tegrat, the capital of Gilecake's county. The wall looks much more sturdier than Mabadson and Raffledrad. I don't think we will be able to destroy the wall easily. What do you think? He wants to hear his commander's thoughts. I think we should wait for young Master Riz to arrive and coordinate with him. We should arrange for 3 trebuchets hitting at the same spot repeatedly. His commander voiced his own thought. After dealing with trebuchets for a period of time, he has gotten accustomed in handling trebuchets. Then let's set up the trebuchets to hit this part of the wall. Richard pointed his finger at the city map. He continues, when is he going to arrive? He is estimated to arrive late night or tomorrow morning. All right, let's set up the camp first and wait for Riz to come. Soon, Riz arrives late at night. His army was marching for 4 days and only rested when it was necessary. After they made it to Tegrat, he directly ordered his soldiers to rest. Tomorrow will be an important day, and he didn't want to be in a disadvantageous situation because of his soldiers. In the meantime, he and Charlotte ride their horse to the southwest camp where his father is. After some greeting, they right away start discussing strategy for tomorrow. The size of the army they will face is bigger than they have previously dealt with. Even in a typical war, raising such a big army alone is already a rare occurrence. To top it off, he even fully equipped his soldiers. Count Gilecake's spending a lot of money for this battle. 14th October 299, Tegrat City. This morning is not the same as the days before. The farmers didn't go to the farm. The merchants didn't open their shop. The marketplace seems like it was abandoned for years, absence with people. The reason is there is an army standing on the east side of the side. There are no soldiers on the west side. Everybody knows this fact, yet they didn't escape to the west side of the city. The only direction the west side leads to is the bishopric of Terdivikija. Well, nobody with their sane mind will go there to become a lamb. Count Gilecake stood on the wall seeing 3 towering structures being erect. The ingenious machine that makes his cities fall one by one. So that's the rumored trebuchets, huh? Now he can understand why those cities fall. He felt alarmed by the presence of those weapons. Not far from the wall in the direction of the southeast, he can see the flood of human gathering there. Not as much as his soldiers, probably between 5,000 to 6,000 people. However, he didn't intend to take this battle lightly in spite of that. Commander, gather all the soldiers outside of the city. He begins to give an order. But my lord, wouldn't it be safer to stay behind the wall? The commander tried to argue. And then what? wait for the wall to collapse. The Count stares directly into the commander's eyes. The commander was speechless. He realizes just how stupid his questions is. Without waiting for his answer, the Count continues to give orders to his army. Open the city gate, the Tegrot forces spilling out from the gate. The Count divided his infantry into 3 divisions with 2,000 people each and 1,000 cavalry at the end of each side. As for Bideford forces, they also decided to divide the infantry into 3 divisions, 1,300 people on the left, 1,200 in the middle, 1,000 people on the right. At both ends, 400 cavalry were assigned. While all Tegrot's archers were put on the wall, Bideford archers were put on the middle and right side. They seemingly put more of their forces on the left side. The Count commented on Bideford formation. 50 artillerists will be put on each trebuchet. I want a supply team to fully cooperate with the artillerists. Make sure to keep hitting the same spot on the wall. That's the only job you have to do unless I ordered something else, Riz explains to the artillerists and supply team. He wants them to fluidly attack the wall continuously. Do you all understand? He asked them just to make sure they know their role clearly. Yes, my lord. At noon, both armies start rushing toward each other and then a clash happens. The sound of swords slashing echoes the entire area, not to mention the sound of horses stomping the ground. All the people of Tegrot can hear it clearly. In the midst of all the chaotic sound, the most fearsome sound starts to dominate the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, booms. Count Gilcakes, who is watching the entire battlefield from the top on the wall, could feel the wall shaking. This majestic city wall suddenly felt like it was made from mud. Cavalry, hurry up and destroy those things. The Count orders his left cavalry to move. Intercept them. Don't let them come near the trebuchets. Riz ordered his right cavalry. Now, Bideford's right side and Tegrot left side have no cavalry. Riz took this chance and ordered the right infantry and archers to slowly retreat. Don't move, stay. The Count naturally sees what Riz is trying to do. He wants to lure the Tegrot left infantry away from the city wall. However, his orders were delayed for a minute or two. By the time the order was received, more than half of the infantry had already been lured. Once that happened, Riz ordered one of the trebuchets to aim at Tegrot left infantry. The previous battle has made the artillerists able to shoot the target with 80 to 90% accuracy. The results were devastating. Words could not be used to describe the condition of unfortunate soldiers that were hit by it. Excellent, Riz shouts excitedly after seeing massive death on Tegrot left side. Right division moves forward. Riz used this chance to try to encircle Tegrot force. Damn it, called the left cavalry back. Don't let them encircle us, said the Count. He chose to give up on destroying the trebuchets. The cavalry hurriedly followed the order. As they attempt to return to their original position, Bideford cavalry is attacking them from behind. Continue attacking the wall. We are almost there, shouted Duin, one of the 3 head artillerists. Duin saw the cavalry retreat as an opportunity that he should grab. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, booms. Crack. Boom, boom, booms. Thud. Arg, people who are near the wall scream as the wall on the southeast side finally collapses. When Tegrot's soldiers saw this, they completely lost their motivation. Push forward. Bideford's army starts to push forward fiercely. Right now, their motivation greatly increases. All infantry retreat. Don't let the Bideford's forces enter through the gap. Count is trying his best to halt Bideford advancement. Artillery. Riz looked at Duin as he shouted as hard as he could. Hearing Riz's shout, Duin can guess Riz's intention. This is not his first time working together with Riz. Shoot. Duin ordered the artillerists to aim at the Tegrot's forces near the collapsed wall. 3 large and nearly well-rounded stones flying in the direction of a collapsed wall. At that particular area, Tegrot's forces happened to be there. Squish. The blood from thousands of people turned the wall completely red. It splashes so much that a drop or 2 lands on the Count's face. The Count silently looks at the madness that happens below. Wail, scream, and cry from both people and soldiers filled the entire area. Wave the white flag, the Count solemnly ordered the soldier beside him. My lord, the soldier couldn't believe what he just heard. Didn't you hear me? We lost. Now wave the flag. The Count repeats his order. White flag was waved from the top of the wall. A smile gradually forms on Riz's face, finally. Soon, the Count sent a messenger to Bideford's camp. According to the messenger, the Count wants to negotiate the term of surrender with Bideford. Tell the Count that he needs to come here if he wants to negotiate with Bideford. Raz said as he didn't want to risk his own safety going to the enemy's den. Before long, Count Gilcakes arrived at Bideford's camp. He was surprised to see Riz waiting for him, not Richard. Surprised. I can't believe I was defeated by 14-year-old kid in a war. I thought Richard was the one in command. My father let me handle things here because he has something to do on the west side of the city. West, the Count suddenly trembled in fear. Riz didn't reply, he just smiled at the Count. Isn't that the direction my family escaped to? The Count panicked. Silence enveloped the entire camp. The Count is trying to calm himself while Riz is trying to stall the time. He doesn't have a tiny bit of intention to negotiate with the Count. He already win the war, while both of them are staring at each other before someone suddenly enters the tent and interrupt them. "Sorry, am I late?" said Richard. "No, we're waiting for you, father." "Looks like we won the war. Good job, Riz." He was impressed by Riz's leadership. Although they discussed the strategy together, things don't always go exactly as planned in the real war. The fact that Riz is able to adapt to the situation reassures Richard. "This is the skill that a leader should have. Here, take this. It's really hard to catch all of them. I end up spending hours just to do so." Richard threw several sacks to Count Gilcakes. Count Gilcakes opened the sacks and his mind went blank. What is this?" asked the Count. Unknowingly, tears come out from his eyes. In those sacks there are severed heads of his wife and children. The heads of every family member of Gilcakes is in there. "It's your family," Riz replies the Count's question calmly. "You bastard, what have I done to you?" "Ha ha ha, you seriously ask that question? You kill my mother, now I take everything from you." Riz laughed. He finds Count's question funny. "Now do you feel despair?" Richard added. Count Gilcakes looks at Richard and Riz. Both of them have a calm face, but there is no light in their eyes, a pure black eyes as if he is staring at abyss. After a moment of silence, "All right, I think we've let you live long enough. Let's send you to meet your family." Riz took out his sword. Slash. This is the first time he killed someone, yet he doesn't feel anything. Thud. The Count's head falls to the ground, separate from his body. His death marked the end of Gilcake's bloodline, the end for this war. From nobles to commoners, many people keep an eye on the war between Bideford and Gilcakes. However, the limited means to relay information across the nation has kept a lot of people in the dark. One day, the news was released by Richard Rintom that shocked the entire nation. Bideford has successfully conquered the entire Gilcakes county in under a week or so. Many people dispatched their personnel to obtain detailed information. After some time, they are completely shocked by the news they receive. The emergence of trebuchets was a game changer to the current warfare. This weapon has caused a heated discussion in the nation, Napuna, capital of Bajaroja Kingdom. A discussion was held in the audience hall of the royal palace. There, Nicholas I is presiding over the discussion. This matter is not something he can hand over to Prime Minister Wendell. An entire noble family was exterminated. Gilcakes is not some upstart noble. They are far older than Rintom. "Your Majesty, we must order the Rintom to hand over the method of producing trebuchets to the kingdom," said one of the nobles. "He is Count Hector of Hajdu." "Wendell, what information have you obtained?" Prime Minister Wendell stepped forward and started his explanation. "Your Majesty, from my investigation, the trebuchets were designed and invented by Rintom's youngest son, Rizuri Rintom." "Rizuri Rintom? Isn't he the same person who invented paper?" asked Nicholas I. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wendell continues, "These weapons are capable of throwing stones from hundreds of meters away. Due to this weapon, the city walls were rendered useless. So you're saying that if they want to conquer any city, they would be able to do it?" Nicholas I is seeking confirmation. "Yes, unless we destroy that weapon during the war. The late Count Gilcakes tries to do it in the Battle of Tegrat. However, he was forced to choose between destroying trebuchets or halting the enemy's force. In the end, he achieved none of it." Wendell analyzed Gilcakes' defeat. "Rizuri Rintom, isn't he the person that Sir Doya is looking for?" said Duke Brooke of Barrocks. He was really concerned about the rise of Rintom. "It seems that this kid is the one behind it." "Yes, the one with the Sirdoya royal bloodline. We should just send him to Sirdoya or else our merchant can't use the port in Sirdoya," said Count Victor of Vafors. His fief is in the east, bordering with Sirdoya. If Sirdoya blocked the kingdom's merchant, then his source of income would also be reduced. "Are you crazy? Count Rintom would never allow that," rebuked Duke Barrocks. His informant reported to him that Count Rintom was not hesitant to execute his wife just to protect his son's interest. "Then let's make Count Rintom choose between his son or military weapon," suggests Count Vafors. He heard that Richard loves his youngest son the most. Surely Count Rintom will not give up his son. "As for Gilcakes' territory, it will be divided between all nobles. We can't let a count have a territory that rivals a duke," Count Hajdu added. He may have taken this chance to gain more territory. As they were fighting for their own interests, the door to the audience hall suddenly opened. All in the hall turned around to look who was daring enough to enter the hall without permission. Richard calmly entered the hall while looking at all faces in there. After a while he opened his mouth. "I heard there was an interesting discussion about handing my son here and there like he was some mere object." Everybody shut their mouth. Richard continues, "Are the Rintom prestige has fallen so low that none of you has some respect for me." He turned to Count Hajdu and said, "Surely you still remember my ancestors, is the one that recovered Hajdu fief from the hand of Barley decades ago, right?" Count Hajdu can only grit his teeth. Richard was not wrong. If Rayleigh doesn't help Hajdu during the Barleyan War decades ago, he might not be a noble right now. Without waiting for their answers, Richard goes straight away to Nicholas I, who is sitting on the throne. He bowed slightly and said, "Count Rintom greeted your majesty. I have brought with me something that would please you." Hearing this, Nicholas I couldn't help but get excited. His expectations were too high, but unfortunately, he was bound to get disappointed. What is he going to give? Is it the trebuchets? Richard removes the cloth and presents it to the king. The rotten smells flooded the entire hall. The severed head of all Gilecake's family members, from the elderly to the newborn babies, were all there. The people in the hall were frightened. Preposterous! How dare you show that thing to His Majesty and say it was a gift, Count Hadju said. That thing, isn't this your best friend? Asks Richard, smirked while picking up Count Gilecake's head. Hurry up and put that thing away, Count Hadju shrieked. Now they understand why the Gilekakes never asked them for any help. Initially, they thought that Gilekakes had absolute confidence in winning the war. They didn't think that the Gilekakes were actually being effectively exterminated. Everyone in the hall has been involved in shady things at least one time, but they didn't have the guts to kill newborn babies. Nicholas I opened his mouth, trying to say something, but was interrupted by Richard. Nicholas I was dumbfounded. Count Rintum in front of him right now doesn't fit the image of Count Rintum he knows. Perhaps Count Rintum that I know is just an act, or is he now getting confidence in the weapon he has? Nicholas I shook his head, ignoring his thoughts. What brings Count Rintum all the way to the capital? Nicholas I immediately asked. I come here to ask your majesty to recognize Rintum's rule over all the former Gilekake's territory that we have conquered. Ridiculous. That's 3/10 of the entire kingdom. Duke Barrox stood up and protested. Yes, but if you're not satisfied with that, we don't mind expanding south, Richard replied to Duke Barrox. Duke Barrox was left speechless. If Count Rintum really goes south, there is so little that he can do to defend against it. He can only attempt to destroy the trebuchets or build a sturdier wall, but the latter would be time-consuming. Enough, Nicholas I interrupted. Count Rintum, I recognize Rintum's rule over Gilekake's former territory. In addition, I also grant you the title of Marquis and your wife Marchioness. After Richard left, Duke Barrox recovered from his shock and asked, Your Majesty, why would you recognize his claim and grant the title to him? Do you really think he just came all the way from Bideford just to tell me his claim? Nicholas I pointed his finger to the severed head before saying, The head there is the symbol of warning to all of us here. If you have any weird ideas, you will end up like this. Now, do you get it? The nobles in the hall hear it loud and clear. They discovered that the Rintum family right now controls a vast amount of land, not to mention just how wealthy they are given their strategic position. Now they even have military power that far exceeds other nobles. Wendell, tell them about things that kids have done. The Prime Minister tells all the nobles what Riz did to Maria and Thomas, about how he sent those gifts at the right time during the war. Hearing all the deeds Riz has done, no one has any thoughts on Bideford anymore. They don't want to face someone who is good at exploiting human emotion. Rintum has gained a lot from the war with Gilekakes. Despite the news of their promotion in rank, which has spread everywhere, the Rintum family paid no attention to it. Josephine handled all the congratulatory gifts and letters sent by nobles. There is no celebration banquet at the moment. Her husband told her to not do it now, as he is busy digesting all of that land he just acquired. Currently, the Rintum family controls 8 cities with a total area of 3/10 of the entire kingdom. There are a lot of things that need to be done. Riz is spending his time helping his father. Richard wouldn't be able to handle such massive paperwork alone even if he was given 48 hours a day. Riz now understands the importance of an effective governance system. He can't go on with this headache every day. Right now, Riz was in Richard's office explaining to him the concept of centralization. It is not a difficult concept to understand. Basically, it is to gather all political and decision-making power in one location or into the hand of a single authority. It will make the decision-making process become very direct and clear. The nobles with large land also do the same. They parceled out their land and gave it to a lower-ranked noble in return for the same thing. If Richard follows the common practice like the ways Barrox Duchy rule their vast land, he needs to disperse his power and assign it to a lower-ranked noble to help him manage a particular land. These lower-ranked nobles will have the right to collect taxes and raise their own military. If something big like war happens, it will take a lot of time to gather a troop. Some of them might refuse to send a troop, conspiring with one another or even betraying Rintum. Riz didn't want to depend on such an inefficient and unreliable governance method. He believes all the power needs to be in the hand of Rintum. The betrayal of Sorvar, Coritan, and Nubigal proves that Rintum couldn't rely on these nobles. After listening to Riz's explanation, Richard was truly impressed by this system. Richard then asked, So how do you suggest we should construct our system of governance? First, we establish several departments here in Bideford and turn it into the center of power. Riz starts his suggestion. Department, Richard asked. Yes, these departments will help you govern the territory, such as the Department of Finance, Department of Law, Department of War and Defense, Department of Education, Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Transportation. Each of them will have their own duties and jobs. The Lords will be the one who monitors and oversees everything. Richard nodded as he agreed with Riz's suggestion. Right now, the Lord is doing everything on his own, which can be exhausting. Some nobles choose to hand over several matters to their subordinate, which leads to corruption or lack of funds. The only thing the nobles want to know is if they have enough money to splurge around or not. If they don't, they will just increase the taxes. It is no wonder that commoners don't have a sense of loyalty to their lord and switch sides so easily. What about the cities other than Bideford? How can we use these departments to govern them? Richard continues to ask. We will be appointed mayors to govern each city. Their job is only to manage, oversee, and report. The town hall will play a pivotal role in every city. Each department will open a branch office in every city. The people in the cities and their surrounding villages can go to these branch offices if they have business with them. In a certain period of time, the branch office will send a report back to the main office in Bideford. Riz is laying out his idea. Wouldn't that make them the same as a noble lord? Richard asked. They don't have any decision on their own except for emergencies and only follow the central government. They can't make their own law without the permission of the central government and punish people at will. They also need to follow the rules like commoners, and their position has a time limit and is not hereditary, Riz added. I see, but if we want to establish all of that, we need a lot of educated workforces to employ. Richard gives his opinion. If this were implemented, his workload will be greatly reduced while at the same time he can keep on track with everything. A large number of educated people is the drawback in implementing this system. Riz himself knows that. That's why he invented paper and agriculture machines. Although the machine is not fully mechanized, it has indeed liberated many workforces. Father, we don't need to establish all at the same time, just an important one first. In the future, these departments will gradually replace merchants and craft guilds, so we can just recruit people from there. Riz suggested to his father. Do you still remember that I had plans to introduce public education? Yes. I see, so all of that is for this centralization. Yes. Richard was impressed by Riz's forward planning. He then agreed to implement the centralization phase by phase. After some discussion, Richard agreed to establish the Department of Finance, Department of Law, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Transportation first. Father, I think we should construct a new government area to place all of this department, preferably near the foothills of the mansion. He had long wanted to suggest this. There are a lot of visitors in the mansion coming to meet Richard on a daily basis due to his office being located there. As an observant person in the past, he clearly saw the female members of the family are somewhat uncomfortable roaming around the mansion. Richard agreed at once after hearing Riz's reasoning. No want like someone ogling at their wife and daughter. The following weeks were hectic for the Rintham family. The implementation of the new government system needs both Richard's and his son's attention. Josephine is also busy preparing for their celebration banquet. She needs to prepare the dress for all family members, decide on the menu, write an invitation, and work on table arrangements. Never once in her life did she think she could become a marchioness. Now that Rintham is no longer a county with just one city, she plans to make it as grandiose as possible. To do that, she needs an additional fund from Richard. Knock, knock, knocks. Come in. Richard lifts his head and sees Josephine entering his office. What is it, honey? Richard asked. He is curious as to why his wife came to meet him. Josephine is not the type who disturbs Richard during his work time. It's not the time for dinner yet. Why did she come? Dear, Josephine called Richard in a coquettish manner. Hearing that tone, he kind of knows what she wants. He asks straight away, all right, how much do you want? Just another 100,000 rows will do, Josephine said while throwing a smile at Richard. A smile that can captivate those who see it, but Richard is somewhat resistant to it. Richard gives her 150,000 rows. Josephine, who received money, planted a kiss on her husband's cheek before quickly leaving the office. Richard just stared at the closed door and shook his head. He knows very well just how much his wife loves money and jewelry. In the meantime, he will continue to do his work. He has plenty of time to return the favor. 2nd November 299 Payne era. Bideford today seems to be busier than usual. A number of carriages are heading to Noble Hill. Noble Hill is where the Rintham mansion is located. People in Bideford called it with the term Noble Hill. It is initially not an official name, but as generations pass by, the name gets stuck in people's heads. So Richard took a chance to formalize that name. Why are there so many carriages going to Noble Hill today? Asked one of the fruit sellers in the market. You don't know. Today the celebration banquet will be held to celebrate the Count getting promotion to Marquis, replied the seller next to him. Make sure you be careful. There's a lot of big shots coming today. If you get into trouble, nobody can save you, advised one of the customers. The Rintham family is on its rise. Many people are looking at them right now. Some wish for their prosperity and some wish for their downfall. Thus they need to make sure there's no problem during the banquet. Riz suggested to Josephine to only invite upper-rank nobles and influential people. This is to give them an illusion that they were the chosen one. Most people like to stand above others and love being looked upon by them. Those that receive their invitation will make an effort to attend it. 200 people were invited to attend this banquet. Given the total number of nobles in the kingdom, 200 is a very small number. The banquet hall is located on the first floor. The area of the hall is around 3,000 square feet. Instead of a large, long, rectangular table, small round tables with an 8 seating were chosen. Each table was separated by a certain distance from each other. A typical banquet with predetermined seating was too formal. The purpose of choosing this round table is to make the guest interact and socialize with each other. The banquet was a buffet style, which is Riz's idea. In this world, nobody has ever done it before. Thus, he decided to take this chance to assert Rintum influence by setting up a new trend. For this banquet, Riz wears a simple black suit with white shirt and black tie. On his chest, there are ornaments made in gold with the shape of Rintum emblem attached. He refused to wear tunics or jackets with hose, leggings, and breeches. It just goes against his fashion style. He preferred something simple and minimalist. At noon, all the guests started to enter the hall. Richard and Josephine greeted the guests while Riz was already there picking up some food to eat. His outfit makes him stand out like a sore thumb. As they never see such fashion before, they keep glancing at him with a great interest from time to time. The well-informed nobles know that Riz is a person responsible for Bideford's victory against Gile Cakes. His invention is already an open fact among the nobles. Riz still doesn't have engagement with any noble lady yet. They were eager to form a connection with him by introducing their daughter. He doesn't care about what they're thinking. His stomach has been empty since this morning, so food is his first priority right now. There are many varieties of food prepared for this banquet. Chicken, beef, mutton, duck, and geese are the meat that were prepared. This meat was either smoked or salted. As for vegetables, there are peas, beans, carrots, lettuce, cabbage, and spinach. Pastries like cheese tarts made up the dessert. Some of the fruits available are apples, pears, plums, peaches, and cherries. Wine and fruit juice was served as a beverage because there was no good way to get a clean water in this period of time. I will definitely build a water treatment system in the future. As Riz wants to start eating the food, someone approaches him from behind and taps his shoulder. He turns around and sees a girl around his age smiling at him. Her has a long brown hair that reach her waist. Her hair is wavy, between straight and curvy. She has golden eyes. Her face looks gentle and beautiful but has a fierceness hiding behind it. She's giving a vibe of a warrior in disguise just like Charlotte did. "My lady, how can I help you?" Riz asks while throwing his most polite smile. Instead of being fascinated by her beauty, Riz is pretty irritated right now. This girl just does one of the things that he hates the most. She disturbs him while he is about to start eating. "Nice to meet you, young Master Rizery. My name is Theodora Tetherswest, daughter of Count Theodore Tetherswest." The girl introduces herself to Riz. "Tetherswest, is it the county in the north?" asked Riz. "Yes," Theodora replied. "I see. No wonder she gives a vibe of a warrior." Tetherswest was the frontier of the kingdom. The only thing that separates Tetherswest and northern countries is a narrow strait of the sea. If Barlia and Blanche decide to invade the south, Tetherswest will be the first target. Tetherswest was dubbed as Iron Wall of Badgerosia because Lord Tetherswest had successfully prevented Blanche from setting foot on northern part of the kingdom 183 years ago. To this day, they uphold the duty of protecting the northern frontier. Riz stops his inner thoughts because Theodora keeps staring at him, waiting for his response. He then asks, "What does Miss Theodora want from me?" "Ah, no, nothing actually. It's just that my father told me to go and greet you. Your father probably wants the trebuchet's technology," Riz guess. "If you have nothing else, please excuse me." He proceeds by ignoring her and starts to eat. Theodora, who is standing next to him, was dumbfounded. This is her first time being ignored. This guy actually chose food over me. Among her peers, she can be said to be one of the top beauties. All nobles' sons will try their best to make a good impression to her. Just as he is enjoying food, someone taps his shoulder again. "Oh damn it, what do you?" He cursed as he turned around only to see his father standing behind him. "Oh father, did you finish greeting the guest?" Riz suddenly became polite. "PFFTT. Theodora tries her best to hold her laughing. Riz glared at Theodora, signaling her to stop. "I see that both of you are getting along well," said Richard. No, Riz refutes as fast as he can. Ignoring Riz's refutation, Richard began to introduce an old man to him. "Riz, this is my friend, Count Theodore Tetherswest." "Nice to meet you, I am Rizery Rintum," he casually introduced himself. "I know, I heard a lot about you," Count Tetherswest said while looking at Riz from top to bottom. To his surprise, this young man looked indifferent toward him. Count Tetherswest was confident that every young nobleman would look up to him. For them, serving in the military gives them a fame that they can use later in life. Sadly, Riz is not your typical nobleman. He didn't have a shred of patriotism for this kingdom at all. So long as his interests were not touched, he wouldn't move. "Well, I guess I'm pretty famous right now," Riz shamelessly said. "Ha ha ha ha, good, good. A young man should be confident. He never met such an interesting young man. Let's get this straight to the point. What do you want from me? Riz asked. Trebuchets. No. I will give Theodora to you as your wife. Count Tetherswest is confident in Theodora's beauty. My technology is worth more than all of your daughter and wife combined. Riz sharply replied. What a joke. Did he really think his daughter is the only beauty I've ever met? Hearing this, Theodore was fuming. You bastard. Are you saying that my daughters are not beautiful? No, I'm saying that I'm already used to her level of beauty. In fact, my personal maid is on par with her. He started comparing Theodora and Charlotte. Count Tetherswest was speechless while listening to Riz bragging about his personal maid. He sighed and asked, so what do you want? Durboat's town and Torksey Island. Riz stated his demand. Durboat's town is located east of Nubagal, at the end of the tiny peninsula. It has a strategic location which is at the entry of the Gulf of Napuna. If Rintum family can control this place, they basically can control the in and out of any ship. The peninsula resembles the shape of sea, and Torksey Island is located in the middle of sea, impossible. After thinking for a while, Count Tetherswest reluctantly agrees with a condition to take Theodora as his wife. Right now, the threat from the north is more important. Riz contemplated momentarily. He knows that Count Tetherswest is trying to use his daughter to form a connection with him. He glanced at his father seeking help. Richard just smiled and said, it's all up to you. Richard doesn't mind which choice Riz makes. If Riz accepts, having Theodora as his daughter-in-law is not a bad choice. In his opinion, she's a good and capable girl. Even if Riz refuses, Richard is already satisfied with the current Rintum territory. Fine, but we will only get married once we turn 18 years old. Riz is trying to prolong this as much as he can. Theodora can only listen. She doesn't have a right to decide this. After the banquet, Riz fulfilled his part of the deal with Count Tetherswest to give him a blueprint of trebuchets. Riz asked him to send people to Bideford to teach them operating trebuchets. He doesn't want to send his technical team to Tetherswest County as he needs them here. Count Tetherswest formally handed over the right to rule over Durboats and Torksey to Rintum. As for the king's acknowledgement, he immediately agrees. The king thought that he can get his hand on trebuchets now through Tetherswest. That's why he agrees to transfer the ownership of 2 cities. The same goes to the nobles who make a fuss about the ownership of former Gilecake's territory previously. They kept their mouth shut this time. Riz can see where their thought process is going. They probably think that he is stupid for giving up his advantage. They didn't know that the trebuchets were a mere beginning. Count Tetherswest also fulfilled his part of the deal by announcing the engagement between Riz and Theodora. According to Richard, Count Tetherswest has been regularly holding a banquet and tea party to spread the news. All the uproar that happened because of it doesn't bother Riz in the slightest. There are many things that he needs to do. Now, the construction of the government plaza has started. The town hall in every city and town was also being upgraded. All of this project costs a lot of money, but it is necessary. Riz feels it is time to start planning an education for people. It takes a long time to see the results of education in society. The sooner it is implemented, the better. His plan is to separate the educational level into 4 stages. Elementary school, 6 years. Middle school, 3 years. High school, 3 years. University. Except for university, people don't need to pay for the other 3 stages. He plans to charge an exorbitant fee for university level, prepare a scholarship, and put an entry quota to enter the university. Only the best of the best can enter university. The reason for this is that he wants to limit the number of university graduates. He didn't want a university to become a factory that was mass-producing graduates. It will only lower the graduates' value. In his past life, the value of university graduates was so low that most of them were underpaid. Except for a few employers, the majority of them view the graduate as a cheap commodity they can be replaced. If one person quits, 10 more will come to the interview on the next day. Second, he is not kind enough to give a free higher-level education to the people. He already plans to make it free for the first 3 stages. They need to work hard if they want to enter the university. People will become ungrateful if they keep getting everything without having to put any effort. He then decides on the syllabus for every stage. The focus of his education plan is to increase the knowledge in science, biology, chemistry, mathematics, engineering, and also to instill the loyalty to Rintum family since their childhood. Education is the best way to brainwash the masses. Riz spent around 1.5 months doing nothing but writing the content of the syllabus from elementary level to high school level. It's not an easy task to recall things that he learned a long time ago. He needs to write it down, arrange it, and compile it. As for university level, he only knows the content syllabus of civil engineering. For other fields, he is not in a rush to complete the university syllabus. He is not going to build a university right off the bat. It's pretty stupid to build a university when more than 80% of your population is illiterate. Finally, I managed to finish writing the syllabus. He almost cried due to happiness. It has been a torture for the past 1.5 months. It was a few days before the new year, but Riz has another problem that needs to be settled. Now that I have finished writing the syllabus, it's time to design a printing press. Riz knows if he wants to promote education, a printing press is important. Right now, knowledge is a property of a small number of people. Before the existence of the printing press, a person needs to painstakingly copy a book by hand, which takes years to complete. The combination of the printing press and paper will bring down the price of the book to the point where books are no longer considered a luxurious item. The concept of movable type printing itself is not new. It was first invented as a movable clay type by Bai Sheng. However, in the 15th century on Earth, Johannes Gutenberg introduced the metal movable type printing press. He utilized the replica casting principle, which included creating letters in reverse and then reproducing them from these molds by pouring molten lead. This technique allowed Gutenberg to produce the type in vast quantities and for various stages of printing. Riz starts drawing the Gutenberg press. He starts with roughly sketching its basic structure before slowly refining it and making it as detailed as possible. For the part that he can't remember, he can discuss it with Arnold and Gobin by explaining to them its working principle. Riz doesn't have an outstanding memory. During his study, he needs to repeat the same thing over and over again to memorize something. He never felt that he was the smartest. Instead, he felt that he was the dumbest among his peers. To achieve the same results as his peers, he needs to work several times harder. It is very tiring. Riz shook his head and stopped reminiscing about the past. He continues finishing his drawing. On Earth, the introduction of movable type printing changes society's structure forever. The elite's monopoly on education was broken by the sudden rise in literacy among the commoner. The same thing can happen to Rintum if he spreads the technology, which he doesn't plan to do. He will only use it for his advantage. He doesn't want to put Rintum's political dominance in danger. At present, his people are a bunch of idiots who will believe in everything they hear. They can't differentiate between rumors and facts. Give them a printing press and chaos will happen. Currently, Richard is reading Riz's plan for education. The office was quiet, only the sound of paper flipping can be heard. You're not planning to build all types of school, aren't you? Richard asks. No, of course not. We will start with elementary school first, but I plan to build an elementary school in every city. Children from the age of 7 can enter, Riz replied. Start with Bitterford first. Your farming tool has liberated many workforce here. Other cities still have not fully implemented your tool yet, suggested Richard. Anything else, father? This printing press. Don't worry, father, I don't plan to spread it. Riz knows what his father is concerned about. Good, if we can't control this press, it will be disastrous. Richard relieved that Riz can see the effects of his invention to society. As Riz reached the door, his father reminded him, oh, one more thing. Don't forget your class will start next year. Riz just nodded and left the office. He wants to take a rest as soon as possible. His head hurt so much that he ended up wasting the last few days of year 299 lazing around. Sometimes a short break is needed after a long period of hard work. Sun shines through the window, illuminating the library on the second floor of the mansion. The library is quiet as always, coupled with the freshness of the morning time. It is a very suitable period to study. Riz is there roaming in the library trying to find a book that can pique his interest. It is the first day of New Year. Shouldn't today be public holiday and starts tomorrow instead? Why am I here waiting for my tutor to come? He's grumbled as he picked up several books that caught his eyes. Creak. The door to the library was opened by someone. Riz turned around and saw an old man entering the library. Both his hair and beard are white. His height is probably around 1.65 meters, shorter than most of the men Riz ever met. Good morning, it's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Riz. My name is Stuart Stephen, you may call me teacher. I will be your tutor for a few years from now on. Our class is 5 days a week, from Monday to Friday. Stuart greeted Riz with a smile on his face. He has done some background checks on Riz. The paper Riz invented is revolutionary in the academic world. When Richard contacts him to be Riz's tutor, he immediately agrees. Nice to meet you too, you can just call me Riz. I hope I can learn a lot of things from you. Riz was pleased by Stuart's attitude. He doesn't look like an arrogant person who looks down on people stupider than him. Riz is sick with that kind of person. He has met a lot of them on Earth, an educator who thinks they're always right and hard to accept new ideas. Great, let's get started right away. There are a lot of things you need to learn. I will start with the geography first. Stuart starts his lesson. Riz listens with a great interest. This continent is called the Josia continent. Although it is called a continent, it is made up of 3 main parts: the mainland, the northern island, and the southeast island. The mainland part, located in the middle, spans from northeast to the west. From the west, there is Sijan Empire, followed by Bishopric of Terdivikija on its east side. East of Bishopric is the Kingdom of Badgerosia. The Kingdom of Badgerosia shares its border with 2 other kingdoms in the south. It is connected with the Kingdom of Inver on its southwest and Inverloch Empire in its southeast. Both the Kingdom of Inver and Inverloch Empire are bordering the Grand Duchy of Cabiria on their west. The kingdom of Inver was also connected with Thearchy of Harcadia in its west by a small strip of land. And just like how Qatar was connected to the Arabian Peninsula, there's a nation called the Grand Duchy of Roligny of east of Inverloch Empire. On the east of Badgerosia is Republic of Cerdoia and Ikadir territory, which originally belonged to Cerdoia but was conquered by the Principality of Barlia. Cerdoia was connected with the Kingdom of Innines in its southeast. In the middle between Cerdoia, Innines, and Inverloch is a forest where many people believe Phoenix reside. To the east of Innines is the Kingdom of Lepsaria. There are two kingdoms on the northern side of Lepsaria. The Kingdom of Tormia is located in the north of Lepsaria, and the Protectorate of Vacia is located northeast of Lepsaria. Protectorate of Vacia also has an island territory that they control far to their east. Further to the north of Tormia is Ruit-Savmon Marches, and east of the Marches is the Grand Duchy of Agia. That's all for the nation on the mainland. Do you have any questions? Stuart turned around facing Riz. Riz, on the other hand, clutched his head due to a vast amount of information he received. He never thought that there were so many nations on the mainland alone. Seeing Riz have no questions, Stuart continues his lesson. For the southeast part, there's only one nation, Pytresha Empire. The empire is made of 3 islands, the main island and 2 smaller islands. For the northern part, there are only 3 nations. The Principality of Barlia in the east, United Republic of Blange in the middle, and Duchy of Campbell is the east. That's all for Josia continent. Any questions? Asked Stuart again. Is there another continent aside from Josia? Riz asked, since it's kind of weird for the world only to have one continent. There are rumors about it in historical records, but the truth has yet to be confirmed. There are many people that set on a voyage to find a new continent, but they never come back, explained Stuart. How long has the present border stayed unchanged? This is not Earth where the border remains the same for decades. War does happen frequently. It has been unchanged and in peace for decades, but everything started to change when the Principality of Barlia attacked the mainland. Stuart stopped for a moment before continuing. Around 200 years ago, they invaded Ikadir territory and successfully gained control over it. Using Ikadir as a foothold, Barlia pushed forward into Badgerosia territory, capturing Hajdu County and Vafors County. Barlia was only one step away from capturing the capital. The kingdom of Badgerosia was completely at the mercy of Barlia. Your ancestor, Rayleigh, at that time only led a small team to recapture Shazki town, and he succeeded. He then moved to recapture the neighboring town. Later, many people start to rally behind him. A small team ends up becoming a large army. People see Rayleigh as a hope, as a hero. He then successfully recovered the lost territory for the kingdom. Due to his astounding accomplishment, the king awarded it with the title of Viscount and married him with one of his daughters. Stuart stopped explaining. He let Riz digest the story he just told first. So I'm related to the royal family. Riz sought confirmation. Yes, any other questions? Did the surrounding nation just watch Badgerosia and Cerdoia get attacked? Not all, but most of them are. They didn't want to put themselves in trouble. There are also some nations who take advantage of the situation, like Blange and Sigen. Seeing the success of Barlia, Blange also joined the fold by conquering Mashipton Island that originally belonged to Badgerosia. As a result, Badgerosia lost its only access to the North Sea. Since then, our merchants need to go to Cerdoia if they want to access the sea trade route. As for Sigen Empire, they are the only nation on the mainland that invaded the northern island. They invade and conquer 60% of Campbell's territory. Feeling the danger that Sigen might attack their territory as well, Blange, Barlia, and Sigen make a treaty to cease their attack and end the war. This treaty ended the war that we called the North-South War. Stuart ended his storytelling. So the relation between Badgerosia and other nations is not good, Riz asked. Except for Cerdoia, the relation between Badgerosia and other nations is neutral at best. Things are not as they used to be. Our reputation was tarnished so badly during Barlia invasion. Other nations classified us as a weak nation, Stuart explained. He then added, but the relation between Badgerosia and Cerdoia has started to turn sour in the past few months. Why didn't both of them were the victims of Barlia invasion? I thought they needed each other. Well, it's because of you. Me, yes, you are the last survivor of Cerdo royal family. Apparently Cerdoia has sent an envoy to demand the king to hand you over to them. The king of course wants to refuse, but Cerdoia threatens to close their port to our merchant. He can only delay them. What are they afraid of? Me claiming the throne? Riz made a joke. It has been years since they became a republic. The people there must have gotten used to the democracy system. Actually, there are still a lot of royalists in Cerdoia that want to restore monarchy. They probably want me to be their puppet. Exactly, Stuart agreed with Riz. Then why doesn't the king hand me over yet? Initially the king delayed because he wanted to irritate them for threatening him, but now it's different. Different how? Riz asked again. Your technology. I see, there's no wonder that the king was so eager to get his hand on my trebuchet's technology. Yes, the king wants to increase military power and restore the glory of the kingdom. In addition, the king probably wants to keep you as long as possible and wait for you to make another invention. So he wants to milk me dry before throwing me away, correct. By the way, how do you know all of this? I have my way, said Stuart while smiling at Riz before changing the topic. Anyway, let's take a break and continue this afternoon. The lesson continues in the afternoon. Riz starts to get sleepy after eating his lunch. However, since this is his first class, he needs to make a good impression in front of Stuart. Creak. He opened the library's door. Stuart is there flapping the pages of the book. By now, most of the books in the library have been converted into paper-based. Stuart lifted up his head as Riz opened the door. He stops reading and puts the book away. You're here. Now let's start the lesson. This afternoon, I want to tell you about a mythical beast. Mythical beast? Riz's eyes sparkle like a child getting a new toy. He had known the existence of a mythical beast when learning about Rintum history. Unfortunately, the book didn't have a detailed explanation and he himself is busy with other stuff. First of all, before I explain about mythical beasts, I need to tell you about mana. He starts explaining. Mana is some sort of energy. It is unseen by human eyes. It is said that mana has always existed since the existence of time. It can be absorbed by most living creatures into their bodies. By the way, when I said living creatures, it only included animals and plants. Even so, not all animals and plants are capable of absorbing mana. Humans, on the other hand, aren't capable of absorbing mana at all. The reason for this is still unknown. Mana influences their traits and abilities. It enhances their bodies and improves them to become the superior version of themselves. The hierarchy among the creatures depends on the quantity of mana absorbed. Some creatures had their abilities evolved or obtained new ones. There are some that evolved to become completely new species. A long time ago, many animals were capable of using mana. Humans call them mana beasts and mana plants. Compared to mana beast, the possibility of a plant becoming a mana plant is really low. Mana plants are rare but bring a lot of benefits to humans. On the contrary, mana beasts were abundant in numbers, but they were strong and as intelligent as humans. It's really hard to capture them. Soon, humans realize that they can manipulate mana temporarily by eating mana beasts. They begin to hunt the mana beast despite its difficulty and drive most of them to extinction. There are only 4 known types of beasts that survive: dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and leviathans. These 4 are to be set at the top of the hierarchy. According to the historical records, those who try to hunt one of these 4 beasts, they will find their settlement razed to the ground. The mythical beast is actually just a mana beast that has continued to exist since ancient times. Stuart ended his story. So that's why nobody hunts them down. Exactly, nobody wants to sacrifice their hometown or nation for the sake of temporary power. Mythical beasts don't care whatever reason humans have, they will just destroy it. Where do they live? The book that I read previously stated that it has been so long since they were last spotted, asked Riz. Phoenix resides in the forest located between 3 nations: Cerdoia, in Verloc, and in Nines. Dragon is probably an island territory that belongs to Vakia. As for Leviathan, some people spot it when sailing in the sea. The location of the unicorn is unknown. Is it a confirmed fact? How do humans know? Asked Riz. They look for the signs. Mythical beasts can influence the surrounding area. Plants and animals that live near them will be affected by mana emits from mythical beasts and turn them into mana beasts, Stuart patiently explained to Riz. Don't people hunt those mana beasts? They're not part of 4 mythical beast species. We don't, although they're not part of 4 mythical beasts, they evolved due to mythical beasts' mana. They were subjected to mythical beasts' rule and protection. Rule, like a king, mythical beasts are a ruler themselves. They're the one at the top of the food chain, not human. Many people misunderstood this fact simply because mythical beasts rarely appeared in front of humans. Riz didn't ask any more questions. He is thinking about something. If you don't have any more questions, let's end the class for today. See you in the next class. Stuart ends his lecture and exits the library, leaving Riz who is lost in his thoughts. On the weekend, Riz met with Arnold and Gobin at his new workshop that was located near his paper workshop. His paper workshop has expanded several times in the past few months. He has sold the production method to several nobles for an astonishing 300,000 rows to reduce the burden. However, the demand on his side for paper is still increasing. He currently has 2 companies, Gathorix Paper Company and newly established Gathorix Publishing Company. His publishing company will be responsible for producing textbooks for schools. In the future, he plans to use his publishing company to control the masses. Here, kid, the prototype of the press. See if it is functioning well, said Gobin. Without further ado, starts to demonstrate to his newly recruited worker the way to use the printing press. Riz roll ink onto the ink ball. He then uses 2 ink balls to speed up the process of inking. He rubs the ink ball together until the ink is the same thickness and is uniformly distributed throughout the entire surface. Riz assembled the movable type and rubbed an ink on it. He fixed the moistened paper with pins on the tympan. The frisket protects the edges of the paper from soiling, is placed on top, and after which the paper containing tympan is folded down over the ink type. The carriage then rolled under the plat. The paper is pressed onto the ink type using a plat. Arnold, Gobin, and the workers watched the entire process from the sidelines with a great interest. Riz took out the paper and showed the printed page to them. He then asked, "How about it?" "Unbelievable," said Arnold. "Amazing." "Even though I know what it does, I'm still amazed," said Gobin. "Any questions?" Riz asked his workers. All the workers just shook their heads. "Then go and practice using this press until all of you get it right." Riz gives order to his worker. They quickly approached the press, eager to try the magical machine in front of them. "Gobin, Arnold, I want you to make another 9 printing presses for me. Only one is far from enough. The same goes for the type. Make as many as possible." "No problem, kid, but the price will be steep as it requires a lot of iron," Gobin said. "It's okay, money is not a problem." Riz can only sigh. Currently he can do nothing about it. The production rate of iron mines is low. Furthermore, this is the era where cold weapons are used. Iron is considered a strategic resource for every nation. Only a handful of them make their way to the market. It's look like I need to increase the production of iron mine. There are only one iron mine in the vast Rintum territory, which is in Korotan, but it has a small deposit. The kingdom of Badgerosia has a fertile land, but lack of mineral resources. It is now late at night. Riz is still awake. Since he started his education for the past 2 weeks, he didn't have much free time during the day. Except for horsemanship, swordsmanship, and etiquette, he pretty much excels in other subjects. Stuart was surprised by this and kept calling Riz a genius in front of Richard. Richard was very proud to hear Stuart's compliment. Riz didn't take it to heart as he has studied until degree level. Of course, he can't say that to Stuart. Therefore, he needs to utilize the little time he has to plan for Rintum's future. Riz starts writing down his next plans for the territory. At present, Rintum March is embarking on the path of centralization. The kingdom of Badgerosia gives freedom to its nobles on how they want to rule their territories. In exchange, they need to pay taxes to the king every year. The more land they have, the more they need to pay. The amount of military the noble can personally possess was also limited by the king to prevent an uprising, treason, or coup. The maximum amount of military depends on the rank of nobility. Baron 1,000 men. Viscount 3,000 men. Count 6,000 men. Marquis 8,000 men. Duke 10,000 men. These men are mainly used to guard the territorial border, keeping peace within the territory and guarding the safety of the nobles and their families. Richard hasn't told the 3 barons under his rule about it yet. If he tells them about it too early, they will definitely oppose it. After all, centralization pretty much strips most of their power. The right to collect taxes and raise an army is no longer in their hands. To make sure Rintum's intention doesn't leak out or arouse their suspicions, many buildings and facilities need to be built first to ensure the smoothness of governance. Only after everything is ready then Richard will personally convince them. However, the current construction technology makes progress slow. It has been 2 months since the Bideford Government Plaza started, yet only 90% of the construction site was cleared. Maybe this is a good thing. I can introduce concrete as a new construction material and make a concrete building, Riz thought as he tried to recall the ingredient needed to produce concrete. I need cement, water, gravel, or crushed stone and sand. Now the problem is cement. Cement is an important ingredient to make concrete. It acts like glue to hold other materials. I need limestone, shale, sandstone, and iron. First, I need to find the limestone deposit. Riz rings the bells to call Charlotte. "Yes, young master, did you call?" Charlotte is still awake. She usually sleeps after Riz has slept. "Yes, I did. Tomorrow I want you to hire as many people as possible to find a soft rock that is easily scratched. It is usually gray, but it may also be white in color." "Yes, young master," Charlotte replied energetically. It has been a while since the young master gave a task to her. She thought Riz had forgotten about her. After Charlotte left, Riz leaned on the chair and stared at the ceiling. "Once I have cement, any construction will become easier. But another crucial material needs to be solved." Riz was thinking about iron ore. He needs a massive amount of iron in the future. If he didn't somehow increase the production rate of mining output, it's gonna cost him a lot of money. Although he is rich, probably richer than his father's annual income, he can't splurge on money as he likes. "I guess I have to take a trip to Korotan." He first needs to know the situation there before making any plan. The next day, Riz meets his father at the office. "Father, I want to go to Korotan this weekend." For what?" "I want to check the iron mine there. I need a lot of iron in the future." Richard is thinking for a while. Although he's worried his son is going to succeed him in the future, holding him back won't do him any good. Taking account of his several successes in the past, Richard has grown confident in Riz's ability. "Fine, but you need to bring guards along with you." Charlotte prepared for a trip to Corriton. I will leave the matter of security to arrange. By now, Riz already regards Charlotte as his secretary. She is really capable when doing her job. On weekends, Riz and Charlotte depart from Bideford to Corriton. It takes 6 days to arrive there. From inside his carriage, Riz finally sees the farm fields. There's no one in the field since it is currently late January. Finally, he sighed. The past few days have been tiring for him. This is why he doesn't like to travel. The condition of the road and the carriage kill off his mood. From afar, he saw several silhouettes standing at the town entrance. Riz trying to see the identity of the silhouettes. As his carriage approached the town, the identity of the silhouettes became clearer. It's Baron Corriton, his wife, and several knights. It's an honor to meet you, young Master Riz. The Baron greets Riz as soon as he steps out from the carriage. Sorry for the last-minute visit, Baron Corriton. Ha 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 ha, not a problem at all, young master. Let's have lunch first. Baron Corriton leads Riz and his entourage to his mansion. Let's do that. He only eats so little during breakfast. He is afraid that he will puke due to the shaking carriage. Baron Corriton has prepared a feast for him, probably trying to get on his good side. Riz tries to enjoy lunch but has been constantly interrupted by Baron's compliments. To be honest, Riz is getting sick of hearing the thing over and over again. Not wanting to waste any time, he quickly finished his lunch and asked Baron to lead him to the mine. It took him 10 minutes of walking to reach the southwest of the town where mine is located. There, Riz can see the people going in and out of the mine shaft. Miners are a dangerous job in this era. Days must be spent underground, where there is a chance of cave-in and collapses. Typically, miners handled all of the work from mining the ore, extracting the valuable metals from the waste and smelting. Let's go inside. Young master, Charlotte was surprised by Riz's intention. Relax, I'm just going to take a look, he assured Charlotte. Once he entered the mine, he saw the miners were extracting ore only from shallow depths. I bet there are many more hidden underneath this wall. I need to use explosives to open up new veins. 2 hours later, he returns to Baron's mansion, where he starts writing his plan to improve the efficiency of iron production. First, instead of letting miners do all the work, it is better to make a divisions of labor. Next, he designed a safety system to prevent mine from collapsing. Most of these miners are actually farmers. Losing them means losing a precious workforce. Although Riz agriculture devices have spread across the entire fief, it doesn't mean that the liberated farmers has no value. Riz designed a large bloomery with the application of water power to it. Ever since ancient times, the primary way of making iron and steel was the bloomery furnace. The blast furnace will change this entire process. He scales up the bellow and powers it with a water wheel. By doing this, a constant blast of air can be supplied to the furnace, making it capable of generating enormous heat. After its construction is completed, ironworkers can reach the temperatures that far exceed the iron's melting point. Instead of a solid reduced iron bloom, liquid iron can be produced from the bottom of the blast furnace. The liquid iron will be poured into casts, creating cast iron which is generally purer than bloomery iron. Before he realizes, he has spent 3 days hole up in his room. Although there are several missing pieces like explosives, Riz looks satisfied with his plan for now. Charlotte comes from a family of servants. Her family has served the Rintum family since Riz's grandfather is still alive. According to her parents, Charlotte's grandparents were saved by Renault when they fled from Baroc's duchy in the south. Apparently, the Duke of Baroc's was a degenerate man at that time who liked to force young women to sleep with him. Regardless they're married or not, as long as they are beautiful, he will take it. A lot of women have become his victims, and many disfigured their faces to protect their chastity. Beauty has become a curse in Baroc's duchy. Some women who tried to fight back will find themselves being raped by a group of soldiers to death. Despite all of that, they are powerless to do anything except escape. Knowing this would happen, the Duke strengthened his control at the border. Those who are lucky may be able to escape. Those who were not able to escape may find themselves in a situation where death is their best choice. All women in Baroc's only stay at home most of the time. Even if they go out, they will cover their face. It's a tacit understanding between everyone in the duchy to help each other and hide their daughter's existence from the Duke. Duke's eyes are everywhere. Some took advantage of the Duke's personality to eliminate or get revenge on someone they don't like. This is the case for Charlotte's grandmother. Although she stayed at home most of the time, her beauty still spread to the surrounding villages. She was so beautiful that it made the current duchess look like a peasant girl. Many women are jealous of her beauty and many men try to pursue her. The luckiest man that caught her eye is Charlotte's grandfather. Soon, both of them got married. They were happy and loved each other. But that wasn't the case for everyone else. Envy and jealousy turn into hatred. Someone leaks the news about Charlotte's grandmother to the Duke. Hearing this, the Duke ordered his soldiers to bring her to him. He likes taking other belongings as if he found pleasure in doing so. Charlotte's grandparents quickly fled the duchy. Their destination is Bideford. They have heard about the benevolent stories of Lord Renault from a traveling merchant. After a strenuous journey, they finally reach the border, but they were still far from safe. They hide and wait until night to cross the border. They can't be too hasty. Most people always fail at critical moments. In order to let his wife cross the border safely, Charlotte's grandfather disguises himself as his wife to attract soldiers' attention. After his wife safely crosses the border, Charlotte's grandfather runs as hard as he can. He spent all his energy to barely cross into the Bideford territory, but the soldiers behind are still chasing him. The soldiers were smiling when they saw a beautiful woman in front of them. They know that she is the woman the Duke is looking for. Their mind is already filled with the rewards that the Duke has promised. However, they were stopped by someone. "Wait, which soldiers are you? What are you doing in my territory?" Renault was inspecting his border when he saw the chasing scene. "My lord, it is not our intention to trespass your border. We just want to take back our people who run away from the duchy," said the captain of the squad. Renault takes a look at the couple and his eyes fall on the beautiful woman. He understood everything. "Your people, what proof do you have?" Renault asked. The captain then said, "Everyone can literally see they just cross into your border. I didn't see it. You guys see it." Renault played dumb and asked his entourage. Everyone behind him shook their head. The chasing soldiers were speechless. Renault continues, "As you can see, nobody saw they crossed the border. Now go back to where you belong. Don't disturb my people. The soldiers can only go back. Now what are you going to do? You run away with nothing except food." "We don't know yet, we're still thinking," Charlotte's grandfather embarrassedly said. To be honest, he only thinks about his wife's safety for the past few days. "If that is the case, then come and work as a servant at my mansion." Present day. After receiving a task from Riz, she is walking through the hallway while thinking about Riz. Young master has changed. That's the impression she gets from Riz right now. She noticed that her lord has changed ever since he came back from the Jivry forest. Lord Richard panicked when Riz didn't return. He instructs Charlotte to go and find Riz right away. His sister, Riene, joined the search. Charlotte has been assigned as Riz's personal maid as early as she was 5 years old. Except for Riz's parents, she's probably the one who knows him better than Riene. Speaking of Riene, she has gone to the Koshilbo County to prepare for her wedding. She's going to marry with the heir of Count Koshilbo. Both of them meet each other during a banquet, held by the Countess of Tetherswest. That countess sure loves banquets the most, Charlotte thought. She's the one responsible for holding numerous banquets just to announce the engagement between Riz and Theodora. Charlotte felt bitter in her heart knowing that Theodora might challenge her position as Riz's closest person. That's right, Charlotte knows that Riz only trusts her, his father and Edward. Her lord has been a timid person since he was a child and hard to open up to others. After returning from the forest that day, she realizes that her lord now has trust issues. Perhaps this happened because of the constant bullying by Robert and Maria due to his so-called commoner's blood. Being mistreated is a norm in his life. Even so, he never complained. He quietly endured those treatments. His parents are good to him, and that's good enough for him. However, good things must come to an end. His mother died when he was 12. It was a devastating blow for him. Since then, he has become gloomier, and his face is full of sadness and misery. She tried to cheer him up, but to no avail. Ever since coming back from the forest, her lord looks resolute as he has found his goal. There's no more gloomy atmosphere around him. Instead, she can't read his emotion at all. Not only that, her lord turns into a cruel person. He didn't hesitate to order the soldier to cut Maria's body into several parts. Charlotte knows that Riz resents Maria, but she is still his stepmother. He lived with her for years. To chop her with no emotion at all makes Charlotte realize her lord sees the world differently now. One day, her lord suddenly asks her for his money, and he keeps asking her about the guilds. To her shock, her lord plans to start a business. She doesn't know what business that her lord wants to do, but she could only follow. Charlotte, watching Riz goes to the forest, finding trees and experimenting with it. What is my lord doing? The question that is always lingering in her mind. She watches the whole process of making paper. When the paper was completed, she was astounded by the product. She could see this product change society. However, it made her wonder just how Riz could possibly think of this idea. Many things that her lord does are not extraordinary but creative. Things that people generally thought to be useless turn into something useful. The trebuchets that her lord made took a slingshot to another level. Just a moment ago, her lord ordered her to search for a soft rock that is easily scratched. He must have some weird idea again. Charlotte never complained about the task given, but it doesn't mean she can't be curious about it. Her lord starts to make this new stuff after he returns from the forest. What actually happened to my lord in the forest that day? Charlotte keep asking in her mind, painfully aware that her can't get an answer to that question. Maybe she wouldn't know the answer for the rest of her life. Zerdoya is a nation that is located east of Badgerosia. It has numerous ports that give access to international trade routes. Its port city became a location for tourism due to its incredibly beautiful view. The most famous one is Port City of Witra. Newlywed often choose to go to this place as their honeymoon destination. Despite the romantic and cheerful atmosphere in Cerdoia, there are undercurrent events going on right now. The rumors about the last royal family of Cerdo dynasty still alive is a hot topic among the people of the Republic. Some people take this rumor as a hope to restore monarchy, some trying to redeem their mistakes, some try to take advantage to gain their power back, and some try to retain their current power. Mr. President, according to our intelligence, many forces have started to move. They tried to identify the location of the last Cerdo, reported the secretary. Matthew sighed that Nicholas sure plays one hell of a trick on me. He looked at Andrew and said, "You're pushing him too much." "My apologies, Mr. President. I never thought he would do something like this." After he returned from Badgerosia, he told everything that transpired to Matthew. He can be quite petty sometimes. Matthew knows Nicholas' character well. He has met his in a lot of occasions. To think that they're not afraid of us blocking them from using our ports, the secretary added. Since they're not afraid, then starts blocking them from using it, Matthew makes his decision. "King Nicholas, I has spread information that he tried to hide from the masses. Now let's wait for you to come and beg me, Nicholas," Matthew said while looking at the busy Cerdo city from his presidential office. His power has been shaken by the rumors, and if he didn't do something, he will lose everything he has now. I never thought that a pampered princess could survive and travel all the way to Bideford. He was astonished after he received news that a killer he sent after the princess was killed. Matthew shook his head. It's no use to regret the failure of killing the princess. There are a lot of things he needs to do. Cerdoia is in the mess right now, and it's going to be even worse. He started reminiscing about a mess that started years ago. More than 100 years ago, the kingdom of Cerdoia lost the north territory of Ikadir to Barlia. The loss of Ikadir reduces the total land of the kingdom by 20%. This event marks the decline of Cerdo dynasty. Since then, many attempts have been made by the king to recover it, but all end up in failure. The cycle of hope and failure that were experienced by the people of Cerdoia make them completely give up on that endeavor. However, there is a problem. The campaign to recover Ikadir didn't come at no cost. It consumes an enormous amount of wealth for each campaign. Adding an inefficient feudal system as another factor, the cost swelled up even more. The nobles then start to increase taxes to recover their lost wealth as quickly as possible. This put a lot of pressure on the commoners through taxes. Eventually, the gap between the rich and the poor becomes clearer. The resentment toward the upper class starts to grow and keeps increasing year by year. After 60 years or so, Riz's grandfather, King Kassan Cerdo, came to power at the age of 19. Like every king who ascended to the throne, he also wanted the best for his country. King Kassan Cerdo began to ease the taxes on people in royal territory. He urged the nobles to do the same. He doesn't think that taxing people heavily will solve the problem. If the nobles could forfeit even a tiny bit of their wealth, it could solve the country's financial problems. Unfortunately, a feudalistic system that has deep engraving in their bones sees the young king's decree as nothing but unrealistic. After years of effort, King Kassan focused all his energy to reduce people's burden. Only upstart nobles heed his decree. The king starts to stay away from old and powerful nobles. Their relationship fractured. Due to Kassan's effort, royal territory and upstart nobles prosper and people's lives become better. The stubborn nobles saw this, grew jealous. They know that they're wrong, but their pride won't allow them to admit it. People in their own fief start to flee to royal territory or upstart fief. Not wanting this to continue, they decided to drag the king down. Then, the rumors start to spread. The royal family lives a wealthy lifestyle. The king told the nobles not to decrease the taxes. The king deceived the people to create a good image for himself. Rumors conquered the streets and spread faster than disease. King Kassan was powerless against the coalition of old and powerful nobles. They spare no effort to disgrace the king. These nobles conspired with the military to take the king down and install a puppet on the throne. The army commander that they reach is Matthew Milan, a young poor nobleman that comes from a fallen noble family that formerly ruled a land in Ikadir. Matthew's ancestor has been a baron for hundreds of years. They didn't have a large land or live on luxury. At least their lives are better than commoners. When Barlia invades, Matthew's ancestor is one of many nobles in Ikadir that beg for help from the surrounding fief, but none of them stand up. They just sit there and watch the show. Shortly after Ikadir's conquest, Barlia starts to eliminate the nobles of Ikadir as to extinguish the possible threat to their rule in the region. The nobles who surrendered were killed down to their last descendants. The Milan family barely escapes from the mass-scale slaughter. The Milan family lost everything they possess and was reduced to a beggar. The head of the Milan family at that time resented those nobles so much. His hatred was passed down from one generation to another. Matthew was no exception. Each of the Milan offspring climb up from one position to another. Those at the top will help their family members at the bottom to raise. Their goal is to sit on many high ranks as much as possible. It is the goal set up by their ancestor the moment he vows to destroy this kingdom. Of course, this goal will be hard and takes a lot of time, but it is not impossible. After generations of struggling, many of the Milan family members have infiltrated to many posts in every layer of government, except military. The wait is not long as Matthew finally succeeds in becoming an army commander. Matthew agreed to join the course when the old nobles reached him. For him, this is a golden opportunity that he can't miss. He started to influence the soldiers, and then it spread to their family, then their neighbors, and then their city. Not long after, the insurgent rose and stormed the palace. Cassin led his children and wives to escape through the secret tunnel. The old noble family leaks the information about it. In the end, only one person managed to escape, Princess Evelyn. At the same time, the old nobles strike the upstarts and destroy them, leaving only a small number of them survive. When all the royals except Evelyn were captured, the old nobles wanted to put one of the princes as a puppet, but Matthew had another idea. In front of the crowd, he delivered a speech about the idea of abolition of noble privileges, equal rights and freedom for all, as well as the election of officials based on ability rather than birth. The masses saw this as a hope. They were being sought to eliminate the entire nobles. This caught the old nobles off guard. Before they could even escape, they were captured by the insurgents. On August 284, all the nobles were executed, starting with the royal family. Cassin watches the head of his wives and children fall to the ground one by one. They were executed by none other than the people who live in the royal territory, the very same people he tries to help for years he is in power. Cassin looked calm when he was escorted to the execution stage. There, the guillotine that cut his family members is waiting for him. The last word that he muttered, "What an ungrateful people." Remembering that Evelyn successfully escaped, he smiled. Since then, Cerdoia became a republic. A lot of people were happy with this change as it brings them new hope. However, soon they realized the system is only good on paper. The president reigned the power like a monarch. The official post was filled with his family members. Things that Matthew promised never happened. Their lives are getting harder and harder. They start to feel guilty and regret for blindly believing in Matthew's word. Port City Witcher Lucas Pearton is a Bajaroja merchant that trades with the Kingdom of Tormia in the northeast. He has been selling food to Tormia for more than 10 years now. As usual, he's come to the port to transport his goods. He goes to his usual renting company to rent a ship. "I'm sorry, sir. We can't give you a ship to rent," said the clerk. "What? Why?" "It's the order from the government to not rent or sell ships to Bajaroja merchants." The government also ordered to block Bajaroja merchants from using the port. "Then how about my good?" Lucas slightly raises his voice. "If he didn't sell his goods, the loss will be enormous." "It's not my problem," the clerk said indifferently. "The same thing happened in the ports all over Cerdoia, and this news will cause an uproar in Bajaroja Kingdom." "This place is good enough," said Riz while looking around. He wants to make sure no one is nearby. "What are you doing, young master?" Charlotte asked, even though she knows this is probably one of Riz's weird ideas again. They are currently in the forest, accompanied by a bunch of knights, of course. "Wait over there. I'll show you something interesting," he excitedly said to Charlotte. Charlotte can only nod and wait. She saw Riz put something in the jar before placing it near a tree. Riz lit up a rope that came out of the jar and quickly ran away from it. "Plunged your ears." Riz put his hand over his ears. The other mimics him, not knowing the purpose. Boom. The explosion resonates in the entire forest. Except Riz, everyone was surprised by the thunderous sound. After smoke dissipates, they can see the trees were utterly devastated by the explosion. Riz feels satisfied by the results. He finally succeeded after so many attempts to create the ideal ratio of a gunpowder. He remembers the ingredients to make a gunpowder. It's one of the most famous inventions that changes the world. As for the ratio, he only has one option: to keep experimenting. Explosion after the explosion, Riz appeared to be playing on the border between life and death. The recipe for gunpowder is pretty simple. Basically, it's charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur. Charcoal as a fuel for reaction. Saltpeter supplies oxygen, and sulfur lowered the temperature required to ignite the mixture. "What is that?" Charlotte shook Riz's body violently. All right, calm down." Riz tried to escape from Charlotte's grasp. Why is she so excited? Riz questions Charlotte's behavior, but then he realizes that she is not a normal girl. Instead of dress and jewelry, she is more inclined to take a fancy on a weapon. "Hurry up. What is it?" she asked once again. The knights calm when seeing this. Usually it is outrageous to treat a noble like that. However, they know Charlotte is close enough to do that, and their young master wouldn't mind it at all. It is called a gunpowder. Gunpowder? She never heard that term before. You can also call it black powder. This will change the entire warfare landscape in the future. "Are you going to supply this jar to the soldiers?" she asked. "Yes, but also in another way. The problem is I don't have large quantities of raw materials needed to mass produce this powder. He has a limited amount of sulfur in his hand right now. Sulfur is expensive and difficult to get. It had to be mined in a volcanic area." Riz spent a lot of money to get people to secretly mine it at Portsbury in Barrock's Duchy. It's been 1 month since he came back from Corriton. Riz's plan has been fully implemented, and production of iron starts to increase. At this rate, the current iron mine will be depleted if he doesn't find new veins. Riz realizes the importance of gunpowder in various fields. Initially, he didn't want to introduce gunpowder and bring the age of firearms to this world just yet. However, he realizes that even if he didn't want to, others will eventually discover it. If he can't halt the progression of humanity, it is better to be at the forefront of it. Furthermore, Serdoya is getting restless, and many small-scale protests have been carried out. It is not long before the large-scale protest will be made. Riz doesn't feel optimistic toward Nicholas. The merchants through the Merchant Guild have been pressuring the king. There's no way the king will sacrifice the economy just to protect one nobleman. Bajiroja exports our various foods and grains to several surrounding countries. Giving it the title of breadbasket is not exaggerated at all. If those excess foods can't be sold, it will only rot away. Any sane merchant will never allow that to happen. It is only a matter of time before Nicholas made his decision. Riz needs to prepare for that time to come. I'm glad that my late grandfather took over the Merchants Guild. If not, I am afraid that I will not be safe even in the town. After reaching home, Riz cleans himself from dirt and eats dinner with his family. Riz, how is the progress in the construction of the school? Richard asked. He left the education plan completely in Riz's hand. In a way, this can also be considered a test. I have selected the location for elementary school in Bideford, Tegrat, and Raffledrad. Those three are the most populated places in our territory. In the future, middle and high school will be built near an existing elementary school, creating an education district. The construction has not started yet, Richard asked. Not yet. I am finding a certain construction material first. He received a report about the location of the limestone deposit 60 kilometers east of Raffledrad. How about the personnel? They are currently in training to become a teacher, Riz reported. The number of teachers in training is too low. All right, Richard nodded. After having dinner, Riz headed directly to his room. He needs to start drawing a design gun. Weapons are not his best knowledge in his mind. He has only ever flipped through the weapon encyclopedia book in his university's library when he skipped his class. Firearms are a fascinating invention that give a normal, untrained man a power to kill a group of trained knights. Which one should I draw? I think the earliest one is either arquebus or musket. The terms arquebus and musket covered a range of weapons. Sometimes it can be confusing. If I'm not mistaken, the musket is kind of a heavier version of arquebus. Riz takes a look at the armor he borrowed from the knights. According to the knights, this is an armor that was used by the majority of them across the kingdom. It is not particularly thick, and it is not even full-body armor. He decided to draw an arquebus, a form of long gun that appeared during the 15th century. The length of the commonly used arquebus is about 110 centimeters. It will probably weigh about 4.5 kg and firing a lead ball of .69 caliber. The effective range of an arquebus is about 15 to 20 meters. The most intricate part in arquebus is the matchlock mechanism. When the trigger was pulled, a serpentine was lowered, plunging a slow-burning match into the flashpan and firing the weapon. I guess I'll have a sleepless night again, Riz sighed. Once he starts working on something, it's hard to stop until it finishes. Next day, he meets his trusted blacksmith and wood craftsman, Gobin and Arnold, to order them to make a prototype. There's a dark circle under his eyes. He ended up not only designing the arquebus but also a cannon. The cannon he plans to produce is M1857 12-pounder Napoleon. The weapon is simple to be mass-produced and robust. It can shoot 5.5 kg up to 1.5 kilometers at a 5-degree inclination. This will make trebuchets look like a toy. Once the arquebus is put in use, others will start researching it, and the development of firearms will be inevitable. Since that's the case, let's introduce field artillery and gain weapon supremacy. He first showed them the arquebus. So how is it? Can you make it? He asked both of them. Of course, its structure is quite simple except for this little part. Gobin pointed at the matchlock part. Then how about this one? Riz took out the blueprint of the cannon. They are speechless. They looked at each other before sighing. They thought by now nothing can surprise them anymore, yet Riz keeps bringing out new things. This device structure looks simple, but the concept behind it can be called ingenious. Give us a month-week, we will show you both of the prototypes, said Arnold. After cooperating with Gobin for quite some time, Arnold's knowledge is no longer limited to woodwork. The same goes to Gobin. Both of them exchange the knowledge with each other to create Riz's weird machinery and also to reduce a workload among them. Can you focus on the arquebus first, said Riz. He needs that so he can supply his soldiers as soon as possible. He has written everything information they need in the blueprint. Then give us 2 weeks, Gobin said. All right, see you in 2 weeks. In the meantime, he will go and see the limestone deposit and make a production plan for it. Knock, knock, knocks. Come in, said Nicholas. I pardon my intrusion, your majesty. Wendell entered the king's office. Here is the place where Nicholas I spend most of his day. There is a mountain of paperwork stacks in the office. Surrounded by all the paperwork is the tired King Nicholas I. What is it, Wendell? There is a letter for you, your majesty. Is it from the Merchant Guild? If so, just throw it away. They have sent so many letters for the past week. Unfortunately not, your majesty. Nicholas I. raised his eyebrows. He was confident the Merchant Guild would send him another letter. Whenever money was involved, those merchants will become so restless. The news about Serdoya's blockade has reached the capital. To make the situation worse, Serdoya even released the reason why they were doing so. Many nobles and merchants implore the king to give in to Serdoya's demand. Then who is it? Nicholas I. asked. The letter doesn't mention the sender's name, but the letter was sealed with Barlia's coat of arms. Wendell replied, "What? Why would Barlia suddenly enter the scene? It makes no sense at all. This is a dispute between Bajiroja and Serdoya alone. They have no reason to interfere." Exactly. Wendell was equally as surprised as Nicholas I too. He then asked, "Would you like to meet Barlia's envoy, your majesty?" Nicholas I pondered for a while. "All right, let's meet them. I want to know their purposes. I will arrange the meeting for you." Wendell bowed a little before leaving the king's office. 2 days later, Nicholas I met the envoy from Barlia. Except for Wendell and several handfuls of guards, there was no one else. "It's an honor to meet you, King Nicholas Napuna Bajiroja. My name is Mark Donald," said the envoy. "It's an honor to meet you too, Mr. Mark." "May I ask the purpose of Mr. Mark requesting an audience with me?" Nicholas I asked. "I want you to fulfill Serdoya demand and hand Rizuri Rintum to them." Mark responded to Nicholas's question. His words make those who hear it think he is ordering Nicholas I rather than requesting him. Why Barlia cares so much about a 15-year-old boy? He is not a mere boy. He is the last royal of Serdo dynasty. Rintum conquers its neighbor, the Gilecakes County, which is 2 times larger than them, in merely a week. That achievement alone is a proof that shows their military capability. Last year, that boy defeated Count Tegrat's army, which is 2 times bigger than him. Care to tell me, your majesty, king of Bajiroja, which one of your princes are able to achieve that feat? Asked Mark. Nicholas I didn't say anything because he knows all the words Mark said are true. Mark's words let him see from a different perspective. Mark continues, "I hope that your majesty will not be too optimistic. Such people will be the earliest to die. What is the benefit for Barlia for stopping this?" Mark smiled. "We just don't want things to escalate between Bajiroja and Serdoya. We seek for peace." Barlia, peace? Ha ha ha. It has been a while since Nicholas I heard a good joke. Mark doesn't seem to be affected by Nicholas's mocking. Nicholas stopped laughing. "Wouldn't it solve the problem if Barlia orders their navy to not attack our ships? The reason we use Serdoya's port is because you guys blocked us, am I right? I hope you don't make a random assumption, your majesty. It is not our navy who is responsible for the attack on your merchant ships. It is a pirate that ran rampantly all over the sea." Mark played dumb. Nicholas's lips twitched, but he tried to control it. He didn't want to curse this shameless envoy. "All right, I will consider your word." "You can go now," said Nicholas I to Mark. As soon Mark left the audience hall, a mysterious figure appeared on his back. "So how is the talk?" "Whoa, don't scare me like that, Jack." Mark has always been displeased with Jack's sudden appearance. It's bad for his heart. "I'm sorry, so how's the talk?" he asked again while both of them were on their way out from the castle. "I have planted the seed and stir up the doubt in his heart. All we have to do is wait." "Are you sure that's enough? Why don't we do something else?" Jack asked. "It's enough. I don't need to tell him everything. If that king investigates further, he will realize that he actually has been surrounded." Surrounded, that boy is engaged with the daughter of Count Tetherswest, north of royal territory. His sister is going to marry heir of Count Koshilbo in the northeast of royal territory. On the west side is Rintum March. "Do you get it now?" Mark patiently explained to Jack. Listening to Mark's explanation, Jack inwardly recalls the map of Bajiroja. His eyes were wide open. "Damn it, you're right, I never realized about it," Jack asked. "Do you think this is Richard's plan or just a coincidence?" "I don't know, but it's good for us to use it to pit the two of them. In addition, let me remind you that we don't have to go through all of this if you can just kill that boy properly," Mark sneered. "I'm pretty sure I killed that boy." Jack tries to defend himself. Yeah, I have heard it so many times." Mark just ignores Jack's excuse. "Can't you at least try to act like you believe it? You know much I held back from killing that spoiled and arrogant robber," Jack grumbled. All right. "I know your pride as an assassin was hurt, but you need to stop." Mark has long been annoyed by his complaint. "Fine, then how about Serdoya?" "Serdoya is much easier since they're republic. We can wait for the right time to install our puppet as their president." Nicholas contemplated. Mark's words arose his suspicion toward Rintum. The royal family always regarded the Rintum as their loyal vassal. He looked outside from the window in his office, staring at the garden that the queen carefully nurtured. In his mind, many possibilities were thought, but there is not much option he has. He needs to choose between one nobleman or his country's economy. The price of grains and foods have reached an all-time low. All grains merchants are selling their goods to avoid a total loss. The majority of the nobles have tacitly reached a consensus to sacrifice Riz for their own benefit. Nicholas, I decided to discuss with Prime Minister Wendell. What do you think, Wendell? In my opinion, barley a purpose is suspicious. There's no way they would prioritize something like peace. However, there are truths in their words. Rintum possesses too much danger to the royal family. I believe your majesty doesn't want the coup to happen just like during King Nalan's reign. So you're saying that Rintum family is planning to stab my back. Nicholas's expression turned serious. He recalled the attempt of a coup conducted by the Duke of Barrocks during his grandfather's reign years ago. At that time, the Duke of Barrocks secretly raised an army which went unnoticed by the royal family in the capital. The Duke at that time was very good at hiding his emotions. He didn't give a single sign of disloyalty. He participated in every event the king invited him without a miss. Nobody would guess that he is gathering a lot of soldiers. The news was exposed when he was marching toward the capital. Of course, it is impossible to cover up the movement of an army as large as 20,000 men. Young Renault is the one responsible for informing the king by immediately dispatching a messenger. Upon hearing the news, Nalan gathers his royal army to contain Duke Barrocks. Fortunately, with the help of nobles from the surrounding region, the coup was unsuccessful. The Duke can't move forward or retreat. Nalan decides to have the main family of the Duke of Barrocks executed. The king then assigned the current Duke of Barrocks, which is from the branch family, to rule the fief. Since then, the royal family has been very careful with all the noble families. They monitor all of their movements, especially related to the military. Nonetheless, his story gives an awe to everyone who hears it. Nobles are generally very good at hiding something, but to hide something to the point nobody is aware of its subtle movement requires a great skill. Your Majesty, I am saying that the possibility is there. King Nalan was caught off guard, but still, his army can still contend with the Duke. In all honesty, if Rintum does the same, then Napuna will be captured before your Majesty can even give a single order, said Wendell. Wendell couldn't understand why Nicholas I was so reluctant to go against Rintum. Have Count Theodore Tetherswest sent us the blueprint of Trebuchet? Ask Nicholas I. They haven't. I feel like they are deliberately delaying time, replied Wendell. Send them a letter again. Tell them to hand it over as quickly as possible. Don't forget to send a letter to Marquis Richard too. I will write it at once, your Majesty. It's an honor to meet you, my lord. Nice to meet you, Mr. Henry William. Riz greets the mayor of Raffledrad City. Initially, Richard decided to retain Henry's position as a mayor temporarily after conquering Raffledrad. At that time, Richard was busy with war and had no time to mind about it. However, Henry proved to Richard that he is capable enough to sit in that position. Richard decided to let Henry stay as a mayor due to the lack of officials right now. My lord, I have prepared your accommodation. You can have lunch first if you want, said Henry. Right now, the deposit is his priority. As you wish, my lord, I will prepare a carriage for you. It didn't take Henry a long time to prepare the carriage. Riz looked at the fanciest carriage he has ever seen being pulled by 2 white horses. Anyone who sees the carriage will confidently bet their life saying there's noble it there. He decided to just accept Henry's kind gesture and entered the carriage. Charlotte followed closely behind him as usual. It only takes 2 hours to reach the destination at full speed. He stepped out of the carriage and looked around before his eyes fell on the huge limestone formation. Riz walks toward the sedimentary rocks and rubbed his hand on it. This is indeed a limestone. It looks like with this amount, it's enough to supply our current projects and the one in the future, Riz commented. My lord. His focus was interrupted, but he didn't mind too much. What is it? This is Elric, the one that led the mining team to extract those rocks. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. Elric awkwardly bows in front of Riz. This is his first time having contact with the noble. Me too, Elric. How is the progress here? He asked him while his eye is looking at the quarry. He sees the workers are using pickaxes to dig and cut. My lord, digging these rocks and cutting it can take some time. If you want to increase the production, we have to hire a large number of workers. No need for that. We will just blast it. Blast? Elric does not understand what his lord is talking about. I will just show it to you. Charlotte, bring that to me, Riz ordered. Wait a moment. She rushed to the carriage and returned back with several small jars made from pottery. Riz took those jars and headed to the quarry. Everybody move. Stay far from here, he shouted. The workers followed the order without knowing their lord's intention. All of them were waiting and watching their lord placing a jar there. A large thunderous sound echoes in the entire area. Except for Charlotte, everybody appears to be stunned by the sound. After the cloud of dust settles, the workers can see the large rock they tried so hard to cut were blown to smithereens. My lord Thigh, this is. Elric was the one that quickly recovered from the shock, a black powder. Now can the production increase? He asked Elric. Absolutely. We will save so much time cutting the rocks. The workers, on the other hand, still had their mouths wide open. They were too shocked about what just happened. All right, why are you standing there like a fool? Get back to work, said Elric. Yes, boss, replied the workers. They began to collect the small pieces. Some are cutting down a larger one, but since it is relatively smaller in size compared to before the blasting, their job becomes easier. The use of black powder makes the workers' previous effort look like nothing. While Elric and others are busy collecting the smithereens limestone, Riz returns to his carriage. He took out a paper and started writing his plan just like he did in Khoriton. In this case, he tries to imitate the process of a modern cement processing plant, which consists of 4 steps. The first step starts with crushing and grinding the raw materials, followed by the second steps, blending the materials in the correct quantity. The third step is burning the blended mix in a kiln. Modern cement processing plants used rotary kiln. The plant will be built outside Raffledrad, near the river, to utilize water as a power source for his machine. For now, I have to deal with this first. Energy plays a very important role in the advancement of civilization. Riz decided to use bottle kiln for now since it is impossible with the current technological level to build not only rotary kiln, but also shaft kiln. The final process is to grind the burned product that was known as clinker with a certain amount of gypsum. The nearest source of gypsum is located in the north of Barrock's duchy, but it is near the border of Bideford. He has already secretly mined it for months now. Although that area is desolated and no nearby settlement, he will still be very careful to not let the Duke know. The Duke probably doesn't know its uses, but it doesn't mean he likes when someone is exploiting resources in his territory. Gypsum has a lot of uses such as fertilizer in agriculture, filler in the paper and textiles industry, and in cement. He plans to put the management of the quarry and processing plant under his Gatharix mining company, just like he did with the iron mine. Next, he took out a detailed map of the Rintum territory, the kind that you can't get in the market. Riz is planning the road network for the entire Rintum territory. Of course, this plan won't be implemented immediately. Rintum's financials are stretched thin right now due to many ongoing projects. He took this chance to buy the ownership of the mine and quarry from his father. That is why he is able to make a change in these 2 places without consulting his father. However, road networks are different. Since Riz can't fully own it, he decided to make a plan and throw it to his father. Taking account of Richard's personality, he will definitely find an opportunity to implement it. Riz looks at the map. Rintum divided its territory into 2 provinces, Bideford Province and Gilecakes Province. Riz began to draw a road network on the map. The road will stretch nearly 200 km from Tegrat in the west to Bideford in the east. Another road will branch off 190 km from the Tegrat-Bideford Road to Nubigal and Durboats in the north, and 140 km to Seasorvar in the south. This project isn't cheap at all. Once it is completed, it will increase the connectivity between the cities and villages with a flat and wide road network. Riz proposes a road network based on several factors. First is finding a flat terrain where there is no river on its way that will force him to build a bridge. He also needs to make sure the soil is well compacted. This is the most troublesome part, and he will leave it alone for now. Next, he needs to make sure the path that he chose has as few obstacles as possible, so the project won't spend too much time clearing obstacles. He finished sketching his preliminary proposed route. Further investigation needed to be conducted to get more accurate results. Charlotte came into the carriage. "My lord, they have finished collecting the limestone. All right, let's go. It is time to teach Elric how to use gunpowder." Riz called Elric and began teaching him where to blast. Boom. Riz nodded. He was satisfied with Elric's fast learning ability. Thud. Riz saw a rock around his fist size rolling to his side. Thud. Another rock fall. Be careful, young master, shouted Charlotte and ran toward him. Her eyes weren't looking at him, instead she looked up. Riz looked upward. A part of the mountain is crumbling and sliding down. Everybody runs. He shouted and ran as fast as he could. So do the workers there. They immediately throw away their equipment. If you get crushed by those big rocks, using all of the luck you have in your entire life won't be enough to make it out alive. Boom. The dust from the rocks scattered to the entire area. Riz can barely see his own hand. Young master, Charlotte shouted as hard as she could, searching for her lord. She's in an extremely panicked mood right now. I'm here, he told her his location. Once Charlotte has located her lord, she runs toward him and checks every inch of his body for any injuries. Calm down, I'm fine, he reassured her. Once the dust fog dissipates, Riz can see the surrounding area clearly again. Is everyone okay? Are there any injuries? He asked. My lord, we are fine, replied his workers. Riz is relieved that nobody is injured, but it didn't last long when one of his workers called him. My lord, look over there. His worker shouted at him before pointing his finger in a certain direction. Riz turned and followed the direction his worker pointed. What is that? An entrance hidden beneath the hills. My lord, I think we have found a ruin, said Charlotte excitedly. Ruin? Yes, my lord, Charlotte replied excitedly. Why are you so excited? Of course I am. There is a high possibility of finding treasures in ancient ruins. We can get rich overnight. Ha ha ha, Riz laughed when seeing Charlotte excited. This is one of the few moments where she showed her emotions. Riz then continued with his question. Did you forget that your lord here is rich? How much wealth is there that can move me? Charlotte ignores Riz's arrogant remarks. Yeah, how can I forget that my lord has a lot of sources of income? Exploring the ancient ruins is one of her ambitions. She can't miss an opportunity to embark on an adventure. Truth be told, Charlotte actually is quite annoyed with her lord, who doesn't seem to take interest in exploring the ruin. Multiple questions rise in her mind. Wouldn't a boy usually get excited going on an adventure? Isn't an ancient ruin a perfect opportunity for it? As she keeps thinking, Charlotte comes up with a perfectly reasonable conclusion. Poor milord, perhaps he is too busy to enjoy his life. She looks pitifully at Riz with her sad eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Riz saw Charlotte looking at him as if she was looking at an abandoned cat. Nothing, milord, but I think we should try to explore the ruins. Maybe we can find abundant wealth to fund your road network project. She's trying to use a project fund as a basis to attract his attention. She knows that his road project does not have enough funds to start with. Furthermore, she also knows Riz attached importance to this road project. She was not stupid to not know the benefit it will bring to the territory. This is the most expensive project Riz has ever made. When looking at the estimated cost of the project, she was stunned by its exorbitant amount. It can make even a royal family go bankrupt. Riz halts his steps the moment he hears Charlotte's words. He turns around and sees Charlotte smirking at him, indicating that she knows his thought process well. Riz stood there unmoving for some period of time, probably weighing out the pros and cons. He decided to give in to Charlotte's persuasion. He smiled back at her. Fine, you got me. Let's do as you said, but we must first find some historian to identify what kind of ruin is this. Charlotte happily jumped when she heard Riz's approval. Don't be too happy. I will send the letter to my teacher first. It probably takes a while to find some expert in history. All right, my lord. Riz turned his head toward Elric, ordered the workers to collect the limestone and clear up the scene. Yes, my lord. Oh, one more thing. Don't let them spread the news about the ruins here or I will kill them. Yes, my lord. Elric was frightened hearing the threat. Once again he reminded himself that Riz is a nobleman. Riz's easygoing and approachable nature often confuses the commoner. His clothes and manner are the only clues they use to distinguish him from commoners. Riz and Charlotte returned to Henry's mansion. Later that night, he wrote a letter to his teacher explaining the situation. He dispatched a messenger to send it tomorrow morning. Now all he has to do is wait for Stuart to come. 6 days later, Riz and Charlotte are standing in front of Henry's mansion to greet them. Why are you here? Riz asked Charlotte, who is standing beside him. Before Charlotte could answer, Riz interrupted her. Forget it, I know why you're here. You just can't wait to enter the ruins, aren't you? She pouted. I don't see any problem with that. Ignoring her mutter, Riz directed his attention to the two silhouettes that walked toward them. Stuart finally arrived in Raffledrad. Together with him is his friend who is also a historian. It's been a while, teacher. It's been a while since the last time I saw you. You have to run around here and there. Ha ha ha, well, I have a lot of business to take care of. By the way, why don't you introduce him to me? Ah, yes, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Arden Daniel, a historian that I know. Nice to meet you, Mr. Arden. My name is Rizery. This girl is Charlotte. Charlotte greeted. Nice to meet you, Mr. Arden. It's an honor to meet you, my lord, and you too, young lady. I have heard from your teacher saying that you accidentally found a ruin. May I ask, where is it? Did you let anybody enter it? Asked Arden right away. He is a busy person and does not like to waste his precious time. As a historian enthusiast, he will never come to personally meet someone. This time is a special case. A new ancient ruin was discovered and tons of information waiting to be unearthed. When Stuart came to find him and showed him the letter, he packed his baggage at once. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. I have ordered my knight to seal the area. Nobody touches anything. Although there is someone who can't wait patiently and tries to break in, his eyes shift to Charlotte on his side. Charlotte just shrugged. 2 days ago, she tried to break into the ruins. As a result, she was grounded by Riz until Stuart came to Raffledrad. Arden breathed a sigh of relief. The common mistake that most people make when they find a ruin is to enter it recklessly. You're a lucky young lady. Most people died at the entrance of the ruins. Arden just dropped a bombshell on Charlotte. Riz is trying his best to hold back his laugh as he sees Charlotte's face turn white. Her expression was so priceless. Charlotte just stared angrily at Riz. Arden interrupts their interaction and hastened them. Hurry up, let us not waste any time and go right away. The sooner the better. All right, let's go. Riz, Charlotte, Stuart, and Arden get into the carriage. The knights escorted them to the ruin. Inside the carriage, the situation is a bit awkward as there is no topic to talk about. Riz himself is not an extrovert. He doesn't know how to start a conversation with others. Why does it take so long to arrive? This is so awkward. He wants to seek Charlotte's help to get rid of this awkwardness. To his despair, she has long entered her dreamland and she even used his shoulder as a resting place for her head. Riz can see her saliva smearing his shirt. Well, it would be weird if she didn't feel sleepy. She was so excited about the ruin that she hardly slept. Charlotte is the only one who can act with such disrespectful behavior toward him and get away with it. She is really close to you, huh? Stuart breaks the silence. I guess so. Why do you ask? I have met a lot of young noblemen in my life, but none of them treat their personal maid like you. Then how do they treat them? Like a tool, I guess. Tool, specifically how? He is quite interested in other nobleman lifestyles. Due to his busyness, he doesn't have much contact with other nobles. The banquet held by Rintum is the only time he makes contact with others. It is not enough to judge their character with just one meeting. They use their maids by any means they like. To them, their maids are just human toys that they can throw away and find a new one. After all, there is a variety of humans to choose from the populace. I never know this kind of thing is common. It's a common practice, especially in Hajdu, Vafors, and Barracks. They encourage their children to do that on the basis of building their confidence. What a twisted way to educate your children. Maybe because Rintum is a militaristic family. We work with commoners frequently. Perhaps. I hope that you won't change once you have power. I have seen a fair share of people turn into a completely different person the moment they hold power. I can't make a promise that I won't change. After all, I am just a normal man, not astounding as you thought. Ha ha ha, you're too humble, Riz. This is the first time he heard a nobleman call himself normal. Flaunting is a noble's natural habit. It doesn't need to be taught. They instinctively know how to do it. Their conversations were interrupted by a knight knocking on the carriage's window. What is it? My lord, we have arrived. All right, Riz gently shook Charlotte's body. MMHM. She reluctantly wakes up from her dream. Charlotte looked at Riz and asked, What is it? We have arrived, informed Riz. Charlotte's eyes instantly lightened up after hearing his words. She hurriedly got out of the carriage. Riz, Stuart, and Arden followed behind. He looked around and saw the quarry was absent of workers. He relocated them to the cement processing plants and asked them to join the construction team for a while. The good thing about this era is that the workers will never complain as long as you pay them and don't push them beyond their limits. Arden slowly approaches the entrance of the ruin. He starts rubbing his hand on the red wall, trying to identify the material the ruin is made from. Not satisfied with that, Arden dug one of the red bricks out from the wall. Then he measured its length, width, and depth. His eyes begin to move to the characters engraved on the door frame. He blew the dust off the characters. Not satisfied with that, he took out his brush from his bag and gently brushed the accumulated dust on the characters. Soon enough, the shape of the characters becomes clearer. Arden reached this bag again and took a book. He flipped through his book, trying to search for an identical character as on the ruins. Riz and others patiently waited for 1 hour before Arden opened his mouth and spoke. Based on the red brick used to build this structure together, with the characters carved on its wall and its location, I can confidently say that this structure is a fort built during the Draxening era. As for its purpose, I need to do more investigation. Are you sure it's from the Draxening era? That was a very long time ago, Riz asked. Arden said, yes, I have no doubt about it. The ruin from the Draxening era which survives until this day only is counted on one hand. This is a major discovery for historians and archaeologists. Are you telling me the relics and whatever in it is approximately more than 3,000 years? Yes, exactly. Now do you understand its significance, my lord? Riz slowly nodded. He hasn't completely digested the facts yet. The concept of era in this world is different from Earth. The calendar in this world depends on the most powerful nation at one particular time. It starts on the year the most powerful nation on Josia was founded. Draxening era was named after the most powerful nation at the time, Draxening Empire. The empire stands for 1,800 years. During those years, it was called the Draxening era, and other nations use it on their calendar as well. After the Draxening Empire met its demise, it was replaced by the Fexelton Empire that stands for 1,530 years. The calendar was reset back and used Fexelton Empire as a reference point. That period of time was called the Fexelton era. Just like other empires, the Fexelton Empire also experienced the cycle of rise and fall. It was then replaced by the Li Empire that stood for 1,610 years. The calendar was reset once again by using Li Empire as a reference point, thus it was called Li era. The fall of the Li Empire marks the end of the Li era and the beginning of Pain era. It has been 300 years since the start of Pain era. So why was it called Pain era when there is currently no nation named Pain? There is actually a nation called the Pain Empire, but it was short-lived. Compared to its predecessor, the Pain Empire only existed for 100 years. It was formerly located at the current Inverloch Empire, Grand Duchy of Roligny, and a part of the Grand Duchy of Cabiria, effectively control the southern part of Josia mainland. Since the fall of Pain Empire, the current Josia had 3 empires, Sigen, Inverloch, and Pytresha, but their strength is almost the same. None can overwhelm others to become overlord of Josia, creating a deadlock situation. Due to that, every nation decided to continue using the Pain era calendar. Charlotte asked, so, does that mean we're going to find a dragon scale or something related to it? I heard that any part of the dragon can fetch very high prices. hopefully, but are there any people that can afford to buy it? Riz asked. When it came to the Draxening Empire, they were synonymous with one of the mythical beings, the dragons. During the Draxening era, many dragons made their appearance. The reason is unknown, but the royals of Draxening claim to be descendants of dragons and have dragon blood. Riz naturally didn't believe it. As someone who loves history, many rulers claim they're some sort of divine being, having a connection with a sacred person or outright claiming their descendants. Most of the claims are false claims to strengthen or legitimize their rule over people. The same goes for the Fexelton Empire that is synonymous with phoenixes, and Lee Empire is synonymous with leviathans. Both empires made the similar claim as the Draxening. "My lord, let's not waste time anymore and go inside," rushed Charlotte. Riz replied, "No, I'm not going in. You can go if you want. There is no way he is going to the dark, confined, full of traps place like that. He would rather be on the battlefield than go in there." "Why?" Riz flicked her forehead. "Because I chose not to. Did you forget that I am noble? Why would I go in there? You should bring the wealth out for me." "Now go, I will stay here with several knights." Riz shoo her away. Charlotte pouted, but his words make sense. She can't have a noble enter the ruins. Who knows just what is in there? "Fine, I will tell you my adventurous story later on." He waved his hand to Charlotte. Okay, just go." Charlotte entered the fort with 3 other knights left, Alad and Bren together with Arden as a guide. Arden at the front led the 4 of them. Alad and Bren hold torches as a light source to illuminate the area. "How big do you think this fort is?" Charlotte breaks the awkward silence among them by asking Arden. Arden replies, "I believe it is at least 3-story high. The fort is probably shaped like a square with 100 meters in length." Charlotte asked again, "How do you even come up with those assumptions?" "Mainly historical records and cross-reference with another discovered Draxening fort. It could have some differences, but at least I have a general idea," Arden replied while dismantling the traps. Swoosh, an arrow flew crossed right in front of their faces. Arden calmly said, "That's a close one, that's a dangerous one." All 4 of them shouted simultaneously. Charlotte asked, "How can you be so calm?" "Well, I am not a scholar who hides behind mountains of manuscripts and books. I do dive into the ruins and dungeons once in a while. Is there even a wealth here in the first place? Where do you think they put it? Either this floor or on the 3rd floor, the leader's room." As they checked every crook and cranny, they found nothing. They start to head to the 2nd floor. Arden commented, "This place is well preserved." "Yeah, but why is it built here? If I am not mistaken, the former Draxening Empire should be at the current location of Sijan Empire, right?" Arden explained to Charlotte, "I have my own suspicion. Draxening royalty always claimed that they are the descendants of dragons." "Well, it's not weird there are people who claim it, since dragons are the only mythical being that can polymorph into humans. I can't completely reject the theory as there might be some truth in it." Then he asked Charlotte anyway, back to the topic, "If you have dragon blood, would you still be considered a normal human?" "Of course not. I probably inherited some of the dragon's traits. For example," Arden asked again, "strong, breathe fire, or fly maybe." "Exactly, then what happened after generations passed?" Charlotte ponders before realizing where this is going. "Ah, their blood diluted, so do their power." Arden nodded yes, and to compensate for that, they probably think they need to hunt the dragons and eat them to recover their power. This fort is probably one of many forts built as a temporary settlement for the soldiers who were given the mission. Then do you think the dragons are the ones that destroy their empire? Maybe. Nothing is certain. "Let us move to the 3rd floor. The layout is just as the 2nd floor," commented Charlotte before pointing her finger in a certain direction. That room looks different from others. Let's go check it out." After they opened the door, what they saw shocked them. Mountains of golds, armors, potteries, gems, and weapons. All of it holds unimaginable value that can put the royals' wealth to shame. Arden's eyes were locked at the mountains of books in it. "This is a treasure in the truest sense. My lord will be delighted to hear this. Let's go and report to him." "So how is it?" Riz asked. "My lord, you can't believe what we saw." Charlotte proceeds with telling her story. Riz has no choice but to listen or she will keep pestering him. It took quite an hour or so for her to finish. "I see there are a lot of treasures, huh?" Riz said after Charlotte finished her story. She was dumbstruck. Riz only focused on the treasure part. His mind is wondering how long it will take to melt and mint the golds into the kingdom's currency. Riz gave her an order. Charlotte led the knights to collect the treasure. "Request additional carriages from Henry. We will take all of it back to Bideford." He also didn't forget to give a knight a little bit of a spoil to shut their mouth. "My lord," Arden begins to speak. "I wonder if it's fine for me to take the manuscripts in there." "Sure, you can have it. I have no interest in those manuscripts, but if you write a book about your findings, be sure to send a copy to me." He is an avid reader of history, but it is a hassle for him to extract the information from the manuscripts by himself. He will leave it to Arden and just read the final product. "Do not worry, my lord. I will be sure to send it to you once I finish writing it." "All right," he nodded his head, then turned to Charlotte, who was coordinating the knights, and asked, "Charlotte, how long do you think it will take to bring out all the treasures?" "I don't know. It probably takes at least 3 or 4 hours." 1 hour later, Henry sent them 10 carriages to be used. Naturally, Henry didn't know the reason for Riz to request such a large number of carriages. He didn't bother to ask despite being curious about it. Sticking your head in the place you shouldn't will only lead you to death. The knight begins to bring the treasures out and loads them in the carriages. Meanwhile in Tetherswest, what's wrong, dear? Is there something in your mind? Countess Fiona Tetherswest asked her husband. She rarely sees her husband lost in thought. Only a serious matter can make her husband preoccupied. Theodore sighed and turned away from the window. I received a letter from His Majesty. He ordered me to hand over the blueprint and all its technical drawings to him. He actually doesn't know how to respond. On one side, he wants to gain the trust of Riz. He can feel that that boy has a lot of potential and a bright future. That is why he is willing to give her daughter's hand in marriage to him. On the other hand, he didn't want Tetherswest's relationship with the royal family to deteriorate. The Tetherswest family has spent more time guarding the north than socializing with royals or nobles in tea parties or banquets. As such, most of their relationship with nobles is neutral at best. Hearing her husband was conflicted, she threw her suggestion. If you can decide between the two, why don't you pick a middle choice? Middle choice, just give them an incomplete version of the trebuchet and at the same time write a letter to Riz explaining the situation. He is a smart boy. I am sure he will understand, explained Fiona. Can't we actually do that? Asked Theodore. Fiona just rolled her eyes. Of course we can. Why do you suddenly want to be stupidly honest? Her husband is hopeless outside of military and warfare. Her husband seems to be very naive when it comes to scheming and plotting, a skill that every noble should have. In other words, her husband is a musclehead to the core. I see. Then I will do as you said. Theodore starts writing a letter. What a straightforward guy, thought Fiona while watching Theodore with affectionate eyes. Although Theodore can be annoying sometimes, she really liked his honest and straightforward nature. Her husband doesn't fit with the cutthroat world of aristocrats. It is with her help that Theodore is able to handle scheming types of nobles. As someone who is guarding the kingdom's border, Theodore has received a fair share of death threats, bribes, and offers from both foreign and his own country. Not all of that can move him. He lives up to his family name, an iron wall. Dear, Fiona interrupted his husband's focus. What is it? Theodore replied while his hand kept writing. What do you think about Serdoya's blockade on our merchants? Theodore stops writing and looks up to Fiona. I think that this kingdom will soon be in turmoil. He didn't need to be a genius to understand the impact of this blockade on the economy. Nobles in the kingdom won't stay still. They will use this chance to isolate the Rintham family. For the upper-ranked nobles, having one less powerful family is a benefit for them as they can control the political situation much more easily. They will be the one who initiates it, and the one who will do the bidding for them is naturally lower-ranked noble. The lower-ranked nobles will see the fall of Rintham as a chance to rise up in rank and gain more land. The upper rank will take advantage of their greed and pit them against each other, perfectly divide and control them. Indeed, noble will choose benefits over friendships. So where is our standing? Fiona asked. When the time comes, we will be forced to choose sides. Does it really matter? Theodore chuckled. We have done our best to spread the news about the engagement between Riz and Theodora. Even if we didn't choose, they will simply assume we are with Rintham, unless we break off the engagement, Fiona suggested. No, let's not do that, Theodore quickly replies. I don't want to destroy her future. Aren't you too confident in them? Fiona frowns. This is probably one of her husband's gut feelings again, she sighed. Although it's illogical to her, Theodore's intuition has been proven several times in the past. I plan to ask Theodora to help me send the letter to Riz, said Theodore. Fiona raised her eyebrows. Do you need to do that? Theodora might not have wanted to. Fiona can't oppose it anymore since Theodore already made his decisions. She called the butler to enter Theodore's office. How can I help you, madam? Called Theodora for me. As you wish, the butler slightly bowed before retreating from the office. A few moments later, Theodora arrived. Dad, did you call me? Theodora asked. Yes, I want you to go to Bideford and send this later to your fiancé for me. While you're at it, stay there for a few weeks and spend time with him, Theodore said as he gave the letter to her. It took a few minutes for Theodora to completely digest her father's words. Theodora's eyes were wide open before she shouted, What? You heard it right. There is no need to shout. Why do I need to do that? Because you're his fiancé. It's been a few months since you met him. Usually a girl is married at the age of 16 or 17 years old, but he took the liberty to prolong it until he is 18. So, are you saying he doesn't take this engagement seriously at all? From my perspective, you're a valuable tool for our cooperation rather than a fiancé, at least for now. Once he achieves whatever he wants, he will throw you away. I didn't need to tell you what happened to such a woman, right? Theodora's face became bloodless, only now that she realized that she is in a precarious situation. Fine, I will do it. Theodora grit her teeth. She didn't have a choice to begin with. Her future is in Riz's hands right now. In Bajaroja, a woman who is engaged usually moved to her future husband's residence to familiarize herself with his family. Often 9 out of 10, the fiancé and her fiancé cross will the line. Due to that, a woman who is broken off from her engagement will be seen as no longer pure or be considered as used goods. There is no nobleman who will take such women as his wife or concubine, as it is considered an insult to them. The women either stay single forever or marry a commoner. Marrying a commoner symbolizes putting dirt in her family's name, which her noble family may consider as an insult to them. Such a woman usually is disowned by her family. It can be said that noble women in Bajorosia have it difficult despite living and growing up comfortably. The noble family, after all, cares about their image and reputation in the noble society more than their own children. To them, having a lot of children doesn't mean having a lot of happiness and laughter in the house. It means having a lot of backup plans. Depart immediately. Don't waste your time here. Yes, father. The construction of the government plaza and elementary school is progressing fast. The school is estimated to complete in April this year at the earliest. The town hall in every city has almost completed its expansion, upgrade, and refurbishment. First, the Lord doesn't need to go through the complicated process of land acquisition, getting authorities' permissions, permits, and so forth. There are also no stakeholders that will whine about every single thing. Second, the workers' wage is very low. As long as the Lord pays them with sufficient food, they are willing to do the job without complaining. This allowed the Lord to employ as many as he can, and with good management, the Lord can utilize all of them. Richard is currently in his office. The light illuminates Richard's office through the window behind him. Despite reading a report about the construction progress, it didn't manage to lift up Richard's mood a bit. There, Richard is holding a letter with a royal seal on it. Letter arrived in his hand last night. He knows the urgency of the letter for it to be sent in the middle of the night. Richard starts reading the letter line by line. As he keeps reading, more and more veins seemingly appear on his forehead. He grits his teeth to prevent his mouth from cursing, but unsuccessfully in doing so. That bastard king. He smashed his hand on the table. He is very angry. "My lord, what happened?" Edward, who is outside Richard's office, entered when he heard a loud smashing noise. "You should read this too, Edward." Richard handed over the letter to him. Edward starts reading the letter. The more he read, the more he couldn't believe it. The letter is very straightforward. The king demands Richard hand his son over to the capital. Riz would then be handed over to Sir Doya. Nicholas, I stated that giving Riz to Sir Doya wouldn't pose any problem to the Rintham family, as they still have Russell as an heir. In the first place, making the youngest son when the older is still alive and mentally healthy had never been done in nobility. Hence, it is going against the noble tradition. "I couldn't believe the king would be so brazen like this," commented Edward. "I know. Compared to Riz, Russell is only good at art and nothing else. There is no way I would make him an heir," said Richard. "For now, let's wait until Riz comes back from Raffledrad first. 1st March 300 Pain Era. Riz has arrived at Bideford with an extra 11 carriages with him. The amount of treasures is so much that the initial 10 carriages Henry sent are insufficient. Their speed becomes slow as they are taking 11 carriages with them. Thankfully, there is no incident occurring during the journey. I'm finally home," Riz muttered after Rintham Mansion showed up in his sight. All those cement and ancient forts are very tiring to him. He still has to meet with Arnold and Gobin to see the prototype of the arquebus and cannon, not to mention he needs to mass-produce them and train the knights to use them first. Then together with the knights, they need to select and train a few soldiers to use it. It will take a long time to provide the arquebus to every soldier. So much to do. "At this rate, I will die due to overwork," he complained, but he knows that it needs to be done if he wants to be safe. Before he can even reach his room, Edward emerges behind him, frightening him. "Welcome back, young master." "Whoa," Riz startled. "I'm back, Edward. Please don't suddenly appear like that." "My apologies, young master." "So what do you want? Your father has called for you. He is in his office waiting for your arrival." Riz headed to the office and began knocking on the door. "Come in. Why are you looking for me, father?" "Look at this." With haste, Richard handed the letter to Riz. Riz starts reading the letter with great focus. He was astonished by the king's request. This king really treats him like an object. He looked at Richard after finishing the letter. He asked, "So what are you going to do?" "You know there is no way I will follow his demand. I think, Nicholas, I mistakenly thought that Rintham was a royal dog. Others who study our family history may think so too, since most of the time we abide by the king's order. However, that is because being on the king's side brings us benefits. If not, how do you think our family rose from viscount to count under a mere 200 years? Riz stays silent. He let Richard finish his speech. Richard continues, "Since he provides no benefits anymore, there is no point hanging around him. He threatened me with war, then war he will get." He looks at his son. "This is going to be a tiring war. You better prepare mentally." "Yes, father." Riz hastily leaves the room, but stops for a moment. He turns around and asks Richard, "Father, what, hypothetically, if we go against the king, how long would they take to organize an army?" "If it's only the king, it probably takes 2 months for them to prepare. If other nobles join, it can take up to 6 months. Don't worry, they won't come right away since now it is March. They might come in late May or early June. Moreover, there are many things to prepare if they want to raise a large army." His first destination after leaving Richard's office is Arnold's workshop. There are so many things he needs to do now. "Damn it, I just got back and now this shit." Can't they just wait until I finish supplying the weapon to soldiers? Riz wonders if he has time to mass-produce an arquebus and train the soldiers. He took his time to visit his workshops first. Both of his companies are doing well and basically, there's no problem. All of the administrative positions in the companies were recruited and trained by Charlotte. He trusts her decisions. In the storage room, many textbooks from various subjects have been stockpiled. There is no problem in supplying it to Bideford once the school opens. Not far from his workshop is Arnold's. He and Gobin have been waiting for Riz. "Kid, what took you so long?" asked Arnold. "I'm sorry, old man. There is something that comes up at Raffledraw. Did you have the prototype?" "I have 15 here." "Great. Let's go to the forest and test them. My knights have been waiting there." Riz gives each of the knights an arquebus. The knight held it as if they were delicate glassware that easily broke. Charlotte helped set up the target for shooting practice. She was also eager to try the arquebus. "All right, everyone, listen up. The weapon in my hand is called an arquebus, and the person who uses it is called an arquebusier. I will show you how to operate an arquebus, so watch it closely." Everybody begins to pay attention. Except for Arnold and Gobin, others have never seen this weapon before. Riz started explaining every part of the arquebus. Just like a normal student, they easily get bored hearing all theory behind its mechanism. Therefore, Riz proceeds with the demonstration part. He never uses it on Earth, but he tries to do it based on what he has seen on the internet. First, burn the slow burning rope and hold it in your left hand. Then, open the pan, put the gunpowder in it, and shake the arquebus. Now, turn the arquebus to a vertical position to let the gunpowder sink. Next, pour the gunpowder on the front side of the arquebus. Draw out the scouring stick and ram the gunpowder. Finally, cover your pan back before sticking the slow burning rope to the arquebus. Adjust the rope to make sure the burning ends of the rope can enter the pan when you pull the trigger. This might take some time before you can get it right. Then open the pan back, aim and shoot. Boom, it seems I hit the target. Maybe today is my lucky day. Ha ha ha. All the people there clapped their hands. Now all of you come here and line up. Everyone must try it, no exception. A good arquebusier takes 30 seconds to a minute to reload. Try to achieve that. Everybody tried using the weapon, including Arnold and Gobin. Unsurprisingly, Charlotte was the one who was quick to learn and become proficient in a short time. Riz kind of expects that she had a knack for using weapons. They spend their time in the forest until sunset. Charlotte is enjoying her new toy. Before they returned to the mansion, Riz confiscated the arquebus, which caused opposition from everyone, especially Charlotte. "This is a secret weapon. I can't let its existence be known by others. Not until I manage to supply it to all of the soldiers. Soldiers, I plan to establish a new team specifically to use this weapon." King's Office, capital city of Napuna. "Your Majesty, the letter from Bideford has arrived." Wendell handed over the letter from Richard to Nicholas. I took the letter and opened it. He started reading the content with great interest. Wendell silently stood in front of him, waiting for his king to finish reading the letter. "Nicholas," I put the letter down and look at Wendell. "How is it, Your Majesty?" He is eager to know their response. They refuse. "Nicholas," I give a short reply. He's tapping his finger on the desk. He is ruminating on his next move. "Nicholas," I opened his mouth. "Wendell invited all the nobles in the kingdom except Rintum and 3 barons under them to the capital next week. I want to meet those nobles. Most of the nobles, especially the nobles with the rank of count and above, prefer to live in the capital. They left the territorial management to their subordinate or heir. The only upper-rank nobles that didn't live in the capital are Tetherswest, Rintum, and Koshilbo. The lords in these 3 territories need to be on standby mode as they are bordering with hostile nations. In case of an emergency, they act without any delay. As you wish, Your Majesty." Nicholas, I lean on his seat, staring at the gilded ceiling. The intricate yet beautiful floral pattern carved by a master craftsman made him lost in his thoughts. He muttered slowly, "Sooner, this country will lose its peacefulness." 14th March 300 Pain era. Duke Barox, Count Vafors, Count Hajduk, Count Naharog, Viscounts and barons entered the palace. Tens, if not hundreds of nobles in the kingdom were in the capital right now. This is the first time in Badgeroja's history that many nobles gather in one place. Every noble, regardless of their distance, rushed to the capital within a week. To be blunt, Nicholas, I threatened them if they didn't come. All of them were headed to the audience hall, a place where the king usually meets his vassals. Guards were standing at every entrance of the hall. Only nobles can go in there. Entering the audience hall, their mouth gasped, seeing the hall is different than usual. There is a huge U-shaped table in the audience hall. The arrangement of seats was that the higher the noble rank is, the closer his or her seat to the king. Every noble searches for their seat. Each seat has a label on it to indicate who it belongs to. After finding their seats, chattering voices started to fill the hall as the nobles were talking to each other. "Why does the king call all of us today?" asked one of the barons. "Not sure, but it's probably because of the port blockade. My income has drastically decreased. There is no way the king doesn't get affected." Everybody stops talking when they hear the sound of the door being opened. Nicholas, I entered the hall. His eyes were scanning around the hall while inwardly taking note of the attendees. He saw most of the nobles attend the meeting today. He frowned because he didn't see Tetherswest and Koshilbo in their seats. All nobles stand when Nicholas I entered as a sign of respect. They all wait for Nicholas I to sit. Everyone may sit. Nicholas I waved his hand and said with a majestic and imposing voice. The nobles start to sit slowly, not wanting to make any needless sounds. Nicholas I start speaking. Let me thank all of you for making time to come to the capital on short notice. Nicholas I expressed his gratitude to the nobles. The nobles just give a polite smile. Inwardly, their mind has run wildly. If not for being threatened, they wouldn't bother to come here. Fortunately, their mouths keep them from talking as they please. Nicholas I is observing their reaction one by one. He knows that most of them are probably cursing him right now, but it doesn't matter to him. He continues now, without wasting our time, let us move to the main agenda today. As you know, more than a month ago, Serdoya imposed a blockade on our merchants from using their ports. This incident has caused a disastrous effect on our economy. I have reached out to Serdoya to understand the real situation. Their response is that they request us to hand over the youngest son of the Rintum family, Rizuri Rintum, to them. I believe most of you already know the identity of that boy. After Nicholas I finished speaking, the hall was void of any sound. The nobles are processing the information they received. The one who starts speaking is the Duke of Barracks, so Matthew's position is unstable because somehow the boy's identity was known by their commoners. The corner of Nicholas's eyes twitched when hearing remarks from Duke Barracks. Nicholas, I know that the Duke's word was targeted at him. The Duke indirectly said that all of this happened because of Nicholas's mistake. Nicholas looked at other nobles. They seemed to not get the underlying message in Duke's remark. I thought they were progressive people like they claimed to be. Count Vafor speaks with a disgusted tone. Serdoyan is always proud of themselves for abolishing the monarchy and killing their king. They look down on the feudal lord and threaten to spread the revolution in this kingdom. Since Bajiroja is using Serdoya ports, they can only hold their anger. How hilarious. Now they want to return to the monarchy that they scorn, added Count Hajdu. Duke Barracks asked, have your majesty demanded the boy from the Rintum? I have, but they refuse. That's why all of you are here, to form a noble coalition and help me take the boy. Why don't we just go to war with the Serdoya? Asked one of the unimportant barons. Vafors rebuked him, then what? Weaken each other so that Barlia could take advantage of it. Going to war with Serdoya consumes more time and resources. The baron immediately shut his mouth. His question can be said pretty stupid. All right, don't fight, Nicholas, I interfere. The reason I gather all of you is to raise an army large enough to raise the Rintum. Rintum has become more and more rebellious lately. It is time for me to put them in place. Count Hajdu asked, is there any need to raise such a large army? Yes. First, don't forget their military capability. Those trebuchets are troublesome and can cause mass destruction. Second, we need to finish this war fast. Nicholas, I explained. Although the consequence is relatively lower, it still has a large effect on the kingdom. Didn't Count Tetherswest have one? Why don't your majesty request it from them? Asked Count Naharog. Nicholas, I replied, I did, but according to the craftsman, all I received is an incomplete drawing. Well, I am not surprised since their daughter was engaged with that boy. Is that why they didn't come? What about Koshilbo? Count Vafors asked. Count Naharog explains, Richard's daughter is engaged with the heir of Koshilbo. I guess Koshilbo's absence today already showed which one they will side with. Duke Barracks a little bit surprised. I can't believe they chose to side with them. Can we really trust them guarding our border? Let's deal with them later. Now our focus is Rintum. They will definitely retaliate and war cannot be avoided. What's your plan, your majesty? Count Hajdu asked. Nicholas, I look at the nobles in the hall. I want all of you to contribute to this war by sending a number of men and ration for the army. Wendell, who was quiet until now, began to announce the quota they needed to fulfill. Basically, each of them has to send a 3-month ration along with a certain amount of men to the army. Baron 200 men. Viscount 500 men. Count 2,000 men. Duke 3,000 men. Not only that, but the royal guard will also join the army for this war. Nicholas, I was really determined to destroy Rintum. Those who give more soldiers will definitely be in my favor. Any questions? Nicholas, I asked. The nobles, especially barons and viscounts, just stayed silent. They have no right to voice their thought. All they can do is follow. What about Tetherswest and Koshilbo? They can attack us from the back when we're focusing our force on Rintum, Duke Barracks asked. Nicholas, I replied, that's our next agenda, discussing a strategy. However, I will only discuss it with the counts and the duke. This is to prevent the possibility of the content from leaking. The rest of you are dismissed. The barons and viscounts reluctantly stand up and slowly leave the hall. Some of them inwardly grumbled. Under the order of Nicholas I, Wendell escorted them to the banquet hall where the food and drinks were waiting for them. Realizing the king has prepared a feast for them, all their discontent immediately fades away. What an easy people. Show a bit of goodwill and they forget everything else. Wendell sneered when he saw their reaction change. Not wanting to waste more time, Wendell slowly returned to the audience hall. There he listens to their conversation, which lasts for 2 hours. Your Majesty really determined to bury the Rintum. I hope this war is in our favor. As a prime minister, he knows just how bad their economy is right now. They tried to find another nation to dump their excess grains, but another channel has long been saturated. That's why Nicholas I is so desperate to regain back the trade channel to the east. Shoot, bang, bang, bang. Next line, the next row of arquebusiers move forward. Shoot, bang, bang, bang. Next line, currently Riz is on the outskirts of Bideford town, watching the knights training the soldiers to use arquebus at a newly built army base. It still looks crude, but now is not the time to care about the details. It is located on the undeveloped north side of the town, near the already existing knights' barrack. Due to that, it wouldn't arouse unnecessary attention if the soldiers were lingering around the north area. The arquebusiers are practicing the volley fire technique, where they were arranged to shoot row by row. The arquebusiers in the first row step to the front, shoot, and return to the back to reload. The process was repeated. This technique compensates for the low effective range, low rate of fire, and inaccuracy of the arquebus by maintaining a constant stream of fire. The not-so-small group that the knights have selected to be part of the arquebusier team has been training for almost 2 weeks now. Riz handed the responsibility to select and train them to the knights. The production of arquebus, gunpowder, and lead ball began 2 weeks ago through his newly established Gatharix Weapon Company. This company will be responsible for producing weapons for him in the future. Riz hired a lot of blacksmiths and woodworkers to produce the weapon. Astonishingly, the workshop is able to produce 50 arquebuses per day, far exceeding his initial guess. This forced Riz to make a slight change in his plan. He expanded the size of the arquebus team from the initial 300 people to 600 people. Instead of recruiting new people, he slowly converted the existing soldiers. Now 600 of 8,000 men have been transformed into arquebusiers. Leth, I want you to select another 400 men. We will have 1,000 arquebusiers for the war. As you wish, my lord. Leth is one of Charlotte's subordinates. She left her subordinate to serve Riz, as he still doesn't have any power to command the knights yet. Only Richard has that right. He plans to arrange the arquebusier team based on the arrangement of the modern army. The modern army structure on Earth can be different from one nation to another. Riz began to write down everything that he remembers. As for the incomplete part, he just fills in the blank. Squad consists of 10 men and led by a non-commissioned officer. Platoon consists of 30 to 40 men, 3 squads, and is led by a lieutenant. Company consists of 120 to 180 men, 3 platoons, and is led by a captain or major. Battalion consists of 700 to 1,000 men, 3 companies, and is led by a lieutenant colonel. Regiment consists of 3,000 men, 3 battalions, and is led by a colonel. Division made up of 10,000 to 20,000 men, 3 regiments, and led by a major general. Corps made up of 30,000 to 60,000 men, 3 divisions, and led by a lieutenant general. Army made up of 100,000 men and led by a general. Army group made up of 1 million men and led by a field marshal. Done. It might be different from the structure on Earth, but who cares? In this world, I am the first one to make this structure. He doesn't know if there is a thing such as the ideal number of men in a group, or how it can affect the deployment duration, or whatnot. If there is a problem, he can just fix it later. He is the transmigrator, but it doesn't mean he needs to do it all by himself. Now what he needs to do is design a uniform for his arquebusiers. He will give them a dark red top and bottom, a chest plate called cuirass, a 16th century Mauryan helmet, simple boots, a bandolier, apostles, and a powder flask. Riz rushed to place an order with Aunt Tina, a seamstress that Arnold introduced to him. She is like a boss in the textile industry in Bideford. It didn't take him long to arrive at her shop near the town square. Apparently, she inherited the shop from her late father, who was also a respected seamstress. Her father doesn't have any children except her. She then married a tailor and managed the shop together with her husband. However, her husband died 5 years ago, leaving her with a son and a daughter. They have been managing the shop together since then. Riz pushed the door and heard a bell tinkle as he entered her shop. His presence attracted many eyes in the shop. The shop has 2 parts, the workshop for producing clothes in the back. It does everything from spinning, dyeing, weaving, and selling. Basically, she runs her company with a centralized production method. There are another 2 methods, which are individual craftspeople, where every seamstress made their own fabric or clothes and sold it by themselves. Another method is where seamstress made their own fabric or clothes and sold it to someone else, mostly to the shop owner. On the front, there are a lot of fabrics with different colors neatly arranged on the shelf. At a glance, he can say that this store bears a resemblance to that modern clothing store on Earth. "How can I help you, my lord?" asked a woman in her 50s. Aunt Tina knows the identity of this teenager. She often saw him in town, mingling with the townsfolk. His company has become a talk among the women in town for hiring a female as a worker. Aside from her place, women don't have many options when it comes to jobs. Hello, I am here to place an order, Riz said as he took out his sketch and showed it to Aunt Tina. She had a surprised expression on her face when looking at the drawing. The drawing provides all the details that she needs. Usually, she receives an order from the nobles or rich merchants. They only provide a verbal description. She needs to think about all of the details and materialize them, which can be very time-consuming. Can you make it? Riz asked again after seeing Aunt Tina staring at the drawing for quite some time now. Riz's voice entered her ears and brought her back to reality. She immediately apologized for her behavior. Forgive my rudeness, my lord. May I ask if you want me to make everything in this drawing? No, I just want you to make these red clothes and the bandolier. Can you do it? Of course we can, Aunt Tina smiled as this is definitely a large order from the Riz. May I ask how much you want, my lord? Riz raised his index finger. 100. Riz shook his head and said 1,000. The dateline is 2 months. Today is 19th March and the war might break in late May or early June. 1,000. Her shout made many eyes fall on Riz again. They don't know what the conversation was all about that can make their boss shout like that. I'm sorry, my lord, I have no problem making this bandolier, but I don't think I can make the clothes. Aunt Tina lowered her head. She added by showing Riz the shelf. As you can see, this is all the textiles that we have. It is not enough to make 1,000 adult-size clothing. Riz ignored her words and asked, Can I see your workshop? Facing an unexpected question, Aunt Tina became perplexed for a second. She quickly recovered before replying to Riz's question. Yes. Of course you can, but it's a little bit messy back there. I don't mind it. Riz moved to the back on his own. Aunt Tina followed behind. She recalled the talks in the town stating that this lord is an unusual nobleman. Riz can see the workshop was separated by its production steps from spinning, dyeing, and weaving, resembling an assembly line. The workers, who are all female, stop working when they see Riz in the workshop. They don't know how they should act right now. Riz waves his hand. Don't mind me. Just continue your work. He could see the part that halted the production process. He said, You only have 2 floor loom. Yes, my lord. Compared to others, this is already considered a luxury. The floor loom is very expensive, 7,000 rows each. Many workshops didn't have even one and can only work by hand, so a lot of them can't compete with your shop and decided to just work with you, thus making you the largest producer of textiles in this town, am I right? Riz guessing. Aunt Tina shyly said, Apparently that's what happened. If I give you another 3 floor loom, can you complete my order? Hearing those words, Aunt Tina took a deep breath and asked, Are you serious, my lord? Yes, can you do it? Riz didn't mind at all. He rarely spends his money anyway. Yes, my lord, I absolutely can. Good, now let's talk about material. Aunt Tina starts explaining the material she has, which is the same as typical of the medieval era on Earth. There are wool, linen, cotton, leather, hemp, and fur. Riz settles with wool as that's the most abundant material available in Bideford, which means it's slightly cheaper. After receiving an order from her father, Theodora, together with her personal maid and a team of guards, departed from Tetherswest on 1st March 300 Pain era. Her journey starts by heading to the port town of Nediters, west of Tetherswest City, which took her 4 days to arrive by carriage. Tetherswest and Rintum are located opposite of each other and were only separated by a body of water known as the Gulf of Napuna. Once she and her entourage arrive at Nediters, it is already evening. Go and ask them if there is still a ship for this evening. She wants to reach Bideford as soon as possible. As you wish, young miss. Her knight excuses himself to buy a ship ticket for them. The ticket seller greeted the knight welcome. Where do you want to go? There are only 2 options though, Durboats or Napuna. Which one is closer to Bideford? Durboats' route are shorter. You spend less time on the ship and more on the land. For Napuna's route, you will spend more time on the ship and more on the land. If that's the case, is there a ship to Durboats town this evening? The knight asked. The ticket seller replies, the ship to Durboats for this evening has sailed. The earliest one is tomorrow morning. The ship to Napuna is still here though. It's okay, give me 15 tickets for tomorrow's trip to Durboats. 150 rows, said the ticket seller while handing over the tickets. Knight returns to Theodora, who is immersed in watching the beautiful sunset at the port town. She seems to have been lost in her thoughts. She whispered with an inaudible voice, I guess life is not like a fairy tale story that I read when I was a child. When I arrive there, I need to build a good relationship with him. Enough so that he won't break off our engagement. Young miss, the knight called and informed her. Apparently the ship for the evening trip has sailed. I have bought us the tickets for tomorrow morning. Theodora sighed and said, I guess we have to spend the night in this town. Then she asked, which route did you choose, Albert? The knight Albert said, Durboats, young miss. This route is shorter. He knows that Theodora hates spending a lot of time on journeys. Theodora nodded. She inwardly complained, why didn't Bideford build a port despite the town being located near the sea? If they build, I can just sail directly there. There's nothing she can do now. Once she meets Riz, she will voice her idea. The following day, Theodora continued her long journey to Bideford via Durboats, Newbigle, Corriton, and Wesley before finally arriving at Bideford. Theodora looked out from the window of her carriage and saw the wall that protects Bideford town. The carriage that she is currently using is not hers but belongs to Baron Nubigal. She left her carriage at Nediter's before riding a ship. She sighs at last after 20 days of strenuous journeys. I am finally here. She lazily leans her body toward the window to see the view outside. As the carriage moves near the town, the fields appear in her sight. She saw some sort of weird two-wheel carriage which is being pulled by horses. She has never seen something like that before. Hey, Anna, she called her personal maid who was sitting opposite her. Yes, young miss. Theodora pointed her finger at the farmer on the field. What is that thing? Anna looks at the weird carriage with a blank expression. She shook her head and replied, I don't know, young miss. I have never seen something like that before. Theodora frowned and said, aren't you a farmer's daughter? How come you don't know? She keeps denying I never see my father use that thing in my entire life, young miss. Anna looked at the field and saw a familiar face. She makes a suggestion to Theodora. Why don't you ask your fiancé? He is right there. Anna pointed her finger at Riz. Theodora saw Riz standing on the side of the field talking to someone while watching the strange carriages moving on the field. As if she couldn't contain her curiosity anymore, she told the coachman to stop. Young miss, why do you want to stop? Asked Albert. My fiancé is over there, Theodora said before stepping out of the carriage and heading toward Riz. Riz, she called him while throwing her most charming smile at him. So how is it? Did the drill properly plant? Riz, who is talking to the farmer about the seed drill, was interrupted by someone calling his name. He turned around and saw a brown-haired girl with golden eyes walking toward him. She's wearing a simple white chemise with a long brown kirtle reaching her ankle on top of it. She ties her hair into a ponytail. Behind her, he saw her personal maid chasing after her. He instantly realized that his father had told him some time ago that Theodora would come. It completely slipped from his mind. Riz turned around and told the farmer, if there is any problem with the machine, inform me quickly. Understood, my lord, replied the farmer. Riz hurriedly moved towards Theodora. It's been a while, Riz, Theodora casually greeted him. There is no awkwardness at all. Riz is kind of jealous seeing his easygoing fiancée. She has no worries at all. He has so many things to do that he forgets when the last time he has a good rest. Yeah, it has been a few months since we last met. How are you doing? Fine as always. My father told me to spend time with you, so I hope you have something interesting to do. I have a lot of stuff to do, but I don't know if you will find it interesting. We'll see about that. I have been meaning to ask, what is that? She pointed at the field. I am glad that you asked. Riz began to introduce the drill to Theodora. This is a seed drill. It is used to plant seeds in the earth instead of on the surface. Normally, farmers will plant crop seeds by randomly throwing the seed by hand on the plowed ground. This method is inefficient because the seed can be blown away by wind or eaten by animals. Not only that, the distance between each seed is not consistent, which wastes a lot of seed and affects crop growth. If I ordered the farmer to plant the seed with a certain gap by hand, it would be time-consuming. After such a lengthy explanation, Theodora asked, so how does the seed drill solve problems you mentioned before? The drill has a plow at the front to dig the channel. The rotating cylinders allow the seed to pass from a hopper above to a funnel below. A harrow attached to its back instantly covered the channel. Now the seed can be planted in a straight line and with the same interval between them. Theodora's personal maid, Anna, slowly muttered, amazing. As a farmer's daughter, she is well versed in farming and often helps her family during her off-duty. Although Theodora didn't know much about farming, she realized the potential of this machine. Does that mean that fewer people are required to farm now? What will happen to them? They can find another job or open up a new land. Either way, it can increase efficiency and productivity of agriculture. How do you even come up with this? She really can't believe Riz came up with a novel idea. She knew about his invention as she had already investigated her fiancé. Each of his inventions makes a big change in certain aspects. She inwardly questions him. How does his brain work? Are new things so easy to create now? I see the farming process from start to finish and thought the idea to improve it. Facing Theodora's suspicious gaze, Riz calmly lied through his teeth. Of course, he can't say that he just follows the machine designed by English agriculturist Jethro Tull. His fiancée will ask more questions about it. Riz decided to change the topic. Let's go to the mansion first. My father is probably waiting for your arrival. Very well, let's do that. Afterwards, they slowly walk to the mansion. Anna and the group of knights closely follow them from behind. They want to give some space to their mistress and her fiancé. It took 15 minutes to reach Rintham Mansion. Both of them can see Edward waiting at the front door. He looks pretty serious today. It is because there is a guest today. He quickly steps forward and gives a bow to both of them. Welcome back, young master, he greets them. Edward shifts his gaze to Theodora and smiles. Welcome to Bideford Town, Miss Theodora. I hope you will enjoy your stay here. Just call me Edward, young miss. Then I will do so. Edward informs them. Both of you please go straight to the Great Hall. The Lord is waiting. Riz and Theodora entered the mansion and headed to the Great Hall on the second floor as they are told to. Richard is waiting for their arrival. Riz already sent one of Theodora's servants to inform Richard ahead of time. Although he didn't care much about noble etiquette, it doesn't mean that he can be rude. He can't simply barge in and bring his fiancée to the house without informing the owner of the mansion. He still needs to show respect to his father, the Marquis. There, Richard is sitting on his throne with a happy expression. Beside him is Josephine. She is there fulfilling her role as the lady of the house. Usually this is Maria's job, but she's dead now, so the duty obviously falls on her shoulder. Perhaps her woman's instinct bests her. She begins to examine Theodora from top to bottom before nodding with approval. Even though Riz was not her son, she still feels it is her duty to ensure Riz married a decent woman. Richard was glad that Theodora arrived safely in Bideford. He was expecting her arrival these days. Sensing Richard's gaze, Theodora quickly began to bow before Richard and greet him with her utmost respect. The man before her is a Marquis, a rank above his father. "Welcome to my mansion, Theodora," Richard began to speak softly. "Stand up, there is no need to be so uptight. You must be tired after such a long journey. I hope you will find your stay here enjoyable. Since it is already noon, I am sure you are starving right now. Let's have lunch together," Richard said. All of them move to the dining room to have lunch together. Theodora sits next to Riz at the dining table. While waiting for the food to be served, Riz decided to engage in small talk with Theodora. "How is Count Tetherswest doing, Theodora?" "He is doing fine. He has a letter for you, I will give it later." "Okay, how about the trebuchets? Is there any problem that arises?" "The trebuchets that you gave to him were very helpful in defending the territory. Our own craftsmen, or should I call them engineers, are able to build it on their own now." "Good, I will cry if it wasn't helpful." Theodora just chuckles when she hears the reply and ignores it as a mere joke. Riz, however, was actually serious when he said that. Spreading military technology is not a joke at all. He sacrifices his advantages simply because he gets more than he gives. A full package of a fiancé in 2 towns. Eventually, the food was served. Today's lunch is a meat sandwich coupled with a plate of salad. It is simple, delicious, and very filling. Riz doesn't like too much food on the table. If you aren't satisfied, just ask the servant to cook another serving for you. Once he saw the leftover food being thrown away by the servant. The food still can be eaten and hasn't been touched by anyone yet. He was so mad that ordered Charlotte to take the food and give it to the people in town. He could not tolerate such wasteful behavior. It reminds him of his struggle during his degree study. He often lived by tightening his belt just to save his monthly expenses. He can't even dream of eating 3 or 4 times a day, let alone eating fancy and expensive cuisine. He could only watch his friends eating it through their social media. After their delightful lunch, Riz called Charlotte, who just returns from inspecting the workshop. Riz ordered her, "Charlotte, take Theodora to her room." Her action didn't escape from Theodora's sight, as if Charlotte never attempted to hide it at all. Theodora took initiative to start the conversation by greeting Charlotte. "Nice to meet you." "My name is Theodora Tetherswest, Riz's fiancée. Nice to meet you too. My name is Charlotte, young master's personal maid. I am responsible for attending to his every need." "I see, so you're just his maid." Theodora purposely dropped the word personal. Personal maids and ordinary maids are completely different. First, their pay is several times higher. Second, a personal maid has to tend to every single one of their lord's needs, but their chance of getting married to the lord is high. They will have the same status as a wife from a noble family, but their children didn't have the right to inherit the title. Nonetheless, it still depends on who their lord is. If they get a bad lord to serve, they become their toy and are treated inhumanely. If they get a good lord, then they're lucky. A high-risk, high-return job. Just like on Earth, nothing is free in this world. In Charlotte's case, she is in the second scenario. Theodora is quite sure Charlotte is going to end up being the second wife. What irked Theodora is not her commoner status, but the advantage she holds. Charlotte has spent most of her time with Riz since they were a child. Charlotte's knowledge of Riz exceeded her, something that she can't compete with. Theodora can be said to be a quite competitive girl. She didn't like to be in a disadvantageous position at all. She is inwardly determined. "I guess I have to spend more time with Riz from now on." Their eyes met. They smiled and shook each other's hands. Riz on the sideline knows that's not a friendly handshake. He tried to ease the situation. "I hope you guys can get along with each other." "Of course we are." "Right, Miss Charlotte." "You are absolutely right, Lady Theodora. By the way, you can just call me Charlotte." "All right." "Charlotte, hurry up and show Theodora her room." Riz left them alone after he said that. He didn't want to be involved in this kind of muddle situation. He better hole up in his room, drafting a plan for his future innovation. Theodora's room was on the 4th floor, on the same level as the other family members. As Riz is about to leave, Theodora called him back. "Oh, Riz, wait a moment." Theodora took something from her pocket and handed it to Riz. "Here." Riz took it from her hand. It is the letter from Count Tetherswest to him. He returns to his room and opened the letter. In the letter, Count Tetherswest tells him everything about the king's request. Riz actually didn't care so much about the trebuchets. He already has something better. Next day, Riz seems to be doing his daily exercise routine in the early morning, which is running a few laps around the mansion. He can't afford to have low stamina in this inconvenient world. Joining him is Charlotte, who is running beside him. As Riz's bodyguard, she needs to make sure he is safe, though that is probably just a reason for her to spend some quality time with her lord. Nevertheless, the blissful situation didn't last long for Charlotte as the third person suddenly joined them. Charlotte clicked her tongue when she saw Theodora running toward them. "Good morning, Riz. And you too, Charlotte. You can at least try to hide your displeasure. Good morning, Lady Theodora." "I am so sorry, but lying is not my forte." Theodora's eyes twitched. Riz greets her. "Good morning, Theodora. Do you exercise too?" Theodora replied, "Of course. How do you think I maintain my body shape if I don't exercise? Don't put me in the same group as those fragile noble ladies, I see. Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, I slept like a log last night. A long journey is really exhausting. Why don't you build a harbor in the future? It is much more convenient that way." "Absolutely." After having breakfast, Riz is on his way to visit his workshops. Theodora was together with him, looking around the hectic market at the square with her excited eyes. The last time she came here, she didn't have any chance to look around. Unlike Bideford, Tetherswest is a city near the border. It didn't locate on the major trade route and didn't have a lively atmosphere. The atmosphere there is always quiet and serious. Charlotte followed behind Theodora. She needed to keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't run off somewhere on her own. Theodora still doesn't know much about Bideford and its surrounding area. Although the town is relatively safe, Bideford has many visitors on a daily basis. They can't guarantee something bad wouldn't happen. Soon they arrive in an industrial area. "I must say this place looks wide," Theodora commented. Riz replied half-heartedly, "Yeah, I kinda changed this place a little bit." Charlotte just rolled her eyes when she heard Riz's words. She doesn't think what Riz did can be considered little. This place has changed a lot since Riz arrived. For starters, the road layout in the area has fully transformed into a grid road layout. The size of the road is comparable to that modern road. All the workshop was reorganized neatly. Initially, many workshops were reluctant to do this. It is hard for them, and closing the workshop for one day means no customers. No customers are equivalent to no income. Furthermore, they need to demolish and rebuild it back, which can be a hassle. This is where Riz utilizes his authority as a noble and a lord's son to shut their mouths. Now they can see the effect with their own eyes. The road was widened to a size comparable to that two-lane road in the modern era. As a result, traffic congestion in the area has been reduced significantly. The goods can flow in and out of the area smoothly. Area which used to be narrow and give a suffocating feeling is no more. Riz headed toward his publishing workshop. Lewis, the manager of the Gatherix publishing company, is waiting for him. He is a former worker woodcutter at the paper workshop. Under the guidance of Charlotte and Riz, he has been learning a lot of things for the past 6 months. Riz has enough trust in him to let Lewis manage his publishing company. Of course, he or Charlotte will come from time to oversee the situation. "Good morning, boss," Lewis greet him. "Good morning, how is the progress?" Riz asked right away. "Let me show you," said Lewis. He leads Riz and Theodora to the storage room. Riz checked the quantity of the textbooks that have been stockpiled, including the quality of the print. The school in Bideford, Tegrot, and Raffledord will be open soon. He needs to make sure there is no shortage of learning material. As he mentioned before, education takes a long time to see its effect. Any shortage can slow down the learning progress of the students. In all honesty, the textbook is black and white and full of words. If he gives this to kids in the modern era, they probably fall asleep within a minute. Theodora picked one of the textbooks and flipped the pages curiously. She didn't find anything special at first until Riz tell her to pick up another textbook and compare both of them. To her surprise, both of them look identical. "How?" Theodora asked Riz with a surprised tone. "Charlotte, go and show it to her," Riz replied. Theodora left Riz behind and followed Charlotte from behind. Her eyes were wide open when she saw the printing presses in the production area. "What is this tool?" she asked Charlotte. Charlotte explains printing press. It is a tool that can produce identical pages repeatedly. There is no need to copy it by hand one by one. She goes to one of the workers and watches him using the press. The worker turns stiff as he didn't know what to do. A noblewoman suddenly comes and stares intensely at him as he is doing his work peacefully. His mind is turning fast. What should I do? Should I keep working? Should I stop and bow at her? She won't cut my head, isn't she? I am not even married yet. Somebody help me. His eyes are searching for someone to help him and notices Charlotte near the noblewoman. He naturally knows Charlotte's identity. The female workers were gossiping about her during their break. They always said that Charlotte was lucky to be a personal maid for a kind noble like Riz. Sensing the pleading gaze from the worker, Charlotte decided to step in. "I better help him before he starts crying." "Move. I will teach this noble lady," said Charlotte. The worker happily makes way for his savior. She said to Theodora, "Watch carefully. I will demonstrate to you. I want you to do it next." Charlotte begins her demonstration. It is not that hard to operate the printing press, and Theodora understands it right away. "Now it is your turn," Charlotte said while handing an ink ball to her. Theodora tries it just like Charlotte shows her. Once she is finished, she proudly shows it to Charlotte. Charlotte smirked and said one word to her, childish. "What did you say?" Theodora is asked. There is an ink ball in her hand. Charlotte frowned. The situation is not looking good for her. As they are about to argue, they heard Riz's voice calling them. Theodora, Charlotte, stop fighting and let's go. He is already at the entrance and was about to leave. They swiftly moved toward the entrance. You didn't tell me you have such an amazing tool, said Theodora. That tool is dangerous. I don't plan on spreading its technology for now. He began to explain to her the effect printing brought to society. I guess you are right. Despite her repeatedly saying she doesn't look at people's social status, it doesn't mean she is willing to lose her privilege as a noble. Where are we going next? She asked. Blacksmith workshop. He plans to meet with Gobin. Are you going to show something impressive again? She looks at Riz and asks. Riz replied, the next thing is quite impressive to me. I don't know if you think it impressive or not. Well, let's see it first, she said. Riz continues walking to Gobin's place together with Theodora. My lord, I have been waiting. Your request has been completed. Let's install this right away. Good, let's go to the well in the square, said Riz. What's that? Theodora asked. Hand pump. This thing can make people's lives easier. You will see it soon. They are all headed to the town square and installed the hand pump. Riz then demonstrates to the crowd of onlookers the way to use the hand pump. He repeatedly pushes and pulls the handle until the water then flows out through the outlet. The crowds cheer when they see the water is easily drawn. The working principle of the hand pump is pretty simple. Inside the pump cylinder, there is a foot valve at the bottom and a piston valve at the bottom. The piston valve is connected to the handle with the pump rod. When Riz pushes the handle downward, the foot valve opens and simultaneously closes the piston valve. This causes the vacuum to generate in the cylinder pump. Fill the vacuum. Water was drawn up out of the pipe that was attached at the bottom of the cylinder pump. The opposite occurs when Riz pulls up on the handle. The foot valve closes and the piston valve opens, stopping the water from returning to the well. The process was repeated until the water flow out through the outlet. Theodora, who is on the sidelines, could see Riz is not a typical nobleman. He devoted himself to making people's lives better. Riz moved from the well and lets the people try it. He plans to supply it to all the settlements. He moves toward Theodora and asked her, what are you thinking so deeply? Thinking that you are not the same as the noblemen around your age. Your behavior and conduct are more mature compared to them. Well, I don't think I am that mature, but I'm definitely better than them, Riz confidently said. That's not a lie though. He values the people more than the nobles. They are like untapped resources waiting to be discovered. The nobles are actually pretty worthless to him. Let's go. My job is finished. I will take you around the town. He freezes for a moment. There is no attractive place for him to bring her. Bideford is just like a typical medieval town, but without a tourist spot here. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing, whatever. I will just bring her to familiarize the town. She is going to live here in the future. That day, Riz resolves to build a tourist spot in Bideford. 22nd March 300. Riz presently stands on a stage with Theodora by his side. Since this is an official ceremony, he decided to bring her. In front of him is a crowd of Bideford inhabitants. An announcement was made a few days back informing all of them about today's event. Today marks a historical day for Riz and also for the people in Bideford. The first public school has been completed. The commoners were excited when they heard the news. The topic has been hotly discussed in Bideford. Soon everybody stops talking when they see their future lord step forward. The crowd cheered and clapped their hand. The proof is already in front of them. Their future lord is speaking the truth. The school will receive its students on 1st April. The facilities, teaching staff, and materials have been prepared. All they have to do is wait for students to register. For Tegrot, Raffledrad, and Mabadson, the school is near its completion, and it is estimated to open next week. Riz stepped down from the stage after finishing his speech. Since there are a lot of people in the area, Riz took the initiative to hold Theodora's hand, preventing her from being separated amid the crowd. She was surprised but didn't refuse it. Did he feel embarrassed by his actions? The answer is no. As always, he didn't actually feel anything at all. He has never been in a relationship, but he feels it's rude to walk alone in the front while his fiancée struggles to get through the crowd. Walk by my side, not behind me, Riz said while observing Theodora's face slowly turning red. He then purposely added the oil into the flame, just like Charlotte did. Hearing those words, Theodora tightens her grip on his hand, causing Riz to cry in pain. While walking together, she breaks the silence between them. Don't you think after the populace becomes educated, they will make a lot of demand in the future? I bet they will. Then why did you give them knowledge? Because it is necessary, and I give them the knowledge that I chose to give. It's like I take them out from their individual cage and put them in a new, bigger cage. A new cage that was so big that they didn't realize they were still trapped in the cage. I just give them a sense of freedom, but they are never actually free. Do you understand now? You are just manipulating them in a new and different way. Yes, Theodora took a deep breath. She just understands what kind of person her fiancé is. Scared, asked Riz, a little. Of course you are. No one likes to be controlled by others, especially when you don't even realize it. What if they are smart enough in the future to fight for democracy like Serdoya? Won't your position be in danger? No, don't look at Serdoya. It is an example of a failed democracy. Democracy is a beautiful system if it is handled well. For now, it will stay beautiful on paper, not reality. To realize that a system into reality is extremely difficult. It requires the establishment of various agencies to cross-check each other and keep the politician in check. Unfortunately, these agencies are also easily prone to corruption. If a politician is powerful enough, he could exert his influence everywhere he wants and gets away with it. Take President Matthew, for example. He allows his relatives to sit in the governmental office by pulling some strings from behind. Nobody can say or dare to do anything. That's why the so-called Serdoya revolution doesn't spread to the neighboring kingdoms. Then what is the ideal system for you? My ideal system is to give 40% of my power to people while keeping 60% for myself. Full democracy lets anyone from out of nowhere sit in the highest power, which can be either good or bad. Indeed, people can choose their ruler, but if the candidate is equally bad, wouldn't that mean it doesn't matter what their choice is? In contrast, the kings and lords were trained to rule since they were a child. The only problem is they are too unrestrained in many ways. You want to put the restraint on yourself. Yes, but not now. There is much preparation that I still need to make. Theodora stays silent. Her fiancé seems to think far ahead while a nobleman at his age is enjoying their life. That night, in a certain farmer's house, a couple is sitting together talking about the school. Wife asked her husband, "Are you going to send our Luke to school?" "Yes." "Why, you don't agree?" asked the farmer. "Of course I agree. The young lord is so benevolent. He provided education for common folk like us. I heard that they will give books for free. What is it called again?" The husband explains, "Textbooks." Apparently each subject has its own textbook and it will be given for free, but only for the first time. If you lose it, you need to buy a new one. Her husband agrees exactly. The farming machine that the young master rented to farmers was really helpful. I don't need to work to death anymore. He can feel his family life become better and better. Once he has enough money, he will buy a machine for his family. The wife told her husband, "I heard from Jane that her husband wants to open more land for farming. He has a lot of sons to manage his existing farm, so there is no problem to open more." Lord Richard has made a new law where the family who have been farmers for 4 generations will be granted the land that they currently worked on as their property. They even gave a certificate of land ownership. If farmers want to sell their land, the Lord's family will be given a priority to buy at market price. If the farmer wants to open up new land for farming, they need to register the town hall and pay a high fee for it. Only then the town hall can give them a certificate of ownership. If they open up the land illegally, their land and everything on it will be confiscated. The husband still can't believe that he now owns the land. This ancestor has been a farmer for generations, working on land that did not belong to him. In the house of a certain merchant, "Dad, I want to go to school too," a 7-year-old girl said. "Why can my brother go but I can't? My friends are all going to register for school." "Dear, just let her go with her friend. What is she going to do alone here? It is free and we don't need to pay anything until high school level, given that she really wants to study to that level." Free, that's the word that he remembers well when listening to Riz's speech this morning. He was baffled when he heard the young lord wants to provide a free education together with textbooks for the students. Until now, he still can't believe it. How much will it cost to provide all of that? He knows the price of books in the market. Although the young lord has reduced the price of the book by introducing paper, it is still expensive. Is there any way to make books cheaper? He starts thinking for a moment before giving up. He looks at his side. Patricia, his daughter, is still waiting for his permission. He sighs, "Fine, I will take you to register for school." 23rd March 300. While the topic of public school was still being discussed among the people, another piece of news arrived that shocked the entire territory. The royal messenger arrived in the town square this morning with the king's decree in his hand. All the people gathered near the messenger. When he sees there is a substantial number of people gathering around him, he begins to read the king's decree. To Marquis Richard Rintham and Marchioness Josephine Cisorvar, in the name of King Nicholas Napuna Bajaroja, together with Duke Brooke of Barrocks, Count Hector of Hajdu, Count Victor of Vaufours, Count Nelson of Naharog, and all of their vassals, the Viscounts and Viscountess, the Baron and Baroness, under the joint banner of noble coalition, shall declare a war on Marquis Richard of Rintham, and his vassals Baron Charles of Corriton, Baron Joseph of Cisorvar, and Baron Norwood of Newbigle. The noble whose name was not mentioned shall remain neutral during the entire war until one side declares victory over the others. Those of the vassals of Rintham are given a chance to surrender with a guarantee of their status and their private wealth. They shall be classified as neutral parties as well. Should they do so, they will be deemed as an enemy by the noble coalition. Sincerely, King of Bajaroja Kingdom, Nicholas Napuna Bajaroja. After the messenger finishes reading the decree, the people in the town square remain silent for a moment with stupefied faces. They couldn't believe what they just heard. The messenger just ignores them and rides his horse to the next location. Afterwards, the news about the formation of a noble coalition has shaken the entire Bideford town. It has created tension in Rintum territory. This is the first time a formal coalition has happened. Last time it was just a coalition that happened accidentally. Rintum will fight against most of the nobles in the kingdom. Some were optimistic and some were not. All the populace is talking about the news. In a tavern, some group of men in the tavern has been discussing this news. Did you hear about the news? Apparently, the king has wanted to destroy the Rintum family, said Robik, the tavern owner. He is one of the trusted sources of news and is always up to date with the current situation. Why would they even do that? Asked Jareth, the young blacksmith. Did you know about the Serdoia blockade on our merchant from using their port? Asked Robik. Yeah, why is that? Asked Jareth. It is because they want our young lord's life, replied Robik. Huh, why? Jareth doesn't know since he is always stuck in Riz's workshop. You don't know. Where are you all this time? Gustal the merchant interrupt. It is because our young lord is the last descendant of the Serdoia royal family. The ruler there is afraid that the young lord is threatening his rule, so he requests the king to hand him over or they block the port, said Edmund the fruit seller, joining the conversation. The conversation becomes bigger and bigger as many people come to the tavern and coincidentally overhear their discussion. What the foo? Willin the tailor almost cursed. He asked, so the king just listens to Serdoia's request. Yes, many merchants are affected. He can't really let our economy go downhill because of one nobleman, Robik calmly replied. Can't we just sell in another nation instead? I can't believe there is a need to go as far as destroying an entire family, said Jareth. You are still young, Jareth. Do you really think their reason is simply for the sake of saving the nation's economy? Politics plays a role too, Robik. What do you mean? Jareth is confused. Did you forget that our lord defeated the Gilcakes in a mere week? They have military prowess and are influential among the noble. The king and other big shots felt threatened by this. The blockade is just a reason, explained Robik. Furthermore, look at this fat Gustal, Edmund said. If all the merchants were really affected, this guy would be the first one to make a noise. That's because I don't have much dealing with the East. I often trade with Terdivikija and Sijin. However, I have to say that if the merchants on the east side stop whining and use their brains for a moment, they will definitely be able to sell their goods, Gustal said. Exactly. In the end, they build their wealth with the help of their lords. Their lords will find the deal and they just have to share a portion of the profit with them. When the blockade happens, the lords lose their source of income as well, said Robik. You sure know a lot, old man, praised Jareth. Do you think we will be safe? Asked Gustal worriedly. Of course we are. We won the war with Gilcakes not long ago, said Robik. He was one of the conscripts who joined the previous war. But this is entirely on a different level. Gustal said, don't worry. I believe the young lord has a trump card to play. Jareth smiled mysteriously. Come to think about it, aren't you working in one of the young lord workshops? Did you have some inside news? Robik asked. How could he not be interested? He will lose his title as the most updated man in town. It is not like I know anything about it, but I can confirm that the part that I am making right now is new and has a weird shape. All I can say is it is something that we have never seen before. Jareth said, that's not enough to convince me. I am planning to evacuate my family. I don't think Rintum can win, said Gustal. He can't lose the wealth that he has built over the years. What a coward, Robik said in disgust. Well, he is the merchant after all, Edmund added. Ungrateful. Where do you think you will find a kind lord like ours? I believe our lord will defeat them, Jareth yelled. Calm down, Jareth, Willin trying to ease the situation. Rintum Mansion. How is the populace? Richard asked. They are tense but not entirely hopeless. They still believe that we are able to create the miracle just like in the previous war, Riz replied according to what Robik had reported to him. Robik has worked with him for a while now. In the beginning, he just wanted to know people's thoughts. Now he starts to control the flow of information and uses him to disclose some insider news. People won't be suspicious since he was a tavern owner and he can subconsciously shift the blame to the king and nobles. I guess it is the right decision to follow your advice, Richard said while leaning back in his seat. Not long after Riz starts making the printing press, he comes back to him and gives the idea of controlling the populace indirectly. Most people tend to listen to their friends whom they meet on a daily basis rather than their superiors who they rarely meet. Riz was once a commoner himself. He knew that when politicians tried to assure them, the populace would be skeptical and think that the politicians tried to hide something to save their own skin. He needs to say that sometimes he felt pitiful toward the politician because everyone doesn't believe in their words. However, thinking back on how luxurious their life is while the masses live a life full of hardship makes him lose all the concern he has for them. How much do you think their army would be? Riz asked. Probably 20,000 to 30,000 men, Richard replied. Who? Riz let a long breath out. He then said, this is going to be a hard war to win. Rintum has 8,000 men trained soldiers ready to move anytime. I know, but it is not impossible. How's the Arquebus team? Richard has seen the Arquebus and he is very impressed by the concept, but the weapon has a lot of shortcomings. It will be a very good surprise element for the enemy. They are doing fine. They already have 1,000 members and they're all training every day. Now 90% of them are able to shoot twice in a minute, Riz informed his father. Did you know where they are going to attack? He asked. No, all I know is they will gather in the capital first. After all, we only border with royal territory on the east and Barrock's duchy on the south, said Richard. Are we going to conscript more men for the army? Not to be rude, but they are not useful and will end up being cannon fodder at most. Richard replied, I plan to ask the men from the barons first, though I can guess that they might think of surrendering. He sighed before start writing a letter. Baron Joseph of Seasorvar was currently in his office. He is sorting a lot of documents that were laying on his desk. Just as he wants to start doing his work, his butler knocks on the door before asking permission to come in. Come in, said Baron Seasorvar. He pretty much easily gets annoyed when someone disturbs him. The butler comes in with a man following behind him. He is a messenger sent by Richard from Bideford. The man had ridden for 3 days just to send Richard's letter to Seasorvar. The messenger handed the letter over to Baron Seasorvar. He is sleepless and looks like he's going to collapse anytime soon. Given the dire situation Rintum is currently in, Baron Seasorvar is not surprised at all. Get this man some food to eat and a place to rest, he ordered the butler. The butler nodded and took the messenger away. After they left, he opened the letter and read its contents thoroughly. His face gradually frowned as he continued to read it. In the letter, Richard requests additional soldiers from him to fight against the Noble Coalition. Baron Seasorvar sighed. When he heard about the Noble Coalition, he thought that his ears played tricks on him. He stares out the window while thinking about how he should respond to Richard's request. Afterwards, the butler returned to the office, and Baron Seasorvar gave out an order again. Tell Jaren to come to my office now. The butler bows slightly before exiting the office once again. Baron Seasorvar didn't wait for a long time as the door of his office was knocked again. Come in, said the Baron. My lord, I have come. May I ask what you need me for, said Jaren. He is the head knight of the Seasorvar. I want to ask you, do you think Rintum can win the war against the Noble Coalition? Jaren stays silent for a moment. He shook his head. Due to all my respect, I don't think they can win unless they have some trick under their sleeves, replied Jaren. Baron stays silent. He is waiting for Jaren to continue his explanation. In the Gilcakes War, they had trebuchets that rendered the city wall useless. This is their surprise element. They are able to advance at lightning speed because of this. Now, the king's side has their own trebuchets as well, which makes them lose their advantage. To my knowledge, I never received any news about the Marquis renovating their city wall. This means even if they stay defensive, they will lose. If they go offensive, they will lose too. The sheer difference in the number of men alone shows the disadvantage they are currently in. We won't change the outcome even if we send our men, is that what you mean? Yes, my lord. Seasorvar barony only has 1,000 trained men. Even if we send all of our men, the outcome would not change. All right, you may leave now. Jaren bowed slightly and left the office. Baron Seasorvar thought of a way to refuse Richard politely. An idea struck him after he pondered for a while. He began to write a response letter to Richard. He stated that he will send his men as long as Richard promises to make Russell his successor. He knows that Richard will refuse. Baron Seasorvar then wrote another letter to the king stating his surrender and non-involvement with the Rintum family. He outright cut his ties with his daughter, Marchioness Josephine Seasorvar. I hope you made a wise decision, Baron. Nothing good comes out from siding with him, the man in his 40s said before coming out from Baron Newbigle's office. He is Viscount Michael of Manfura, a noble who rules one of the towns in the royal territory. He worked directly under Nicholas I. Baron Newbigle stays still in his chair, staring blankly at the closed door. He was really exhausted because the 2 hours meeting with the uninvited Michael was finally over. He recalled the offer that Michael told him. The offer that he made is irresistible. A promise of the territory is not something that can be taken lightly. The benefit he can get outweigh the benefit of staying with Richard. The man's words keep lingering in his mind. Well, it's an easy job anyway. People often said you need to grab the opportunity when it comes. This is probably the chance that he has. He didn't know when he will get this opportunity if he let it go. He chuckled as he apologized to Richard. I am sorry, Lord Marquis. It looks like you need to fight alone, though I don't know if the other two are crazy enough to side with you. The letter from Richard was left unopened on the wooden desk. He can guess the contents of the letter, but he is not going to respond to it. He called his head knight and ordered him to send the 200 most unskilled men to Bideford. He should show some respect to Richard. WWH, what should I do? Baron Corriton is walking back and forth in his room. His wife just watches him moving around anxiously. She shrugs, why don't we just surrender and go to the capital? It is not like we're going to lose anything. Baron Corriton couldn't help but to explain it, his nonchalant wife. What do you mean we're not going to lose anything? Didn't you read the declaration of war that the king's messenger read? They guarantee our status and private wealth, but there is nothing about our rule over the territory. Their conversation was interrupted by their maid. My lord, there is a guest for you. Who is it? He didn't remember having any appointments today. The maid replied, "He said his name is Michael and he has a really important thing to discuss with you." Michael. He searches his memory, trying to find the owner of that name, but he can't guess his identity. Michael is still waiting for Baron Coratin's response in the anteroom. Baron Coratin most likely doesn't know anything about him. He is aware that he is perhaps the least known noble in the kingdom. Usually, the low-ranked nobles will attend many banquets to increase their presence among the nobles. Nonetheless, Michael was different since he is not interested in all of that and preferred to mind his own business. Moreover, being a noble in the royal territory means that he will always be overshadowed by the royals. Due to that fact, Nicholas I choose him as his messenger to meet the nobles in Rintum March. Nobles are prideful creatures. The more they know about someone, the more haughty they become. They feel like they can play a trick on them or take revenge later on if things don't work in their favor. However, it won't work on Michael. They know nothing about the Manhwareca family except for their name. Baron Coratin's sighs lead me to him. He has nothing to do today, so he might spend some time listening to what this Michael wants to say. The maid leads Baron to the anteroom where Michael is waiting. Seeing the Baron approaching, Michael stands up and greets the Baron. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Baron Coratin. I am sorry for an unannounced visit." "It's okay, Mr. Michael. I coincidentally have a lot of free time today," Baron Coratin replied politely. He continues, "Let's talk in my office, shall we?" "As you wish," said Michael before following behind Baron to his office. They sit down on a couch, sitting across from each other. "Let's cut to the chase. Who are you and what do you want?" said the Baron without wasting any time. Michael smiles. "My name is Michael, Viscount of Manhwareca. I come here under the order from the king." Baron Coratin's face turned pale when hearing Michael's introduction. The man in front of him is a rank higher. He quickly asked the maid to bring Michael a drink. Michael inwardly sneers at the Baron's attempt to be polite. He doesn't mind carrying out orders for the king, but he can't stand the fact that he needs to be polite to someone beneath him. Even so, a job is still a job. "What order does the king has for me?" "The king wants you to do one job during the war," said Michael. The Baron replied, "What is the job? What is in for me?" Michael laughs at Baron's words. "Quite cheeky, aren't you?" He gave the Baron a cold-eyed stare. For a mere Baron, Baron Coratin shivered in fear. His mind completely forgot the status of the man in front of him. "Please forgive my rudeness, my lord." Michael smiled again. "That's more like it. Now listen carefully." He begins to explain the job that Baron Coratin need to do. The king promises the title of Viscount and an additional territory, Wesley Town and its surrounding area for you. Of course, with the condition that you did a good job. "Easy, right? It is easy, my lord. I shall do as the king's ordered." "Good." Nicholas I slowly opened his eyes as the sun that had long risen in the sky shone through the window of the royal chamber. The day is nearing noon, but he didn't feel any need to rush. It is pretty common for nobles to wake up late in the day. In spite of that, Nicholas I feel that as he grows older, he tends to sleep a lot longer. He glances beside him and his wife. Queen Katharina Cabiria is still sleeping peacefully. He slowly wakes up and walks out of the royal chamber. The servant is already long awake. Their lifestyle is different from the nobles. The commoner needs to maximize the sunlight to finish as many tasks as possible. They couldn't afford or think about wasting money to buy candles. In this era, light sources aren't cheap and candles are rarely used by the commoner. Following his usual routine, he changes his clothes and has his breakfast, or perhaps it should be called brunch. Afterwards, he slowly moves to his office. The office is what someone would expect from a king. It is full of expensive furniture. Its ceiling is decorated with a gold ornament with an exquisite pattern. Despite all of that, he sighed as he saw a mountain of paperwork that required his attention. There are documents, complaint letters, banquet invitations, and many more. However, there is one letter that attracts his attention the most. It is a letter from Baron Sorvar. Nicholas I opened the letter with great curiosity. He wants to know which side Baron Sorvar is standing with. After all, Marchioness Josephine is his daughter. After a brief silence, the office soon echoed with Nicholas' laughter. He continues to laugh as he keeps reading the letter. This guy just decided to abandon his own blood for the sake of power. Why am I not surprised? Nicholas I quickly sat down. He laughs so hard that he barely has the energy to keep standing. It is too hilarious for him to watch these nobles cut ties and throat with each other for the sake of power and status. The nobles really didn't disappoint me. They keep entertaining me at every chance they have. Not long after he sat down in his chair, his butler informed him that the Prime Minister was searching for him. "Tell him to come here," Nicholas I said while wiping the tears from the corner of his eyes. A few minutes later, Wendell walked into his office and bowed in front of him. "Your Majesty." "What is it, Wendell? Do you have something to report to me?" Nicholas I asked. "Your Majesty, I have come to inform you that the soldiers have begun to gather here. The first one to arrive is from Vaufours County with 5,000. Just 5,000 men. Isn't it too little? According to Count Vaufours, he will station another 5,000 men north of Vaufours County to prevent Count Koshilbo from attacking our back," Wendell replied. He continues his report. As for Count Naharog, he is on his way and is estimated to arrive in 2 days with 9,800 men. Including the royal soldiers of 11,000 men, we will have a total force of 25,800 men gathered here in the capital. I have settled them in the open area outside the city wall. Nicholas I nodded as Wendell gave him an update on the progress. Leave 5,000 men on our northern border to guard against the Tetherswest. Compared to Koshilbo, they are far harder to deal with, as you wish. What about Duke Barox? He hasn't arrived yet. About this, Duke Barox sent a letter to me that he was going to lead his 10,000 men to attack the Rintum from the south. Nicholas frowned. This is not what we have discussed before. He stays silent for a moment. They initially planned to gather at the capital first, but since Barox Duchy is just south of Rintum March, it's kinda a waste of time to let him take a detour. Well, I'm okay with it. We can make a slight adjustment to our plan. Just make sure that we can coordinate well with him. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Any news about Michael? Wendell said. He is probably waiting outside. We meet each other just as I enter the palace. Is that so? Hurry up and call him in. Michael entered the office and bowed to the king. Your Majesty. Nicholas I asked right away, did they accept my offer? Michael begins his report. Both Baron Nubigal and Baron Coraton have agreed to accept your order, and they promise that they will complete your order. They will be a fool if they reject it. Wendell commented. He couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, are you sure you want to promote their rank? I personally think it is too much to promote their noble rank just by doing a simple task. Nicholas I wave his hand. I don't mind at all. It is just a title to me as long as they do their job right. Anything else? I think that is it, replied Wendell. Michael shook his head. He has reported everything to the king. All right, you two can go now. Tell the butler to call the first prince to my office immediately. Wendell and Michael bowed to Nicholas I before leaving the office. Once outside, they passed the king's message to the butler. Later, someone knocks on the office's door. Come in, Nicholas I replied. The first prince, Nile Napuna Bajiroja, entered the office. He sees his father's eyes still focus on the paper in his hand. He stands across Nicholas I and patiently waits for him. Nicholas I put down the document in his hand. He looked up and see his son, Nile, standing in front of him. Sit down, Nicholas I said. Following his father's order, Nile promptly sits down on the couch located in the corner of the office. Nicholas I stood up from his chair and walked toward the couch and sat across from Nile. Nicholas stares at his son's blue eyes, which are inherited from him. His silver hair, which he gets from the queen, was unkempt. He doesn't look like a prince at all with his disheveled appearance. Nicholas sighs. In his eyes, Nile is way inferior to the second prince. Why are you calling me? Nile yawned. He slept very late last night. The moment he woke up, his father called him here. I want you to lead the army to attack the Bideford. Why don't you just send some general and deal with them? He complained as he was too lazy to go to war. Did you forget that you are the first prince? Nicholas yelled. Nicholas has enough of Nile's lack of concern toward kingdom affairs. He dictates, you need to start acting like an heir or I can't give a throne to you. What? I am the firstborn. The throne naturally belongs to me. He gritted his teeth. He was annoyed by his little brother, Neil. He is smarter, more athletic, and has better interpersonal skills than him. Neil surpasses him in every aspect. Truth be told, Niall is not that bad by average standards. However, no matter how hard he tries, he is unable to surpass his brother. When he was put side by side with the second prince, he looked like a fool, which became his source of anger. Whenever someone is whispering or snickering near him, he is prone to get angry. He feels they are talking about him. The only advantage he has is being a firstborn, but now that advantage might be useless as well. Many nobles, especially a high-ranking one, were very close to his brother. He often saw them talking to each other in the banquets. Even the servant in the palace has dared to talk about how his brother is most likely to succeed to the throne. He suspects that his father has most probably decided to give a throne to Neil. However, there is something that both he nor his brother haven't achieved yet. They don't have any military achievements. I don't care. I am giving you a chance to participate in this easy war. If you don't want it, I will give it to your brother. Thinking that this might be his only chance, he agreed to his father's request. Fine, I will do it. He then walked away from the office. Nicholas, I watched his son exit the office. He didn't tell Niall that his brother, Neil, will also participate in this war. He would not give a chance for Niall to have an advantage. After all, he didn't believe that Niall would become a decent king. He then heard cries outside of his office. He promptly searches for its source. He caught Niall kicking the unlucky maids in the stomach repeatedly until they vomited blood. What the hell are you doing? Nicholas, I asked with a stern voice. Venting my anger, Niall gives a short reply. He keeps kicking her while looking directly at Nicholas. After feeling his anger dissipate, he left as if he has done nothing wrong. Nicholas, I stood still in front of his office. He knows exactly what makes Niall unhappy. He shook his head and said inwardly, he really shouldn't be a king. He was disappointed with Niall's violent behavior. He only heard it through the butler's report up until now. He ignored it, assuming that it was a childish rebellion. Today, for the first time, he sees it with his own eyes. Nicholas ordered other servants to move the beaten maid from the hallway before returning to his office. He can't let the commoner's blood stain the expensive soft red carpet. The other maids hurriedly help the unlucky maid, who is lying on the floor. The beating has caused her to bleed so much. It would be a miracle if she didn't have any complications. Soon, the news of this incident spread. The news related to the royal family is the most sought after. The nobles who supported the second prince were very happy to use this incident as an opportunity to tarnish the first prince's reputation. The neutral nobles would be more inclined to favor the second prince. Of course, this news will reach Riz's ears too. At the same time, capital city of Thyrate, Principality of Barlia, Mark is receiving the latest news regarding the looming war that will definitely happen. It has been 2 months since he met the Badgerosia king, Nicholas I. He didn't expect the situation there to escalate so quickly. Just a month after his meeting with Nicholas I, his agent receives news about the nobles all over the kingdom gathered in the capital. Such a large movement couldn't be hidden from anyone. Since then, he has ordered his agent to be on high alert and inform him of any news regarding this matter as soon as possible. It is his main job to create chaos and unrest throughout the central part of Josia mainland. To accomplish this, the prince gives him access to Blackout information storage. Blackout is an intelligence organization that works as a spy in other nations to collect intelligence regarding political situations, military, technology, people's sentiments, noble factions, and other miscellaneous stuff. They infiltrate all layers of society: merchants, farmers, blacksmiths, tailors, and maids in mansions and palaces. They basically collect everything they can and send it to their respective regional office that is spread all over the Badgerosia, Serdoya, Terdivikija, and in Nines. The information was sorted out before sending it back to the main office in Thyrate. Their extensive network in these kingdoms allows them to transfer news and information faster than anyone else. The reason why Blackout focused only on the central part of the Josia mainland is that the central part only consists of weak nations. On the west is Sijan Empire, and on the east is their main trading partner, the Kingdom of Tormia. They can't mess around with both of them. Tonight, Mark has a meeting with the prince. He is currently updating the information based on the latest news he just received a moment ago. The prince has ordered him to update him about the development of the central mainland. He needs to make sure nothing is amiss as the prince attaches importance to the central mainland. Before long, Mark leaves his office an hour after the sunset, and he rides a horse carriage to the palace located beside the Thyrate River. Along the way, he saw the port area still full of people. It only took him around 10 minutes to arrive in front of the light blue palace. The structure of the palace has a striking resemblance to that of the Belvedere Palace on Earth. Mark stepped out of the carriage and moved toward the entrance. The butler was already standing there, waiting for his arrival. "Good evening, Mr. Harford." Mark took the initiative to greet a butler named Harford Harper despite him being a noble. Harford is one of the few people that the prince trusts and also the current leader of the Blackout organization. It won't do him any good if he makes Harford his enemy. Harford replied, "Good evening to you too, Mr. Mark. The prince is waiting for you in his study. Let me lead the way." Both of them walked in the hallway in silence. Only footsteps can be heard. Neither of them opened their mouths to speak. After walking for a while, they reached the study. The door is slightly open and the light is leaking out from it. Harford stops in front of the door, not going in despite it being open. He begins to say, "Your Highness, I have brought Mr. Mark Donald for you." "Let him come in," the prince replied. "Please go in, Mr. Mark." Harford extends one of his hands, making a welcoming gesture. Mark pushed the door and entered the study. There, he sees a young man in his early 20s turn and look at him. He brushed his long golden hair to the back as the fallen hair blocked his red eyes from staring at Mark. In front of Mark is Prince Baldwin Boris Barlia, the ruler of the Principality of Barlia. The Principality is just the same as another kingdom that practices absolute monarchy and a feudal system. "Welcome, Mr. Mark." Baldwin smiled a little. He continues speaking with an apologetic tone. "I am sorry to call you this evening. It's okay, Your Highness. I know you attach great importance to the South just like your predecessors. I am glad that you know." Baldwin asked, "Do you have any updates for me?" "Yes, Your Highness," replied Mark. He begins to inform Baldwin about the current situation in the South, especially in Badgerosia. "That's interesting," Baldwin commented. "To think that the Rintum family will fight against the entire kingdom." Baldwin has a contented look on his face. The founder of the Rintum family, Rayleigh, was the one who turned the tide of battle in the war around 200 years ago. Under Rayleigh's leadership, the Barlia army at that time was pushed back and only able to hold on to the Ikadir territory. If it is not for him, Badgerosia has already ceased to exist. Barlia will probably have its own fertile land for farming. Barlia is located in the north, which makes it colder than the south. The majority of land in Barlia is barren, with only around 10% of the land being fertile and suitable for farming. Since then, it has been hard for his predecessor to invade Badgerosia again. The Rintum has always been one of the obstacles for Barlia to move south. To top it off, King Bajiroja put Tetherswest to guard the north at all times, further solidifying their northern defense. Hearing the situation faced by the Rintum, he is delighted. He feels this is an opportunity that occurs once in a million. Once Rintum is gone, Tetherswest will take a hit too since they were connected to Rintum by engagement. Nicholas I will never leave them alone. It is not impossible that Nicholas I will strip their position as Northern Guardian, make sure the civil war occurs. Napuna family will lose the loyalty of both Rintum and Tetherswest after this war. When it happens, Napuna will no longer have a guardian to protect them. As you wish, Your Highness. What about that kid? Did he have another trick? Asked Baldwin. He is worried about Riz as he is capable of inventing such a novel siege weapon. In addition, he is also the last descendant of the Surdo dynasty and has a rightful claim to the throne. Mark shook his head. Unfortunately, we're unable to discover anything related to the military. Then how are you able to get your hand on the trebuchet that you gave me a few months ago? So what are you saying unless the young master of Rintum didn't share his blueprint with others? We have no way of getting our hands on it, Baldwin asked. His red eyes are staring at Mark, making sure he notices if there is a subtle change in Mark's expression. Mark starts to sweat as he answers Baldwin's question. He didn't dare to lie to the prince. Unfortunately not, Your Highness. It seems that 90% of our agent in Bideford has been neutralized. We are however able to discover his new invention. What is it? It was called the printing press. This machine can make a copy of a page without the need for a scribe. It is another of his ingenious inventions. Make sure you send an agent to get his hand on it. I will have it done with haste. What about Surdoya? Baldwin asked. Baldwin nodded. It is a good thing that Surdoya turned into a republic. We can put our puppet on the presidential seat before slowly annexing them. Tell our agent to make the unrest as chaotic as possible. Your wish is our command. Baldwin feels like Barlia will definitely acquire large territories in the south during his reign. Oh, Mark, wait. He stops Mark from leaving. Yes, Your Highness. What about the searching mission I gave a long time ago? Mark tries to determine which long-term mission Baldwin is referring to. Oh, it's going well, Your Highness. We are in the process of finalizing. All right, just be sure it fits my criteria. The port is bustling with human activities. The traffic at the port can be said to be congested, as many merchant ships are waiting to dock at the port. At present, all the docks are being occupied by the merchant ship. The dock workers tirelessly under the scorching sun to unload the cargo from the merchant ship. It then will be transported to the warehouse. They need to move fast and be careful at the same time as it can take days to unload the cargo from one ship. This supervisor is so irritating. Why doesn't he come here and do it by himself? Said one of the workers. Ha ha ha. There is no way he can lift the goods with his skinny body, replied another worker that was slightly older than him. He then asked, You must be new here, right? Yeah, replied the new worker named Peter. Then let me tell you that the supervisor is a boss nephew. That's why he is so haughty. How long have you been working here? Peter asked. Oliver replied, 5 years. You didn't think of finding another job. The pay here is so low, Peter complained. Ha ha ha, of course not. I love this job. One day I am going to surpass my mentor and become the king of dock workers, said Oliver with a playful and joking tone. Peter stared at him like he saw a crazy person. He opens his mouth, I see. That's a nice dream to have. Why are you here if you are complaining about wages? Asked Oliver. Peter says, I just work here temporarily. There is no way I will spend the rest of my life as a dock worker, I see. Oliver replied while looking left and right. His hand grabs a bolt of fabric from the bulk of goods and passes it to another man who is on his way to the warehouse. The port is bustled with activities for others to notice his actions. One bolt equal to 100 yards, 91.44 meters long strip of fabric. Peter's eyes are wide open. He immediately asked, What are you doing? Oliver smiled, taking my payment. Is this why you are working as a dock worker? Yes. Do you think I am content with a meager pay as a dock worker? Are you not afraid of me telling the supervisor? Ha ha ha, Oliver laughed. He stared at Peter and said, Do that and I will drag you with me. Do you think that haughty supervisor is gonna believe a mere dock worker like you? The pay as dock workers is very low, but there are people who are still seeking a job as dock workers. This is because the goods they stole from the cargo are worth several times higher than their wage. The practice has become so rampant that the merchant can only hope they are not the unlucky ones. The port at Koshilbo itself was not built to accommodate many ships and people. The surge in the number of ships at the port started right after the Surdoya imposed its blockade. It causes the merchant to waste a lot of their time waiting at the sea to dock. Not only that, but the security in the port also has declined significantly. The Bajiroja merchants have no choice but to keep using the only port available in the north, the Koshilbo port. The merchants have been complaining for a while in the tavern near the town square about their long wait to dock at the port. My ship is finally docked after 2 days of waiting on the sea, said Taylor. He mainly sells grains with Lepsaria Kingdom, but his business is taking a hit right now due to the blockade. How lucky. I spent nearly 5 days on the sea. Thankfully, my cargo doesn't have any grains or food except for some tools and salt. If not, I couldn't imagine just how many losses I have to take, grumbled Conrad. Bill, the most knowledgeable and has a wide range of contact, informs them of his latest news. I heard that Dale, who always traded with the N9's kingdom, brought many local fruits with him back to sell here but ended up with a total loss. His fruits were all spoiled. Why did he do that? Isn't that kind of a stupid move? Conrad asked. I guess he tries to make big money by importing the fruit here. You know, right, that merchants from N9s have already stopped coming here. Bill makes his deduction. Due to the long waiting time, foreign merchants have begun to stop coming to Koshilbo port. They would rather lose their market in Bajaroja than waste time waiting on the sea. For merchants, time is money. Now, many foreign merchants from the east are trading with Serdoya, which is closer to them. The Serdoya merchants resell it back to Bajaroja at a high price. As a result, many imported products, especially non-grain products like tools, ore, salt, spice, and textiles, saw an increase in price. Bajaroja people can only accept their fates as a living cost keeps increasing. They are powerless to do anything. Many Bajaroja merchants have closed down their businesses, bought some land, and become a farmer instead. Their available wealth was not enough to take a loss in terms of goods or safety. Taylor said, the merchants stopped coming not solely because of the waiting time, but because of the safety. Tell me how many merchant ships have been sunk by those pirates. 2 decades ago, the number of pirates roaming the North Sea gradually increased. Going to the Koshilbo port has posed a safety threat to merchant ships, especially to Bajaroja ships. I am telling you, it is not pirates but Barlia. They tried to block our access to the sea. Our merchant ships are the ones they usually attack. Foreign ships rarely had any loss. Bill made his own reasoning. It is a reasonable guess. Since we lost Macarton Island to Barlia, our northern coast has never been peaceful. The pirates suddenly come out of nowhere and start raiding our merchants. Due to this, we begin to rely on Serdoya ports to go to sea. Conrad finds Bill's reasoning sound logical. Can't the kingdom do something? What about our navy? I don't think I will continue to become a merchant if things keep going like this. Trading by land is much more expensive and time-consuming. Taylor asked. Bill looks at Taylor. Our navy is crap. It has been declining as Barlia keeps attacking our naval base 100 years ago. They do not simply raid our base, they hunt down and kill our old and experienced shipbuilders. Taylor dumbfounded. So now our fate depends on this upcoming war. Not our fate, but the nation's fate. Conrad corrected Taylor's words. He continues to be honest. I hope that kid just surrenders himself to Serdoya and just dies for our sake. Ha 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 ha. Exactly, a small sacrifice for a greater good. Bill agreed with Conrad. If not for that kid, their business will be a lot more prosperous. To think that the entire nation was affected by one kid is truly baffling. Taylor speaks in a low voice. He reminds them, you idiot, you will get into trouble if someone hears you. Bill sneered. Who cares if he is a noble or not? Go and ask others. Many people want him to die and end this blockade. Conrad agreed. True. The bankrupt merchant is probably holding a grudge toward that brat right now. He is the reason for their bankruptcy. At present, Count Koshilbo is in his office. He is reading the current situation between the Rintum and the noble coalition that his butler has compiled for him. The relationship between both sides has deteriorated a lot. It looks like the kingdom is on the brink of civil war. Negotiation seems futile as neither side does not want to back down. He sighed and leaned back on his chair. This matter is exhausting for his old mind. He turned the chair and stared outside the window. Gradually lost in his own thought, a busy port and an increase in tax revenue did not appear to be as appealing as he hoped. The conversation he had with the king's messenger a few days ago still persists in his mind. Right now, he is regarded as an enemy by the king. Needless to say, he naturally panicked when hearing it. The reason is that he didn't attend the meeting held by the king in the capital. The king took his absence as a sign of disobedience and bias toward the Rintum. What a true King Nicholas I is, dismissing others on the whim. Count Koshilbo was bewildered hearing the reason. He indeed receives an invitation. However, the letter mentions that his attendance is optional since he needs to guard against the neighboring Ikadir. The messenger gives him a skeptical look upon hearing Count's explanation. To his knowledge, the same invitation content is sent to all heads of noble families. Nonetheless, he asked the Count to justify his claim. To the Count's surprise, the letter is nowhere to be seen in the locked drawer. Seeing this, the messenger thought Count Koshilbo only wanted to mess with him. The messenger left the county in anger. Before the messenger left, Count Koshilbo passed his letter to the messenger to give it to the king. He explained the reason for his absence and hoped that Nicholas I will understand it. He certainly didn't want to go against the king and endangered the Koshilbo family. He received a piece of news from the scouts saying that 5,000 men have been seen lingering around the border between Koshilbo and Vafors. He has to put his soldiers on high alert. Now, he is waiting for a reply from Nicholas I that is supposed to arrive by today or tomorrow. While waiting, multiple questions came to his mind. Each one of them doesn't seem plausible to him. Did the king make a mistake, or is it a plot by other nobles? He shook his head. That's not the most important question right now. The question that is truly important is, where does the invitation letter go? I never took it out of the locked drawer. The count asked inwardly who did it. Although it is normal for nobles to spy on each other, it still leaves a bad taste in his mouth knowing that he is being spied upon. As he is still thinking of ways to lure them out, his office door was knocked. He discarded his thoughts and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, my lord. Jackson Silver, the footman." The count raised his eyebrows after hearing the name. It is a name that he isn't familiar with. Despite having a lot of servants, the count always remembers the servants that are close to him. He tried to recall the identity behind that name. He finally remembered him. His butler introduced Jackson to him some time ago. "Come in." Jackson opens the door and moves steadily toward the count, who is at his reddish-brown mahogany desk. He took out a letter and passed it to the count. "My lord, it is a letter from the capital," said Jackson. "Why are you the one who sent it?" "Where is Basil?" the count asked. "By right, a mere footman isn't allowed to step foot in the lord's office. It should be his butler, Basil Belvedere, to send him any letter. Butler Basil is the one who asked me to deliver this letter to you, my lord." The count nodded. Basil probably has his own reason. After all, he is someone who abides by the rules more than any servants in this mansion. The count's face brightens up when checking the seal on the letter. It is a letter that he has been waiting for quite some time now. Before he opened the letter, "You can leave now." He chased Jackson out of his office. The letter from the king is confidential and cannot be carelessly shown to others. Jackson bowed his head to the count before leaving the office. Turning around, Jackson's mouth forms a thin smile as he leaves, something that the count didn't see. The count opens the letter and reads it. "Dear Count Klaus of Koszylbo, I have received your letter and deeply understand your explanation. However, I can confirm that all invitation letters sent using my name have the same content in it. As such, I choose to not believe in your words until you prove to me the content as you claim it to be. Nonetheless, I, a merciful king, can see your eagerness to prove your innocence through your letter, and I am content with it. Hence, I am giving you another chance, a chance that I didn't give to anyone else. Think of this as my reward for your service in guarding our border against the Barlians in Ikadir territory. I want you to break the engagement between your son, Karl Koszylbo, and Renee Rintum, the eldest daughter of the Rintum family. I want you to send her to the cap. I hope you make a wise decision. Sincerely, your king. Nicholas Napuna Bajiroja." Count Koszylbo took a deep breath after finishing reading the letter from Nicholas I. He fell into contemplation. The king gives him two ruthless choices: to hand over Renee, his future daughter-in-law, or to stand by Rintum's side and face a noble coalition. He muttered, "Your Majesty, what did they do that make you so eager to annihilate their bloodline?" Renee's figure appears in Count's mind. He is satisfied with Renee's manners, education level, and lineage. He can see that the Rintum family has put so much effort into raising a very good young woman. If Rintum's family wants to, they could easily engage her with one of the princes. Nobody can deny that. His son was truly lucky to be able to catch her attention. Renee has spent time with his family for months now. The wedding preparation has been going well so far. To break the engagement abruptly is the cruelest thing to do to any woman. Furthermore, there is no way his son could accept that, as he was deeply in love with her. Count Koszylbo closed his eyes for a moment before opening them back again. This time he had a resolved look on his face. Late at night, Jack lit up the candle in the room, but the sudden change in the room's brightness awakened his roommate. "What are you doing in the middle of the night, Jackson?" said his roommate while yawning. Jackson replied, "Sorry, I just want to write a letter back to my grandparents." His roommate nodded as a sign of understanding. It is not weird to write a letter at night. They are very busy during the day working around the mansion. The footmen, like them, particularly have to memorize a lot of things. They are expected to be well-versed in everything if they want to be promoted as a butler. "You can go back to sleep. I will put out the light when I am done. It won't take too long." His roommate turns away from the source of light, continuing his sleep. His hazy sight makes him miss a crucial point. The candle Jackson used as a source of light was a beeswax candle. A beeswax candle is a luxury that a mere footman definitely cannot afford. Presently, Jackson has been using it carelessly as if the cost won't put a dent in his wallet. If someone sees it, without a doubt that he will be questioned for it. Jackson continues writing a long letter that consists of several pages. It has been 2 months since he started working here. There are a lot of things he wants to write in his letter. 1 hour later, Jackson wrote the final part of his letter. "In addition, I have found a perfect candidate to be your princess. Her conduct and education are top-notch among all the young noble ladies that I have observed. I can assure you that she never does anything weird with her fiancé. My subordinate is watching her the entire time. Furthermore, I believe her existence can cause more instability in Bajiroja and fill the empty seat as a princess of Barlia at the same time. That is all my report for now. I will send you more updates after some period of time. Respectfully, your servant, Jack Cooper." The next day, Count Koshilbo called his son, Karl, to his office. Knock, knock, knocks. Come in, said the count. The door was slowly opened. A young man in his early 20s entered the office and saw the count's main desk is empty. His emerald-green eyes looked left and right, trying to find his father in the large office. Karl found his father at the corner of the room, hidden from his sight. Did you call me, father? The count replied with a serious tone. Yes, Karl. Now sit down. Karl immediately tensed up. He never sees his father as serious as right now. There must be something important that his father wants to talk to him about. The count made a short cough. He looked at his son and said, "How is your wedding preparation going?" Hearing his father's question, Karl frowned. He feels a bit weird about the question but still chooses to reply, "Everything is fine." Why do you ask? From what he knows, his father let his mother handle everything related to the wedding. Do you know the situation about the Rintum right now? Karl just nodded. He believes that it has nothing to do with Riene. The one that the kingdom wanted is her little brother. Then you should read this first. The count slowly pushes the letter on the table toward Karl's direction. Karl took the letter and started reading it. He gnashed his teeth as he continued to read the letter. He feels indescribable pain in his heart. The king's words made him feel as if the king regarded his betrothed as an object that could be handed over at will. Unable to contain his anger, Karl slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous. The king is hell-bent on exterminating their entire bloodline just because he feels threatened by the Rintum. Don't you think it's kinda stupid? The count patiently explains. The king wants to prevent the incident like the Duke of Barox during his grandfather's reign from happening. Do you think I will obey that shitty king? Karl rudely replied. He is truly angry with this nonsense. Karl looks at his father. Don't tell me that you have decided to give her to the king. Didn't you recently say that you thought her like your own daughter? Yes, although I thought of her as my own daughter, the future of the Koshilbo family is more important than her. I will hand her to the king. I disagree. We should just fight against the noble coalition. Count Koshilbo yelled, "Don't be stupid. Has love blinded you? If you don't break the engagement with her by tomorrow, you will no longer be my heir. I am fine with that. Feel free to give it to my brother. I don't need it. Confident, aren't you? Do you really think she will stay with you when you're no longer an heir? Remember, Karl, she's someone that can become a princess if she wants to. She will leave you for someone else if it means she can achieve a higher social status. You will regret it later." Karl rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, please. I don't want to hear about your failed romance. Renee is not that kind of woman." He stood and left the office in a hurry. "That's what I thought too." Years ago, the count muttered in an inaudible voice after Karl left his office. Unknown to both of them, Jack heard their entire conversation. Now the situation gets interesting. He quickly hides the moment Karl opens the door. It's an easy feat for an elite member of Blackout like him. This is an opportunity for him to cause chaos in the Koshilbo family. If they become unstable, Barlia will have little to no resistance when they want to invade in the future. He needs to meet with the second young master, Chester Koshilbo. Jack starts moving to find Chester's location. After acquiring his location from other servants, Jack calmly headed there. He can't look excited and needs to play the role of Chester's loyal dog, a greedy and achievement-seeker footman. This is the kind of character he has shown to Chester in the past 2 months. In a small garden behind the mansion, Chester is reading a book peacefully while lying on the ground. A white parasol protects him from the heat of sunlight. 2 maids are standing near him, preparing to execute any of his orders. Jack quietly approached Chester as he did not wish to abruptly distract him. However, Chester turns around because he sees his maid is looking at something. Chester put down his book and looked at Jack. This new footman is eager to climb up the hierarchy. He found this footman to be an interesting person. This footman lacks the timidness the servant usually has. "Jackson, what are you here for?" Chester asked politely. There is no rudeness in his tone like one would expect from a lord to a servant. "Master Chester, I have news to report to you." Jack begins to speak. He stops speaking for a moment and looks at the maids. Chester understands this and nods at Jackson. He said to his maids, "Leave us alone." The maid hurriedly left the garden, but they still keep an eye on Chester from afar. It is their job to ensure Chester's safety. Chester begins to speak with a stern voice. "It better be something worthwhile. You need to know that your presence has disturbed my reading time. My apologies, Master Chester. However, I am confident in the news that I brought will pique your interest." Jackson starts to tell Chester the entire situation. His face starts to beam with joy. The opportunity finally lies before him. Nobody except Jackson knows Chester is harboring the intention to become his father's heir. Chester is gently tapping his temple with his index finger, falling into deep thought. It is indeed an opportunity for him, but his brother is an obstacle that he needs to remove first. Jack stepped in. He planned to solve Chester's headache by offering him a solution. "If I may," Jack opens his mouth and tells Chester the plan that he already concocted. "Jackson, that's a brilliant idea. Go and make preparations at once." "Leave it to me, master." Jackson bowed and left the garden. He needs to communicate with his subordinate. Looking at Jack's figure that gradually disappeared, Chester inwardly said, "What a good dog you are, Jackson. I will get rid of you once you have lived out your usefulness. You know too much." After leaving his father's office, Carl searched for Renee. He saw his fiancée happily chatting with his mother, Eunice Shasky, in the tea room. His anger softens when he sees Renee's smile. There is no sense of urgency or trepidation on her face. His father conceals the news from other family members. Deep inside his heart, he didn't want this happiness to end, but he is willing to do anything for Renee's safety. He knocks lightly on the partially opened door, attracting both ladies' attention to him. "Carl," Renee called his name. "There is something I need to talk to you about," said Carl in a somewhat serious tone. He looks at his mother. "Can you give us some time alone, Mom?" Countess Eunice smiled at her son. "Of course, Carl. Take all the time you want." After Eunice left, Carl looked at Renee. "What I am about to tell you might cause you to feel fear, but I need you to calm down and listen carefully." Renee nodded. Carl tells her about the king's request in the letter sent to his father, including his father's decision. As expected, Renee frightens and feels sad at the same time, to think that the count who considers her as his daughter is actually giving up on her. Carl gently wipes the tears leaking out from her eyes. Renee asked her fiancé, "What are we going to do?" "Let's run to Rintum. We will be safe there. Your father will definitely protect you." "Okay, but when are we going to run?" "Tonight." "Just bring the necessary stuff with you." Snap. "Who's there?" said Carl. He slightly raised his voice. Both of them were shocked by the sound of a twig breaking. It's me, Master Carl." Jack speaks with a trembling voice as he comes out from his hiding spot. "Did you hear it?" Carl frowned. It will be harder to escape if Jack tells his father. He needs to somehow shut his mouth. Carl's right hand slowly reaches the hilt of his dagger hiding at the back of his waist. Calm down, Master Carl." Jack raised both of his hands. He was terrified that he would attack him. I promise I won't tell anyone." "Oh yeah? How can I trust you?" Carl asked while unsheathing his dagger. I will follow you on your escape," Jack said. Carl stares at Jack's trembling eyes for a few minutes. He sheathed his dagger back and said, "Sounds fine to me. Go and prepare a carriage for us tonight. Remember, don't tell anyone about this." "Understood, Master Carl." Jack repeatedly bows before leaving the scene. After Jack left, Carl turned to his fiancée. "Renee, go and make a preparation. We are going to leave tonight." Renee nods. She returns to her room on the 3rd floor. Along the way, she tried to act calmly. She didn't want to arouse any suspicion, especially in front of the Count and Countess. Renee called her only personal maid, Vanessa Wiener. When Renee arrives at the Koshilbo mansion, she is alone without any servants. All the servants in Rintum are not willing to leave the prosperous Bideford for the border territory adjacent to Barlia, not even her personal maid. Under Richard's insistence, her personal maid was forced to follow Renee. Later in the journey, that maid runs away. She arrives at the Koshilbo mansion without any maids with her. The Countess expresses her question about it. Renee has no choice but to tell the Countess about her runaway maid. Hearing this, maids at the Koshilbo mansion assumed she was a bad noble lady and distanced themselves from her. They didn't want to associate with her. Only Vanessa was the one who volunteered to be her personal maid. "Milady, what do you need me for?" Vanessa's voice interrupts her thoughts. She ordered her maid, "Vanessa, I want you to prepare a 7-day food ration for 4 people. Vanessa looks at her lady blankly. "Are you going somewhere, milady?" She was taken aback by the sudden instruction. "Yes, and I want to bring you with me." Renee begins to tell her the escape plan. Vanessa had mixed feelings when she heard that. "Don't worry, I will pay your wage accordingly," Renee said after seeing Vanessa's hesitation. It is understandable to her that Vanessa hesitates. Once the Count finds out, he probably will find someone to put the blame on. As Renee's personal maid, Vanessa will surely have to take the blame. Her position as the future Countess's personal maid alone is enough to make her co-workers jealous. She has spent a lot of time with her and didn't want this 17-year-old girl to be blamed or punished because of her escape. Therefore, she decided to bring Vanessa with her. That evening, all the family members of Koshilbo had dinner like always. Nobody suspects anything except Chester, of course. Even so, he pretends like he knows nothing and chats with his father and mother. Meanwhile, Jack is busy feeding the horses in the stable. He needs to make sure the horse has enough energy to run tonight. While he is busy feeding the horse, his roommate approaches him. "Hey Jackson, there is a letter from your grandfather." He took out the letter and handed it to him. "No problem, Jackson. Why are you the one who feeds the horse?" "Well, I have some free time today, I see. Well, I better get going first. See you later." "Sure." Jack opened the letter as soon as his roommate left. He smiled when he read the content of the letter. His superior has given him a green light. Now he can proceed confidently with his plan. "I hope that brat to the job well. I pretty much act on my own accord right now. If this plan fails, that old man is going to beat the shit out of me." In the middle of the night, Jack opens his eyes and waits for his eyes to adjust to the darkness of the room. He silently moves toward his sleeping roommate. Jack puts his right hand over his roommate's mouth while the dagger in his left hand accurately stabs his roommate's chest. Everything happens so fast, his roommate dies while he looks at him with widened eyes. Perhaps he couldn't believe he just died at Jack's hand. To confirm his kill, Jack stabs his roommate one more time. Then another one, another one. The body twitched every time Jack stabs it. He then covers it with a blanket. Jack opens the wardrobe and changes his blood-stained cloth with a clean one. After making sure there was no clue about his identity, he left the room and headed towards the stables. Jack casually and soundlessly walks in the dark, avoiding the guards. He knows their moving pattern and routes after spending 2 months observing them. The first thing Jack does when arriving at the stable is to cautiously tie the horse to the carriage. Despite the stable being pretty far from the mansion, he wants to avoid any noise from being produced which can wake the sleeping Count and Countess. After half an hour of silently waiting in the dark and cold night, he finally sees the figure of Carl, Renee, and a maid, Vanessa. Jack grumbled, "Master Carl, what takes you so long? Shut up. A mere servant like you should just do as told, not question his master." Jack clutches his fist, but his patient gets his best. He bowed and apologized to Carl. "Be patient." 3 of them get into the carriage while Jack becomes a coachman. Once the carriage passes through the gates, both Renee and Carl feel relieved by their successful attempt. Chester looks at the carriage departing from the mansion through the window of his room. "Well done, footman. Once my father and his knights arrive at Waymuesto City, you and that maid are dead. Ha ha ha." Chester heads to his father's bedroom. There are 2 guards standing not far from the bedroom. "Knock, knock, knocks." Father called Chester. There is no answer. Chester knocks on the door again. This time he heard his father grumble from behind the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Chester. What do you want in the middle of the night? I have something important to tell you." "Can you just..." Why, before the Count finished his sentence, Chester interrupted him. "Brother has run away with Renee." "What?" the Count suddenly shouts, startling Chester and the 2 guards. He asked with a high voice, "Did I hear it right?" "Yes, you did." "When did they leave?" "Just now. I heard the sound of a horse galloping from my room." The Count was enraged and said, "That kid. I told him that he will no longer be my heir if he did something unnecessary. It looks like he really wants to abandon everything for that woman." Hearing his father's angry remarks at Carl, Chester is inwardly happy. This is what he wishes for. The door was open. The Count walked out of the room. He orders one of the standing guards to call his head knight to come here. He can't absolutely let Renee escape. Carl is probably heading toward Bideford, knowing that the only place that can keep his fiancée safe. If so, they must be on their way to Waymuesto City. Soon, the head knight of Koshilbo, Wilmot Eimer, arrived. He quickly greets the Count. "My lord, what do you need me for?" "Wilmot, gather the knights and go to Waymuesto. Bring Carl and his fiancée back to me." "As you wish, my lord." Wilmot moved towards the knight barracks in haste. He wakes up his sleeping friends, causing them to complain. Ignoring the complaint, Wilmot said, "You idiots, wake up. We have a job to do. The Count is pretty angry right now. I don't want to piss him off any further." Hearing that the Count was angry, the knights immediately lost their sleepiness. One of them asks, "What does the Count order us to do?" "The Count ordered us to drag young Master Carl back to the mansion. It seems like the young master has run away with his fiancée. I don't know the details, but it must have something to do with the current tense situation in the kingdom." The knights nodded. They are not ignorant about things that happened around them. "Now, listen to my plan carefully." Wilmot stopped for a moment. He wants to make sure he gets their attention. He continues explaining his plan. "I need 100 men to go with me. 25 men are to check the route to Hogdeck, and another 25 men are to check the route to Harlington. 25 men will search the Waymuesto, and the last 25 will go to Dunstan. We can't ignore the possibility they took a different route. Any questions? How many people are we searching for?" "The young master and his fiancée run with 2 other servants. I don't care about the servants, I only want the couple alive. Anything else?" Wilmot sees no one raise their hand. "If there are no questions, then get moving now." 100 knights are gearing up. There is no room for failure. They need to find their young master as quickly as possible before he gets out from Koshilbo County. Although they know his destination, they tried to avoid encroaching on other nobles' territory. Going inside another noble's territory without informing the lord can be a serious offense, especially with a large number of forces. After some time, 100 knights riding horses pour out from the mansions. Once they are all out of the mansion, they are all split beautifully into 4 teams and move toward their designated locations. Count and Chester are watching them depart from the hallway on the 2nd floor. The horse-drawn carriage is moving at a high speed in the middle of the night. It is a race against time for Jack, Chester, Carl, and the Count. Everybody has their own scheme. Perhaps the one that is unaware of it is probably Carl and Renee. There. Carl happily pointed at the city gate of Waymuesto that began to appear in his sight. He let out a sigh of relief. He has been uneasy during the entire journey. His father is most likely to realize their absence during breakfast, but still, he couldn't help but think his father might send knights after them. "Let's go inside the city first," said Jack. "Huh, why? We should just straight away head to Bideford. The horses are tired. They can't keep running forever. We need to change the carriage." Just where we are going to find a new carriage. In Carl's opinion, it is better to not stop anywhere. They still have several hours before his father wakes up. By that time, they had long exited the Koshilbo territory. His father's influence will be significantly reduced in other territories. Jack, however, knows the real situation. He was pretty sure the knights are chasing them as they speak right now. He replied, I know some friends that can help us. As a Blackout Elite member, he has substantial power to order the agent in the city. He drives the carriage to the city gate. The guard there tries to stop them, but Jack shows them the noble emblem carved with gold on the carriage's door. They enter the city smoothly without any problem and head toward one of the inns. The city is void of light except for a few establishments. Jack told others to wait outside while he was talking with the owner. He proceeds to the tavern part of the inn, located on the first floor. The inn's tavern emits dimly light from the outside. Jack feels relief that it signifies the owner is still awake. He entered and saw the owner wiping out the table. The owner looked up at him and said, I am sorry, young man, the tavern has already closed. I can't provide you with any food until the next morning. I'm here not for food, but to request a delivery service, Jack said as he took out the Blackout badge with a black background that has a white spiral pattern on it and showed it to the owner. The owner nods, a sign of understanding. What kind of package do you want to deliver? A high-quality but fragile package to the north. I want 5 or 6 carriages to transport it to another town as well. By the way, let me drive one of the carriages. Go to the stable, choose whichever you want. Jack immediately goes to the stable. He drives one of the normal-looking medieval carriages to the front. He said to the 3 of them, jump in, while others stare at the carriage. Carl is the first one to speak. You want me to ride this thing? He had a disgusted look on his face. Jack replied, Master Carl, this is not the time to complain. If you don't want to ride it, just wait here for your father to come. Jack is right, Carl. Hurry up and get it. Now is not the time to argue. Rene interrupts. Carl can only follow Jack's order. He currently needs Jack's help. He mutters inaudibly, just wait until I teach you a lesson. The carriage begins to move, but Jack drives them in the wrong direction. Mr. Jack, I don't think this is a road to Bideford, Rene said timidly. She is somewhat afraid of Jack. He is different from the male servants she has ever seen. He is kinda cold and calm with an intimidating gaze like a seasoned warrior. She couldn't believe it when Vanessa told her that Jack is just 20 years old. Jack calmly replied, no, this is the right direction. Hey, servant, what is the meaning of this? We are supposed to head south to Hogdeck, not to the north. Carl speaks. There is a slight panic in his voice. He clearly realized something is wrong. Jack stays silent and keeps driving north. UFC King Commoner, don't you hear my quez? Stab. Before Carl finished his sentence, he felt a great pain in his chest. He looks down and sees he has been stabbed in his chest from the back. Wah. Carl bleeds profusely. Vanessa pulls out the dagger and stabs Carl once again, ending the life of the future count. Arg, Rene screamed. She stutters as she tries to speak. WWH, what I is the meaning of this, Vanessa? Vanessa looks at Rene with a calm face. I just the following order from my superior, milady. Her eyes move toward Jack. His attention focuses on the road in front of him. Who are you guys? Why are you doing this? Vanessa, tell me I am dreaming right now. Rene asked while shaking Vanessa's body. Tears flow out from her eyes as her fiancé just died in front of her. His killer didn't have a little remorse toward him, as if his life is worthless. Nice to meet you, Lady Rene. As you already know, my name is Vanessa Wiener. I am a member of Blackout. That man over there is my superior that I always talk about, Jack Cooper. As for the reason, well, we're going to take you to Barlia. Blah Blackout. Jack helped Vanessa explain it to Rene. It is an intelligence and assassination organization belonging to Barlia. So all this time, you have been deceiving me. Rene is on the verge of crying again. Yes, from the very beginning. Vanessa coldly replied, how could you? I thought of you like my own sister. Don't make such a joke, milady. We all here know you have no right to say that. You don't even care about your own blood-related sister, Rachel. Do you know how tired I am to keep up with my act? Rene stays silent. She has no way to refute it. Jack breaks the silence. As for the reason we are doing this is because we want you. Why? I don't think I'm a valuable hostage. Jake explains, milady, you are more valuable than you think. Aside as a gift to the prince, your disappearance can also cause instability in the kingdom. Gift? Asked Rene, slightly shocked. Jack reassures her, you see, Prince Baldwin is looking for a bride candidate. After a rigorous search and evaluation throughout Badgerosia, you have been chosen as the princess. Congratulations. Why Badgerosia? Is there no noblewoman in your nation? Because the prince said he wants his bride from Badgerosia. It's as simple as that. Why do you sound uninterested? It's a princess, a position that many noble ladies desire. It's much better than being a countess. I am not interested in your prince or the title. I only love Carl. As soon as Rene said that, Jack and Vanessa look at each other before bursting into a laugh. Ha ha ha. Love. Vanessa, did I hear it right? Milady, no matter how much you love him, he's dead. Vanessa shook her head as her legs stepped on Carl's corpse. She can believe Rene was this naive. Jack added, milady, once you meet the prince, you will forget your love for that pile of dung. Suddenly Jack talked with a serious tone. Vanessa made sure she didn't run. We have already arrived in Harlington. Harlington is a tip of land bordering with Koshilbo County. It's formerly belonged to Bajiroja before being conquered by Blange in war. Now they are no longer in Bajiroja's land. Even if Count Koshilbo makes a fuss, he can't do anything. What are we gonna do with the corpse? Vanessa asked. Just burn it, together with the carriage. Wait, Renee shouted, why don't you just bury it? Can't you be more sympathetic? No, he irritates me, Jack said. Vanessa starts burning the corpse. Renee watches Carl's corpse burn with tears in her eyes. She recalled all the memories she had with him. For her, that's the happiest moment in her life. Jack's voice interrupts her thought. Both of you, the ship is here. Hurry up, go on board. Vanessa and Renee ride a ship which belongs to the Blackout and head north to Barlia. As for Jack, he still has a job to do in Bajiroja. Renee looks at the Bajiroja that is slowly getting smaller in her sight. She didn't know when she would return or when her family was going to rescue her. Perhaps she will be abandoned altogether. Faster, Wilmot shouted. The 25 Knight is moving through the darkness of night. They are chasing the runaway son of a count. Their destination is Waymuesto City. Wilmot is confident in bringing Carl back as he sends 75 knights for this area alone. One group search the city and another two search the routes. The chance of escaping from the group of knights is absolutely zero. After all, their group only consists of a love-struck young man, a naive young lady, a footman, and a maid. Soon the city wall emerges into their sight. Sir, let's ask the guards, suggests one of Wilmot's subordinates. Wilmot nods as he steps forward and approaches the guards. Sorry to bother you, but have you seen the lavish carriage with this symbol on it entering the city? Wilmot asked while showing Koshilbo's coat of arms. The guard looks up to see the coat of arms as Wilmot didn't get down from his horse. After taking a careful look at it, yes, I have seen such a carriage enter the city. Did they leave the city? The guard shook his head several times. The guard stood there watching Wilmot move away. He couldn't help but wonder, did something happen tonight? This is the second time unusual things have occurred. The other knights just laugh. It is rare to see the nobles make fun of themselves. Moreover, they are kinda pissed off that their quality sleep hours were disturbed by Carl's shenanigans. All right, stop laughing. Hurry up and find which inn has the carriage. I believe it will be easy to find. Not everybody has that kind of luxury. The knights spread out and began their search. They go from the inn to the inn. To their despair, the supposed easy job is much harder. It is not until long before one of them finds it in the middle of the city square under a large black cloth. Wilmot was flabbergasted. He didn't expect them to change the carriage, but who lent it to them? To his knowledge, Carl makes a decision about the runaway on the spur of the moment. There is no noble in the city, and Carl himself doesn't associate with commoners. Is it the footman that helps him find a carriage? Wilmot knows nothing about the new footman, but he finds it plausible. He rushes toward the city gate and meets the guards again. Hey you, Wilmot calls in a rude way. The guard turns around. He doesn't mind it. Wilmot is a noble knight after all. What is it, Sir Knight? Is there any caravan leaving the city? There are some carriages leaving the city. What? How can there be so many? Which direction did they go? Wilmot grabbed the guards by his shoulder. There are only 2 carriages that pass here, sir. As hit, Wilmot orders all of his knights to chase the carriage that leaves the city. Make sure you check every carriage you find. Young Master is hiding in one of them. The knight moves through all the available routes. Wilmot moves toward Hogdeck and meets with the knights there. The same goes for the knights in the north. They meet with the knights there and begin to search. As they searched along the Harlington route, they saw a light in the middle of the forest. Hey, there is a light in the forest, said the knight. The captain replied, probably a traveling merchant camping there. The knight asked, should we check it? There is a chance young Master Carl is hiding there. Don't mind them, there is no way young Master Carl is here. This is an opposite direction to Bideford, said the captain. Another knight said, yeah, I think we should check just to be sure. Don't you think it's weird, Captain? About what? Why do they make camps in the forest? It is more dangerous there than making camp near the road. The words uttered by him sound reasonable. The knights decided to enter the forest. They slowly approach the camp, checking if Carl is hiding among the merchants, but what they found is something else. The horrible scene displayed in front of them made them unable to say anything. The rays of light which illuminated the darkness of the night came not from burning wood but from a burning corpse. Why, what is this? The knight asked. The captain ordered, go check it now. Some checked the corpse's identity through its belongings, but 70% of it has been burned to an unrecognizable state. Sir, I think you should see this, said the knight while handing the sword he found to the captain. The captain takes a look at the sword. It was a beautiful sword with its hilt decorated with gold. The black sheath was decorated with diamonds and gems. Most importantly, there is a Koshilbo coat of arms on it which causes the captain's face to turn pale. Quick. Go to the south and call Sir Wilmot. The captain panicked. Immediately, one of the knights heeds the command and rides the horse to the south, probably realizing the seriousness of the situation. Wilmot comes in rush as the knight from the north urges for his presence. From the sound of his voice, it's not a piece of good news. As he guesses it, the captain shows Wilmot the corpse that their group found. Wilmot scans the corpse. The height, body structure, and remaining unburned clothing match the description young Master Chester told him before he departs from the mansion. He was unable to say anything. What had initially been just a runaway incident had turned into a murder case. He asked the captain, "Did you find another 3 people?" The captain replied, "No. We only found the young master's corpse and his belongings. We still don't know if it is a young master. It can be someone else." Wilmot shook his head, trying to deny it. Nonetheless, all the clues have pointed out that the body was Carl's. It is impossible to find a replacement in a short time. Are you saying that young Master Carl killed random people just to fake his death? The captain shook his head. "I am sorry, sir. I don't think he is brave enough to do that." He sighs. "Let's bring the corpse back first. I don't know how the Count will react. This is the only lead we have. I haven't found anything in the south." The knights there took the stuff there back to the mansion. Afterwards, the knights arrive at the mansion. Count Koshilbo rushed to Wilmot. "How is it? Did you find them, sir? I think you should see this first." Wilmot shows the Count a corpse that supposedly belongs to Carl. What is this, Wilmot?" Wilmot reports the situation. "We believe this is young Master Carl's body. Looking at the wound, he is most likely stabbed from behind. Whoever did this is a very skillful person that can accurately aim at his heart from behind. As for the other 3, we didn't find them." After he finished, the looked at the Count, who stared blankly at the corpse. He can't believe his eyes. His son comes back as a cold corpse. He began to sob and wail. Why does this happen? Didn't you just run away? How could you die?" Chester, who was far behind, shivered in fear. He didn't think it would turn out like this. According to the original plan, the knights will bring Carl and his fiancée home. He then will dispose of Jack because he knows too much. Despite Carl's death working in his favor, people might suspect him of plotting the murder. He is the first to report Carl's departure to the Count. It was kind of suspicious as he didn't fall asleep yet during that time. He took a glance at his father and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his father is busy crying. He might question him afterwards, though. "Let's blame everything on Jack." Wilmot couldn't wait any longer. "My lord, I understand that you are sad, but more importantly, we need to find his murderer." The Count stops crying. Hick. "Yes, that would be the best. Investigate the 2 servants that follow Carl. My lord, how should we handle the missing Rintum's daughter? If Rintum knows, they will stop at nothing until they get their revenge. For now, let's keep it a secret. Once Rintum was defeated, even if they bark, nobody would care." Now he has no choice but to join the noble coalition to ensure his family's safety. Back in Bideford, due to that, Riz plans to introduce the newspaper to the public as a medium to practice their reading ability. Of course, he didn't waste his money solely for that purpose. He wants to establish the reputation of the newspaper as a trustworthy source of information among the people. The best time to do it is right now, when his people don't have any reliable source to rely on. Newspapers act as an effective method to control the populace. It appeared on Earth as early as the 16th century. Riz realizes that once the war starts, the people need to know the updates about the ongoing war. Without newspapers, the rumors will run rampant among the populace. Right now, people are skeptical about Rintum's victory in the war. After all, Rintum will fight against the entire kingdom. Charlotte is currently helping him control public opinion through the tavern, or else unrest most likely will happen. It can cause panic and lead to the mass migration of people out of the territory to escape the flame of war. Losing the population is not a joke because it equates to the loss of human resources and income tax needed for future development. Monday, 10th April 300 Payne era. It's early in the morning. The sun has not yet fully risen from the east. Riz is currently at his publishing company checking a stockpile of newspapers. Today is the first issue of the newspaper to be sold to the public. He named the newspaper Rintum Weekly. It comprises brief news about important events that happened in the Rintum territory in the previous week. The lack of a method for fast information transmission between regions prevents him from releasing the newspaper daily. The newspaper has a single sheet of A2 paper folded into half to form 4 pages and sold the newspaper for 2 rows. "How are you going to sell it?" Theodora asked. Despite her sleepiness clearly visible on her face, she forced herself to follow Riz here. "At my bookstores," he replied. Riz has established a chain of bookstores named Big Bookstore in every city that has a school in it: Bideford, Tegrat, Raffledrad, and Mabadson. At first, he wanted to build schools in every city and town, including the baronies, but later he changed his mind. There is no need to waste Rintum's money on them. He wants to make people who live in baronies feel like they're living in backwardness with no benefits. Is it worth the cost? Don't get me wrong, but selling it at 2 rows is a bit, considering the transportation, manpower, and other stuff. Riz chuckled upon hearing Theodora's words. "My dear fiancé, the newspaper profit never lies in the sales alone, but in the advertisement. The sales of newspapers and the cost of advertising come hand in hand. The more people buy my newspaper, the higher the advertisement costs. Advertisement, it's a paid announcement service I provide to anyone who wants to promote their product. It helps increase its awareness and exposure to the people. After checking everything, the newspapers are sent to his bookstore in the town center. It was put near the entrance of the shop. Dad, hurry up. Slow down, Patricia, or you are going to fall," said the merchant named Patson. His 7-year-old daughter has become much more energetic since she goes to school. She often tells him things she learns in school during dinner. At first, he was reluctant to register her for school. However, the content of the textbooks changed his mind. Perhaps after finishing elementary school, both of his children probably exceed him in terms of knowledge. Since then, he has been determined to let both Patricia and her brother, Patrick, further study in middle school. They are currently heading to the bookstore opened by the young lord to buy some papers and notebooks. Patricia has pestered him for it since he picked her up from school. Her brother had it easy, just asked his sister to buy stuff for him while he was going to play with his friends. Patson looks up and sees the store sign. He is full of admiration every time he comes here. Young lord is very talented in doing business. Upon reaching the store, Patricia happily runs to find what she wants. Patson, on the other hand, had nothing to do except wait. While he was at it, his eyes looked around the interior of the store. The item was divided into different categories to make it easy for the customer to find their desired item. Even books were divided into different subjects and were arranged based on their color scheme, which helps attract customers' attention. There are store workers wearing a uniform that can help you in case you didn't find the items you want. In a way, Riz's bookstores have become a source of reference for other shops. It is a good thing as it can help raise the quality of customer service in Bideford. As his eyes wander around, he sees something new. He read the label of that item, newspaper, Rintum Weekly. Getting curious, he picks up one of them and begins to read. His eyes move left and right reading the contents. He raised his eyebrows and inwardly said, "Is what is written in this true? How old is this news?" Patson called the staff nearby. "Excuse me." "Yes, sir. How can I help you?" said the staff with a smile on her face. Patson asked, showing the newspaper in his hand. "Can I know what this is?" "This is a new product in our store, the newspaper. It is news about events that happened last week, especially the major ones. Now, with only 2 rows, the news is in your hand," said the staff, taking this chance to make some promotions. "I will buy one. Take my money." There's nothing more important for a merchant other than information. He called his daughter, Patricia. "Hurry up." "Okay, Dad." Patricia returns with a basket full of stuff. Some are not on the list. Patson can only shake his head. She grabs more stuff than she initially planned to buy, just like her mother. Is this habit running in their blood, or is it just a woman's trait? Patson chooses not to say anything and pays for it. As soon as he returned home, Patson resumed reading the newspaper until he reached the last page. There is nothing there except a few words. "Your business is not doing well. Want to get more customers? We have a perfect solution for you. Advertise your business here. 1 week 3,000 rows, 2 week 5,000 rows, 3 week 7,000 rows, 4 week 11,000 rows. Note: advertisement spots are limited. This is something new. Maybe I should try the service. Patson's business has become slower lately, perhaps due to the imminent war. If he can spend some money to get more customers, it's a good deal then. I need to go to their office tomorrow. Patson is not the only one who thinks this way. Other merchants think the same thing. Tomorrow, he will find the office full of people trying to get the advertisement deal. Evening at the usual tavern. By the end of the day, newspapers are completely sold out in every store. At first, it was just a curiosity, but then its existence spread across Bideford. It changes the way people obtain news. Man, this newspaper is convenient. Now I won't be confused with rumors since it's all. What is it called again, Robic? Willen asked. Robic replied as he slightly irritates official news. Get it right already. Yes, there is no need to be so cranky. I guess you are in a bad mood as you are no longer the up-to-date source of news, huh? I guess so, Robic solemnly replied. He said inwardly, my job is actually more of controlling public opinion. Even though the newspaper took over his job of conveying news to the public, Riz still paid him the same. When the time comes, Riz needs someone from the masses to give his opinion to the public on certain news. The influential Robic fits for the job. 23rd May 300 Pain Era. After approximately 2 months of preparation, it is now late May. The month everyone is anxiously waiting for is finally here. Richard for sure didn't expect the noble coalition to finish preparing in a mere 2 months. It's a combination of forces that has never been seen before. Fortunately, the Rintum never slows down in their preparation. Presently, Richard, Riz, and the head knight, William Geoffrey, are in the Lord's office. Richard began the discussion. What did our scouts say? My lord, the first prince is leading an army of 15,800 men to Bideford. Furthermore, our spies in barracks reported that the Duke has gathered 10,000 men. William replied. Hiss. Riz took a deep breath. They are going to face 25,800 men with only 15,000 men at most. Richard sneered. So Nicholas I himself has no intention of stepping into the battlefield. He must be confident if he let that waste lead an army. The first prince, Riz muttered. He has heard a rumor about him and his dissatisfaction with his young brother. He must be eager to gain some achievement. Riz looks at William. They are coming straight for Bideford. Yes, young lord, they have trebuchets with them too. Well, that's not surprising. They probably want to finish this fast. It takes a lot of resources to sustain a large army, Richard commented. Riz suggests then, should we make it a battle of attrition? It's a bit risky, young lord. If those ragtag soldiers become desperate, they might lash it at our people and cause a lot of destruction. The discussion went on for hours. It is only until late at night that Riz reaches his room. He instantly fell asleep. Slap. Ryan slapped his 8-year-old son. Rosanna is just watching him fall to the ground while his sisters are giggling seeing their brother in such a pathetic state. Ryan said while holding the report card, "How disappointing. I didn't send you to school for this kind of result." Riz just silently heard his father remark. He knows whatever excuse he has means nothing right now. His end-year exam finished a month ago, and today he got back his report card. The results were disastrous. He was demoted from the 3rd classroom to the 4th one. There are only 5 classrooms in each grade, so being demoted to the 4th classroom means that you have a high potential of being an idiot. Currently, he was at home being scolded by his father. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Ryan shouted as hard as he could. "Bear it. It will be over soon enough." Riz inwardly motivated himself. He doesn't bother to ask for help. Nobody will help him anyway. Did you hear me? There's no point buying you a lot of books if you don't do exercises in them. Riz thought, but I never asked you for it. You're the one who buys it on your own. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to receive another slap. "Don't sleep until you finish all these questions," Ryan said and threw the book at his face. "Yes, father." That night, he only slept when the clock showed 1 in the morning. The next day, he wakes up early as always. He only sleeps for 5 hours, but he still feels energetic. The reason is he will buy a toy on his way back from school. The toy is very popular among kids his age right now. All of his friends except him have it. Previously, he was left out and can only watch them play. Now, things will be different. He has been saving for nearly 2 weeks now by tightening his belt. Once he opened his piggy bank, his eyes were wide open when he saw nothing inside. "Mom," Riz called his mother. "What's wrong?" "Where's my money in the piggy bank?" "It's gone. I took it," Rosanna gave a short answer. "Why, that's my money. I give you money to buy food at school during your break time. Since you are not using it, I will take it and give it back to you again as your daily allowance. I will save some money by doing that," said Rosanna proudly. Sometimes her thrift is almost frightening. Riz was stupefied hearing Rosanna's words. He then said, "But I have saved it for 2 weeks to buy a toy." Slap. He got slapped by his mother first thing in the morning. "That's why your exam results are so bad. All you think is playing around," Rosanna berated her son. "But all of my friends have it. I want it too." He was on the verge of crying, but he held it. "Crying won't help him. I don't care. If they don't want to befriend you because of it, then they're not your friends. Just stay at home and study. That's your only job. Don't do or think anything else." Riz was helpless. There is nothing he can do. All of his efforts were wasted. Later, he goes to school with one of his cheeks red due to the slap and a dark circle under his eyes due to not getting enough sleep. Many students and teachers just pretend they see nothing. His teachers saw it, but they did not bother to ask. He is not an academically excellent student, therefore he holds no value in their eyes. They probably thought his parents scolded him for his bad results. At school, he goes through the same routine every day, but today he was so sleepy. Every teacher seems to target him today as if they have reached a mutual understanding beforehand. The only thing that freshens him up is the sound of the bell ringing at the end of the day. Riz immediately stood up, but he was held by his teacher. "Wait, Riz," said his teacher. "You need to clean up the classroom today." "But today is not my turn." "I know, but today your excellent friend, Daniel here, has an interview with a local community newspaper," his teacher proudly said. Riz tried to argue, "But why me? There are a lot of other people that can replace him, because you are the most energized one. Didn't you just slept in my class a moment ago?" Everybody in the classroom laughed at him. "I don't have enough sleep yesterday since I am solving tons of questions," he grumbled. He chose not to argue with his teacher anymore. Even if he tells him the reason he is sleepy, he wouldn't believe it. He has no value, so whatever comes out of his mouth is also worthless. Teachers only look at the results since that will improve their teaching profile and increase their chances to get a promotion. They don't care about the process. Together with his other classmates, it took him an hour to finish. He grabs his bag and hurriedly returns home. He didn't want to miss his favorite cartoon show. Around 5 in the afternoon, he changed his clothes and went to a nearby park to play with his friends. It's just 5 minutes to walk from his house. Once he sees his friends, he instantly shouts to call them. "Hey!" Riz runs toward them and asks, "What are you playing?" "Football, soccer," replied one of them. "Let me join too," said Riz. Football is his favorite sport. All of his friends look at him with complicated gazes. Riz couldn't help but tilt his head and ask them, "What's wrong?" Riz, don't be angry, okay? You see, our mothers told us not to play with you or they won't let us go out to the park anymore. What? Why? Did I do something wrong? Roz looks at them with a questioning gaze, waiting for an answer from them. They say that you're a bad influence on us. If we hang out with you, we will be influenced by your stupidity, one of them said. Oh, Riz stays silent for a few minutes. He then realizes that the friends in front of him are all better than him in their studies. I guess it can't be helped then. Yeah, that's how it is, another one said before they left him alone at the side of the park. Riz stood there for a few minutes before moving his leg. He's going back home since there is no place for him to go. A short distance feels very long. He ignored all the sounds and voices around him. His mind is empty right now. What day is it? Why do bad things keep happening to me? The money he painstakingly saved was taken away from him. He didn't get the toy he wanted. He got slapped by both of his parents in less than 24 hours. A new record. Ha ha ha. He laughed and unknowingly cried at the same time. Something inside him broke. He doesn't know what it is, but he knows he will never be the same as before. Ha, ha. Riz woke up from his dream, trying to grasp his breath. The sun has already risen and shined through his bedroom's windows. He cursed, damn it, to think I have a bad dream a night before an important day. His mood is ruined in an immeasurable way. Let's hope this war went well, or I am dead. Rintum Mansion, Bideford. Riz wakes up from his nightmarish dream. He is sweating profusely. It is one of the memories that he wants to be buried deep inside his head. The day that changed his personality. A sudden knock on the door interrupts his thought. "My lord, it is time to wake up," said Charlotte. She opens the door without waiting for Riz's response. "My lord, you need..." Charlotte stops. "What's wrong, my lord? You look a little bit pale. Are you sick?" "Nothing, I just startle when you suddenly knock on the door." Riz lied before changing the topic. "What are you going to say again?" Since her lord said he is fine, she decided not to pursue it any further. "My lord, you need to get ready and meet Lord Richard. He's going to march today." "Okay, I will get ready now." Riz gets out of his large bed. "Let me help you, my lord," Charlotte said with an innocent smile on her face. "Get out." Riz chased her, knowing her true ulterior motive. He didn't take too long to get ready. Riz immediately heads toward the mansion armory where Richard is. Riz is standing not too far away watching Edward helping his father. Richard wears his Gothic-style armor piece by piece from the helmet at the top to the solarates at the bottom, which takes a lot of time. It is impossible to wear it on your own. That armor looks so uncomfortable. His father urged him to wear them before, but then he removed most of the parts. Realizing that his son was behind him, Richard said without turning around, "Riz, I will leave the territory in your hand. Make sure to take care of it during my absence. Don't worry, father. I have confidence in my ability." "Ha ha ha, good, good. A young man should be confident and bold." Richard is going to personally lead 8,000 men to the battlefield. He left the remaining 7,000 men in Bideford and ordered Riz to defend it. Riz is his heir, so he cannot really put him in danger. If possible, Richard wants to prevent him from joining the battle at all costs. Unlike the war with Gile Cakes, they are in a defensive state and had a huge disadvantage in the number of soldiers. As for Duke's army, he didn't worry too much for the time being. Barak City is located in the south. Specifically, it is the southernmost settlement in the Bajiroja kingdom. It took them a much longer time to reach Bideford. By then, Richard's force should have returned back. He also brings together 10 12-pounder cannons, Riz's latest invention. A group of soldiers has been trained to operate them. The only unfortunate thing is they don't have their own uniform, yet unlike the arquebusiers. Their harmonious scene was interrupted by William, who seeks his audience. "What is it?" "Our soldiers have gathered and all preparation has been made." Richard nodded. "Let's march quickly. I don't want the battle to happen near Bideford." After seeing all his family members, Richard and William moved to the outskirts of the town. The soldiers were already waiting for them there. As Richard moves through the town center, many citizens gather there. They wished for his success in war. Riz stood still, watching his father's figure getting smaller as his father moved farther away from his sight. 25th May 300 Pain Era. "How many days remain before we arrive at Bideford?" Niall asked the commander, Philip Tickner. "Your Highness, we are 4 days away from Bideford," Philip replied. "They are currently outside Manfura City, resting after a continuous march from the capital. Viscount Michael has emptied an area for them. Can't we just hurry up and rush there?" Niall complained. "Even if the soldiers are tired, they still hold advantages over the enemy. I'm afraid the soldiers will be able to endure it. Rest is necessary," Philip said while looking at the soldiers setting up the camp. Tusk Niall clicked his tongue. He really wants to finish this fast to prove his skill as a military commander, though the skill he is talking about is just simply smashing the enemy with quantity. Both Niall and Philip turned toward the entrance of the big tent. "Your Highness, I come to give you a report," said the scout in front of the tent. He didn't dare to barge in without permission. "What is it?" "Our scouts reported that the Bideford army is moving here." "Ha ha ha ha, great. Now we just have to wait until they come." Niall is very pleased with the news. Now he waits here, defeats them, and returns as a hero. Philip nodded. "This is the best for them. Since they arrived here earlier, they have controlled all the good spots." 27th May 300 Pain Era. After 4 days of marching, they finally entered the Manfura region in the evening. "My lord, the enemy has control of all of the good locations." "What are we going to do?" said William as he felt a little bit distressed. "Let's make a camp at Manfura Lake." There is no rule in the war that says we need to make a camp near the enemy. Although they need to walk an extra 20 kilometers, it is better than camping at a bad location. Looking at the sun that was about to be set, Richard gave the order, "Prepare the dinner. Let the soldiers take a rest tonight and just leave some to watch at night." "My lord, wouldn't we be in danger if we let our guard down?" William asked. "Don't worry. The enemy won't attack us tonight because they are confident that they can win tomorrow." At night, a group of soldiers are sitting around the burning campfire in the middle. They are the artillery team led by Duan, who previously operated the trebuchets. "Do you think we can win this war?" said the new artillerist named Larry. The rest of the soldiers strained their ears to hear the answer from their leader. "We will win this war. You have seen the performance of those cannons, right?" Larry nodded, and so did the other soldiers. "If so, then stop talking. Do you really think those cavalry can escape that?" Duan stretches out both of his hands, trying to seek some warmth from the campfire. The new cannon is much more devastating than the trebuchets. On top of that, it has a longer range. For this war, they bring hundreds of solid shots and tens of much deadlier ammunition, the spherical case shots. It was designed to explode above enemy troops and shower them with shrapnel. It was much harder to make than a solid shot, but Riz made it anyway as a countermeasure against the advancing cavalry. "Go to sleep, Larry, and the rest of you as well. We have an important task tomorrow." Clang, clang, clang. The unpleasant sound of the metallic tools hitting each other echoed throughout the campsite. It signaled the beginning of the new day. Hearing such disturbing sounds, the soldiers start to wake up one after another. As the soldiers came out of their tents, the camp became increasingly noisy, replacing the silence that enveloped the night before. The soldiers start preparing their breakfast. Bread, salted fish, dried meat, and boiled water are some of the foods they eat to fill their empty stomach. They need a lot of energy for today, as it will determine their survival. While the soldiers are eating, Richard and William are discussing in the tent. Richard forced himself to eat even though he doesn't have any appetite. "Should we head to Manhware City, my lord? They probably have already controlled most of the area near it and set up some traps for us." "That most likely happened. We should change the battlefield and force them away from the city," Richard said while tapping his finger at a certain spot on the map. "Let's go to this area. It's located in the middle between the city and the lake. Would they really abandon their advantages and move there?" Richard explains, "Oh, they definitely will, especially that brat Niall. He has an inferiority complex toward his little brother. He is hungry to prove himself to the nobles. This is his chance to make some achievements." After finishing their breakfast, the Rintum forces gathered in a column of 22,000 cavalry with 100 rows at the front, 4,000 infantry at the middle with 200 rows, and 2,000 archers with 100 rows at the back. 5 field cannons are located on each side. They marched with the Rintum flag fluttering majestically in the air. By noon, they arrive at their destination. The place is empty because the enemy expects them to come all the way to their location. Richard took some leisure time setting up his army. He set up the field cannons on a rather higher elevated ground, protected by a group of archers. Once everything is set up, they only need to wait for the enemy to come. "My feet hurt," one of the infantry soldiers groaned. He passed his spear to the person next to him. "Please hold for me for a moment." He tried to reduce the pain and discomfort by moving his ankle in a circular motion. "Where are they? It has been 2 hours. How come they haven't arrived yet?" he complained before asking in a joking manner. "Maybe they got scared and ran away." "Stop bullshitting. We all know they have more people than us. I just hope I can return home alive," the person next to him said before passing back the spear to him. He only wears padded armor and brings one sword with him. Although they are the same part as Rintum's standing soldiers, their equipment is not standardized at all. Each of them brought their own weapon and armor from home, not much different from the conscript in terms of appearance. Fortunately, the advantages of becoming a soldier is that they are paid a wage every month while the conscript returns to farming once the war is over. Their job as a soldier is to undergo training every day and fight the war when the time comes. Some of them have begun their basic education. It can be said that their chance of survival in war is higher than the conscript. The enemies are. Someone at the front line shouted, causing all the soldiers to tense up. They can clearly see the enemy lining up in front of them. The sea of people with shining armor and equipment far exceeds their own. "All right, everyone, pay attention. Only move when you are given the order. Artillery, get ready," William shouted. "To think that the king even sent a royal army," he muttered in a low voice, not wanting to affect the morale of the troops. Duan, as the head artillerist, begins giving a command to the artillerist to load the cannons. They didn't wait for too long before the enemy marched toward them. "Come on, come closer, closer, closer," Duan muttered. He wants to hit as many cavalry as possible. The soldiers are getting nervous as there is still no order from William. As soon as the enemy's cavalry were within cannon's range, Duan shouted, "Shoot!" The thunderous sound fills the entire battlefield, shocking both enemies and allies. The horses' screams can be heard from 1 kilometer away, trying to escape from the battlefield. The knights above were thrown off as the horse was jumping around. The horses crash into one another, stepping on their own rider. They are already beyond control as fear has befall them too. The Rintum soldiers on the front line see the horrific scene that is happening in front of them. The limbs are torn apart, bodies are shredded, and blood splashes on the ground. The courage of knights was tossed aside. Even the royal army, which is famous for its bravery, is running away. In a matter of minutes, the nightmare took most of the knights' lives. The lifeless body was scattered on the ground with an expression of disbelief. Not long after the hellish rain, the pungent smells of the dead bodies assault their nose, a smell that causes everyone there to feel nauseous and almost throw up. What is that thing? Niall asked Philip beside him. This is his first time seeing such a dreadful weapon. I don't know, Your Highness, Philip gulped. This is beyond his comprehension. The remaining knights freeze in fear. Perhaps they are wondering how lucky they are to be assigned as the prince's bodyguards. Charge, William shouts. He takes a chance to attack since the enemy is still shocked by the destructive power of the cannon. WOWHH. The soldiers shouted despite still being in a state of shock. The cavalry charges forward, followed by the infantry. Their morale is at an all-time high, especially when the enemy is facing their back toward them. The lifeless corpse was stepped on without care or respect. It is only considered as a footpad that helps protect their shoes from being stained with blood. Ray, retreat. Philip gives an order. Who gives you permission to issue an order? We can still win with our number. Niall objected to Philip's decision. Niall unsheathed his sword. He commanded the soldiers with threats. Charge, charge, don't run. I will kill those who run away. The contradiction in order has confused the soldiers. Some halt their movement, afraid of the punishment from the noble, while some keep running away. It caused them to bump into each other, which makes their movements become more limited and chaotic. Philip can only watch. It is not his place to argue with the prince. He speaks in his mind. Let him do as he likes. We already lost this battle. He wasn't afraid of the prince shifting the blame to him. Everybody knows that Niall is incompetent, so no one will believe him anyway. Philip stares blankly at the battlefield. Their soldiers have been slaughtered left and right. The sound of Rintum's new weapon continued to echo across the battlefield. Each of those shots caused tens of lives. He closes his eyes for a moment as he couldn't bear looking at the scene unfolding in front of him. Your Highness, we should retreat to Mezorin first. We have already lost. Niall gritted his teeth in anger. His first military debut was ruined. He didn't want to, but staying here any further will endanger him as well. Therefore, he decided to lower his ego and follow Philip's suggestion. Fine, let's retreat. The enemy slowly disappears from their sight. The Rintum army celebrated their first victory despite their shock watching the horrific scene a few hours ago. Richard made a sigh of relief and slowly sat down on his chair. Rintum has only overcome the first hurdle, but this is not the end. The second one is coming from the south with an equally massive army. He doesn't know where the Duke is currently at. If the Duke has started marching, he is probably unable to make it back. Initially, he worried that Riz needed to face the Duke all by himself. However, he is confident Riz can face them alone after witnessing the cannon's destructive power. Bideford possesses more cannons than them, ready to be used at any moment. Richard believes that the Duke will face a much more devastating result than the first prince. William enters his tent. My lord, what should we do next? Have you figured out where they are retreating? Yes, my lord. They are going to Mezorin in the adjacent Naharog County. Naharog, Richard thinks for a moment. Count Naharog supplied a lot of soldiers to Nicholas I. He might take this chance to put some dirt in Nelson's eyes. Richard opens his mouth. Let the soldiers rest for today first. We will start chasing after them tomorrow, near Portsbury Mountain. The miners are mining for sulfur as they usually do every day. The harsh working conditions are less of their concern since the pay is good. They get paid 1 rose per kilogram of sulfur they harvest. On average, the miners can harvest 80 to 150 kilograms per day, which means an income of 80 to 150 rose per day. Gatherix Mining Company sells them all the equipment they need to be sulfur miners. The working hours are flexible. They can come any day to the office and report themselves before going to the mine. Nobody was going to reprimand them if they didn't come. It just means they have no income if they don't mine. The only thing that the company warns them of is to keep it secret, or they will not only lose their job but also face the consequences from the boss. From above, one of the miners points his finger at something. Hey, look, who are all those people? The rest of the miners turn around to see what's going on. That's probably the Duke Barrack's army. They are most likely heading toward Bideford. Someone needs to report to the boss. One of them said frantically, let me go and report it at the office, said the youngest miner there. He believes that he can deliver it faster than anyone else. Good, go with haste, young man. Let Rintum win, as I don't want to lose this job. Ha ha ha. Other miners also followed him, laughing. This job has paid so well that their living standard has increased a lot. Leave it to me. The youngster hurriedly rushed down to the mining office located in Portsbury Village. The office building looks like a wooden shack from the outside to deceive the tax collector that comes to the village periodically. Everyone in the village knows that the company is mining resources illegally. Once arrived, the youngster called the manager, Mr. Mark. I have some important news for you. How about you calm down first, said Mark Miles. He, just like Lewis Hinz, is a former woodcutter that Riz employs when he established his paper company. Now Mark is managing the sulfur division for Gatherix Mining Company, Duke Barracks. He is on his way to Bideford as we are currently speaking. Do you not have any sense of crisis? The army is coming, you know. The youngster feels a bit weird about Mark's lack of response. All right, if you say so. The young miner quickly leaves the building. He still has to bring down the harvested sulfur he left behind. Without wasting any time, Mark writes a letter to his boss informing him about the approaching threat. While he is at it, he writes a letter to James Gray, who is managing the gypsum mine. "Huri, come here," he called his assistant, who was just outside his office. "Yes, boss," Huri replied. "Have someone send these 2 letters and tell that person to avoid using the main road." Huri nodded. This must have something to do with war. 30th May 300 Payne Era, Bideford Town. Riz is currently sitting in his father's office as a regent. Since Richard went to war, he has been using this place to govern the Rintum territory. He was diligently reading the document in his hand, which is a report on the progress of the construction of the town halls and the government plaza. It can be said that the project is a megaproject that Riz can't wait to see completed. The town halls can start to be used after the war at the earliest. As for the government plaza, I hope I can use that place in December. It can be said that the government plaza project is a megaproject that Riz can't wait to see its completion. His eyes then fell on the crumbling letter on the floor. His hand reached for the letter, and after fixing it to a certain degree, Riz read it. "Ha ha ha ha, it looks like Baron Cisorvar wants to try his luck. To think he wants to put his grandson on the seat of the Marquis." Riz leans on one side and rests his head on his hand. Should I do something to Russell? Although he lives quietly right now, it doesn't mean he has no ambition. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocking on the door, interrupting his focus. "My lord, there are letters for you." He can hear Charlotte's voice from behind the door. "Come on in." Charlotte enters and sees Riz is being buried by the documents. She couldn't help but praise him. "My lord, I have to say that you look good when you are working." "I know. There's no way a handsome man like me won't look good in any situation." Riz praised himself with a straight face. Since someone is praising him, it wouldn't hurt if he added a little bit to the praise by himself, right? Charlotte just rolled her eyes and handed the letter to him. She regretted praising him a bit since Riz didn't show the reaction she wanted. Riz takes the letter and sees its sender. One is from Richard and another one is from Mark. He opens the letter from Richard first and a smile creeps up on his face. Charlotte couldn't help but ask, "Is it good news?" "Yes, father defeated the first prince's army." He opens the second letter and frowns as he reads the letter. He mutters, "Duke Barrocks is coming and is estimated to arrive in 4 days. Charlotte, make sure the soldiers are ready at any moment. As you wish, my lord." Let's turn back the time a little bit. 8th May 300 Payne Era, Napuna City. Before the first prince, Niall departs from the capital, and before most of the people wake up, another team disguised as a merchant has long discreetly departed from the capital in the early morning. Nicholas I is looking at the sparsely populated port of Napuna. This port only exists as a stop for ships coming from Nediters, Durboats, and foreign ships from Herthit. The impact of the war that happened more than hundreds of years ago can still be seen today. It is no longer busy and prosperous as depicted in history. Their control over the Gulf has declined so much that the foreign ship didn't care about paying the toll when entering it. Due to that, Nicholas I abolished the budget for the navy, which caused a repercussion among the nobles. But Nicholas I didn't care. Bajarosia has lost its maritime superiority on the sea. Its coastline was entirely blocked, and its shipbuilders were killed. The series of disasters forced the kings before him to focus on the land army. "Father, I am going to set sail now," said the second prince. Neil broke his father's thoughts. Nicholas I look at his second son with an affectionate gaze. Neil was his successor, and his achievements need to be bigger than his elder brother. For him, Nicholas I prepared the best ship that the kingdom has called Cog. These ships have a single mast and a single square-rigged sail, a typical type of ship the kingdom's merchants would use. Since the kingdom has no navy, nobody will be suspicious. It has been a stereotype among the people that Bajarosia owns no navy or battleships. "Finish your job quickly. I will hold a celebration banquet for you," Nicholas I said to his second son while holding Neil's shoulders. "Worry not, father. I shall bring Rintum head to you." Neil replied, "Ha ha ha, good, that's my son." Nicholas I laughed. Neil then set sail from the port of Napuna with 5,000 soldiers. It will take them 5 days to arrive at Nubagal by ship. Neil leisurely sits on the deck, enjoying the cold wind in the misty morning. "Your Highness, you will catch a cold if you keep staying outside." His attendant reminds him, "Piss off. Let me enjoy this for a while. I rarely go out to the sea." Neil dismissed his attendant. He was overwhelmed with a large pile of work his father assigned to him for the past few weeks. He knew that Nicholas I intended to make him the next king, which was something he had expected. He would question his father's sanity if his father chose Niall as the next king. He is ultimately far better than his elder brother in all aspects. On one side, the nobles had been throwing a banquet for him one after another. Neil still can't get used to that. He knows the nobles want to forge a relationship with him. The news about his father's preference is already like an open book. On the other hand, it irks his elder brother. No matter how he emphasized his rightful claim to the throne, the nobles and Nicholas I tacitly treated him and his violent tendency as a mental illness. Having to constantly wear a fake smile and conduct etiquette befitting his status every day can be really tiring. To top it off, he needs to face his brother's murderous gaze every day. Brother should learn how to conceal his thought. That's why you are not preferable. Neil shook his head, dispelling all the thoughts. Let's not think about all those problems. This is his only chance to be laid back. He yawns and stretches his arms upward, trying to loosen his stiff body. 13th May 300 Pain Era. The sun shines brightly in the sky, piercing through the white clouds. Its rays reflect off the shimmering waves and the busy port below. The seagulls are flying freely in the sky, searching for their prey. Neil is standing on the deck, watching the busy port of Durboats in front of him. He finally arrives after 5 days on the sea. A port which is filled with life is much busier and more lively than the capital's port. Neil looks at the faces of the people who are at the port. These people are not the least bit worried that Rintum would go to war with the kingdom. They must not have expected that the enemy's army had reached their port. As he steps onto the dock, he senses someone is there looking at him. Turning in the opposite direction, he sees Baron Nubigal. Neil occasionally meets him in the capital by coincidence. The Baron doesn't leave any particular impression on him. "Welcome to Durboats, Your Highness," said the Baron respectfully. "Worry not, Your Highness. The rations, weapons, and war horses have all been prepared. I will send all of my soldiers to join your course as well." Neil nods. "Good job. Let's go to Nubigal now." He can't waste too much time leisurely. He has a long distance to travel later. "This way, Your Highness." Baron Nubigal shows the prince the direction of their carriage. As for the soldiers, his attendant will handle them on his behalf. It didn't take too long for them to arrive at the neighboring Nubigal. Neil takes Baron's offer to have lunch first while waiting for his soldiers to arrive. Neil decided to be merciful once in a while. He told the soldiers to rest as they will move to Khoriton the next morning. The soldiers feel relieved hearing Neil's words. They didn't think they were able to walk anymore. The next day, 6,000 soldiers lined up in their merchant clothing in front of the mansion. If anyone looks at this group carefully, they will find armor hidden behind normal clothes. Since Baron's mansion is located far away from the town, nobody will see a large number of people gathered except for the servants. They choose to keep their mouths shut because they value their life. Neil separates them into hundreds of groups and lets them carry a portion of the ration. They are going to disguise themselves as a merchant caravan. They need to fool the people since Neil decided to use the main road to speed up time. It took Neil from morning to early afternoon to deploy all of their group by group. "Why do I feel today the road is kind of busier?" said the head of the caravan. He has experienced using this road for years now. He knows which month the road is busy and when it is not. His head guard replies, "Who cares? Maybe the merchant's trying to make money in Bideford by selling rations to them. Well, they said war is the best time to make money. Ha 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 ha." On the 29th of May, Neil finally reached Khoriton. He was naturally greeted by Baron Khoriton himself. No nobles in their sane mind would show such disrespect and let their subordinates handle it. Everything went according to plan. "I hope the other two forces won't screw up the plan," he said to his attendant. "Send someone to find out the whereabouts of the other two forces." Mezorin City, Naharag County. Nay, the galloping sounds of the horse attract the attention of the guards who are patrolling the city wall. They see scattered dust from far away coming closer and closer. At first, they thought it was the enemy and were ready to sound the alarm bell. After a careful look, they realized the banner fluttering on the incoming force is that of the royal family. "Go tell the Lord," said the chief guard to his subordinate. Guard nods before sprinting toward the Lord's manor, where he was greeted by his acquaintance who is working there as an entrance guard. "What's wrong? Why are you running?" his acquaintance asks after seeing his friend running in a hurried manner. "The army led by the first prince has come. I need to inform the count." The young guard replied, "Wait here, I will call the butler." Soon, the butler arrives at the front and the young guard fulfills his duty before returning back to his post. His shift was not over yet. Inside the mansion, the butler gently knocks on the door. "What is it? I am busy right now." Count Nelson answers the knocking with a question. "My lord, the first prince is approaching Mezorin," informed the butler from behind the door. He can also hear the cry of a young woman inside the office. He is not shocked in the slightest, as such incidents frequently occur. He stops counting after the number reaches 30. To his lord, the commoner is nothing but a toy he can play with. Which maid has become a my lord's victim this time? The butler asks inwardly. He can only give compensation to that maid later. He has been doing so secretly for years now. The door was open and the maid rushed out of the office crying. Her clothes are in a mess and the same goes for the count. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare for a celebration tonight," ordered the count. "As you wish, my lord." The butler proceeds to the kitchen. "The chef needs to work hard tonight." "Your Highness, we almost arrived at Mezorin," Philip said. He tried to lift up the depressing mood but failed miserably. There is still a lingering fear on their face. Niall ignores Philip's words. His mind kept wandering. What is bravery? What is a knightly way? What is honor? All the teaching his instructor once told him while he was just a little kid doesn't apply to that battle. He can clearly see the Rintum soldiers hiding behind those weapons and watch the cavalry being slaughtered like a coward. They only move when the noble army turns its back. This is his first war, but everything he has known about the war was turned upside down. The gate was open and the army smoothly entered the city without any problem. Count Nahrog is waiting for Niall with a smile on his face. However, when he sees the army, he frowns a little. Why, there are few cavalries. War horses are expensive to buy or keep. It is not surprising that the Count asks, albeit only in his heart. Even so, the Count keeps smiling. He will inquire about it later. We didn't win, Niall mutters under his breath, but Count Nahrog is unable to catch it. Did you say something, Your Highness? Count Nelson asked. We didn't win. Can't you see the number of soldiers here? We didn't win. We lost almost 7,000 people without putting a dent in their number. Niall shouts with a loud voice. The Count, the butler, the entrance guard, and the nearby maid are all shocked. Impossible. Everybody thinks the same word. Count Nelson, on the other hand, breaks the sweats. It took a while for everyone to recover from their shock. Count Nelson made a small cough. For now, why doesn't Your Highness get inside first? I would like to hear the circumstances. Let us do as the Count said, Your Highness, said Philip. The three of them enter the mansion. In one of the rooms, the Count begins to ask the question. Having no choice, Philip narrates to the Count about their humiliating defeat. The Count shows various expressions from surprised, disbelieving, questioning too. Count Nelson fell into deep thought. He needs to think of a way to fix this mess. After all, he was the one that encouraged Niall to make the first move without waiting for other forces. Niall's success will solidify his position as the first prince's sole supporter. Once he succeeds in making Niall the next king, the benefit he gets will be unimaginable. Your Highness, I think it is still not too late, said the Count. What do you mean? I can still recruit grown men and young boys to fill the gaps in our army. Although the loss of almost all cavalry hurt him a lot, he needs to think rationally. Now, resupplying the army is an immediate matter. It's not a good thing for him if both the Duke and the second prince find out about this rush attack. You still have more men to conscript. Niall is a little surprised. Of course, the men that I send to the noble coalition are just a fraction of the men population I possess. I don't see any reason to conscript all of them, but with the weapon they have, I don't see any point replying to the number. Niall throws his opinion. Who said the number advantage is useless? Can they fire continuously? From what Your Highness told me, there is a gap in their attack. We should utilize that gap. That's true. They lacked mobility and the weapon required several people to operate. Philip added. The Count agrees exactly. The reason Your Highness lost is not that our army is inferior, but because we or our horses never encounter such a thing. In all likelihood, those weapons are that brat's new creation and they didn't find an effective way to use them. Since Richard is not an idiot, he probably realizes it as well. He will definitely protect the weapons. How should we bypass them? Niall asked. That's where the number comes in. We just need to flood the location where the weapons are with our soldiers. Niall thinks for a while. Fine, let's do as you said. I don't see any problem with that. He continued to say, though the population is going to decrease slightly, we will just let them repopulate again. Excellent. You have matured so much in a short span of time, the Count said with a polite smile on his face. He then calls his butler by ringing a bell. The Count said in his mind, this isn't good. He starts to get control of his emotions. I would personally lead the army if I know this is going to happen. Though he didn't show it too much, he was surprised by Niall's calmness. Aside from the earlier outburst, he doesn't throw any tantrums. This development goes against what the Count expected. People change for the better when they experience failure and people lose themselves in their success, especially in an easy one. Letting Niall grow into a stable man is not what the Count wishes for. Soon, the butler arrived. The Count immediately issues an order of conscript. Richard arrives at Mezerin 3 days after Niall arrives. He can't move as fast as he wants because of the cannons. The moment Mezerin city enters his sight, he sees the gates are closed. It looks like they know about our movement. William comment, well, it's hard to conceal our movement from them. What should we do now, my lord? Prepare to bombard the gates with solid shots, Richard said, but don't shoot it too frequently, only enough to scare them. He issued another order. If the gate falls, they can come in. If the gate opens, the shots can cause some destruction inside the city which can cause panic among the people in there. Richard didn't plan to bombard all the city gates. It will only cause his artillery to spread further apart from each other. Thus, he only focuses on the south and west gates since he comes from the southwest direction. With this, he can minimize the usage of ammunition. Richard is going to be thrifty since his purpose is to bombard the soldiers, not the building. Before long, William comes to him, my lord. All the cannons are in position. Richard nods. Begin the attack. With William's signal, the bombardment on the city gates begins. Boom, boom, boom. So that's the cannons, huh? Said the Count from the top of the wall. He now understands the cause of Niall's defeat well. Yes, said Niall, he added, but that's not all. They have not used the deadlier cannonballs yet. Deadlier. Niall is too lazy to explain. Just wait and you will see by yourself. Count Narog turns around and gazes down at the soldiers below, shivering in fear as their hearing captures the terrifying sound outside the city. They tightly hold whatever weapon they have, worn out spears, dull swords, rakes, spading forks, scythes, sickles, etc. Most of them are conscripts made up of farmers he has forced to join the battle. None of them has experience joining the war. A large number of them are adult men, but there are some elderly and teenagers. He didn't want to use the noble coalition's soldiers as a meat shield. They mostly consist of trained soldiers the noble has poured their resources on. The count begins to open his mouth. Listen carefully. All of you have one job to do, which is to rush toward the cannons and capture them. I don't care how many of you die, nor did I care about the methods you used. All I want is for you to accomplish the job by any means. I hope you remember that your wives, daughters, and sisters are in my custody. The count smirked. I have seen some of them are quite a beauty. Well, their fate depends on your results. The conscripted soldiers can only gnash their teeth after hearing that remark. Who in the territory doesn't know about the count's behavior? A lot of women, married or not, have become his victims. Do you guys understand? Yes, my lord. They all replied in unmotivated and low voices. Some begin to cry because they know they're going to die in just a moment. The count ignores their cries and shouts, "Open the gates." The soldiers open the gate with all their might because the iron gate can be opened as smoothly as before. It had bent due to the continuous impact from the cannonballs. Count's soldiers begin to instruct the conscript to rush out of the city. Thinking about the safety of their loved ones, they run with all their might. As they run, some of their companions are unlucky to get hit by the cannonballs. They keep moving forward, only hoping to survive this war. Following behind them are the noble soldiers. They block them from turning around and kill whoever that is trying to run. From afar, Richard can see the soldiers struggling to open the gate. They finally decided to come out, and that Nelson sure pulls some nasty moves. To think he would use his people as a meat shield. Richard calls for William and calmly issues an order. Tell the artillerist to change the ammunition to spherical case shots. He does not really care or sympathize with those commoners. William froze for a moment when he heard the instructions given. They are not trained soldiers. Using spherical shots on them is akin to mass killing the innocent commoners who are just getting dragged into this war. Noticing William's hesitation, Richard said, "Get yourself together, William. This is a war. Trained or not, this place has no need for useless compassion." After receiving the order, William bowed slightly to Richard and headed to Duan's location. "Sir Duan, Lord Richard has ordered artillery to use spherical shots." Finally, Duan excitedly said. He had long realized the enemy's intention was to flood the area with their numbers. He immediately orders the artillerists to change the ammunition. Shoot. The running soldiers were taken aback. This time they didn't see one cannonball heading toward them, but multiple. Soon, the hellish rain begins once more. The screams become increasingly louder. The flesh and body parts splatter and the blood flows like a river, turning the ground red. A rust-like smell began to envelop the battlefield. The nobles' soldiers at the back slowly halt their movement. They see the human bodies fall at the front. Their steps become heavier and they begin to cower. The scene once again reminded them how cheap the life of their comrade is. The Rintum force took this chance to surround the enemy. "This is no good," Count Narog said after watching the current development. He decided to give them some motivation. From the top of the wall, he shouted directly to the soldiers below. His voice echoes throughout the battlefield, attracting the attention of both allies and enemies. His left hand holds a struggling little girl around 7 or 8 years old. He took the sword on his waist and sliced the little girl's throat, silencing her forever. He then throws the little girl to the ground below, her body shattered to pieces. Niall laughed. "That's so cruel of you, Count Narog. Move forward. What are you waiting for?" The Count shouts while grabbing another child. His action shows that he has no hesitation in doing the cruel act again. The conscript soldiers begin to put on a fight desperately, like being possessed by a ghost. They don't want their children to suffer the same fate. Due to the enemy's desperation, the Rintum force starts getting pushback. "Sir Duan, they're coming closer," reports Larry. Duan checks the ammunition. There are not many spherical shots left. The solid ones don't have much effect on large numbers of soldiers. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The artillerists begin to retreat, and Rintum's force helps them by holding the enemy. The cows and oxen begin to pull the cannons. The enemy, however, was hell-bent to approach the artillerist. A bloody fight happened, and Rintum force could barely hold them. The artillerist leaves one cannon behind as the enemy has caught up with them. Duan decided to incur panic on the enemy side by throwing the gunpowder at them before lit it up. As he expected, panic happens and buys them some time to retreat. "My lord, we also need to retreat," William suggests. Richard sighs. "Let's do that. We have killed a lot of them." Nelson's method is cruel but so effective. Though he felt bitter, continuing the war will prove to be suicidal for Rintum. They are outnumbered by the high-spirited enemy. The advantage of cannons has been rendered useless. They have gone. "Can I take this as our win?" Niall started from the city wall. "Yes, your highness. Let's recall the soldiers back and make preparations for the next battle," replied the count. This time, the Count decided to join Niall and his army at Bideford once again. 2nd June 300 Pain Era. The Duke of Barrocks and his army finally arrived at Bideford from the south. From the top of his black horse, he is looking at the white stone wall of the town. Perhaps he is trying to find a weak spot to launch his attack. The soldiers above the wall quickly leave his post, presumably to report to their lord. Duke Barrocks didn't pay too much attention to them. Regardless Richard knows or not, his downfall is imminent. His head knight Lionel Elliot comes to him. "My lord, should we begin the attack? I will order our men to assemble the trebuchets." The Duke shook his head. "There is no need to rush. For now, let's meet His Highness Neil first. Send a messenger to the second prince's camp saying I request a meeting with him. He should arrive by now or at least nearing Bideford as we speak." A few days ago, his soldiers captured suspicious men scouring around their army camp. They interrogate them and discover they are the second prince's scouts. Under the order of Neil, they were tasked to locate the whereabouts of the other two forces, Prince Niall and Duke Barrocks. The Duke immediately asks about Neil's location and his schedule. He plans to arrive on the same day as the second prince. It can be a good mental blow to the Rintum soldiers who are hiding in Bideford. By Scout's estimation, the second prince should have departed from Corriton by now and is on its way to Bideford. As you wish, without wasting time, Lionel went to carry out the order given. On the west side of Bideford, Neil gets down from his horse and stretches his stiff body. He then said, "We are finally here. My lord, should we attack today?" His attendant asks. "No, I'm too tired from the journey." Neil rejected the idea. "There is no need to rush. We have all the time we want." Neil turns around and looks at 6,000 men behind him. Let them rest for today. If he pushes them even further, it can backfire on him and affect the results. Later that afternoon, his attendant tells him that someone is seeking his audience. "Your Highness, there is someone claiming to be Duke's messenger. He said to bring a message from the Duke for you. Let him in. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness." The messenger respectfully greets Neil with a 30-degree bow. Ignoring the greeting, Neil went straight to the main point. "What's the message you bring to me?" "The Duke requests a meeting with you, Your Highness." Neil nods. "Tell him to come here tonight. I will pass your message to the Duke," said the messenger before exiting the tent. "If there is nothing else, you may go now. He only thinks about sleeping right now." The attendant also excuses himself. That night, Duke Barrocks came to Neil's camp in the west with his several guards. Allied or not, he couldn't afford to take his safety for granted. He went straight to Neil's tent, which was located at the center of the camp. "Neil has been waiting for Duke's arrival for quite some time now. My apologies for making you wait, Your Highness." "It's okay, I didn't wait for that long." Neil waves his hand at the Duke. He does not feel offended by it at all. He speaks again. "For what reason do you want to see me, Duke?" "I want to propose a coordinated attack on Bideford town from all three sides." "Unfortunately, the first prince is not here yet for me to discuss it." Neil sneered. "Forget about that impatient fool. My scouts said that he selfishly engaged in the battle without waiting for our arrival. Apparently, he suffers a devastating defeat." The Duke raised his eyebrows. He didn't know about this. "Care to tell me the details, Your Highness?" "Very well then." Neil begins to narrate the entire event that transpired a few days ago to the Duke. The Duke sighed disbelievingly after hearing it. He asked the prince, "How could Richard defeat an army of 15,800 men with only 8,000 men? It is almost double their own number. To make matters worse, he beat Niall out in the open." Neil shrugged. "I don't know. When my scouts arrive, the battle is already over. He keeps insulting his brother. My brother has run with his tail between his legs to Mezorin. If Richard is not in Bideford, should we take this chance to attack?" "Of course we should. Even without my brother, we can still win with our forces right now." "Great, let's attack that brat with his own creation tomorrow." The Duke laughed. While they were discussing, Riz in the mansion was pacing back and forth in his father's office. Earlier this afternoon, he received a report on the arrival of both Duke Barrocks and the second prince. His father has not returned yet. Based on his letter, it will be at least a week for Richard to arrive here. In the meantime, he needs to hold them down on his own. Theodora and Charlotte are there in the office as well. They have been watching Riz's actions for a while now. Both of them have worried expressions on their face. Under normal circumstances, he will feel excited being in an enclosed room with two beauties, but the current situation won't allow him to have that thought. "Why don't you sleep first, my lord?" Charlotte suggests. Theodora nods. "Yeah, you can't really make a good decision if your mind is tired." She is afraid that Riz will make an impulsive and risky decision. Sitting on his father's chair, he said there are 7,000 soldiers in the west and 10,000 in the south. He massaged his temple. "And I only have 7,000 men and 15 cannons. Well, I guess having cannons is better than not having one." Both of them look at each other and keep quiet. "I can send a letter to my father to request some help," Theodora speaks. Riz rejected the idea. "No need. Don't want to drag them into my family's problems." He continues, "I guess I have to pull another all-nighter again. How could I sleep when Bideford is in predicament?" Since he became a regent, he often slept for only 4 to 5 hours a day. He had been handling documents all day long. He is genuinely sleep-deprived right now. It makes him miss the bureaucratic system from the modern era. He sighs and starts to write about the possible attack he can make. Riz's thought process is simple. He classified the enemy into groups based on their threat level: trebuchets, cavalry, commander, and then nobles. Then he works his strategies around it. This half-baked method is only possible because he has an advantage in weapon technologies. If it is another way around, winning the war will be impossible. He is not an expert when it comes to military stuff. He is totally clueless and just works with his logical thinking. Though it may cause an unnecessary loss of life, he doesn't care. In the modern world, he came from a place where people only think about themselves and their benefit. Even in this world, he has no need to put too much concern about their life. On the next day, both sides are preparing for battle. The citizens of Bideford were ordered to stay in their homes and should not wander around on the streets. Riz divided his forces into two groups. 4,000 men consist of 1,000 cavalry, 1,000 infantry, 500 arquebusiers, 1,500 archers, and 8 cannons in the south. In the west, he allocates 3,000 men consisting of 500 cavalry, 1,000 infantry, 500 arquebusiers, 1,000 archers, and 7 cannons. Riz ordered the soldiers to move outside the town. He didn't want to play defensive during the war. The town wall is not impenetrable. With trebuchets on the enemy's side, the archer on the wall is useless. Several shots of trebuchets are all it takes to cause a crack on the wall's surface. Despite the danger, he chose to stand on top of the wall. It is convenient to see the entire battlefield from a high perspective. He can move from west to south easily. The south side was left to Charlotte's command. She has experience leading a team of knights all this time. Now he gives Charlotte a chance to hone her leadership skills. Riz chose the west side. It is more appealing to his eyes. There is a valuable prize for him to claim, the beloved son of Nicholas I, the second Prince Neil, as expected. They position themselves just enough for the trebuchets to hit the wall. Regrettably, they don't know the existence of field artillery. It has a longer range. Riz muttered in a low voice. Fool, the Duke commented. I guess the rumors aren't always true. He is not bright at all. To think that Riz would bring his soldiers out to face the enemy. The Duke feels like the Rintum is pleading with him to destroy them. Prepare to attack, said the Duke. The soldiers handling the trebuchets aim for the wall. Prepare to attack, said Charlotte on the opposite side. The artillerist aims for the trebuchets. Their goal is to eliminate Bideford's biggest source of threats. Charlotte placed cavalry and infantry in front of cannons and arquebusiers. She wants to block the Duke from catching a glimpse of it, at least before the war starts. Duke Barox is a cautious man. If he sees cannons, he will take precautions despite not knowing its capabilities. While trebuchets' range can go up to 400 meters, the cannons can go as far as 1,500 meters. Advantage on their side. Nonetheless, they only have one chance to utilize the surprise element. Soon, the bombardment from both sides began. After releasing just 2 or 3 shots, 2 of 4 trebuchets on the Duke's side collapsed. It is not hard to pinpoint and aim at it because its height makes the trebuchets stand out in war. What the hell just happened? How can they collapse after one shot? Duke's first thought is due to their faulty and poor build. My lord, we have been hit. What? How? The Duke asked. He couldn't believe the trebuchets were getting hit. Without waiting for any reply, he then answers his own question. They must have a new weapon. If not, how could they be so confident in facing us? My lord, we need to get out of its range or the damage will be too big, Lino said. Retreat as far as you can. The Duke's army begins to retreat. Keep shooting. They still haven't figured out the cannon's range yet. Charlotte knows the enemy can't advance unless they want to be riddled by holes from archers on the wall and arquebus on the ground. She still hasn't shown the arquebus to them yet, though she wants to keep it secret from the Duke. Her lord might already use it on the second prince's army. The artillery managed to destroy the Duke's third trebuchet after showering them with shots for a while. We lost the third one, my lord, reported Lino. The trebuchets are just too slow to move. Damn it, don't mind it, just keep retreating. Once the enemy is out of range, the artillerist ceases the firing. They finally stop firing. I guess we are already out of their range. Duke sighed in relief. He inwardly says, what a horrible weapon. I must get my hands on it. Move forward. Charlotte gives an order. The line of field cannons moved forward just enough so that they were still within range of the archers. They move forward, my lord. We make a fast attack on them with cavalry, Lino suggests. No, the Duke squints his eyes. I believe they are still in archers' protection. Let's go retreat back a little bit further. The cannons start firing again. This time they manage to take out the last trebuchets. The Duke retreated even further. Having achieved her objective, Charlotte orders all of them to retreat inside the town. She ended the war on the south side while the day is still in early afternoon. Great. Now we lost all the trebuchets. The Duke spoke angrily. His face was bright red. Never had he felt humiliated like this. Charlotte just decided to end the battle on her whim. Let's go to the west, my lord. We only lost our trebuchets, but we still have a sizable army. We can combine forces with the second prince. If we go to the west, so does that girl. Not only that, she can attack us from the side as well. We are the ones who will end up facing attack from two sides. The Duke looks at the town wall. He knows that girl must put the archers on standby and report to her if he moves his army to the west. Lino replies, but if we stay here, we can't do anything. Both sides can only stare at each other. The Duke contemplates. He is the second prince's biggest supporter. Of course, he did not wish for Neil's life to be in danger or defeated in the battle. The Duke of Barrocks decided, let's go to the west side. At the same time, Riz follows the same strategy as Charlotte in the west. The trebuchets keep hitting the wall, but Riz ignores it. He didn't plan to prioritize destroying the trebuchets like Charlotte or proceed with caution. When the second prince retreats, Riz moves forward. He does it until the artillery is outside the archer's range. Neil sees it as an opportunity to escape his defensive state. Thus, he ordered his 3,000 infantry to attack, which is countered by Riz's semi-heavily armored infantry. They are equipped with a pike. Since the pike's range is longer, they manage to hold the advance of Neil's infantry. The arquebusiers take this chance to shoot down their enemy and retreat back to the nearby pikemen for reloading. What the hell is that? Are you a bunch of cowards? Fight like a warrior. Neil shouts from the rear. They have a new trick on their sleeve, commented his attendant. Indeed, it's a kind of cowardly move in the eyes of people in the medieval era, but it's not like Riz cares too much about honor or pride. He wants to win the war, and he will do whatever it takes to achieve it. Later, he will beautify his achievement. As long as the majority of people believe it, a false can become truth. Soon, the middle part of the enemy's infantry line is weakening due to continuous shooting by the arquebusiers, something that Riz had told them to do beforehand. Suddenly, someone called him, "Young Lord." Riz asked, "You are?" "I am a messenger sent by Lady Charlotte to give you a rundown on the situation in the south." Riz frowned slightly. He said inwardly, "I better hurry up. I have no time to waste." He issued an order to the soldiers below, make a way for the cavalry to move. Cannons will fill in the gap. The pikemen and arquebusiers move to the side and the heavy armor cavalry rush in the middle. After the cavalry passes, several cannons move forward to fill the gap in the middle. While the bombardment is ongoing, the cavalry went straight to the enemy's command center as fast as they could. Their target is Prince Neil. Capturing him means putting the war on a halt and opening a room for negotiation. Although he can win without resorting to this method, modern warfare costs a hefty amount of money. It is a very risky plan since they can get entrapped in the sea of enemies. The Duke might arrive at any moment and help Neil cut off a retreat path for Rintum cavalry. Their horses run, 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 and run. "Your Highness, they're coming this way." His attendant is panicking. Before they had time to act, Neil was grabbed by the knights. He tried to struggle but was smacked unconscious by the knight. The knight retreated without any obstacles despite his personal guards chasing them. The enemy's soldiers, on the other hand, are busy fending off the attack from the front. They can't decide which one they should choose: fight the enemy in front of them or save the prince. The cavalry soon reached the gate and immediately went inside. After securing the prince, Riz ordered them to retreat in a phased manner. Rintum's soldiers slowly retreat near the wall while launching an attack. The archers get ready to shoot in case the enemy enters their range. "Don't let them retreat," shouted at the attendant. He needs to save him. The second prince was snatched right in front of him. If the king knows, the punishment will be horrible. To his despair, the soldiers are busy saving themselves from the attacks. They have no time to think about others right now. This is how Riz does things: provide them with several options and make them hesitate to choose. While they hesitate, he will rip off the benefits. Once the soldiers are in, the gate is closed, leaving behind the enemy stupefied. Everything is happening so fast. From the start to the end, they feel like it all has been calculated. Rintum never wants to beat them in war, but aims for the prince. "What happens? Where is the enemy?" the Duke asks. He just arrives at the west side only to see the worn-torn soldiers on the battlefield. From the look of the situation, the signs of battle are everywhere. They just retreat. The attendant weakly said, "What, here as well? Did they manage to destroy all of your trebuchets?" The attendant shook his head. "No. Our trebuchets remain untouched by them." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and smash their wall down." Duke raises his voice. He had just suffered from a defeat in Rintum's hand, yet the west side was unable to tear down the wall. The Duke begins to think of them as incompetent. "We can't do that, my lord. They had captured his highness." "What? But how?" His biggest fear comes to reality. Neil's life is in danger, which one way or another can affect his future in the kingdom's political stage. The attendant starts to describe everything that happened. "You fool. All of you can't protect even one person, and you dare to call yourself a royal knight. You should just quit being a royal knight." The Duke vented his anger on the knights. They can only bow their heads. The Duke shook his head as he sneered at them. "I will make sure you guys quit once the war is over." The most fearsome group of knights is being outwitted by one teenager. The quality of the royal knight has fallen too low. A long time ago, the requirement to become a royal knight was so stringent. But it was open for anyone to apply regardless of their status. Getting accepted as a royal knight was seen as a symbol of dignity and honor. It brings glory to the knight and his few generations to come. However, the situation now is different. Most of them are young nobles whose parents use bribery to get them in. The noble families want honor and dignity without any effort. As a result, the quality of the royal knight gradually plummeted. The commoner, no matter how talented they are, won't choose to join it anymore due to oppression and bullying by the nobles. Every noble family is fine with it. To them, it is natural for them to use the money to fulfill their wishes. Now the problem has come to light. Go and send a messenger to him. Let's negotiate, the Duke decided. Thud. Neil was thrown by the knights on the cold stone floor. Riz is currently in one of the prison cells on the underground floor of the mansion. You commoner, do you know who I am? Yes, I know, and I'm not a commoner. I'm something of royalty myself, so don't use your status on me, said Riz while smacking Neil's head. Since you know who I am, then hurry up and untie me. If my father knows about this, your entire family won't be safe in this kingdom. Riz looks at him as if he is an idiot. He opens his mouth. You know that my family is already unsafe here, right? It won't change anything whether I let you go or not. Neil is getting restless. His brain is trying to come up with an idea. That's right, ask the Duke to negotiate. I'm sure he is more than willing to do it. Don't worry, I'm sure he will. Riz gave him a reply. Duke Barrocks is the head of the second prince faction after all. Creak. Charlotte opens the door, attracting attention from both Riz and Neil. My lord, Duke Barrocks want to negotiate with you. See, Riz said to Neil. He gives an order to her. Let him into the town and ask him to wait at the west gate. I will bring the second prince with me. As you wish, my lord. Neil is happy to hear Riz's words. He is already inwardly scheming his next move. He secretly glanced at Riz with eyes full of hatred. I will retreat first before coming back with several folds of soldiers and raze this town to the ground. All right, tie him up. Bring him to the west gate. Riz leaves the room first. He has something to prepare for the negotiation with the Duke. At the west gate, a table and tent were set up as per Riz's order. The Duke and his bodyguards are escorted inside the tent. Riz still has not arrived yet. After waiting for almost an hour, Duke complained. Where is that brat? How long is he going to make? I am sorry for being late. Riz entered the tent with a smile. Beside him is one soldier who is holding Neil in captivity. His hand was tied and his mouth was covered. Riz didn't want any useless noise interrupting him. Brat, that's not how you treat the royal family, the Duke said with a stern voice. He replies, I know, but I don't care. Let's make this quick, shall we? What do you offer? Hand over the prince to me and we will retreat from here. I will persuade the king to cease his hostility to your family with the condition you accept a demotion from Marquis to Viscount. The Duke stopped for a second to see Riz's reaction. Since Riz doesn't show any expression, he continues. In addition, your family need to let go of the territory of Gile Cakes. How shameless you can be. This is the first time he meets someone making a request without any shame on his face. Did you forget who has an upper hand in war? Did you realize which side is losing and which side is winning? If you're not sincere, I will negotiate with someone else. The first prince seems to be a good option. Duke of Barrocks begins to panic. He knows what Riz is implying. If Neil falls into the hand of his brother, then death is certain. Then what are your terms? I want a part of your territory, specifically from the north which borders Rintum to the Portsburg in the south. I also want you to cease all the hostile action toward Rintum. Bullshit, that's like 60% of my territory. Riz nonchalantly said, not like I care. You can choose between your territory or your prince. Do you think we can't take him right now with force? The Duke tries to threaten him. Each of his bodyguards reaches their sword's hilt. There is only Riz and another soldier with him in the tent. The situation is getting tense, but Riz remains calm. Is that your choice? Do you realize you're currently in my town? It doesn't matter. If you are dead, Rintum army is as good as defeated. Riz sighs, come in. One soldier suddenly barges into the tent and shoots the Duke in his head with his arquebus. The Duke instantly died. Hearing a shot coming from the tent, several more come in and kill Duke's remaining bodyguards. Neil's eyes are wide open. He didn't expect Riz to dare kill a Duke. He struggled to say something, but his mouth was covered. Riz only hears his incomprehensible, muffled voice, which he ignores. He looked at Neil and said, I guess I have to negotiate with your brother, huh? Fear encroached on his heart. He tried to struggle and break free from the rope, but failed. Riz ordered a soldier, cut off his head, I have a use for it. Feel free to throw the body away. Cut off his head, Riz leaves the tent after giving an order. A soldier follows him from behind. He is dragging Neil back to the underground floor. He walks leisurely to the mansion. Along the way, he greets the citizens he meets on the street. Despite everything that has transpired, he isn't bothered by it in the slightest. He plans to write a letter to Nicholas I and send the head together with it. Riz had a playful look in his face when he thought, I wonder what face will Nicholas I will make when he learns about the fate of his beloved son. He needs to utilize everything he has. Duke's absence will cause a power gap in the duchy. Infighting will soon happen in his family. He has many children but only 2 legitimate sons. One is still a small child and another one is his heir around his age. My lord, now that you have killed the Duke, what will happen to the soldiers outside? Charlotte asks. Eliminate all of them, Riz said before walking to the office. He needs to write a letter to Nicholas I. He left the matter in Charlotte's hand. By now, he didn't need to personally oversee it. The soldiers outside are leaderless. Duke's head knight, Lionel Elliot, is a commoner. There's no way prideful royal knights will follow a command from a commoner. Neil's attendant are not well versed in the military. As you wish, my lord. 3rd June 300 Pain era. The west gate is open. Neil's attendant is the first one to show up at the gate. He can't sleep all night worrying about Neil. The same goes for Lionel Elliot, Duke's head knight. Both of them are worried. As the gates open, a figure can be seen by both of them. They completely lower their guard, which is a very fatal mistake. A headless body is thrown at them. At first, they stood there blankly. The brain cannot process the whole situation. It's completely different from their expectations. They stare at the headless body for a few minutes. The body wore familiar clothing they'd seen before. Lionel's expression darkens as he is the first to realize its identity. He looked up at Charlotte with a contorted face. You. Bang! He was shot before finishing his word. His body swayed for a while before dropping to the ground. Lionel is barely alive, but the bleeding indicates he has not much time left. Neil's attendant turned his back and tried to escape when the first shot was released. However, the lead ball is faster than his running speed. Thus, he fell to the ground. Several shots produce loud noises, of course, attracting attention from both parties. All right, everyone, come out and slaughter them. Charlotte starts giving orders. She ignores the ruckus made by the enemy. There's no need to care about soon-to-be dead people. The first to come out was the cavalry, who had the task of keeping them within a certain perimeter. Cannons come out next, followed by the pikemen and arquebusiers. Attack! The cannon and arquebusiers begin shooting, the pikemen advancing, and the cavalry starts charging. It didn't take long before the leaderless army, with 16,000 strong men combined, became less than 5,000 men. Rintum 4 shows no mercy. They hunt the remaining soldiers down but stop chasing them after a certain distance from the town. Tusk, one of the cavalry, click his tongue. He is frustrated that the pitiful soldier he is hunting for a while has escaped. Ha, no need to be so angry. They are lucky to get away from us. Let's go back. We already won this war, said his friend. Late afternoon, every force has returned to the town. They finish clearing their town area with little to no resistance. 9th June 300 Pain era. King's office, Napuna. Nicholas I is performing his duties as in previous days. He didn't manage to entirely focus on the documents in front of him in the past few weeks. There are no updates whatsoever from his 2 sons and the Duke. He assumes everything is going well, and they are currently battling with the enemy. He believes that Rintum's defense is probably on its last leg. His inner thought was interrupted when the butler came in and handed over a bunch of letters to him and a package. As a king, it is normal for him to get many letters and gifts on a daily basis. Most of them are just plain useless. Many people want to flatter him with the intention to gain his favor or climb the social ladder. He skims through the letter. His hand stops when seeing the sender's name. Rizuri Rintum Nicholas I muttered slowly. He opens the letter as he is curious about its content. Dear Nicholas I, as written in the envelope, my name is Rizuri Rintum, the young man that becomes the cause of this stupid war. Since I don't like wasting my ink writing useless pleasantries, I'm going straight to the point. Your beloved son and heir to the throne, Neil Napuna Bajiroja, is in my custody. His army was crushed to pieces. Here is my demand if you wish for your son to return safely to you. I hand over the Barracks duchy entirely to my family. Acknowledge Rintum's possession of the duchy with a written letter. It must have a royal seal on it. Roman II disband the noble coalition and cease any hostile action militarily and commercially toward the Rintum family. Roman III immediately end the war. No reparation money should be paid by both sides for whatever reason. If you are worried about the Duke's opposition, then you shouldn't. The package I sent will help you understand the circumstance. You have a month starting from the day you receive this letter to give me your response. If I don't receive it by then, I shall give your beloved son to his violent elder brother. I heard the first prince displeased by his little brother. I hope you make a wise decision. Sincerely, the most wanted man, Rizuri Rintum. Nicholas I tightened his grip on the letter. He's trying his best to control his anger. The young man didn't have a bit of respect for him, and what was more dangerous is his own heir is in the enemy's hand. From his tone in this letter, Nicholas I know that Riz doesn't care about Neil's well-being at all. As much as his anger, so does his surprise. The army was defeated. How is that even possible? He couldn't believe it. What does he mean by package? Nicholas looks at the corner of the office. The butler places all gifts in that area. Nicholas I move them one by one, trying to guess which one is it. His search didn't last long as he found a wooden chest with Rintum's emblem on it. He opens the chest, and as he does so, an unpleasant smell penetrates the room. The content revealed gives him a heart attack. The Duke's head is in there. He places his right hand on his chest and begins to stabilize his erratic breathing. Is Rintum member a bunch of maniacs? This is not the first time he has gone through this experience. Richard once presented to him the Gilecake's heads. Now he knows the meaning of his words. Call Wendell for me. He shouts, I'm here, your majesty. Wendell arrives as quickly as possible. Nicholas I didn't say a word and show him the letter. After explaining to Wendell, Nicholas asks, "What's your thought?" Difficult to say. We need to confirm his claim about the defeat first. "If it is true, I believe your majesty needs to choose between Barrocks or the second prince," Wendell said. Knowing Nicholas' he definitely chose to save Neil. Is there any way to save both? Giving them the duchy means they rule half of the kingdom's total land. That's something that cannot be allowed to happen. He has leverage on the second prince. He also knows the prince's values. I think we should find out the reason for their success first. Nicholas, I nod. Let's send someone. 10th June 300 Pain era. After a week or so, Richard finally sees the town wall from afar. A smile was etched on his face and his army. Richard departs with 8,000 men and returns with 6,440 men. His losses were initially quite low, but they peaked during their retreat. The mad charge performed by the coalition army caused them to suffer heavy losses. Finally, they are all tired not because of war but from the long journey. "We will be circling the town for a moment," Richard informs his soldiers. The soldiers had no choice but to hold their homesickness for a while. He chooses to enter the city from the south. Along the way, he sees the weapons and armor left behind and dried bloodstains on the ground. The town wall is still standing, with only a few cracks here and there. Richards involuntarily nods his head. He is satisfied with Riz's performance. His son did a good job defending the town. The moment the army enters the town, cheers from crowds enter soldiers' ears. The townspeople welcome their heroes by waving their hands and shouting their names. The children climb up to the higher place to march. This is the first time the soldiers feel like a hero from a storybook. Never had they been appreciated like this. They join the war fully aware that they might be disregarded like useless tools by the Lord. Now they feel fighting for their home is not bad at all. Not bad. This must be Riz's idea. Richard thought he had a messenger to pass the news of his return to Riz yesterday. Soon, the army arrives at the square where Richard commands them to disperse and return home. His order was greeted by cheers from the crowds. The soldiers begin to search for their family members. Among them, there is one man who didn't seem to be in a hurry to find his family members. He looked around the square curiously, as if it is his first time in Bideford. "This place is just the same as the towns that I have visited," muttered Jack. After sending Vanessa and Renee, he heads to Bideford. Luckily, he found Richard's army on its way back home. It didn't take him too much effort to infiltrate. He was shocked to learn that a noble coalition was defeated. This is not how the war should develop. I need to take some action. Jack slips away from the crowds and heads to Noble Hill. At Rintham Mansion, Riz is welcoming his father with other family members. Richard takes a rest for that day. The next day, he calls Riz to come to his office. He needs to know about the Duke's forces. Riz tell him everything about the war. The second prince came from the west to attack Bideford. What? He didn't know about this. Yeah, I was surprised too. I believe Baron Nubigal and Corriton have collided with the king. Riz is not wrong. The only way to go to the west bypassing Bideford is via the sea. Nicholas sure hides it well. I didn't expect we overlooked the crappy navy. If not, we might fight from 3 sides. Did the Duke and the Prince retreat? About that, Riz tell his father about his action. You did what? Never in the kingdom's history has a noble been killed during negotiation. It's a mutual understanding not to do that. Yeah, I guess I take it too far, but hey, the prince is still alive. I consider this as a win-win situation. Riz tried to lighten the mood. He thought he can kill the Duke since he is not a diplomat officially sent by the king. Well, whatever, what's done is done. All we need to do is wait for the king's response, said Richard. Unknown to them, a rat has entered their mansion discreetly since yesterday. Jack is being very cautious. He doesn't have much detailed information about the layout mansion. It's not easy to infiltrate this mansion since it's located on the hill. Blackout has lost contact with the worker they have long bribed to provide information. Someone is hunting them down and they don't have a clue. Right now, he is searching for Russell's location. He is waiting for a suitable time to be alone with Russell. Just like his sister, he's going to use Russell to destabilize the family. Later that afternoon, he found Russell painting in his room. Ever since the incident with Maria and Robert, Richard entirely focuses on work, Riz and his mother, Josephine. Russell decides to distance himself from governance matters and shift his focus to the arts. He had a knack for drawing and painting since his childhood. He doesn't want to be mistaken as someone who is trying to snatch the Lord's position. Jack stealthily enters the room. He keeps walking until he stops behind Russell and taps his shoulder. Russell lost his focus. He turns around and sees an unfamiliar face wearing a servant's cloth. He is very displeased. A mere commoner enters his room with permission and touches him. With an angry voice, he asks, "Who are you?" Jack bows according to the noble etiquette, but in a non-serious manner. "Nice to meet you, Russell. My name is Jack Cooper." Still angry with his unserious attitude, Russell threw some questions. "Your name alone is not enough. What's your affiliation? What's your purpose? Did you know that you're currently intruding on my place?" Jack is amazed by the calmness Russell shows him. It is completely different when he appears in front of Robert. He was like frightened chicken. This must be a nature of the Rintham's blood. His sister doesn't show overwhelmed panic as well. Jack opens his mouth. You don't have to know more than that. I am here to help you. Russell sneer. Help me with what exactly? I can help you to become a lord. Russell shut his mouth. His black eyes are staring at Jack. This suspicious man just made a ridiculous claim. He will be executed if this word manages to reach his father's ears. Jack continues, aren't you the eldest son? You have a right to claim it according to the kingdom's tradition. Please look at yourself right now. Staying alone in this room painting all day long while your brother is enjoying his life to the fullest. He has authority, influence, wealth, and beauties by his side. Aside from drawings, what else do you have? Russell starts to think. His word is true, but he shook his head. Even if I want to, I can't. Riz is more capable than me in every aspect. Competing with him is just a waste of time. Jack sighed and wear a defeated face. I guess you didn't hear the story yet. What story? Renee has betrayed the family and sided with the Koshilbo family. They have joined the king's side. How do you think I entered your mansion? Your sister is the one who discloses information about the secret path beneath this mansion. Why should I even believe you? More importantly, why should she do that? Jack took out the bracelet and showed it to Russell. Is this enough as proof? He handed the bracelet to Russell to check. He's glad that he asks Vanessa to confiscate the jewelry on Renee's body. He continues speaking. As for the reason, she does it for her fiancé, of course. They say love turns people blind. It also might have something to do with you. With me, she wants you to be a lord to ensure your safety. Once your father knows about her betrayal, both your mother and you might not be safe. Did you forget that your father didn't hesitate to kill a woman who lived with him for 20 years? Russell quietly stares at the gold bracelet with Renee's name carved on it. He often sees this bracelet on his sister's hand. Do you even have a plan? Russell asks. Hearing Jack's words fill him with confidence. Jack smiled. Of course, that's why they sent me here. All you have to do is kill Richard. Without him, your brother is nothing. He took out the dagger and placed it on the nearest table. He explains, this is the sharpest dagger provided to you. It has been covered with the strongest poison, so don't carelessly unsheath it. How do I even kill that monster? It's an impossible feat. Nothing is impossible. Allow me to give you some insight. Human is most vulnerable when they open the door. As for how you make it happen, I will leave it to your creativity. However, you mustn't delay since the war is almost over. Jack leaves Russell alone in the room after giving him an explanation. Now, he needs to wait. Nicholas I nods. Let's send someone to Bideford. He needs to know what's going on in that city. Before, he didn't have much interest in the town as long as Richard sent him enough taxes. Richard and his father had performed an excellent task as feudal lords. Due to that, Nicholas has never sent anyone to investigate the town. Since he never receives any bad reports, he sees no reason to keep an eye on it. Never had he thought that he would wage a war against them. To accomplish this mission, he called one of his spies, Kane Cross. My lord, I am here after heeded your call. Sit down, Kane. I have a mission to assign to you. Kane sits as he was told. He is curious about the mission the king wants to give him. Nicholas, I begin his explanation. I believe you already know about the ongoing conflict in my kingdom, but what I'm going to tell you after this is classified information. Kane silently nods his head. He knows the rules, and so does the king. Apparently, I got the message informing our defeat at the hand of Rintum. However, I never received a letter from the three forces that I sent. We are totally out of contact with each other. So your mission is to infiltrate Bideford to learn about the situation developed there and to figure out their military prowess. Your time limit is 1 week. Understood, Your Majesty. He gives Nicholas a short reply before leaving the office. He doesn't need to be fluent when talking, even with the king. Kane is a spy, not an orator. After leaving Nicholas's office, he starts his preparation. For this mission, he decided to be a peddler. Kane departs with a cart pulled by a donkey later that evening. By sleeping only 3 hours a day, he manages to arrive at Bideford in just 3 days. He gets in line and waits for his turn to enter the town, which takes up some time. Bideford is still in a high alert state. What's your name and age? Where are you from? What's your job? What's your purpose? How long will you stay here? The guard smoothly bombarded him with multiple questions. He has been repeating the same questions over and over for a few days now. Kane, 25 years old, from Shazki, peddler, selling and buying stuff. 3 days. The guard checks his cart. He sees nothing suspicious, only woodenware, ironware, utensils, fruits, etc., typical goods for peddlers. The guard writes something on paper before letting Kane enter the town. He doesn't need to pay any fee as Riz has abolished that. It only discourages people from coming here to do business. The guard can write. That's surprising, he said inwardly. Literate people are hard to find, but here they work as a mere guard. Once he passes the gate, he looks at the busy streets. The prosperity here far exceeds the capital, which indirectly shows the financial power of the Rintum family. He left his cart at the inn and headed to the tavern. He enters and walks all the way to the counter bar. Nobody minds him since Kane does not give any suspicious behavior. Welcome, sir. Which drinks would you like to have? Said Robic while handing out the menu. It's the concept suggested by Riz as the literacy rate in the town is on the rise. Now, Robic doesn't have to repeat the menu every single time the customers ask. Let me try this orange juice. Kane is unsure about the beverage, but it sounds refreshing. Excellent choice, sir. But about food, just a drink is fine. Robic began his craft in front of Kane. He keeps watch and waits to ask the bartender another question. Once he gets his order, Kane starts to ask why didn't the people in the town look tense? Aren't they at war? Robic froze for a second. This must be the first time you're coming here, right? Ha ha ha. We already won, sir. Kane pretends to be surprised. W1. How? Doesn't the king have a massive army? Thunderous sound. You must be exaggerating. There is no human capable of producing lightning. No, sir. I didn't lie. I am not the only one who hears it. Robic looks left and right, trying to be cautious. He leaned closer to Kane and said, according to my friend, Kane left the tavern happily after an hour of talking. He gained so much information from that conversation alone. I guess my job will finish earlier than I expected. A few minutes after Kane left, a smile on Robic's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He calls his worker, a poster girl named Teresa. Teresa quickly headed to Noble Hill and sent this letter to Lady Charlotte. Yes, boss. Kane makes his way to the industrial district. A wide road and neatly arranged workshop amaze him. It is bustling with people, but everything is in order. The pedestrian and the carriage are properly separated, reducing the risk of accidents. His legs move toward the weapon factory belonging to their young lord. The story about the exploding powder is something he can't ignore. If true, it means that Rintum has the ability to mass murder their enemy. Kane looked at the supposed factory, the 2-meter-tall wall made from cement surrounding the workshop. There's one entrance which is heavily guarded. He chooses a spot and instantly climbs the wall. After he went over the wall, his hands and knees felt pain. What a nasty security measure, he mutters. His head is bleeding due to the sharp object embedded on top of the wall. Ignoring the pain, he slowly peeks inside the workshop. The workers are busy working to realize his presence. Is that the black powder? The bartender said. Coincidentally, one of the workers accidentally put the wrong ratio, causing the powder to explode. He was startled. Holy shit, this powder is powerful. I need to know how to make it. Little did he know that he had been under the surveillance of Charlotte's subordinates. The gate's guard has sent Kane's information as per the order of the young lady. She already had 3 men to tail Kane from afar, waiting to drag him to the dungeon. Is he stupid? Who infiltrates in the middle of the day? Said the first guy. The king should hire a better person. I guess sitting too long on the throne has muddled his brain, mocked the second guy. Let's go and catch him before he figures out many things. We shouldn't let our guard down until he's in the dungeon, said the third guy. How many will this make? Asked the second guy. The third guy shrugs. I don't know. He's the 10th, I guess. Although there was no official news, merchants who came to Bideford had long been spreading rumors of war in Rintum's favor. Since then, her lord has assigned her to a job of counter-espionage activity. They had captured spies from very forces Barlia, Inverloch, Inver, Serdoia, Turdivikija, and Sijan. Surely this civil war attracts too much attention. Excuse me, sir, the first guy says while holding his shoulder. Kane turns around and sees 3 men cornering him. He quickly smiled and said, Good sir, how can I help you? Except for workers, you 3 are not allowed to be here. I need you to leave the premise immediately. No need to act, Mr. Kane. You've already FC'd up. Said the second guy before punching him in the face. I feel we're some kind of ruffian, not an agent, said the third guy. Maybe. Now stop talking and help me beat him up, replied the first. Kane was then beaten by them. 2 guards then came because of the commotion. After explaining the situation to them, the guards join in and beat him up. He was sent to a dungeon in a pathetic state and become a joke among the spies detained there. 13th June 300 Pain Era. The first prince, Niall, and Count Naharog returned to Bideford with 10,000 men. Niall looks at the town with a bitter expression. This is the place where he experiences his first war and also his first defeat. He looks at the town on the horizon. Everything radiates a peaceful atmosphere. The merchants go in and out of the town as if the town was never inflicted by war. Thus, the main question surfaced in his mind. Where are the other forces? Don't tell me they have captured the town. Russell stares at the silver dagger left by Jack. His words still rang clear in his ears. That man said the words that he wanted to hear the most this entire time. His greed for power begins to grow within his heart, a feeling that he had long buried and forgotten. He is not afraid of killing, but of the consequences to befall him if he fails. When it comes to Riz, Richard will do anything to keep him safe. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm down his mind. Just need to make several stabs at the chest. Russell is determined. He is sick of being overshadowed by his little brother. His presence slowly diminished in the noble circle. Who cares if he is inferior to Riz? To begin with, it was his right as an elder brother. Who cares about people's well-being? They are supposed to quietly submit to their lord. Tonight is the night. He will finish both of them once and for all. He patiently waits for the sun to set. He is having dinner in his room as usual. Nothing suspicious since he occasionally does that. Everyone will just think he is focusing on his painting. Soon, the sky became pitch black and the stars adorned it. The time is approximately 9 p.m. Everyone has entered their dreamland. There is not much activity to do at night. Russell exits his room, walking lightly to Richard's bedroom. There's no guard on this floor. Their post is between the third and fourth floors, forbidding outsiders from entering the fourth floor. He stands in front of the door motionlessly. In his mind, Russell began imagining the scenario that will unfold. Knock, knock, knock. There's no answer. Knock, knock, knock. This time he hears the movement from the other side. Who? It's me, Father. I have something to give to you, but I need you to help me open the door. Can't you give it tomorrow? It's already nighttime, asked Richard. I'm afraid not, Father. Richard sighs. He lazily gets out of bed and walks to the door. He is clearly not fully awake. As the door was open, Russell went straight for the throat and violently slit it. Richard receives an instant death from his own son. He's unable to utter a single word. Russell catches the body from falling to the ground and causes a sound. The blood is still flowing out of Richard's body. He drags the body back to the bed and closes the door. Russell moves to the next target, his little brother. Once he finishes the job, the house of Rintum in its entirety will belong to him. He repeats the same trick. Knock, 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 HM. Riz is still awake at this time. It is too early for him to go to sleep. He is working on his plan to modernize Bideford and the territory. Who is it? It's me, Russell. Can you open the door for a moment? Wait until tomorrow. I have no interest in letting a man enter my bedroom, even if it is my own brother. Come on, you're probably the one who can solve this problem. I can't sleep until I get the right answer. Fine, wait for a second. It took Riz several minutes to reach the door. Russell smiled as he could see Riz's shadow through the gap. As the door is half open, the dagger moves toward Riz's throat. Clank. The dagger meets the iron shield. Russell's eyes are wide open. What do you think you're doing, big brother? Riz asks calmly. There's anger in his voice. He slams the shield on Russell's body and pushes him to the dimly lit corridor. Both of them are staring at each other. How did you know? I don't, but I like to be careful. What I know is there are only two people I permit to enter my bedroom, and they're women. Of course, Riz is referring to Theodora and Charlotte. Russell curses, you lucky bastard. Here I'm stuck in the room drawing and painting. Russell attacked first. He needs to end Riz's life before the commotion attracts the guards. He runs toward Riz with his right hand tightly grasping the dagger. Riz's neck is his target. Riz widened his leg and bent his knee, seeking some stability to receive the impact. He shifts his body and his right hand moved to protect his vital part with a shield. Clank. The impact makes Riz step back a little. He's strong. Maybe you're not charming enough. Riz ridicules his brother. He fends off the dagger using his shield, creating an opening for him to attack. Using his left hand, he grasped the dagger behind his back and sliced his abdomen. Unfortunately, Russell is quick to dodge and Riz's attack merely scratches him. Still, it causes Russell some bleeding. Tusk Riz clicked his tongue. That's hurt. You really try to kill your own brother. Ignoring Russell's remark, Riz asks him, where do you get the poisoned dagger? You don't need to know, said Russell before throwing himself forward once again. Clank, clank, clank. They parry each other's attack for several minutes. Neck, chest, arms, waist, thighs, they attack and defend. His left hand has started to lose its strength despite it being his dominant hand. Fighting while holding the shield drains his energy and slows his movement. Even so, he can't afford to abandon the shield. He is at a disadvantage. One scratch and he's dead. The clashing sound vibrated through the corridor. It is impossible for the guards to ignore it. Riz is hoping for them to arrive. It's no use. Father is already dead and it takes a while for the guard to come, said Russell, realizing Riz's intention. I see. Riz calmly replied. Inwardly, he is shocked and a bit sad. Although he only knows Richard for a year or so, they still had memories together. How cold. Father would be sad if he knew his favorite son doesn't even shed tears for him. You have no right to call him father. Did father ever mistreat you? Riz tried his best to not let anger get into his head. Still act innocent, I see. The next Marquis should be me. I should be the heir. Sorry to say, but you're stupid, brother. You should just focus on art instead. He slashes Russell's tight. The pain caused Russell to become unstable. Without wasting time, Riz slams the shield on his ribcage. Then he kicks Russell's abdomen, causing him to kiss the floor. His left foot stomped on his brother's right hand. He keeps doing it while Russell is writhing in pain. Russell let go of that dagger and Riz kicked it away from him. My lord, what's going on? Asked Charlotte. She woke up after hearing a ruckus outside. Not only her, Theodora and Josephine as well. Both of them are as shocked as Charlotte. Riz, what happened? Shut up. Let me kill this FC cur. He barks at Josephine. Charlotte, take that dagger away, said Riz. She nods and does as he said. Russell tries to crawl away from Riz as he's losing his weapon. Riz pin him down with one foot and starts smashing his head with another foot. He ignores Josephine's cries. Russell must die. As he is doing so, he gets goosebumps from behind. He immediately turns around and raises his shield. Clank, thank God I didn't unequip the shield. He sighs. His eyes focus on another presence in front of him. Who are you? How do you get in here? Oh my, you don't remember me. Well, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Jack Cooper and I can't let you kill that man. You are not the one who decides that. Jack smiled. Yes, I do. In an instant, Jack appears in front of Riz and punches him in the stomach. Riz coughs a mouthful of blood and falls to the floor. He's freaking one punch me. Jack took out his dagger and thrust it straight into Riz's face. Using all his energy, he barely avoids the attack by moving his head to the side. Charlotte comes out of nowhere and swings her sword at Jack's nape. Unfortunately, Jack fends it off. Jack rushes toward Russell on the floor and runs toward the windows. The more he wastes time here, the harder it gets to escape. Before he jumps, he looks at Riz until we meet again. Charlotte wanted to chase him but was stopped. Let him go. If he dares to come, it means he has an escape room prepared. Now it's time to clean up this mess. Just wait, Russell, I am going to hunt you down even if it takes me decades to do so. Riz's face contorted with rage. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the broken window. The guards begin to rush to the corridor. "My lord, are you all right?" asked the guard. "I'm fine, but my father is probably not. Go and call Edward for me." Josephine asked in a stammer, Riz, what did Russell do?" Charlotte and Theodora are also curious about it. They had never seen Riz become so angry. "He killed his own father and tried to kill me," Riz answered. He ignores their shocked face and walks to Richard's bedroom. They quickly snap out and follow Riz from behind. "I don't know where this Jack Cooper comes from, but the way he talks shows we've met each other in the past." He holds the doorknob for a few minutes. He takes a deep breath and slowly opens the door. They are greeted by a pool of blood near the entrance. A trail of blood on the floor indicates the body has been dragged to the bed. On top of the bed lies Richard in his sleepwear, with both of his hands holding his own neck. He must try to stop the bleeding, or perhaps it's just his instinct kick-off. Riz deduce while checking the body. The wound in the throat isn't something that has a high survival rate. His hand moved towards Richard's eyes, which is wide open, and slowly closed them. The shock on Richard's face explains everything about his last thought. He couldn't believe his own son killed him. Josephine begins to cry. His son just committed a patricide. Why did he do this? Josephine's question isn't directed to anyone. She's merely expressing the question in her mind. "I don't know, it must have something to do with that man." "Charlotte, I want you to investigate that man. The change in Russell's behavior is too drastic. He has never been this brave before." "Yes, my lord." Soon, Edward arrived. He sees a sorrowful look on Riz's face. It's an expression he hadn't seen since Evelyn's death. "My condolences, my lord," said Edward. He shed tears as he sees Richard's lifeless body. He has been serving Richard since his teenage years. That night, none of them slept. Riz stay in the office that now belongs to him. His father has made it abundantly clear to everyone that Riz is his heir. He left the funeral preparation in Josephine's hand. As dawn arrives, Riz is listening to the report from Charlotte. His head is in a mess right now. According to William, several of his subordinates spotted a man with a scar below his right eye at the square during Lord Richard's return. However, they didn't know who he is, and there's no record in the guard post either. I assume he infiltrates our army during their journey here. As for his origin, we still figure it out. Riz nods and leans back in his chair. Not much he can get in a short span of time. Suddenly, a question crosses his mind. "Did you ask the spies in the dungeon?" "Some of them must know him. Let's hope he's not another king's spy. The last one is kind of stupid." Feeling enlightened, Charlotte said, "I will interrogate them immediately." She quickly left the office to execute the order. Afterwards, Edward comes to find him. "What do you want, Edward?" "My lord, the guard on the east gate reported an army appearance. William has ordered all the gates to be closed. Should we prepare for war?" "No need. Tell them I want to have a negotiation with them," said Riz. He can't afford to go to war with them. That idea never crossed his mind ever since he captures Neil. "As you wish, my lord. Where are the other forces? Don't tell me they have captured the town." Niall asked. Both Niall and Count Naharog are baffled. "It will be humiliating for them if they arrive only after the job is done." "I don't think so, your highness. The town seems to be fine without any sign of destruction and most likely still in Rudum's hand." From the guards' reaction, I can tell that they're panicking. Philip reply. "The reason for their lack of knowledge is that most of the Duke's soldiers were massacred. The lucky one fled to the south. As for merchants, Mezoran City isn't located on the main route. They need to deviate from the main route if they want to reach it. Mezoran didn't have any speciality that was worth stopping by. Due to this, Mezoran is always one step behind in receiving news and rumors." "Your highness, someone is coming," said Philip when he see the west gate is open. The messenger rides a horse with his left hand holding a white flag. "Can I take this as you sign to surrender?" Niall asks as the guard arrives. "How rude you are, peasant. What's so funny?" Count Naharog yelled. "I'm sorry, my lord. That's not our intention. I come here to deliver a letter from Lord Riz to you, your highness," said the messenger. Niall starts to read the letter. "Greetings first, Prince Niall. If you're wondering where the other two armies go, the answer is they have been defeated by me. I send this letter with the intention to offer you a deal that you can't refuse. You see, I currently have Prince Neil as my hostage. If you're interested in hearing more, meet me at the east gate of the town. Sincerely, Marquis Rizuri Rintum." Since when did he become a marquis? Niall asks the first question he has. "Since last night. Lord Richard was assassinated by his second son, Russell," replied the messenger. "What?" Philip shocked. This is a rare case of the noble openly committing patricide. Your Highness, there's a more important question than that. Count cut in. Answer me, peasant. How is it even possible for you to defeat a large army? That's none of your concern, my lord. The messenger politely answers Count's question. Only God knows just how much he's been holding back from planting a bullet in Count's forehead. Afterwards, Niall and Count Naharog follow with a group of guards heading to the east gate. Riz greet them with a smile. Welcome, your Highness and Count, to my humble town. Please have a seat. Both of them sit, but their eyes are focused on the man behind Riz, Prince Neil, who is being tied to his seat. He is struggling to escape. As you can see, I have your little brother with me, and I know you hate him. My offer is that you do one job for me and I give him to you. How is it? Pretty simple, right? You want me, a prince, to do a job for you. He's angry with this rudeness. You want a throne or not? Riz asked him back. Calm down, your Highness. Let's hear it first, said Count Naharog. He senses confidence in Riz's words. His instinct is telling him that Riz isn't joking. I want you to exterminate the Duke's entire bloodline, from newborn babies to elderly people. This is for your good too, Count Naharog. They're puzzled by Riz's words. I guess you guys still don't know. The Duke is dead. I kill him, the biggest supporter of the second prince, and kidnap Neil himself. However, it doesn't mean your little brother loses his biggest supporter. He still has a son that can inherit the Duke's title. Both of them have their eyes brightened. They see where this is going. If they exterminate the Duke's bloodline, Neil will lose his supporter. Not only that, Count Naharog will be the current most influential count. Furthermore, Neil's life will be in their hands. If they kill Neil, Nicholas has no choice but to choose Niall as the next king. Brilliant idea, Marquis Rizzery. Riz sneer in his mind. Now you call me Marquis. We agree with your offer. Great. Let's draw up a contract and sign it, said Riz. He is not stupid to give Neil to them beforehand. They need to get the job done first. Once both sides sign the agreement, they both smile and shakes hand with each other. Can I take this as the end of the war? Asked Charlotte. Yes, they clearly have no intention of waging a war with us since it's not profitable to them. Moreover, the king has completely lost control over this army. Riz doesn't know how the disappearance of the Duke family is going to change the political landscape of the kingdom. He is sure it will not go in a good direction, but he doesn't care. End of Volume 1. 1st January 301 Pain Era. The Civil War ended a few months ago. In that span of time, many incidents happen in the kingdom. Mostly, a bad one which places Badgerosia in its turbulent time. To start with, the death of Richard took more than a week to reach the capital. Riz has put all his effort into covering up the news as long as he can, but nothing can stay secret forever. In fact, the day when the news reached the capital, King Nicholas I personally organized a grand banquet. He invited all the nobles to attend it. The nobles gladly attend the banquet and celebrate it as if it were a national day. Apparently, the nobles still didn't know about their disastrous defeat at that time. It's not weird considering the happy-go-lucky attitude of the nobles during the banquet. They were completely clueless, and Nicholas I had done a great job keeping that way. The saddest part is House of Rintum receives a condolence letter from no nobles except Tetherswest. Instead, he was swarmed by insults and rude remarks about his father. Riz initially plans to ignore them. He doesn't want to waste his energy entertaining a group of monkeys. However, their insults are getting more harsher and ruthless to the point of questioning his legitimacy as an heir. Once Richard's funeral finished, Riz was the first to depart from the graveyard. His business there is over. He let Josephine wail on her own. He is sad, but he doesn't see any reason to cry excessively. The dead will never come back to life. The way to show Richard his gratitude is by continuing his legacy and bringing glory to the House of Rintum. Afterwards, Riz begins his retaliation. He released the details about the war in his newspaper according to its chronological order. Their happiness ceases to exist. The newspaper has painted Nicholas I as a fool king while it portrays Riz as a wise strategist. Nicholas I tried his best to fix his image among the nobles, but soon it spread like wildfire. He didn't expect most of the commoners to know about this since they were not literate. This is where the literate Rintum populace and merchants play a role. As a result, Nicholas I has no choice but to beg Riz to fix the mess. This newspaper is beyond his control. Nicholas doesn't have the slightest idea how Riz can produce that many copies. Not wanting to let go of this opportunity, Riz pressured the king to let go of the duchy territory to him. Nicholas I was buying time to think of a way to save the second prince, and Riz knows it. In addition, no sane king would let half of his kingdom's land be ruled by a single family. Leaving with no choice, Nicholas I reluctantly agree, at least for now. He naturally tries to bid more time. He most likely wanted to groom the Duke's son to claim the territory. Unfortunately, this handover was reported in the newspaper, which caused another drop in his reputation. Even so, Nicholas I ignore all the ridicule from the nobles. He believes he can still change the tide in his favor. As Riz gets his hand on the acknowledgement letter, the royal messenger urges him to release Prince Neil. Riz merely scoffs at the request and chooses to wait for a piece of news. It didn't take long for news that shocked the entire kingdom and reached his ears. The Duke's bloodline was massacred. Nicholas I rage in anger. Now he has completely lost the duchy. He tried to raise another army, but the nobles refused. They didn't recover from the previous war. Furthermore, the harvest season is near and fields need manpower. As promised, Riz handed Neil to the first prince, but in a lifeless state. There's no point keeping him alive since he has no more use. Niall was given the fleshly dead body of his little brother without making any noise. Their contract does not state that Neil has to be handed alive. He decides to depart for the capital. He has no power to touch Riz despite being a prince. It is reported that Nicholas's hair turned white as he saw the lifeless corpse of Neil. Since then, Nicholas often fell sick, but he doesn't let go of the throne, nor let Niall handle the kingdom's affairs. Despite pressure from Count Narog, Nicholas I didn't budge from his stance. In his mind, Neil is the only successor he has. Riz added the oil to the flame using his newspaper by saying that the king has become mentally incapable of governing. The news was welcomed by the nobles as the news is working in their favor. Many pressured the king to step down, which worsened his condition. Some didn't do anything, as if they hoped the situation stays as it is. The kingdom slowly went downhill. The grasp of the royal family on the nobles slowly becomes loose. Riz said, together with him in the office right now is Theodora. She temporarily works as Riz's secretary and helps him manage the governance affairs. Isn't this what you want? Asked Theodora. She still remembers the day Riz told her about his plan to break up the counties and territories in the kingdom and turn them hostile toward each other. The idea was too far-fetched for her. Are you sure this is gonna work? It will. The feudal system itself is a loose system, and the nobles are selfish creatures. If they can get more by betraying others, then they will do it. The key to this plan is the nobles. How are you sure they're not gonna unite to fight you? Theodora asks again. As for attacking us, they wouldn't dare to do it. The previous war has shown them our military prowess. They might try after unraveling the secret behind my weapon, but it takes a long time to do so. To top it off, years of living in luxuries have turned them into cowards. Tetherswest might be brave enough to attack me, but fortunately, their lovely daughter is in my hand, Riz said while smirking at Theodora. Theodora turns her face to the side as she tries to hide her blush. Who said I'm in your hand? I can leave for home whenever I want. Yes, you can, but you won't. I have confidence in keeping you here, Riz whispered in her ears, causing her face to turn redder. I better not tease her too much. Her punch is no joke. He still remembers the day he teases her beyond her limit. His ribcage still aches. Theodora, let's go and see the finished government plaza. Riz and Theodora walk through the dull grayish stone corridor of the mansion. Although the interior decoration of each room can be said luxury from others' perspectives, it is still far from the luxury Riz has ever seen on Earth. Perhaps his standard is high because he has seen something better. He's determined to build a breathtaking residence for himself in the future. One day, I will demolish this mansion and build a palace that is much bigger and grandiose. Both of them walked out of the mansion, which only occupied 40% of the total area of the noble hill. The rest is the garden, which consists of a variety of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. The servants were assigned to tend all of it every day. They just leisurely walk as the government plaza is only located at the foothill. 10 minutes of walking is all it takes to arrive. The government plaza occupies an area from the foothill to the riverbed of the Jivri River. Many inhabitants in the area have been relocated to another place. They're naturally being compensated in the form of new residences made of concrete. Sketch of the plan. Wow, I have never seen this kind of architecture before. Theodora was amazed by the neoclassical architecture of the buildings. To this world, it's certainly new. Its characteristic, which is grand in size, and simplistic geometry fits Riz's desire perfectly. The entire government building complex is currently white, with each building being 5-story high. Riz is still undecided about either painting the outer wall or leaving it alone. To his knowledge, most of the neoclassical buildings on Earth are white or painted with a lighter color. All ministries' buildings are connected side by side. In front of the building is a flat, smooth plaza. Like the buildings themselves, it is made from concrete and not cobblestones. Furthermore, there is room for expansion if Riz decides to establish another ministry. Yes, Riz doesn't call it department, as he initially planned, but ministry. Given their duties, he believes the word department is a kind of an understatement. He also planned the government system agreed upon by his late father before. Initial plans were made conservatively to avoid angering the royal family. Now, Napuna dynasty poses no threat to him, and he doesn't need to consider their relationship anymore. After what has happened, he is insane if he shows them respect. Back to the government system, the highest level of authority is the Lord. No one can refute this fact. Then, followed by the Ministry of Law headed by the Lord himself. This ministry is special because its position is laid above other ministries. Below the Ministry of Law are other ministries. They are responsible for making regulations related to their own field. The regulations needed to get approval from the Lord for them to take effect. Some ministries will have departments under them, which are responsible for executing the order or policy. Their office is located throughout the cities within the territory, depending on their need and suitability. To put it in simple terms, Ministry of Law and Policy, head of all ministries. I responsible for creating, amending and discussing the law, policy, and regulations proposed by other ministries. Roman 2 creating civil law and legal boundaries for citizens. Under this ministry are a military court and a civil court to settle disputes and execute the law for the citizen. The role of this ministry is somewhat similar to the parliament. Riz doesn't want to let go of his power just yet. He feels like it's not the right time to do so. As for other ministries, it's summarized below. Ministry of Finance, I responsible for government expenditure, revenue, and budget. Roman 2 developing economic policy. Roman 3 overseeing financial legislation and regulations. Departments under the ministry are Customs Department, National Audit Department, and Tax Collection Department. Ministry of Education, I responsible for the education system, curriculum standards, personnel training, standardized textbooks, and examinations. Roman 2 creating education policies and regulations for both local and foreign students. Due to its sheer job, the ministry was divided into several divisions: Education Development Policy Division, School and Institute Management Division, and Educator Training Division. The department under them is Rintum Examination Council and Literature Institute. Ministry of War and Defense, I responsible for defense, national security, Army, Navy, intelligence, and counterintelligence services. Roman 2 handling the recruitment and training of personnel. Roman 3 developing military law and punishment. Department under this ministry is Rintum Military Base, which will be built in various locations in the territory. Spies Intelligence Network, which will act as both espionage and counter-espionage, and Soldiers and Personnel Training Department. Ministry of Trade and Industry, I responsible for overseeing trading and industry activities and their regulations. Roman 2 to monitor the productivity of small, medium, and large enterprises. Roman 3 planning and searching for strategic trade items inside and outside the territory. It was divided into Trade Division, Industry Division, and Strategic and Monitoring Division. Ministry of Food and Agriculture, I responsible for agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and agro-based activities. Roman 2 developing regulations and standards for agriculture industries. Roman 3 making sure the food security and sovereignty of the territory. Consist of the Veterinary Services, Inspection Department, and Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. Note that every ministry has its own internal audit, financial planning, and human resource management. When all of these ministries are fully functioning, they can provide thousands of jobs to the people in the territory. Riz is not well versed in this and makes it based on whatever he remembers back from his home country. He will see how it goes before making adjustments to find the right tune for his own government. His focus shifts back to Theodora, who is excitedly running around the building complex. How is it? It's beautiful. I have never seen this architecture before. Are you the one who designed this? Yes, I designed it. If you look carefully, the design is not complicated at all. How can you complete this massive project in just over a year? Money, good planning, and a large amount of labor. It's not fully complete yet. The interior of the building is still empty. I expect that it will take another huge chunk of money to decorate it. He feels dispirited when remembering the huge amount of money Rintum has to spend. Fortunately, the ownership of this government plaza, Nobel Hill and its surrounding, a total of 4.83 square km, belong to the Rintum family. In the case of Rintum family no longer becoming a ruler in the future, they still are able to retain it. After visiting every crook and cranny of the government plaza, Riz and Theodora made their way to the mansion. They ran into Charlotte, who also headed toward the mansion. "My lord, our informant says that the barons are packing their belongings. I'm afraid they want to run away. What should we do, my lord?" Charlotte reported. When Rintum's victory was confirmed, the three barons sent a bunch of expensive congratulatory gifts to the mansion. Riz naturally accepts free jewelry, gold coins, rare pelts, fabrics, horses, sculpture, etc. However, it doesn't mean Riz forgets their betrayal. Let's hunt them down. "Let's hunt them down," said Riz. It is better to clean up his own turf before doing anything else. Furthermore, it removes the obstacle that might hinder him from implementing a centralization system. Hunt, my lord." Charlotte was a bit surprised. She doesn't understand the context of the hunt Riz is implying to. She reminds her lord, but one of them is Baron Cisorvar, your step-grandfather. I don't care who they are. They betray me once, then they might do it twice. It's safer for our future by uprooting them now, he explains to Charlotte. The idea of sharing power with these backstabbing nobles doesn't sit well with him. He issued an order. "Charlotte, go and call William for me. Tell him to meet me at the office." After seeing Charlotte hurriedly start searching for William, he shifts his attention to Theodora. "It looks like I need to return to my office. Let's meet again during dinner." Theodora just nods. She understands Riz's busyness and his ruthlessness. He never lets his enemy escape, and if they do so, he will patiently wait for the right time to strike. She had seen it during Russell's assassination on how her fiancé swore to hunt his brother down to the end of the world. The thought of that day still makes chills run up and down her spine. Riz moved to the office. Shortly after he sits down on his chair, William arrives. "My lord, what do you need me for?" said William respectfully. Without wasting any time, he orders his head knight. William sent out 3 battalions and apprehended the 3 barons with all their family members. "I don't even want a single person to escape. Gathered all of them at Choriton. I will go there and meet them personally." Though he is surprised, it's understandable to him. William doesn't utter any complaints or opposition. It's a big deal for many people when a noble family perishes from this world, especially for the ruling class. However, this logic doesn't apply to his new lord. Riz has a good track record in eliminating one bloodline. I can only pray that the 3 barons die a painless death, though I don't think they have much hope in that too. He proceeded to carry out the order as told. 3 battalions moved out the next day. Each of them has a different destination, but the same purpose. Naturally, this news made its way to the ears of citizens through the tavern and insider news. It is futile to try to hide such big news. There are a lot of ears among the maids in the mansion. He didn't reprimand or take action against them. It's understandable for humans to be curious. As a public figure, he is at the center of the spotlight. He needs people to understand his justification for making that decision. The last thing he wants is for his people to label him as a bloodthirsty lord. His image and reputation are important to him. A week after their departure, Riz begins his journey to Choriton. Along the way, he enjoys the greenery of the forest. From the start of the blockade stuff, he was overwhelmed with a lot of work. Rarely does he get a chance to rest. Often he comes across the merchants heading to and from Bideford. Riz was lost in his daydreams as he watched the merchants. Inwardly, he lamented his fate. "I should just be a merchant instead. At least I don't need to deal with the nobles. I won't be swamped with work either." It's a lie to say Riz didn't feel anything. He is extremely tired of all things that have happened since his arrival. All of this mess happened because of the war 200 years ago. The effects are still felt to this day. 3 uneventful days passed in the blink of an eye. Riz finally sees the wall of Choriton. It's been a long time since he came here. He mutters in a low voice. He was greeted by William, who has been waiting for him for a few days. William respectfully bowed to him the moment he stepped out of the carriage. "Have you captured all of them, William?" "I have executed your order down to the letter, my lord." "Good job, William. Let's go and meet them." Accompanied by William, he made his way to the Choriton mansion where all of them were held. Creak. William pushed open the large double-leafed wooden door with the Choriton crest made of gold for him. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned towards him. They are all in a state of disarray. There is no difference between them and beggars. The aura of nobility has disappeared from them. "My lord, my lord, my lord," all of them try to speak. Perhaps this young lord took sympathy for them and forgave their mistake. Riz, however, doesn't really want to waste his time listening to their reason. "Please shut up and let me speak first. Bring me the chair to sit on." A soldier brings the chair for him. Riz lazily sits down with legs crossed. He looks at their face: fear, anger, humiliation, disrespect, and surprisingly confidence. He takes out a piece of paper before opening his mouth. Riz looks at them. As expected, they just lowered their gaze and didn't dare to look at him. "Now, what should I do with all of you?" Baron Nubigal is the first one to say, "Me, my lord, I was threatened by the king. They plan to kill me and my family if I don't obey them." Riz raised his eyebrows. "Oh, really? That's cruel of them to threaten you with a viscount rank in the ownership of Durboat's town." Baron Nubigal's face turns pale. His wife and children start to cry. So do Baron Choriton and his family. If the lord knows about Baron Nubigal's deal, he must know about them too. Riz's eyes flickered to Baron Cisorvar. He immediately defends himself with confidence. "My lord, my only fault is not sending you soldiers for war. Furthermore, it was a request, not an order. I never conspired with the enemy to stab you in the back." "Yeah, I guess you're right." Baron Cisorvar smirked. He knows Riz won't harm him since Riz is close with his granddaughter, Renee. However, his thought is proven to be wrong. He completely forgot that his fate depends on Riz's whim, but it still doesn't feel right for me. What do you mean, my lord?" Baron Cisorvar panicking. "Your smirk face reminds me of your grandson, Russell. Surely you know what he has done right. Moreover, look at this letter." He handed a letter to Baron Cisorvar. This is just a joke, my lord." His hand is trembling. It's a letter he had sent to Richard in the past to pressure him to name Russell as an heir. He finally realizes that this young man never had the intention to let them go. After Riz found the crumbled letter in the office, he began to search for more. Riz smiled. "There's no way I'm gonna let a power-hunger, backstabber, and coward like you to live on my turf. I can't kill your grandson yet, so I'll settle with his maternal family for now. Please, my lord, have some mercy." Baron Cisorvar rushes and grabs his leg, which truly pisses him off. William kills every single one of them. "Start with children first. Bring all their wealth and possession to Bideford." "Your wish is my command." As he is about to leave, he hears a curse. "You heartless monster, I hope you just drop dead." He turned around. Apparently it's one of Baron Nubigal's children. "Yes, I am heartless and your father knows that. You're here today because of your father's foolishness. Blame your father for everything that happened to you." Riz ignores their cry and plea. He walked toward the door as he has other things to do there. Riz exits the mansion. He can hear the sound of shooting behind him, accompanied by cries and wailing. He didn't care. Giving them a painless death is already a mercy. As for Josephine and Riene's reaction, Riz doesn't feel a need to give them an explanation. He made his way to Coraton's industrial district. It's time to increase the steel-making process. The government plaza project has cost him 10,118,500 rows. The high cost of the project is mainly due to the price of construction materials. Furthermore, he needs steel for manufacturing his weapon. He needs to maintain his weapon's superiority. Using a blast furnace to produce steel is not cost-efficient. In short, blast furnaces allow large quantities of ore to be converted into cast iron, which has a high content of carbon. To produce steel from cast iron, workers need to lower the carbon content. To do so, workers heat up the iron to oxidize the carbon and hammer the iron to eliminate the oxidized carbon until it becomes wrought iron. For wrought iron to absorb the carbon, the workers must continuously heat it with charcoal and let it sit for up to a week. The time and fuel required to produce steel were prohibitively expensive. If something has not been done, the cost of future projects is going to kill him. He needs to have the ability to mass-produce steel at a low price. The main problem I need to solve is the method and fuel issue, he thought. He takes out his small black notebook to write down the thing he has to do. He started to get into the habit of noting things down since he became a marquis. There's a lot of work and he needs to keep track of everything or he will end up forgetting them. Riz has no problem with the method as he can just follow the Bessemer process, the first inexpensive industrial process for the mass production of steel. Molten iron will be poured into the converter and hot air coming from the bottom. The iron's impurities carbon, silicon and manganese are oxidized by the oxygen in the air. Carbon interacts, producing carbon monoxide, which is released in the form of gas. Silicon and manganese oxidize to form a layer of slag. The structure and shape of the Bessemer converter are unique enough for Riz to remember it accurately. He also needs to prepare an alloy called Spiegeleisen to combat the problem of removing too much carbon. According to history, Bessemer's process was so effective that it removed all the impurities and carbon altogether. Therefore, the workers need to know exactly when to turn off the airflow so that the right amount of carbon remains. This kind of practice is very hassle. It causes a lot of resources to waste if the steel produced is not up to the standard. The solution is to burn all the impurities and carbon and reintroduce back a certain amount of Spiegeleisen. This way, the quality of the finished product can be controlled. Riz let out a defeated sigh. He lacks chemists to handle all of this for him. The only reason he knows all of this is because there's a course called Construction Materials during his degree. Though the subject main focus is on concrete and its ingredients, he still learns about steel and its history. If he can't find chemists, then it's hard for his territory to advance in every field. He can only depend on his people to naturally have breakthroughs. It can take years, decades, or even centuries to happen. Riz had his mind focused back on the second issue. The real problem is fuel. I can't rely on charcoal forever. I need to find coal deposits fast so I can make coke, a refined coal product with very few impurities. He needs to find people to find coal seams or coal beds in Barok's province. Riz already sent people to explore the Bideford province and Gilecake's province, but found no coal deposits there. He doesn't know if the Barok's province has a coal deposit in it. Barok's province has a large portion of land covered with dense forest and 60% of it is undeveloped. The main population concentrates on the east area. From the words of locals, there is some sort of unfriendly tribe living in that area. They killed anyone who tried to encroach on their land. He needs to find a way to discuss with the tribes there and avoid conflict. He's sick of war and needs to take a break from a tense situation. Riz has been involved in war consequently since he arrived here. "Welcome, my lord." Jason Patterson greets him with the utmost respect. He was a former laborer at the paper factory 2 years ago. Now he is managing an iron mine for Riz. How is the iron mine operation? Riz charges straight to the main topic. Jason handed the document to his lord. As you can see, the production of iron mine was initially decreased, but we managed to find several new veins with the black powder you invented. However, the quantity of iron ore is not abundant. We predicted it would run out in 1 or 2 years. This mine has a small iron deposit after all. Fortunately, they're all high-grade ores. Riz looks at the file given to him. It contains estimated deposits, grade of ores, cost of operation, etc. This shaft mine cost him around 10,000 rows to operate, which is acceptable for him. Riz frowns as he sees most of the money goes to refining the ore itself. The workers were recruited on a massive scale to produce a large quantity of steel for him. Jason shows his concern regarding this issue. Now that the government plaza project is finished, should we fire them, my lord? The iron division of Gatharic's mining company barely makes any profits. Riz shook his head. No, let's keep them for now. I need a lot of steel in the future. If the ore runs out, buy them from Sijan. They have an abundance of iron deposits and can sell us for a cheaper price. He takes out his notebook. Here, take a look at this. A few minutes later, Jason excitedly asks, is this Bessemer process true, my lord? Yes. If that is the case, we don't need a large number of workers. Give me 2 to 3 months to set it up, said Jason confidently. Are you sure you can do it in that time frame? Riz gave a questionable look. I'm sure, my lord. You've provided all the necessary information and knowledge. All right then, after everything operates normally, you may reduce the number of workers to an appropriate number or just reassign them. Until we find coal, charcoal is our only option. We will consume so much of it that we might end up razing the entire forest. I'll do the best of my ability, my lord. If there are any problems or difficulties, feel free to inform me. Don't forget to write me a monthly report as always, said Riz before leaving the industrial district. Riz returns to Corriton's mansion where William is waiting for him. He noticed the bloodstain on William's armor. What's the status inside there? With utmost respect, William replies, we have slaughtered most of the young ones. The rest are just the older ones. However, they're at risk of losing their sanity. Perhaps watching their children being killed affects them so much. Riz frowns hearing William's concerned voice. There's no need for such concern or mercy for them, William. They have done a lot of atrocities in their life. I can list it all for you if you want. They merely receive the same treatment they've done to people below them. William quickly apologizes. I'm sorry for letting my emotion best me. What about their wealth? Asked Riz. It's already been gathered and ready to be transported to Bideford. Riz nods and gives William the compliment he deserves. Before Riz entered his carriage, he reminded William one more time, don't let them escape or I will go for your head. As for Corriton's mansion, let it be like that. William shivers the moment he hears Riz's threat. His lord has a good track record in exterminating several families. Hypothetically, Riz will definitely go for his family member as well if he decided to go against his lord's command. Understood, my lord. I will carry your order down to the letter. Good, said Riz through the carriage's window. He then signalizes the coachman to start moving for Bideford. On his way, he keeps thinking about Corriton's mansion. Specifically, about all the death that happened in that mansion most likely turns it into a haunted mansion. In the future, he can use it as an attraction spot and make money from it. Maybe he can build a theme park around it. Hoo-hoo, I can't wait for that to happen. I can already see the money coming toward me. The death of the 3 barons meant that the Rintum territory was completely in his hands. Now he's free to do whatever change he is planning to do. No one can obstruct him. After 4 days of journey, Riz arrives at Bideford, a bustling town that is full of human activities. Theodora and Charlotte greet him as soon as the news reaches them. Riz also mentions Josephine about her family's extermination. Despite cutting off her relationship with them, she is slightly disturbed by the news. It's all written on her face. His stepmother has received only bad news for the past few months. Josephine is utterly alone right now. Her husband died, her son was kidnapped by an unknown man to Barlia, and her daughter is no longer sending a letter to her or Riz, something that Riz needs to check up on. Now she lost her family members. The maids no longer suck up to her. They begin to approach Theodora, the next Marchioness. It's not a bit of a surprise to Riz. He could only advise Theodora not to drown in their praise. Riz can only instruct Charlotte to keep an eye on Josephine and prevent her from doing stupid things. It is not impossible for her to have depression. On the next day, he's stuck at his office as always. His work has piled up in the past few days of his absence. Paperwork keeps coming his way without being invited. Currently, he is looking at the list of candidates for the minister position. Ministry of Law and Policy, Rizuri Rintum. Ministry of Finance, Theodora Tetherswest. Ministry of Education, Stuart Stephen. Ministry of War and Defend, William Jeffrey. Ministry of Trade and Industry, Rizuri Rintum temporarily. Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Rizuri Rintum temporarily. 2 positions are vacant. He still hasn't found a suitable candidate for 2 ministers, so he decides to handle it by himself temporarily. He won't be burdened by the workload because many low-level and middle-level positions will be filled by his citizens. Right now, all educational establishments except for the university have been built. It provides education for children in the daytime and adults at nighttime. Naturally, the literacy rate has skyrocketed over the past few months, which means an abundance of official candidates in the market. Educated and subservient. What more can a ruler ask for? Later, Riz calls all the candidates to come to his office. Knock, knock, knock. That's fast, come in. The door was open and a group of people walked into his office. All of them bow in respect to Riz. He looks at their face one by one. As usual, he went straight to the point. Here, take a look at this. He passed them a paper containing the candidates' names. All of them look at the list one by one. The majority of them look flabbergasted. None of them had expected this, including his own fiancé. A minute later, calmness returned to their face. "My lord, this." Stuart wants to speak, but Riz raises his hand, asking him to stop. "Before all of you said anything, let me explain to you guys first about my plan." Riz begins to disclose everything to them. They all paid full attention to his explanation. He does not fear any information leaks. In fact, he's hoping for it. If he wants to break the big news to the citizens without causing panic, he needs to start by spreading the rumors first. What do you guys think? Do you accept it? "I believe I appoint you to the position that you excel the most. My lord, your idea is novel and I want to be part of it." His teacher, Stuart, is the first to agree. Then others follow suit, which makes him happy. "Since you guys have agreed, take this and read it thoroughly. This is confidential, not anyone else read it." He handed each of them a thick file. The file contains everything about their ministry, its function, responsibility, goals, scope of power, etc. He begins writing all the content the day he proposes the idea of centralization to Richard. Since he didn't have any golden finger, he needed to do it the hard way. It took months for him to complete it by recalling the information bit by bit. He continues, "Once you've understood it, begin the recruitment immediately." "Yes, my lord," said them simultaneously. All of them left the office aside from Theodora. "What's wrong? What about family financial matters and household management?" Riz knows what Theodora is talking about. As a Martianist to be, it is actually her responsibility. However, he is short of capable subordinates with leadership skills to fill in the position. He just uses whatever he has for now. "Leave it to Josephine. She's still healthy and can manage the household for us. Besides, I think it's a good decision to let her do it. She needs something to distract herself from all the sorrow she's been experiencing. Once I find a good candidate, I will relieve you from that post." "I guess you're right. Then I will go first," said Theodora. Riz leaned back in his leather chair as he watched his fiancé's figure leave the office. With this, a new system will take place and his workload will soon decrease. Sunday, 12th March 301 Payne era. 2 months have passed since the ministries in the government plaza began their recruiting official to fill the post. Qualifications, background checks, exams, and interviews were held to find competent workers for the job. When the news reaches people's ears, they all mutter words of gratitude and praise for their lord. Like on Earth, their standard for jobs becomes higher along with their education. All of them try to find the best job that fits their qualification, but not everyone is fortunate. Until today, only 60% of the jobs were filled despite many applications. Riz's words to his ministries regarding the recruitment are simple: prioritize Rintum people first. If you can't find a suitable candidate for the position, then leave it be. He doesn't want anyone to be recruited just to fill in the blank. It is a recipe for disaster. Riz also implemented the concept of 5 working days and 2 days off for government officials, a new concept that was welcomed by the people, causing the profession to become more and more appealing in the eyes of citizens, something that Riz wishes for. Everything is going well. He doesn't receive any complaints from people and ministries about the new system yet. A complaint is important for any organization. Helps them improve customer service by pinpointing the problematic part and resolving it. Now his workload has decreased, albeit only around 30%. At least he has some room to breathe and relaxed his mind. Riz took this chance to walk around the town with Charlotte. Theodora can't join since she is busy as finance minister. Along his walks, people from left and right politely greet him. Some have worry and restlessness in their eyes. He concluded that they might be new people who move here. The original inhabitant of Bideford never had that worried look when meet him. "Did the population here increase again? Where did they come from?" he asks Charlotte. "I receive a report from Robic stating that they came from royal territory after hearing the prosperity here." She replied, "I didn't know our town is so attractive." Riz scoffs. "Didn't these people the ones he's been fighting in the last war? Now they come to live here. I guess I shouldn't call it town anymore." From my estimation, the population here probably increased by 10,000 to 20,000. Free education, job opportunities, and no noble oppression are the factors that attract them here. The capital gradually become deserted as we speak. Nobody wants to be under an unstable king. Make sure you move our agent to investigate all the new population. Don't let any spies slip in. If you deem them as suspicious, feel free to eliminate them," Riz said with a serious tone. An exponential increase in population is not a good occurrence in his opinion. Many rats can slip past into his territory easily. It is best to remove unstable factors before they can grow. "As you wish," replies Charlotte. In the evening, Riz returned to his office after strolling around the town. He sees no trouble the governance system pose on people. In fact, it makes their life easier, which pleased him. He glances at his desk. It is a letter he received from Nicholas I condemning his actions. He is described as resembling the behavior of a king, rather than a nobleman. Nicholas I are seen by other nobles as a king with no sanity left. Riz is wondering why Niall didn't usurp the throne. Should I drive his craziness even further? I would be considered rude if I don't reply to his letter, right? Said Riz with a playful tone. He believes that everything is ready for the next step. Grabbing a fancy paper, he begins to write a letter titled Declaration of Independence. To Nicholas Napuna Bajaroja, I believe all men are created equal at the beginning. However, some of them were given a chance to rise above others as a ruler. They create a social hierarchy which I am confident will have an impact on society for hundreds of years to come. I understand this is a natural course in human civilization. Nothing can stay equal forever, and it can never be equal. Nevertheless, I also believe nothing we get in this world is free. For that, all rulers have a responsibility and care toward the people below them. Regardless of their nobility rank, rulers should respect each other for the sake of people and peace. For the past year, I see no respect toward my family from your side despite our help during the rules of your dynasty. I see a war being invoked for a petty reason to hide your incompetency in international diplomacy. I see the nobles' greedy eyes directed towards us like hyenas. I see the life of my people fleeting due to your idiocy and collective aggression toward us. I see the wasted children of royalty scheming on each other endanger the future of both nobles and commoners. I see your instability in decision-making and your stubbornness to abdicate as a sign of a bleak future for this kingdom. For all reasons above, I, as the head of the House of Rintum, in the name of my family and the loyalty of my people hereby declare the Rintum territories to be an independent kingdom. All the allegiance to the Napuna crown and all political connections between us ought to be totally dissolved. As an independent kingdom, I have full power to do what every independent kingdom can do: levy war, conclude peace, forge alliances, establish commerce, and so on. Rizuri Rintum, head of Rintum family. After finishing and finalizing the letter, he calls Edward to his office. What do you need me for, my lord? Here, have this letter delivered to the king, and order all the cities and towns to take down the Napuna flag and raise my family flag in their place. I will fulfill your order in haste. After a respectful bow, Edward left the office. Riz opened another letter on his desk. It is from Jason Patterson, manager of the iron mine. From the content of the letter, Jason manages to uphold his promise to set up mass production for steel. Though he has some difficulty along the way, Jason manages to deal with it. He also promises to deliver a steady supply of steel to Bideford at the earliest next month. He checks the package. Jason sends a substantial amount of steel to him. This guy is quite capable, said Riz while checking its quality. King's office, Napuna, smash. Bang. Clank. Nicholas eyes smashing all the stuff he can grab within his reach. The servants stay away from the office, afraid of being targeted. Right now, their king is throwing a tantrum akin to a small child. His tantrum bears a striking resemblance to Niall's violent outburst. No one, including Wendell, ever expects that a single letter manages to throw the king off like this. He has never seen this side of Nicholas I before. The audacity of that brat. Nicholas I turned his head to his prime minister. Wendell prepared an army. We need to remove his bloodline. Wendell, who silently stood in the corner, sighed. Your Majesty, we can no longer do anything to him right now. In the last war, the strongest royal army was reduced to dust. Do something, that's what you're paid for. Nicholas I barked. Things have never been his way for months now. Serdoia still blocking them from using their ports. Barlia's navy still attacked their ships and blocked their coastline. Your Majesty, you need to calm down. There is a most concerning matter you need to solve, said Wendell. What is it? He asks. About ways to keep the kingdom together. Now that the royal power and influence have declined, it is a lie to say the nobles didn't harbor any intention to follow Rintum's footsteps. Nicholas was silent at those words. I suggest we turn them against each other. How? Asked Nicholas I. Wendell cleared his throat before speaking. Let me explain. In all likelihood, the one who has that ambition is upper-rank nobles, which are Count Naharag, Count Tetherswest, Count Koshilbo, Count Hajdu, and Count Vafors. The viscounts and barons below them won't. They couldn't afford to have that thought. These lower-rank nobles are more eager to climb up the rank. We will let the lower-rank nobles keep the upper rank in check by promising them nobility rank. If the upper-rank nobles in their region plan to go independent, they will join forces to defeat them. The standing soldier for a count is less than 10,000 men, and the lower-rank nobles' forces are sufficient to overwhelm them. Nicholas I tapped his temple. What if the upper-rank nobles make a surprise attack on the lower rank and eliminate them first? Wendell replies, Your Majesty can label them as a betrayer and revoke their nobility rank. With this, Your Majesty will emphasize that their land now is noble less and free to grab. To make this plan more effective, announce that the amount of their land possession will determine their nobility rank. It will rally the nobles from all sides to increase their land even by an inch. In short, if one of them moves and the other will move as well. The more nobles involved, the bigger it gets. Wendell affirms, exactly as you said. We also don't need to send out a single soldier. For generations, nobles in this kingdom care more about pride and prestige than wealth itself. Wendell's plan to manipulate this aspect has it worth being carried out. We can't use this plan against the Rintum. Wendell shook his head. We can't because that kid has killed all the nobles below him and has a military strength that exceeds us. To be honest, I can't believe it when I heard he killed his own step-grandfather. He is ruthless for a 16-year-old kid. Anyways, I agree with your plan. Send the letter to all nobles with haste. Nicholas, I know he couldn't hide the news for a long time, and he is right. The next day, a piece of sensational news swept across the capital and landed in the public's ears. The independence of the Rintum Kingdom is widely talked about by people regardless of their social status. For commoners, this news meant nothing. Their life won't change. For nobles, it meant a lot. Their heart resonates with the same thought. If a 16-year-old young man can do it, why couldn't I? All eyes are on Nicholas I. Every noble is waiting for his response. They don't want to make a useless move and become a target. Knowing their king's personality, it won't be a peaceful resolution. Later that afternoon, a messenger came to the capital square. Instead of announcement of criticism, disapproval, or calling for war, Nicholas I announced several restrictions aimed at the nobles. The message is clear. Have the same ambition as Rintum and face the attack from all sides alone. That old man, he can't do anything to Rintum, so he chooses to tighten his grasp on us, commented Count Narog when he received the news. His eyes flickered to his butler. What is the progress on the cannon development? Our blacksmith managed to reverse engineer it. The structure is not complicated. Nonetheless, the cost to produce one is high, and we lack the last piece of the puzzle, a material to propel the cannonball. Without it, the cannons we produce will be useless. Send a spy to Bideford and find out for me. The Count ordered. I have already done that, but they never return, replies the butler. Keep sending more. It's impossible they can fend off every single spy. Now that the situation had reached this point, he urgently needed this cannon. He doesn't believe the nobles will just stay put. Tetherswest Mansion, that kid is crazy, grumbled Count Theodore. Countess Fiona happily laughs. I guess we got ourselves a troublesome son-in-law. I guess Theodora would be a queen now. Theodore scoffs. He is not our son-in-law yet. Fiona chuckled at her husband's reaction, but he definitely will. From the tone in Theodora's letters, that boy is treating him well. He even appoints her as his finance minister. HMPH. I guess it's worth teaching her about finances. There's a more important subject to talk about. Ah, yes. How could I forget? Fiona remembers her main purpose in talking to her husband. I've sent spies to Bideford, but only one manages to come back. Our future son-in-law didn't leave a gap for our spies to penetrate. Here is the sketch. Theodore looks at the sketch of the field artillery while listening to Fiona's information. In his words, the rumored weapon indeed exists. The principle behind it is still unknown, but its function is the same as a trebuchet. Our spy has to flee Bideford before he could learn anything about it. Should I send another batch of spies? Theodore shook his head. No, you don't have to. Riz probably knew we sent them, but he chose to ignore it. Maybe as a sign of respect to us, his future in-laws. Right now, we need to take care of ourselves first, especially when nobles are triggered by his independence declaration. No need to be polite with me, your majesty. This is the least I could do for someone as noble as you. Is that sarcasm? I will leave it to your discretion. So how do I owe you pleasure, King Rizuri? Riz didn't rush to reply. He took his time sipping the tea first. In this world, Kingdom of Tormia is the only place you can find tea. I am here to return several rats back to you, Count Naharog. Riz is currently at Naharog Mansion in Mezorin. He comes here in a discreet manner to meet the Count for a reason. Spy after spy came to Bideford like a gushing water escaped from a broken dam. His agents were pushed to the limit in order to capture them. Upon interrogation, the identity of their employer was revealed. Thus, Riz decides to take this matter into his own hands. Count Naharog had his eyes wide open. I can't believe you're still keeping all of them alive. Riz denied, no, not at all. In fact, I have killed a considerable amount of them. I stopped because the cleaner of my dungeon needs some time to rest. Count Naharog chuckled. I never know you're such a benevolent person. I am but only to my allies, said Riz in a sharp tone. Count Naharog naturally knows the underlying meaning of Riz's words. He smiles and gives a polite reply. I will keep it in mind. Good. Let us end this farce, shall we? I agree. I believe your majesty doesn't come here simply to return the spies. This kind of job should be left for your servants to do. As you said, I came here to ask you to stop sending spies to Bideford. I know what you are searching for, and I believe we can discuss that. Count Naharog solemnly shook his head. Forgive my rudeness. I believe your majesty has misunderstood my intention. I purely need it for research purposes. Riz's eyes twitch. He's losing patience with the Count's feigning ignorance. He is aware the Count is trying to gauge how much he knows. Stop lying. You don't need to produce a lot of my cannons if it is only for research. You are in dire need of it. Oh, this is surprising. I never thought there was a rat on my side. Looks like my effort to hide it has gone useless. Riz playfully said, You obviously shouldn't underestimate me, Count Naharog. I know a lot about you, including your deepest secret about the previous countess. You, Count Narog narrows his eyes and lets out his bloodlust. His goofiness completely disappears. Riz remains unfazed. Relax. It is not my style to humiliate people with such sensitive information. After the war with the Noble Coalition was over, Riz did an extensive investigation on Count Narog. He is currently the most influential count in the kingdom and the sole supporter of the next king, Prince Niall. Of course, there are other counts who join Niall's camp later on, but they are too late to leave any good impression on the prince. After months of investigating and sneaking around, Riz reaches the conclusion that Count Narog doesn't have a shred of loyalty to the Napuna dynasty as a whole. In fact, he holds a deep grudge against them. The reason is unknown, but he has his reasoning. 40 years ago, the father of the current king forcefully slept with the previous countess, Count Narog's mother, during his visit. His father at the time was completely drunk. Count Narog, who was a child at that time, accidentally witnessed it. He tries to save his mother, but is powerless to do so. Instead, the previous king tied him up and forced him to watch such a scene unfolding right in front of him. After doing that despicable act, the previous king acted as if nothing happened in front of his father. He wants to tell his father about it, but the previous countess forbids him from doing so. She didn't want his father to lose his reputation. Losing a reputation is like a death sentence to a noble family. A few days later, the previous countess commits suicide. Nobody can guess why except for him and the previous king, since only 3 of them know about this incident. This information intrigues Riz. He investigates deeper as to why the previous king does such a thing to the previous countess of Naharog. Apparently, Count Naharog's mother was the most beautiful woman at the time. She was meant to be betrothed with the previous king, but the plan fell apart when a better candidate with higher status was chosen. However, the previous king has already been mesmerized by her beauty. Years passed, and that feeling never disappeared until he decided to cross the line. Riz deduces the count's behavior of sleeping with many women regardless of their marital status has something to do with this incident. Perhaps it is some sort of way he directs his anger and hatred. He believed there was no way Count Naharog would sit quietly and swallow his hatred. Right now is the best time for the count to act with Napuna's military at its weakest. What's your offer? Count Narog asks after a few minutes of silence. I will sell you ammunition at a reasonable price until you succeed in your endeavor. Why do you want to offer help to me? Am I your enemy recently? There are no eternal enemies and there are no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. As for the reason, I don't have an obligation to tell you. That is a nice quote. I know, I don't remember who said that. Your answer. Count Naharog fell into deep thinking. Getting help from a teenager is not something he is proud of, but if he keeps minding his pride, his revenge will go incomplete. For the sake of his hatred, he is willing to be Riz's dog. Fine, I agree, said the count seriously. He giggles, no need to be so serious. This is just a normal trade deal. Riz reached out his hand with a smile. Happy cooperation, said the count while shaking his hand with his former enemy. The same scenario happens in all counties. Riz's subordinates are selling them a weapon at a cheap price. As a newly established nation, the kingdom needs some trade deals to get the gold flow in. Thus, the most profitable trade is by selling weapons. Unlike Count Naharog, they were offered cold weapons. He would not needlessly sell the firearm to this continent. Riz's return to Bideford was met with the scowl face of Theodora and Charlotte. Feeling inevitable, was lectured by both of them. He admitted it is his fault for leaving Bideford by just leaving them with a simple note and without informing anyone beforehand. Right now, the reprimand from them is not finished yet. My lord, you need to be aware of your own status, said Charlotte. Riz, you're king now. You can't do anything you want on your whim. Theodora added. Yes, I know, I'm sorry. Riz keeps apologizing. He knows it's useless to argue against women. They're very good with words. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock interrupted his lecture session. Come in, said Riz. A red-haired man in his early 40s enters his office. He was greeted with an awkward scene unfolding in front of him. Riz, Theodora, and Charlotte turn their faces toward him. I interrupt you, your majesty, Gerald stutters as he asked. It is not weird for him to be nervous. In front of him are 3 influential people in Rintum the king, the future queen, and the head of the intelligence department. Hurry, Riz replies, no, you're not. Is there something you want to report to me, Gerald? Yes, there is an important matter I need to discuss with you, your majesty. Hearing Gerald's words, Theodora and Charlotte have no choice but to leave the office. Riz let out a sigh of relief. You saved me there, Gerald, said Riz. If not, it will take hours before they finish their nagging. Oh, don't worry about it. It is an honor to help you, Gerald awkwardly replies. He is still not good at dealing with nobles. He was just a commoner last month, then independence happens. Before he could fully fathom the ongoing event, he was somehow appointed as Minister of Trade and Industry by the king. Gerald doesn't know what is so special about him that attracts the king, but he is not so brave to ignore and reject the king's offer. What's that important matter? Riz asked. Our exploration team has finally found a coal deposit. Riz's eyes lighten up. It's a piece of news he has been waiting for. He hurriedly asks, oh. Where is it? At the border between our kingdom and the kingdom of Inver in the south, your majesty. Is there a coal mine in that area as well? Yes, makes sense. Geographically speaking, our side should have some too. How much coal deposit did they find there? We don't have an accurate estimation yet, but it is definitely larger than Inver's coal deposit. They had their coal imported from Inver in the past month. Due to the high demand from Rintum, Inver's merchants increase the already expensive coal price and sell it to Rintum. Riz can't do anything about it. There's no other supplier except Inver. He tries to negotiate the price by sending a letter to the king of Inver multiple times, but he receives no replies so far. He can only swallow the bitterness and continue to buy, even if it thins the kingdom's treasury. Great, arrange a team to set up the coal mine. There is other news I need to inform you of, your majesty. What is it this time? The coal deposit is in the undeveloped area, a territory of the Rogver people. Sigh. Riz let out an exhausting sigh. It looks like there is nothing that he can achieve easily. Rogver people still live in a tribal society and don't associate with outside people. They have their own culture and language. They don't care who the king is or which kingdom controls the area. All they know is that the west of Barox is theirs. The previous Duke of Barox tried to subdue the Rogver people 6 years ago, but ended up with a lot of casualties. Rogver specialities are using poison. They will put it in every weapon from swords, arrowheads, spears, and traps. Using the advantage of home terrain, they lure the Duke's army deep into their territories before chipping down the Duke's army strength little by little. That war sees only a handful of people manage to survive and return alive. Since then, the late Duke of Barox buried his ambition to conquer the Rogver area. Riz doesn't want to resort to the same violence as the Duke did. It consumes a lot of money, resources, and manpower. Although he won the war against the Noble Coalition, Riz still suffered some losses on his end. To be honest, he wants to focus on building his kingdom before making any expansion policies. Furthermore, the arquebus itself is not suitable to fight against guerrilla tactics from that tribe. Diplomacy is the only choice he has. Find someone to communicate with them and strike a deal. As you wish, your majesty. Returning to his office at the government plaza, Gerald begins to announce the recruitment notice to all the cities within the Rintum kingdom. As expected, no one showed up after a week after it had been posted. It is not until the end of April that someone shows up for the task. Gerald looks at the woman in her late teens who is sitting in front of him. In his hand is a form filled with the young woman's information. Since the king pays great attention to this coal deposit, he personally involved in this interview. He needs to make sure the person he wants to recruit is a competent one. The interviewee is probably 18 or 19 years old. Miss Audrey, where do you learn the Rogver language? My mother is a Rogver, but my father is a commoner who lives in Seasorvar. Gerald raises his eyebrows. Isn't Rogver hate the outsider? Yay. My mother ran away from home and followed my father. Audrey awkwardly replied. It is not an act that should be proud of in this era. I see. Gerald gives a short reply. Not that he cares about her family history. Since you're half Rogver, why do you still want to take this job? To my knowledge, Rogver people frowned upon a half-breed like you. The payment is good, Audrey said bluntly. 10,000 rows for one job is not a common payment you can get just anywhere. Gerald chuckled. Fair enough. That alone makes you trustworthy. As a former merchant, Gerald doesn't believe it when people give him a selfless reason. There is no one who would do something for free. Everyone pursues benefits. Now to the main point, are you good at negotiating? I grew up haggling with merchants to get the lowest price possible for raw ingredients for my father's bakery. I guess you can take it as negotiation skills. Coincidentally, I am a former merchant. Let us haggle over your payment. The final amount will be your payment. How about it? Fine by me. Gerald tests her haggling skills for nearly 30 minutes. The end result was her payment increased to 12,416 rows. Miss Audrey, your haggling skills are commendable. Did I get the job? Well, you're the only applicant for this job, which means it's pretty much yours already. The job you're about to take requires you to negotiate with Rogver people. Failure is not an option. Despite this, are you willing to take it? Yes, Mr. Gerald, leave it to me. Your Majesty, Miss Audrey has departed to the south. I sent several soldiers to keep her safe, Gerald reports. Good work, Gerald. You may leave now and call Theodora for me on your way back, said Riz without lifting his head. His eyes are skimming through the report in front of him. While waiting for the news regarding the coal mine, Riz plans to introduce his kingdom's currency. Up until now, his kingdom still uses Badgerosia coins. In Badgerosia, the coin's design was provided by the king to the upper-rank nobles for them to mint it by themselves. It doesn't take a genius to guess the consequences of this practice. A very unstandardized currency in terms of size, weight, and content spread throughout the kingdom. The nobles reduced the quality and content of the gold, silver, and copper so they could keep the remaining for themselves. He doesn't know why, but the king, merchants, and people turn a blind eye to this. As someone from the modern world, this is unacceptable. A centralized currency manufactured solely by Rintum government is a good way to go. To achieve this, he needs to establish a central bank that functions as a currency regulator, set up foreign currency exchange rates, and monitor the kingdom's economy. The central bank will be put under the Management Ministry of Finance. The name of this central bank shall be the Central Bank of Rintum. The responsibility for the coin manufacturing job will fall on the soon-to-be established Rintum Royal Mint. Next, he needs to design the coins. His kingdom should follow the practice of other kingdoms by having 3 types of coins. Riz named his coins based on elements in his family coat of arms. The gold coin is named Rintum Galad, a combination between gold and sword. The silver coin is named Rintum Silved, a combination between silver and shield. The copper coin is named Rintum Coppered, a combination between copper and red. At the front of the coin, it has Bank of Rintum embedded on it and his family emblem at the back. The gold coin was made of 83% pure gold. It has a diameter of 3 centimeters with a thickness of 0.5 centimeters. The same goes for silver and copper. They share the same design and 83% of pure silver and copper as their content, the same as gold coins. The difference is in the size. Rintum Silved has a diameter of 2 centimeters with a thickness of 0.4 centimeters, while Rintum Coppered has a diameter of 1.5 centimeters with a thickness of 0.3 centimeters. Once finished, the value of Rintum currency is 4 times higher than Bajiroja's coins. In comparison, as below, 4 Bajiroja copper coins, 4 rows equal 1 Rintum Coppered 1 rin. 4 Bajiroja silver coins, 400 rows, equal 1 Rintum Silved 100 rin. 4 Bajiroja gold coins, 4,000 rows, equal 1 Rintum Galad 1,000. Riz takes another piece of paper to write. Minting identical coins need appropriate technology. A steam power coin press becomes his choice instead of a screw press. It provides greater pressure and can produce 100 coins per minute. Finishing his plan, a knock sounded in his ear. The door was abruptly open without waiting for his response. Riz saw his fiancée figure entering his office. "What took you so long? My office and the Ministry of Finance are just a couple blocks away." By now, Riz has moved his office from his mansion to his office at the government plaza. He made several regulations to ensure the safety and confidentiality of the documents there. First, he made a list of all people working here from low-level officials up to the minister's level, complete with their names, background information, and sketches of their faces. A security team will need to check each one of them before entering the plaza. Anyone who tried to break in will publicly be hanged to death regardless of their status. Second, workers in the plaza are only allowed to be in the plaza during work hours. Of course, Riz and several other higher-ups were exempt from this rule. Theodora rolled her eyes up and replied, "I have many unfinished tasks on hand." "Is that so? Then you're lucky because I have more to give. Here, take a look." Theodora's face looks so angry beyond words. She clearly tries her best not to spit any curses at Riz. As she roughly snatches the papers from Riz, her eyes begin to move left and right. "New currency, central bank. Yes, I believe we should have our own currency now that we are an independent country. Do we even have gold to mint this new currency?" asked Theodora. "I guess I never told you about the spoils I get," said Riz. Indeed, Riz never bothers to show them. Since they didn't ask, it completely slips his mind. "What do you mean?" Theodora raised her eyebrows as she looks at her fiancé. She doesn't understand the meaning behind Riz's words. Riz walks toward the mansion with Theodora following him closely from behind. Their destination is the treasury on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the front of the treasury's massive iron door, Riz took out a set of keys. The door to the treasury has 5 locks on it. Each of them required specifically designed keys to open it. To open the iron door, the keys need to be put in the correct sequence. Riz used all his energy to push the approximately 20 centimeters thick door open. A bright light suddenly assaulted Theodora's eyes. She squints her eyes to reduce the amount of light entering them. There are mountains of gold, silver, copper, jewelry, relics, weapons, and fabrics. Where do you get all of this? This wealth probably exceeds the average of royals could have. Riz chuckled when hearing her words. "Except for robbing, I don't know any other possible way to get rich quickly. Now, what's your thought? Is it enough to implement my plan? With this much precious metal, I don't have any objections," Theodora replied. Her eyes, however, are locked on something else. She couldn't help but raise a question for her fiancé. "What's that, HM?" Riz looked in the direction she pointed to. There's a glowing golden light brighter than gold in the midst of treasures. Riz walks and picks up a small ball with a size of 1 centimeter in diameter. "I'm not sure either. There are a bunch of treasures here that I can possibly remember all of, but this is interesting. A small orb emitting such a strong golden light.